The young man marched toward the martial king mansion, his face burning with killing intent, holding his young child wrapped in a blanket. This child is named Shi Hao, and the man is Shi Ziling. Accompanied by his wife, Qin Yining, the couple fought their way directly into the estate. Their son was born a natural supreme being, yet unexpectedly, he was betrayed by his own uncle and aunt, who extracted his supreme bone to transplant it into Shi Yi. How could such a hatred, the cold-blooded mutilation of their own child, ever be forgiven? The ensuing battle was unimaginably brutal. Many years later, in the great wilderness at Stone Village, the village chief, Shi Yunfeng, was diligently training the children in martial arts. Every effort was made to forge them into warriors capable of resisting the ferocious beasts of the Kangmang Mountains. Among the group was a small, spirited boy. He was none other than Shi Hao. The child, who had once been stripped of his supreme bone, though the youngest, was remarkably agile, effortlessly dodging every strike from the village chief during the assessment. He playfully teased the other children, leaving the villagers wide-eyed with envy at his potential. Meanwhile, the adults of the village had gathered to hunt a two-headed flaming rhinoceros. Despite some initial difficulties, they utilized their numbers to overwhelm the beast, leaving it crippled and defeated. Just as they were about to secure their prey, a green-scaled eagle descended from the skies. Realizing the danger, they retreated into hiding, but one man accidentally made a sound. The green-scaled eagle immediately discovered their position, and at that critical moment, the nearby volcano erupted. Forced to prioritize its own survival, the green-scaled eagle was compelled to flee, allowing the villagers to escape with their lives. They returned to the village with their spoils and high spirits. The children ran out to greet their fathers, leaving Shi Hao standing alone, feeling a deep sense of longing. It had been a very long time since he had last seen his parents. At the base of the willow deity, the sacrificial spirit of Stone Village, a ceremony of prayer and gratitude was underway. This was their custom whenever they returned from a successful hunt. As the ceremony concluded, the parents dragged the children toward a vat of medicinal liquid, intended to cleanse their marrow and bones. To call it a simple medicinal bath would be an understatement. The agony of stepping into that cauldron was beyond comprehension. Had they not been forcibly thrown in, the children would have surely fled in terror. Yet, the village chief employed mysterious runes to intensify the potency of the medicine. At this level of stress, if they didn't push through, they might well face death. Only Shi Hao persevered, motivated by the promise of the beast milk reward. Suddenly, the essence of the rhinoceros rose from the mixture. Shi Hao swiftly shattered it, absorbing the power until strange, glowing runes manifested across his skin. Shi Hao erupted with a surge of immense power that left those watching stunned. His physical strength was now comparable to that of a primordial beast. Happily receiving his portion of beast milk, Shi Hao poured it onto the willow deity, offering a prayer for his parents to soothe his deep yearning for them. It was at this moment that Shi Hao learned the other village children intended to steal the eggs of the green-scaled eagle to increase their own strength. Those reckless fools, daring to provoke a creature as formidable as the green-scaled eagle. Shi Hao rushed to intervene. The mother green-scaled eagle discovered the thieves and quickly returned to her nest, placing the entire group in mortal peril. Shi Hao frantically urged the children to abandon the stolen eggs, shouting, "Forget the eggs, look after your own lives." Yet, unwilling to see their efforts go to waste, the mischievous children insisted on carrying the egg with them as they fled. This only fueled the green-scaled eagle's fury, causing it to launch a relentless assault. Shi Hao had no choice but to brandish the egg, using it to distract the green-scaled eagle and buy his companions a chance to escape. However, the children proved incredibly loyal. Refusing to abandon their comrade, they pelted the green-scaled eagle with stones. Seeing the children about to be impaled, Shi Hao leaped into action. He seized a nearby pig and hurled it toward the incoming weaponry to shield them from the strike. He then commanded them, "Run into the forest and find cover." Meanwhile, the villagers had received word of the crisis and immediately rushed to provide reinforcements. The children soon discovered a hidden cave. Although they managed to retreat inside with Shi Hao's assistance, the green-scaled eagle's maddened assault sent the children sprawling to the ground. Coincidentally, Shi Hao stumbled upon the activation point of a protective array left behind by the ancestors of Stone Village. Just as they thought they were safe, the green-scaled eagle shattered the defenses with terrifying speed. In the moment of extreme peril, 4 of the village's strongest men arrived. Several of them held the green-scaled eagle at bay, while the clan chief gathered the children and the egg to bring them back to the village. Because the egg remained in their possession, the green-scaled eagle continued to pursue them relentlessly. Unexpectedly, the creature unleashed an attack on the rocky cliffs, causing boulders to rain down. Fortunately, the clan chief acted in time, ensuring the villagers' safety. With the protection of Liu Shen, the green-scaled eagle could not breach the borders of Stone Village. However, during the chaotic escape, the egg had cracked, causing the chick to hatch prematurely and perish. This event drove the mother green-scaled eagle into utter despair, her hatred burning with infernal intensity. Fortunately, Liu Shen manifested its power to revive the fledgling, thereby resolving the crisis and ending the cycle of vengeance between the eagle and stone village. Through this misfortune, the chick found a blessing. Bathed in the power of Liu Shen, it awakened the bloodline of an archaic divine bird. Shi Hao joyfully embraced the young creature. Just then, a villager arrived with urgent news. The terrifying Suwani was nearing its end. Deep within the great wilderness, the weakened Suwani collapsed, while pairs of glowing red eyes emerged from the surrounding shadows. It was not only humans but also other vicious beasts who awaited this moment, desperate to seize its precious bone techniques. Under the guidance of Liu Shen, the mother green-scaled eagle finally consented to let her offspring remain in Stone Village. Shi Hao happily named the bird Zi Yun. While playing with Zi Yun, Shi Hao discovered that the markings upon its body were capable of shifting and flowing. Those glowing, ever-changing runes were truly miraculous. If one could master them, they would inherit the creature's profound techniques. Shi Hao practiced the runes with unwavering diligence. Heaven favors the persistent, and at such a young age, he had already mastered the technique of the green-scaled eagle. The other children gathered around in admiration, all while the village elders prepared to contend with the various beasts for the Suwani's legacy. The men of the village moved out, venturing deep into the great wilderness. To their surprise, Shi Hao had been tailing them in secret. It was only when they neared the Suwani's lair that they discovered the boy had followed them once again. Even though they knew he only intended to help, everyone feared for Shi Hao's safety and urged the young boy to turn back. However, Shi Hao remained as stubborn as a bull and continued to follow them. And so, the procession continued. One young girl leading, followed by 5 adults. Upon reaching the forest of giant stones, heavens above, Shi Hao had vanished once again. While they were gripped with anxiety, a massive beast soared toward them from the distance. But as it approached, the creature remained strangely motionless. From atop the beast's head, the voice of Shi Hao could be heard. It turned out that the chaos was all of Shi Hao's doing. How he had frightened them nearly out of their wits. The group continued on their journey, but when one member inadvertently disturbed a slumbering beast, the entire party was chased until their clothes were scorched to rags. Wishing to buy time for the others to escape, Shi Hao unleashed the Qinglin Eagle's technique, shattering the bridge and causing the pursuing beasts to plummet. Yet, in doing so, he found himself stranded on the other side. The adults immediately rushed off to find the mother Qinglin Eagle to solicit her aid. While waiting, Shi Hao discovered that the 2 beasts from earlier had not perished. Thanks to their wings, they were already soaring back up. He scrambled to flee, thinking, "If I remain here any longer, I shall surely meet my end." After wandering for some time, Shi Hao inadvertently stumbled upon the lair of the elder Ni. The 2 beasts from before caught up to him. But just as the situation turned dire, a demon ape appeared out of nowhere and suppressed them both. Simultaneously, another ferocious beast lunged into the fray, the Zhu Ma Lihuo. The great battle between the demon ape and the Zhu Ma began. The elder Ni, previously lying motionless and gasping for breath, suddenly stirred. It had been feigning death to lure its enemies into a trap. Although Shi Hao managed to leap onto the back of the Qinglin Eagle, he remained ensnared within the toxic barrier created by the Elder Ni. The Elder Ni intended to exhaust its final reserves of strength to perish alongside its formidable foes, a sight that left Shi Hao utterly stunned. In the end, Shi Hao and the Qinglin Eagle returned to the village, securing the corpse of the Elder Ni as a spoil of war without exerting any effort at all. Yet their fortune was short-lived. The toxins from the Elder Ni's barrier proved too much for the Qinglin Eagle to endure, and it plummeted from the sky. As Shi Hao anxiously raced back toward the village to summon help, a group of archers suddenly emerged, unleashing a volley of arrows toward the wounded Qinglin Eagle. They were the men of Bai village, led by Bai Feng, and they sought to plunder the Elder Ni's carcass from Shi Hao. Shi Hao felt not a shred of fear, and engaged Bai Feng in a duel, yet Bai Feng proved to be no match for him. The man fell to his knees, begging for his life, but the moment Shi Hao turned his back to leave, Bai Feng lunged forward in a cowardly sneak attack. That treachery ignited a cold fury within Shi Hao. However, facing a multitude of enemies, while simultaneously shielding the injured Qinglin Eagle from the incoming arrows, Shi Hao quickly found himself. Bai Feng took advantage of the moment to fire an arrow at the green-scaled eagle, an act that ignited Shi Hao's absolute fury. "If that is how it is, I shall send you to meet your ancestors." Bai Feng was struck down, and as his companions prepared to exact their revenge, the people of Xian village arrived just in time. Suddenly, the sacrifice spirit of Bai village manifested, and a fierce battle between the two sides ensued. Believing that Liu Shen's reach was limited, the Bai village sacrifice spirit acted with complete arrogance and disdain. In response to Shi Hao's sincere plea, Liu Shen extended its branches, obliterating the arrogant sacrifice spirit in a single strike, allowing everyone to return to the village safely. They performed a ritual to offer thanks to Liu Shen, but Liu Shen unexpectedly warned the villagers to steel themselves. The time has come to seek refuge elsewhere, for a great calamity is about to descend upon the great wasteland. The following day, at the Black Cauldron Cave, Shi Hao sensed he was on the verge of breaking through to the blood transformation realm, and went to inform the clan chief. The chief was already preparing a cleansing ritual for him, combining the physical tempering of the blood transformation realm with medicinal elixirs, using the essence of the Ni beast as a catalyst. Driven by a fierce determination to become stronger and reunite with his parents, Shi Hao did not hesitate to leap into the medicinal cauldron. At the same time, deep within the great wasteland, the vermilion bird, the heaven-swallowing sparrow, the Qiangqi, and the Zuyan, 4 great demonic beasts, were locked in a cataclysmic battle for the mountain treasure. This was undoubtedly the great calamity that Liu Shen had foreseen. After a brutal struggle that left them battered and broken, the mountain treasure finally revealed itself. The intensity of the conflict between the 4 demonic beasts nearly laid waste to the entire great wasteland. Back at Xin village, the people were frantically fleeing the disaster. Liu Shen appeared once more to assist them, opening a portal for their evacuation. However, because Shi Hao's baptism was at a critical juncture, the clan chief decided to remain behind. He entrusted the leadership of the villagers to Ahud. No sooner had Ahud departed than the cave began to tremble, causing boulders to collapse. The clan chief commanded Ziyun to carry him to the summit to establish a protective formation. Meanwhile, having successfully absorbed the essence of the Ni beast, Shi Hao unleashed a surge of immense power. As the baptism concluded, the 2 of them and the bird raced toward the portal established by Liu Shen, carrying the medicinal cauldron with them. They arrived narrowly, but fortunately, they made it through just in time. Every member of Shina village was transported safely to a new stone settlement. As the villagers gradually regained consciousness and gazed upon the beautiful surroundings, they wondered, "Are we in the afterlife? Or are we still among the living?" The truth was that they had indeed survived. They expressed their profound gratitude to Liu Shen and, with renewed spirits, prepared to rebuild a new Shishai village. Yet, Shi Hao was filled with anxiety. "What will happen if my parents return to find me gone?" He pleaded with the village chief to allow him to return to the Great Wasteland to leave a trail marker for his parents. Shi Hao and Ziyun flew back to what remained of Shi village, now reduced to a desolate ruin. While he was crafting the formation to leave a sign for his parents, he heard a rustle from behind. It was a small, golden-furred monkey. It seems he has found himself a new companion. He gave it the name Mao Qiu. Suddenly, a young girl appeared out of nowhere. She was Huo Linger. She did not stop mocking Shi Hao, for she knew that the small monkey was, in fact, the great demonic beast Zhu Yan from the aftermath of the great battle. Seeing a girl appear so abruptly, Shi Hao was startled. Where on earth did this little girl jump out from? Huo Lingshi attempted to seize the Zhu Yan from Shi Hao, but the boy refused to yield, despite her generous offers. Finding that gentle persuasion failed, Linger decided to resort to force, and the 2 children clashed. Unable to best him in combat, Lingshi burst into tears and threw a tantrum, leaving Shi Hao at a loss for how to react. Shi Hao merely wished to take Mao Qiu back to the village to care for it. Realizing he harbored no ill intentions, Linger's mood softened. At that moment, a chariot descended from the skies. It was the members of Huo Linger's household arriving to retrieve her. Everyone has family to rely on, yet the young boy stands alone. A truly sorrowful sight. Shi Hao returned to the new stone village, where Liu Shen treated Mao Qi's wounds, while simultaneously warning everyone to keep its true origin a secret, lest it draw unwanted attention and invite disaster. The clan chief presented the precious bone of the Suani as a gift to Shi Hao, instructing him to take advantage of the active runes within and to commit the Suani's precious technique to memory. Shi Hao stared intently, yet remained perplexed. "I suppose if I study it a few more times, I shall eventually understand." However, even the precious technique could not soothe his longing for the parents he had not seen in so long. Could it be that his parents no longer wanted him? Liu Shen spoke, promising to help him find his parents, but emphasizing that first, he must grow strong. Day by day, Shi Hao spent his mornings exploring their new home, and his nights contemplating the Suani technique. As time passed, Shi Hao grew increasingly formidable. He moved ever closer to the requirements set forth by Liu Shen. And so, the decisive moment finally arrived. Before Liu Shen, Shi Hao challenged the extreme limit of the blood transformation realm, successfully hoisting the great cauldron aloft. True to its word, Liu Shen awakened his spiritual consciousness. That year, atop the snowy mountain, Shi Hao's father, in preparation for his son's baptism of true essence, had slain a young Pi Xiu, inciting the mother Pai Zhu to fly into a rage and pursue them, after which their fates remained unknown. Shi Hao's parents had no choice but to depart in search of a remedy, leaving him in the care of the Stone Clan, under the watch of the 4th granduncle and the elders. Yet, unexpectedly, his father's elder brother's family coveted the innate supreme being bone within Shi Hao. While his parents were away, they forcibly extracted the bone to graft it onto their own son, Shi Yi. Shi Hao's little handmaiden, Aman, desperately sought help, but it was already too late. "You have lost the supreme bone, and your body has regressed to the state of an infant." The 4th and 2nd elders were overcome with rage. They denounced the treacherous mother and son to the ancestor, hoping for a just punishment. Yet for the sake of the clan's interests, the supreme bone could not be allowed to vanish, and thus Shi Yi was pardoned. Upon hearing the news, Shi Hao's parents rushed back in a frenzy, seeing a man clutching their son, now reduced to the form of a newborn, running toward them. Shi Ziling and Xin Yining were overcome with profound grief. They embraced Shi Hao, their faces streaming with tears. Consumed by rage, the couple swore that a debt of blood must be paid in blood, and so a brutal battle erupted. The ancestor appeared, attempting to use honeyed words to convince Shi Ziling to cease his hand. But how could it end so easily? Seeing this, the ancestor decided to hold back no longer. He channeled the combined power of Xin Yi's double pupil and the supreme bone to conjure a formation, suppressing Ziling. Only then did Shi Hao fully comprehend the events that had transpired. Overcome with emotion, he wept and lost consciousness. When Shi Hao awakened, the clan leader informed him that his parents had been exiled. To ensure his recovery, his parents had taken him to Stone Village before their departure, as it was the true ancestral land of the Xingao clan. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao immediately desired to set out in search of his parents. But the distance was vast, and the clan leader could not rest easy. Yet, Shi Hao remained stubbornly resolute, leaving the clan leader with no choice but to bestow upon him the original tablet of the primordial record. Liu Shen explained, "This contains the most fundamental essence of the runes, and if one could grasp it, it would be of great benefit to Shi Hao's cultivation." Unable to bear the sight any longer, the clan leader turned away to prepare supplies for Shi Hao's journey. At this moment, Liu Shen reminded Shi Hao, "Withered grass shall flourish once more, and one day, the supreme bone shall be reborn from destruction, radiating with life." Having heard Liu Shen's words, Shi Hao's determination grew even stronger. He quickly set out to find his parents, never forgetting to cultivate throughout his journey. He was attacked by a severely wounded tiger, which had been injured by the young girl, Huo Ling Goher. The two children began to bicker upon meeting. Shi Hao teased her for being chubby, causing her to chase him in a fit of rage. Though she had blossomed into a beauty, the boy continued to mock her relentlessly. Huo Lingxier's assault on Shi Hao disturbed an earth dragon, inciting its fury. Shi Hao pulled her away, intending to flee, but she was stubborn and insisted on fighting, and the result was utter defeat. Were it not for Shi Hao unleashing the Suan Ni precious technique, both of them would surely have perished. However, this technique was currently far beyond his physical capacity, and after the clash, he collapsed into unconsciousness. When Shi Hao opened his eyes, Linger was offering him a... However, having given his word to Huo Linger not to consume the bird egg, he firmly refused, which caused the egg to be cast aside. Linger sat there, aggrieved and tearful. Shi Hao could not fathom why she had grown so angry, until he turned his gaze toward Mao Qiu, who was reenacting the actions she had taken while he was still unconscious. He realized the immense effort Linger had expended to retrieve the egg for him, so to show his gratitude, he consumed it. Thus, the two reached a reconciliation. As night fell, the horse and the mischievous Mao Qiu caused the mother bird to track down the eggshells. Enraged, it began to hunt down both Shi Hao and Huo Linger. The clever boy leaped into the river ahead, unaware that this was the Taiyin River. To jump into its waters was to invite a death by freezing. Huo Linger had no time to intervene, and could only leap in after him. The two humans and two beasts drifted deep into the riverbed, tumbling and floating until they were swept over a waterfall. Fortunately, Shi Hao's remarkable constitution allowed him to remain conscious and pull the others to safety. On the opposite bank, a mysterious young woman appeared. Witnessing the boy's bravery in saving his companion, she sought an opportunity to gauge his true strength. By this time, Huo Lingier had lost consciousness. Mao Qiu breathed fire to provide warmth, while Shi Hao channeled his spirit energy into her. After some time, she finally regained consciousness, but alas, Shi Hao's hand was still resting upon her, and before he could withdraw it, he was met with a resounding slap from the young lady. It was truly unjust. He had saved her life, yet this was the treatment he received in return? And so, the two remained in a state of mutual sulking. Huo Linger boarded her carriage to depart, lost in deep contemplation regarding all that had transpired with Shi Hao, while for Shi Hao, life was no easier, as the voice of Lingrier lingered incessantly within his mind. Meanwhile, the mysterious girl from earlier had dispatched her subordinates to launch a surprise attack on Shi Hao. He evaded their strikes with ease, and launched a fierce counterattack. Finally confronting the woman, he learned she was Jia Yongyu, a disciple of the Butation Pavilion. She had only meant to test his mettle before presenting him with a token. She held him in high regard, and wished for him to join the Butation Pavilion without the need for formal examination. Shi Hao resumed his journey toward the second ancestral site in search of his parents. Upon arrival, he discovered that his parents had left Shi Qingfeng behind as their stand-in, and the youth was currently being bullied. Shi Hao stepped in to intervene, but the scene was observed by a crow from the Yu clan, the maternal family of Shi Yi, which returned to report the event. Siblings Yu Yan and Yu Meng learned of this, and immediately conspired to eliminate the true Shi Hao. Meanwhile, through Shi Qingfeng, Shi Hao learned of the atrocities committed by the Yu clan, and also discovered that his parents had ventured into the archaic divine mountains to pluck a sacred herb before disappearing. At that very moment, the siblings of the Yu clan arrived with their cohorts. Given his current strength, the subordinates were no match for Shi Hao. He dismantled them with effortless precision. However, Yu Yan and Yu Meng would not be disposed of so easily. Having exhausted a significant portion of his strength, Shi Hao was forced onto the defensive. In this moment of peril, Shi Qingfeng intercepted a lethal blow on his behalf. The passing of Grandpa ignited a fury within Shi Hao that reached its absolute peak. Shi Hao unleashed the Suani Precious technique, the very bane of the Yu clan. In a single stroke, he annihilated both Yu Yan and Yu Meng. Afterwards, Shi Hao escorted Shi Qingfeng back to Stone Village, but upon their arrival they were met with devastating news. Stone Village had been raided, and the village chief had been taken captive by a band of ruthless bandits. The gang was led by a formidable expert of the Cave Heaven realm. They demanded that the villagers surrender their primordial precious bone and rare metals as a ransom for the chief's life. Just as Shi Hao turned his thoughts to Liu Shen, Uncle Hu informed him. Since the day he departed, Liu Shen had fallen into a deep slumber, and Zi Yun had left with the mother green-scaled eagle to undergo training, leaving Stone Village without its protector. Shi Hao resolved to rescue the village chief, determined to break through to the Cave Heaven realm to safeguard his people. Meanwhile, the village hunting party had already set out to rescue the prisoners, lying in ambush to await the opportune moment. At the village, Shi Hao practiced while reflecting on the teachings of Liu Shen. The Cave Heaven is not merely a realm, but a method of cultivation, to absorb the very essence of heaven and earth, to comprehend the true significance of the Tao talismans, to grasp the order and shifting patterns of the world, and to continuously condense one's accumulations to achieve greater heights. Through this process, Shi Hao successfully achieved a breakthrough, opening 3 cave heavens at once. On the side of the village chief, the hunting party had initiated their rescue, but they were no match for the bandits and were swiftly defeated. In this moment of critical danger, Shi Hao finally arrived. Single-handedly, Shi Hao scattered the subordinates of the stout bandit leader, leading directly into a clash between 2 practitioners of the Cave Heaven realm. Naturally, the fat bandit was no match for Shi Hao, and was quickly beaten until he shrieked in agony. Refusing to accept defeat, he summoned his sacrificial spirit, causing a colossal beast to manifest instantly. Shi Hao hastily drew its attention to buy the others time to escape. During the fray, Shi Hao identified a long-standing, hidden vulnerability of the sacrificial spirit and focused his assault on that weak point, causing the monster to howl in pain. It attempted to trigger a defensive barrier by sacrificing its own clansmen, yet it still fell at the hands of Shi Hao. Our protagonist collapsed from exhaustion, but thanks to his efforts, peace was restored to Stone Village. While Shi Hao was walking through the village with Qingfeng, a young child arrived with news. Liu Shen had awakened. Shi Hao, anxious to find his parents, approached Liu Shen and immediately inquired about the location of the primordial divine mountain. Aware of Shi Hao's intentions, Liu Shen blocked his path. With his current level of power, heading there would be nothing short of suicide. To bolster his strength, Liu Shen activated a formation, projecting Shi Hao's consciousness into the Void God realm for cultivation. Upon entering the Void God realm, Shi Hao immediately spotted a precious bone and sat down, attempting to claim it. He was truly naive, inexperienced in the ways of the world. The onlookers surrounding him laughed at his foolishness. 2 old men even made a wager. If Shi Hao succeeded in obtaining the precious bone, they would trade him a vast amount of spirit jade. After all, obtaining a precious bone required breaking a record within the Void God realm. It was no trivial matter. But how could such a task pose a challenge to Shi Hao? The youth quickly shattered the speed record, causing the precious bone to soar into the air, though it was soon seized by the crowd, leaving him with only a fragment. Suddenly, a stone tablet materialized. It was the record stele of the Void God realm. It beckoned for Shi Hao to leave his name, declaring it for all under the heavens to see. Shi Hao, bewildered and unaware of the significance, excitedly inscribed, "The one who loves drinking beast milk the most." The name rang out, leaving the crowd in a fit of hysterical laughter. Just then, some began discussing Shi Yi. Hearing the name of his enemy, Shi Hao became determined to shatter his records. The crowd mocked him once more, for in their eyes, Xin Yi was a true, peerless prodigy. Only the Spirit Jade Elder offered guidance, informing Shi Hao of another record he might attempt to break. On his way to the site of the record, Shi Hao was surrounded by members of the 4 great clans. The 2 old men beside him fled in haste, but those assailants were no match for Shi Hao. After a brief display of light-hearted combat, the youth succeeded in enraging the leader of the opposing group. With a single strike, however, Shi Hao completely overwhelmed his opponent. He not only plundered their precious treasure, a divine feather, but also inadvertently set a new record. A truly spectacular display. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, a bored Shi Hao lay in wait for the crowd to gather and witness him break the record. Unexpectedly, even a renowned figure like the war goddess from the Zulu Academy arrived to join the spectacle. It turned out she was intrigued by Shi Hao's ambition to break the record set by Shi Yi. Should Shi Hao actually succeed, she was prepared to invite him to join the Zulu Academy. Perceiving that the moment had arrived, Shi Hao stood up to prepare himself. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, he remained calm, took a single step, and launched himself rapidly toward the summit. The youth ascended and descended with ease, shattering his third record of the day and causing everyone present to scramble for his favor. Little did they know, Shi Hao had no interest in any of them. The only thing on Shi Hao's mind was, why had the stone tablet? Shi Hao's hot-blooded strike shattered the stone stele, and as a result he was expelled from the void god realm. 2 years spent in training, he had truly kept his word. It was from this that the young man earned his infamous moniker, the Little Grub. Shi Hao returned to Stone Village, where he contemplated the token Xia Yu had previously given him, ultimately deciding to join the Heaven-Mending Pavilion to further hone his strength. Upon hearing this, Qing Feng decided to accompany Shi Hao. Thus, the two young men bid farewell to everyone and began their journey. Along the way, they did not neglect their cultivation, even hunting down fierce beasts. Xing Hao successfully opened 5 heavenly passages, while Qing Feng reached the blood transformation realm, allowing him to enter the void god realm to seek directions. The two continued their journey. Xing Hao began to disguise himself, fearing that, if recognized, he would invite unnecessary trouble. Mao Chu helped him transform into a chubby, stout young boy. Seeing the populace gathered around a notice board, the youth trotted over to take a look, only to realize it was a bounty for his own capture. Shi Hao could not help but feel a surge of annoyance. Shi Hao handed Xia Yu's token to Qing Feng. Since Qing Feng's constitution was relatively weak, he would prioritize safety, while Shi Hao would proceed to the Heaven-Mending Pavilion's entrance examinations. Many arrived on flying swords or atop giant birds, most of them hoping to recruit the child who had made a name for himself in the Void God realm. In the first trial, Shi Hao located the precious bones hidden within the formation, causing the formation to collapse, which inadvertently allowed many others to pass this stage as well. Elder Xiangfei observed this scene and immediately deduced that it was the work of the Little Grub. Having lost such a massive quantity of precious bones, he could no longer maintain his composure, and immediately invited the fellow Taoists from the entrance to join him in tracking down the whereabouts of the little menace. At that moment, having just finished reading the rules for the second trial, Shi Hao was attacked by a crocodile. Despite its immense size, Shi Hao dispatched it with ease. However, in a moment of carelessness, another individual stole his heaven-mending stone. Shi Hao was soon intercepted by a black tiger, but after only a brief moment, the tiger turned and walked away. Xing Hao trailed after it, sensing that the beast might be guarding a hidden treasure. Fortune favored him, and Shi Hao indeed discovered a black lotus. Though wary, his desire for the prize overcame his caution, and he crept forward to steal it. Just as he was within reach, the young man's empty stomach let out a loud rumble, startling the tiger awake. He had no choice but to flee for his life. However, his obsession with the Black Lotus remained strong. Shi Hao discovered that beyond guarding the Black Lotus, the Great Tiger also held the duty of maintaining order on the second battlefield. Thus, he proceeded to provoke a horde of fierce beasts, leading them toward the Black Tiger's lair to cause chaos. With a single roar, the Black Tiger pacified the entire group, leaving Shi Hao deeply disappointed. He decided to lend them a hand, baiting the Black Tiger out of its lair. Shi Hao hastily plucked the Black Lotus and consumed it. With that done, the young man departed. However, after running for some distance, the energy of the Black Lotus surged, forcing Shi Hao to submerge himself in water to cool his boiling blood. Meanwhile, the Black Tiger discovered that the Black Lotus had been stolen and let out a roar that shook the heavens in its fury. Shi Hao cultivated in the quiet of the water, and after a short while, he successfully opened his 6th heavenly passage. Now, it was time to track down the thief who had stolen his heaven-mending stone. True to form, he found the thief up to his old tricks, pilfering items from another person. Shi Hao delivered a swift blow to the thief's head and returned the stolen goods to the other youth. The young man kindly offered a warning. Shi Hao, be careful of the little devil. The elders are currently hunting him down. Shi Hao departed in haste, not forgetting to leave a kawa gift for Elder Xiangfei. On the other side, Elder Xiangfei was preparing to present the treasures of the heaven-mending pavilion to the people, only to discover they had been defaced by the little devil. The war goddess from the Zulu Academy examined the handwriting and confirmed it was the work of the little devil, causing Elder Xiangfei's rage to ignite even further. Just then, the young thief finally regained consciousness. In his fury, he unleashed a power worthy of commendation, leading Xiangfei to believe he was the little devil. The elder seized him by the throat, intending to teach him a lesson. Fortunately, the war goddess intervened with an explanation, sparing his life. Once released, he quickly declared his true identity as Zhao Tian. At this moment, a disciple rushed over to report that the Black Lotus had been stolen. Elder Xiang Fei was pushed to his absolute limit, swearing he would hunt the little devil to the ends of the earth. Finally, the examination reached its conclusion. Elder Xiang Fei stepped forward to address the crowd. He bowed to the ancestral master and did not forget to bring out the stone tablet to condemn the lawless little devil. He then announced a reward. Whoever finds him will receive personal tutelage from the elder himself. The youths were ecstatic at the news, and Shi Hao even raised his hand with feigned enthusiasm. As the crowd dispersed, Shi Hao walked down the corridor and caught sight of a figure moving along the opposite mountain. He recalled that Shi Yi might be entering the ancient sacred academy and wondered, could that youth be Shi Yi? Shi Hao followed the path to the foot of the inner pavilion and slowly opened the gates to enter. A defensive array materialized before him. Curious, Shi Hao unleashed a technique to shatter the formation. The divine vine, the sacrificial spirit of the heaven-mending pavilion, slowly revealed itself before his eyes. Shi Hao bowed respectfully, but the divine vine appeared to be in poor health. He stepped closer to investigate, and as he touched the gourd, a powerful surge of ruminic energy radiated outward. Shi Hao asked the divine vine for permission to cultivate in this sacred space. Shi Hao felt disheartened, unable to grasp the profound principles of the original true interpretation that Liu Shen had spoken of. Suddenly, the divine vine behind him emitted a flow of verdant energy that poured into the original true interpretation, illuminating the mysteries within. The young man was immediately revitalized and continued his cultivation with newfound fervor. He embraced the divine vine in gratitude. After aiding Shi Hao, the divine vine lapsed back into a deep slumber. Shi Hao crept out of the room to depart, but the moment he stepped outside, the ghost of Wei Jia startled him so severely he tumbled backward. Mao Qi was so terrified that it began to foam at the mouth. The following morning, as Shi Hao practiced with the other disciples, Wei Jia appeared again, demanding the return of his sword, only to be met with, "What sword, old man?" Shi Hao fled in a panic. From that day forth, Wei Jia haunted Xin Hao's every step, leaving the young boy utterly distraught and at his wit's end. Xin Hao noticed a sword embedded in Wei Jia's head and attempted to extract it, but to no avail. Desperate, he sought help from Elder Xiang Fei, but unfortunately, the elder was even more terrified of ghosts than he was. Nevertheless, Xiang Fei escorted Shi Hao to seek an audience with the pavilion master. Upon meeting, the pavilion master immediately recognized Shi Hao as the notorious troublemaker. The pavilion master clarified the situation. The sword in Wei Jia's skull did not belong to him, but to his enemy. His own blade had fallen upon the Baiduan Mountains. Consequently, whenever the Baiduan Mountains were set to open, Wei Jia would manifest to seek someone capable of retrieving it for him. Shi Hao initially refused, but upon hearing that Shi Yi would also be in attendance, he changed his mind. The pavilion master personally dispatched an elder to mentor Shi Hao, the ancestor Mu Yuan. The elder was not in a hurry, intending first to temper Shi Hao's unruly temperament. He commanded the boy to diligently water the fields, but Shi Hao was far from docile. He promptly devastated the ancestor's garden, nearly causing Mu Yuan to cough up blood in fury. Even then, Shi Hao grumbled and complained about the ordeal to Qing Feng. Was Qing Feng injured? Shi Hao hurriedly retrieved the medicinal elixir that Mao Qi had stolen from ancestor Mu Yuan and gave it to Qing Feng. How could the theft of such a medicine escape the ancestor's notice? Shortly after, Mao Qi was punished by being hung from a tree. A truly pitiful sight. Demonstrating his loyalty, Xin Hao stepped forward to accept the blame. Ancestor Mu Yuan did not hold a grudge, pardoning them both, though he did not forget to warn Shi Hao, "Keep Mao Qiu hidden. Do not let others discover him." Mao Qiu informed Xin Hao that Qing Feng was being bullied and coerced into staying out of the genius camp. Enraged, Shi Hao wanted to check on Qing Feng, but Mu Yuan interjected. The opportunity to comprehend the laws of thunder arrives tomorrow. Yet, tomorrow was the very day of the new student assessment. How could Shi Hao possibly abandon Qing Feng to face his plight alone? However, such a rare opportunity comes only once, and Shi Hao decided that he would deal with the bullies first, to prevent them from tormenting Qing Feng further. But he was intercepted by Mu Yuan. Everyone must walk their own path of cultivation. Xin Hao should focus solely on his own progress. Episode 15. The next day, Qing Feng eagerly arrived to participate in the examination, only to be blocked by the Yu clan, who proceeded to attack him. The ringleader was Yu Feng. Meanwhile, at the summit of Ling Mountain, Mu Yuan was making preparations for Shi Hao. Though Shi Hao was desperate to find Qing Feng, he was thwarted by Mu Yuan's various interventions. Bolts of lightning began to manifest. Mu Yuan tossed a ladle to Shi Hao, commanding him to catch the lightning to nourish the thundersprout. Shi Hao lacked the patience, as he was only catching a meager amount each time. Frustrated, he decided to abandon his journey to Baiduan Mountain altogether. He cast the ladle aside, intending to leave because he was deeply concerned for Qing Feng. However, Mu Yuan had already positioned stones around Shi Hao, forming the 9 lightning formation. Once anyone entered the formation, it would begin to draw down lightning strikes. True to expectation, The moment Shi Hao attempted to leave, he was struck by lightning. With no other choice, he had no option but to persist in catching the lightning to nourish the thundersprout. Yet, he remained distracted by thoughts of Qing Feng's examination results. In a momentary lapse of concentration, a massive bolt of lightning descended. Fortunately, Mu Yuan acted just in time to rescue him. Otherwise, his life would have surely come to an end. Mu Yuan was incensed, rebuking Shi Hao. That bolt of lightning could have filled the entire ladle, yet you missed it because your mind was elsewhere. Teaching you the principles of the lightning Tao is a waste of time. I never imagined the Budatian Pavilion would place such high expectations on someone like you. Hearing these disparaging words, Shi Hao felt a surge of indignation and resolved to prove Mu Yuan wrong. Seeking to accelerate his progress, Shi Hao unleashed his precious technique to draw more lightning, but he had overplayed his hand. The formation, stimulated by his power, erupted with chaotic energy. Seeing the danger, Mu Yuan moved to intervene, but the young boy's actions had already caused total destruction. Mu Yuan anxiously pulled Shi Hao from the wreckage. Just as he was scolding Shi Hao for destroying his life's work, the eye of the nine heavens lightning explosion suddenly appeared in the sky. Realizing this was a rare opportunity, Mu Yuan immediately pulled Shi Hao into the storm, using his own body as a conduit so that Shi Hao could collect the heavenly lightning in his vessel. But how could Shi Hao accept having the elder risk his life for his sake? He snatched the role of a conduit, and the two, the elder and the youth, battled together against the forces of nature. Suddenly, a powerful bolt struck them. When Shi Hao regained consciousness, he found himself lying in Mu Yuan's medicinal garden. The elder handed him the vessel of lightning tribulation essence, instructing him to absorb it. The power of the lightning tribulation essence merged with Shi Hao's Suan Ni precious technique, forging a new source of strength within him. At this moment, laughter echoed from behind. It was the pavilion master, who had come to inspect the situation. He took this opportunity to reveal to Shi Hao the secret of the Budatian Pavilion's guardian spirit vine. Its lifespan is nearing its end, and without the protection of the guardian spirit, the Budatian Pavilion could be annihilated at any moment, and the only solution they discovered was to locate the Fountain of Youth. They shared this story in the hopes that Shi Hao could discreetly search for the Fountain of Youth while he was already seeking the sword for the Wei family. Since the divine vine had once helped him, Shi Hao agreed without a moment's hesitation. Once that was settled, Shi Hao immediately went to settle the score with Yu Feng's group who had bullied Qing Feng. But before a battle could ensue, the senior disciple, Lin Mu, interrupted them. Shi Hao was infuriated that Lin Mu had failed to punish the group for their mistreatment of Qing Feng. Just then, Qing Feng arrived with the news that he had passed the examination, and that it was all thanks to Lin Mu. Lin Mu felt ashamed for failing to uncover the situation soon. Thanks to a reminder from Mu Yuan, Shi Hao realized that Mu Yuan had orchestrated the entire event without saying a word, allowing the youngster to act so insolently. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yu Feng was reporting on Shi Hao to members of the Yu clan. The elder instructed Yu Feng to focus on his preparations and to strike the moment the divine vine passes away. It turns out the Yun clan had long been plotting to destroy the Budatian Pavilion. Within the inner courtyard, the pavilion master established a formation to allow Xiang Fei to transport Shi Hao and Xiao Tian to the Baiduan Mountains. Fearing that Mao Chu might reveal its true identity, Shi Hao decided to leave it behind. After some conversation within the transport channel, they finally arrived at the abandoned altar of Duankong City. The Baiduan Mountains were actually a small, separate world. As it had not yet opened, they would remain in Duankong City to await the right moment. The forces of the Yun clan also made their appearance. Some of their experts had sealed their cultivation to appear as children, intending to sneak into the Baiduan Mountains not only to find the Taiyi True Water but also to eliminate the troublesome brat. Leading them was Yu Zimao. Duankong City was bustling with activity. Shi Hao, feeling hungry, saw various ancient relics wandering about and immediately thought of roasting them for a meal. Fortunately, Xiang Fei intervened, and Xiao Tian reminded him not to act so recklessly in this place. However, his words fell on deaf ears. Before long, Shi Hao caused trouble while trying to reclaim a pastry snatched by a crow. He chased the bird from one street to another, eventually colliding with the carriage of the white tiger. The white tiger, annoyed by the sight of him, ordered for Shi Hao to be killed. Thankfully, Xiang Fei and Xiao Tian arrived just in time to mitigate the disaster. Shi Hao even had the audacity to shout, "Once I enter the Baiduan Mountains, I'm going to eat you!" At that very moment, the entrance to the Baiduan Mountains opened, and everyone rushed inside. Xiang Fei warned Shi Hao that he must survive and return, but when he turned around, the boy had already vanished. It turned out the boy was busy scavenging survival supplies from the elder standing by the road. As the Baiduan Mountains fully materialized, everyone scrambled to enter the portal. Xiang Fei pulled Shi Hao and Xiao Tian inside, but no sooner had they set foot within the realm than they were attacked by a ferocious beast. Shi Hao dealt with the threat swiftly, and in the process discovered a bird hiding behind a boulder, known as Dai Hong. At the sight of it, Shi Hao's thoughts turned immediately to a delicious meal. He chased it down, threw it into a pot, and feasted until he was full. The two continued their journey, and as they traveled, Xiao Tian persistently probed Shi Hao for information regarding the little tough guy, as the young man was eager to challenge him. Shi Hao had intended to keep his identity hidden, but the sudden appearance of the spirit race exposed him. Acting under the orders of the nine-headed Lion King, the spirit race arrived to capture Shi Hao and turn him into a war slave, tempting him with promises of great rewards. However, Shi Hao remained indifferent. His only thoughts were whether to loot their treasures, or simply absorb the spirit race warrior's essence. The two sides clashed, and although Shi Hao magnanimously spared his life, the warrior repaid him by wounding Xiao Tian, leading to his swift and brutal demise. Though Xia Tao had saved him, Xiao Tian felt deeply betrayed by the long-held deception and left in a state of fury. As Shi Hao stood bewildered, a carriage rolled into view. Upon catching sight of the young woman within, Shi Hao recognized her as Huo Ling'er. He ran toward her joyfully and shouted, "Little fatty!" Ling'er recognized Shi Hao as well, but the seal breakers of the Fire Nation instantly intercepted him, barking, "How dare you be so disrespectful toward the princess?" The title of princess rang in his ears. Could it be that Ling'er was actually the daughter of the Fire Emperor? Regardless, he remained as bold as ever, patting her on the back as he remarked, "You've put on even more weight!" This brazen action provoked an immediate, indignant counterattack from Ling'er. Sensing the situation, Shi Hao tactfully produced the spirit race captive to ease the tension. Ling'er presented Shi Hao with a sacred protective artifact given to her by her master, a clear sign of her deep affection for him. Not one to turn down a treasure, the young man accepted it without a moment's hesitation. By now, Ling'er had discovered his identity as the little tough guy, and she intended to lead him to a specific destination. Meanwhile, the Yu clan continued their relentless pursuit of the little tough guy. Using a map bestowed upon her by the Fire Emperor, Ling'er guided Shi Hao toward the divine pit. The seal breakers accompanying Ling'er were formidable, yet Shi Hao noticed they refrained from taking action. It turned out that the Baiduan Mountains prohibited the entry of any adults. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. It was the nine-headed lion, still intent on capturing the boy to serve as a war slave. Shi Hao, however, had only one thought in mind: braised lion meat. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle, and by the end of it, the nine-headed lion was left with only 8 heads. The ninth had been claimed by Shi Hao. After his meal, Shi Hao intended to seek out Ling'er, but the potency of the lion's medicinal essence forced him to remain and refine his cultivation. After some time, Shi Hao successfully opened his 7th heavenly cave. Hearing a disturbance at the entrance of the divine pit, Shi Hao rushed over, only to find the nine-headed lion in peril, surrounded by a pack of giant wolves. Shi Hao began to worry for Ling'er's safety. As expected, Ling'er and her companions were also being hunted by the pack of giant wolves. Shi Hao stepped forward to intercept them, allowing Ling'er to escape, but the sheer numbers of the pack were overwhelming, forcing even length nh. I gazed toward the cave entrance with deep anxiety. Just as Shi Hao neared the threshold, he was struck by the giant wolves, causing him to be frozen solid and tumbled out of the cave. It seemed the pack feared the light, for they dared not pursue, merely watching with frustration as Shi Hao defied them. Only then did Lin Nhi exhale in relief. She retrieved the egg she had recently seized, and at the mere sight of it, Shi Hao's first thought was, "Let's cook it!" Such an insatiable appetite. The nine-headed lion approached shortly after, having only narrowly escaped thanks to Shi Hao's intervention. It proposed a brotherhood between them, and just like that, the young ruffian gained himself another formidable subordinate. The next morning, upon waking, Lin Nhi discovered the egg had vanished, replaced in her hand by a mere stone. She rushed to search for it, only to find Shi Hao attempting to crack the egg open to fry it. What a troublemaker. Incensed, Lin Nhi lashed out with a strike, but Shi Hao held the egg up as a shield. The impact caused the shell to fracture, and a young divine wolf began to emerge. Lin Nhi was overjoyed, while Shi Hao, in his usual lazy manner, dubbed the creature Wang Kai. Despite its lack of a supreme bone, the creature seemed content with Shi Hao, as if it had already accepted him as its master. With no other choice, and still simmering with resentment, Lin Nhi took charge of Wang Kai. Afterward, as the duo continued their journey, they were ambushed by Yu Zima. The Yu clan members wasted no time and attacked. The nine-headed lion stepped in to assist Shi Hao. Shi Hao unleashed the Suwani Precious technique, the bane of the Yu clan, to force the enemy back. Yu Zimai then deployed a lethal maneuver, trapping Shi Hao within an illusory realm. Fortunately, the lion acted as his guardian while he remained unconscious. Just as the lion began to falter under the onslaught, Shi Hao finally regained his senses. The vision had ignited a burning rage within him, prompting an explosive surge of power that left Yu Zimai severely wounded. Only then did the sealed experts of the Yun clan intervene. Their power was far from ordinary. Consequently, Shi Hao commanded the lion to flee while he stayed behind to face them alone. Shi Hao retreated toward the Salt Lake grassland, recalling the fish dragon that dwelt within those waters. Shi Hao's mind raced. He would lure the fish dragon to obstruct the Yu clan, creating the chaos he needed to escape. To his misfortune, the moment he emerged, he encountered the great red bird he had defeated previously. Seeing Shi Hao injured, The great red bird sought to exact its revenge. However, it had chosen the wrong moment to retaliate. Shi Hao deftly mounted the bird, utilizing it to make his escape from the pursuing Yun clan. While in flight, Shi Hao discovered that the bird was a devout admirer of the vermilion bird venerable Lin Hianhi's master. The young man promptly brandished the sacred protective artifact Lin Nhi had gifted him, successfully subduing his second subordinate amidst the desert skies. Entering the pig-headed leader's territory, the man and the bird discovered Zhao Tian absorbing desert silver to open his 8th heavenly passage. Because desert silver is a renowned treasure, it drew a swarm of giant scorpions looking to seize it. Shi Hao immediately stepped in to provide cover, shielding Zhao Tian from the assault. After a fierce exchange of blows against dozens of scorpions, Zhao Tian finally succeeded. Seeing Shi Hao's assistance, Zhao Tian happily reconciled, and the two resumed their friendship. Together, they set off in search of the Taiyi True Water, a sacred substance used by ancient gods to refine weapons and artifacts. And naturally, their companion, the Great Red Bird, accompanied them. Upon reaching the lake area, Shi Hao found the Yu clan already there, contending for the Taiyi True Water. Shi Hao moved swiftly to seize it. He leapt into the fray, using the light-fixing bead provided by Zhao Tian to restrain the Taiyi True Water. The young man complained that the bottle Zhao Tian gave him was far too small, unable to contain a significant amount of the Taiyi True Water, so he exerted all his might to absorb the essence directly into his own body. Once finished, he felt completely satiated. Shi Hao then made his escape. The Yu clan members pursued in haste, but thanks to the Great Red Bird, both Shi Hao and Zhao Tian managed to flee. Upon reaching a desert region, Shi Hao sat down to refine the vast amount of Taiyi True Water he had consumed. Suddenly, a change occurred. Shi Hao's supreme being bone began to shift. Could his bone truly be regrowing? Shi Hao also successfully opened his 8th heavenly passage. At that precise moment, the Yun clan caught up, and Zhao Tian and the Great Red Bird helped buy Shi Hao some time. When Shi Hao intervened, the Yu clan members, restricted by their sealed states, were no match for him. They manifested a barrier, trapping Shi Hao within. But even with 2 sealed cultivators attacking at once, Shi Hao had grown significantly stronger after refining the Taiyi True Water. Furthermore, armed with the Suwani Precious Technique and his artifacts, he successfully dismantled the barrier, causing it to fracture. A stubborn, sealed cultivator attempted a lethal strike on Shi Hao, but the resulting backlash shattered the barrier, and both were discovered by the Baiduan Mountains. Shi Hao immediately slew the attacker, reunited with Zhao Tian and the Great Red Bird, and they continued their journey toward the herb garden. Unexpectedly, the voice of the spirit of Weijia echoed, demanding that Shi Hao search the Forbidden Ruins. With no other choice, the group was forced to change course. Within the Forbidden Ruins, a pack of ferocious apes stood blocking the cultivators, alongside a demon Bodhi tree and various other fierce beasts. Seeing his sworn brother, the lion, present, Shi Hao joyfully rushed toward him. The power he unleashed left the onlookers trembling in awe, while the lion hid to the side, a once mighty beast now acting as a subordinate to a human. Seeing the members of the heaven-mending pavilion, the other fierce beasts felt their old grievances resurface. The leading beast launched an attack, only to be instantly slain and butchered by Shi Hao. Within the Forbidden Ruins lay many spiritual artifacts, and the fierce beasts had gathered precisely to claim them. Once the wave of divine energy subsided, Shi Hao knew he would have to embark on an adventure of his own. Thus, humans and beasts alike scrambled into the plaza as a multitude of artifacts began to appear. Shi Hao suddenly felt a resonance from a small pagoda, causing his supreme bone to radiate a brilliant glow. Shi Hao hurriedly gave chase, attempting to seize the pagoda with a chain, but his efforts were in vain. Just as he was in the heat of the pursuit, a white tiger ambushed Shi Hao, intending to snatch the pagoda for itself. Unexpectedly, the treasure pagoda retaliated against the excessive force. The white tiger's subordinates were sent to their graves, and the beast itself was knocked from its palanquin. However, mere moments later, the pagoda automatically shrunk in size. Even when Shi Hao grasped it, there was no reaction. Could it be that the sheer intensity of the previous attacks damaged it? Regardless, he would collect it first. At this moment, Weijia's voice echoed once more, prompting Shi Hao to search at Wanbao Cliff. This location was quite unique, as the artifacts there would choose their own masters. Many treasures were glowing, and various fierce beasts raced forward, hoping to be chosen. Shi Hao surged forward with all his might to join the pursuit. Suddenly, a fierce beast pointed him toward a broken sword. The moment Shi Hao touched it, he felt a resonance. Is this not the blade of Wei Ji? Shi Hao exerted his full strength, struggling to pull the sword from the rock, and finally succeeded. Heh! This is truly a grand weapon of slaughter. Meanwhile, Huo Lingware, who was collecting treasures on the periphery of Fenbao Cliff, heard Shi Hao's voice. Before they could exchange pleasantries, Big Red arrived in a panic with news. Big brother, the little lion is about to be turned into a meal. We were walking along when we were suddenly ambushed by a formation. Why does this sound so much like a trap designed to lure him in? Nevertheless, he had to go. He could not abandon his sworn brother. It was the white tiger, accompanied by the half-blood golden vine. Its bone technique was quite similar to that of the green-scaled eagle, but with the addition of lightning, causing Shi Hao some difficulty. Big Red was also soundly defeated by the white tiger, but fortunately, Huo Linghe and the seal-bearers arrived just in time. Shi Hao seized the opportunity to break the formation and rescue the little lion, but Huo Linghe was wounded by the white tiger and drawn into its Qiankun bag. Shi Hao hurriedly grabbed Huo Linghe's hand, even as the white tiger continued its relentless assault. At this point, it was time to use whatever was available. It was time for Wei Jia's broken sword to enter the fray. It may look dull, but it is sharp enough to slay a tiger. Shi Hao also managed to seize the Qiankun bag. Seeing the white tiger fall in battle, the half-blood golden vine was filled with fury. Shi Hao was, in truth, no match for it. But at this moment, an idea struck him: to fuse the bone techniques of the green-scaled eagle and the Suani. And so, in an instant, he pioneered the blue heaven rock bone technique, using it to stun the half-blood golden vine. Shi Hao leaped onto its head and delivered a flurry of blows as the crowd cheered with fervor. Yet, despite being struck repeatedly, seeing his opening, the young man drew Wei Jia's sword and sent him to the afterlife. At this moment, the Baiduan Mountains signaled that the exit was about to open. Each time the exit opened, the primeval beasts within the mountains would emerge to hunt. Huo Linghe warned Shi Hao that he must remain in hiding and wait for the exit to fully manifest before making his escape. However, Shi Hao had yet to reach the 100 Herb Garden. There was something inside he desperately required. Shi Hao instructed his followers to leave with Lingzhi first. Frustrated by his stubbornness, Lingzhi had no choice but to give him a map and a ground-shrinking talisman, hoping for his safety. While Shi Hao was making his way, he stumbled upon the divine stone. Upon discovering it could speak, and claimed this territory as its own, the young man promptly snatched it up, to serve as his guide to the 100 Herb Garden. The vast expanse of medicinal herbs was dazzling, yet Shi Hao's strength remained suppressed. A golden beast appeared before him. Was this not the same ferocious beast that accompanied that girl from before? Coming from the primordial divine mountain, he intended to ask for directions, but the beast immediately turned hostile. Shi Hao attempted to slip past it toward the immortal spring, but the golden beast pursued him relentlessly. Shi Hao hurled the divine stone at it, and predictably, it proved highly effective. With a few heavy strikes, the golden beast was rendered unconscious. The area surrounding the immortal spring was currently besieged by 3 ferocious beasts and the mysterious girl, all of whom coveted the spring but were wary of each other. Consequently, the 3 beasts and the girl reached a temporary stalemate. Shi Hao ventured inside, but instead of a spring he found only sand. Deciding to harvest the sand, he suddenly grasped the evolving immortal spring. It took the form of small dragons, and one quickly escaped his reach. Shi Hao hurried to secure the remaining 3, but he was immediately surrounded and beset by the 3 beasts. With no other choice, he hurled the divine stone at the head of the girl in purple. That beauty, Yunji, was no one to be trifled with. Shi Hao dodged their attacks while fleeing. As he exited the 100 Herb Garden, his strength returned, but so did theirs. Fortunately, Shi Hao possessed exceptional movement techniques, and when combined with the indestructible divine stone, he threw it back and forth to distract them, eventually utilizing the ground-shrinking talisman to make a successful escape. However, due to his lack of mastery, the talisman did not transport him directly to Fruit Mountain, but instead deposited him in the Heavenly Bone Forbidden Zone. Discovering a battle nearby, Shi Hao's penchant for trouble immediately flared up. Unexpectedly, the world is small indeed. He encountered Shi Yi, who was in the midst of subduing a pure-blooded, heaven-splitting demonic butterfly. Only then did he realize the true extent of Shi Yi's current power. The Baiduan Mountains trembled again, signaling that time was running short, and Shi Hao quickly used the ground-shrinking talisman to continue his journey. Still missing Fruit Mountain, Shi Hao activated the talisman again and arrived in a cave, only to encounter Yunji once more. Was she perhaps trying to pilfer some hidden treasure? While he was hiding and observing, Yunji discovered his presence, and the two immediately engaged in combat. Shi Hao still held onto Yunji's neck, causing her veil to fall. She is truly a breathtaking beauty. Yunji struggled to break free, even launching an attack using her earrings. Such a fine treasure must be seized without hesitation. Shi Hao nibbled on Yunji's ear, leaving her utterly humiliated and on the verge of tears. In her fury, she unleashed attacks in every direction, threatening to collapse the very cavern. Brushing past her with a mocking expression, Shi Hao finally arrived at Mount Huaguo. Due to a momentary lapse, he fell into an illusionary realm, all orchestrated by the demonic Buddha tree. Shi Hao witnessed a vision of Huo Lingrare being captured, and immediately moved to rescue her. Little did he know, it was the demonic Buddha tree ensnaring him. Incensed, Shi Hao bit down on its branches. "You intend to capture me?" Shi Hao defeated the demonic Buddha tree, and consumed its demonic seed. Truly, There is nothing that this man will not eat. Continuing forward, Shi Hao stumbled upon 2 monkey wine fruits and promptly collected them. Suddenly hearing Ling Rear's voice, Shi Hao turned to see a herd of beasts fleeing in terror. Fortunately, Ling Er arrived in time to pull him onto the divine carpet. Then, the divine Monkey King appeared, the most terrifying entity on Mount Baiduan. Having lost his sacred medicine, the beast was enraged and began a ruthless slaughter. A green dragon soared in from the distance. The fated arch-nemesis of the divine Monkey King had arrived. Beside it were Shi Yi, Yun Ji, and several other ferocious beasts, all formidable experts. The green dragon sought battle. As the divine Monkey King found himself surrounded and a massive conflict brewed, Shi Hao and his group were busy feasting on the monkey wine. The egg that the young man had obtained from his struggle with Yun Shi hatched into a fledgling bird, which claimed to be a deity from the upper realm. It speaks with such grandiosity, yet is nothing of the sort. Shi Hao, ever quick-witted, dubbed it Erguzi. At that moment, the effects of the monkey wine took hold, forcing Shi Hao to begin refining its energy. The power of the monkey wine was so potent that it pushed Shi Hao to the verge of opening his 9th paradise. The energy radiating from Shi Hao drew the attention of the Monkey King, who ordered his subordinates to investigate. Thanks to the protective concealment array provided by Ling Rear, Shi Hao successfully achieved his breakthrough. With a single strike, he sent the subordinates flying, and the sole survivor fled to report the news. While in pursuit, Shi Hao spotted an immortal peach. His greed flared, and he paused to pluck it. The Monkey King, currently locked in battle with the Green Dragon, caught sight of Shi Hao and furiously activated the Spirit Fox Grand Formation. Just as Shi Hao was about to be pulled into the fray, the pagoda-shaped artifact he previously obtained allowed him to escape. Shi Hao fled the scene. While on the side of the Green Dragon, Yun Ji and Shi Yi, they were all working together to break the formation. Wishing to lend Yun Ji a hand, Shi Hao attacked the ape, throwing it off balance. Now, it was time to make a quick escape. He did not forget, however, to seize a stalk of sacred medicine on his way out. The Monkey King pursued in a fit of rage, but Shi Hao was rescued just in time by Ling Er. The Monkey King blocked the exit of the Baiduan Mountains, and just as all hope seemed lost, the voice of the Fire Emperor suddenly echoed, "Father of Huo Ling Er!" With his peerless cultivation, he disregarded the laws of the Baiduan Mountains and restrained the Monkey King, allowing the others to escape. Shi Hao and Zhao Tian were brought back to the Bu Tian Pavilion by Elder Xiang Fei. Upon meeting the pavilion master, Shi Hao proudly declared, "I have successfully completed every task assigned to me." The two then approached the divine vine, hoping that the fountain of immortality might prove useful. After all, a great catastrophe is looming over the wasteland region. One can only hope that the Bu Tian Pavilion survives this ordeal. Shi Hao hurried to meet Xing Feng and the old ancestor Wu Yan, proudly showing off his 9 heavenly passages and the blade from the Wei clan. The elder instructed Shi Hao to go to the scripture pavilion and seek out the most powerful divine technique. The young man searched until his eyes grew weary, yet he found nothing that truly caught his attention. Shi Hao focused his senses, and finally, he reached out and grasped the golden ripple wave technique. It resonated perfectly with the Azure Heaven Vine technique already within him. If he were to merge the two, their combined power would surely reach new heights. Meanwhile, the Divine Vine, the sacrificial spirit of the Bu Tian Pavilion, was undergoing a ritual of rebirth. One divine medicine after another was poured into its roots, including the Fountain of Immortality and the sand that Shi Hao had brought back. To everyone's astonishment, the Divine Vine responded. The sacrificial spirit of the Yu clan, while scouting, discovered this development. That old thing was on the verge of death. Yet it is being resurrected. It immediately returned to plot with the 3-eyed humanoid entity. Despite this, both remained convinced that the Divine Vine was merely clinging to life, and that their sinister schemes would ultimately succeed. Not long after Shi Hao returned to the Bu Tian Pavilion, the great red bird arrived, followed by the 2 fools and Huo Ling Er. Shi Hao greeted her with his usual remark, "Junior sister, have you put on weight again?" That was truly crossing the line. She has blossomed into a young woman, yet he insists on being so obtuse. The group sat down together to catch up. The following day, as Shi Hao was training, Wei Jia appeared once more. Carrying his sword, one might have expected him to thank Xing Hao, but instead, he launched an attack on the boy. No matter how the young man tried to defend himself, he was soundly suppressed. However, this was merely the elder's way of looking out for him. His cultivation speed was too rapid, and he needed to consolidate his foundation. Shi Hao took Wei Jia's advice to heart and continued his rigorous training. The Divine Vine also spoke up to provide guidance. By merging the Fire Rock, the Golden Winged Rock, and the Azure Sky Rock, you will be able to emulate the Kun Peng. The Divine Vine then bestowed upon Shi Hao a no less potent than the sect-guarding divine arts. This was the gift bestowed in return for the eternal spring water provided by Shi Hao. On that day at the Heaven Mending Pavilion, a spar was held against the Zulu Academy. But the Heaven Mending Pavilion suffered consecutive defeats. Just as Shi Hao arrived, the young man immediately volunteered to step onto the arena floor. His opponent was a young woman, but he would certainly show no mercy because of that. The girl manifested 2 avatars, and all 3 launched a coordinated assault on Shi Hao. The leader of the Zulu Academy took this opportunity to probe the aura the divine vine emitted toward the humanoid creature. It fluctuated between strong and weak, proving that the elder was nothing more than a fragile glimmer of life. Shi Hao retaliated by unleashing the Azure Heaven Rock Precious technique. The girl did not show any weakness, countering with her own precious technique. In that case, it was time to test the fusion of 2 different precious techniques. Shi Hao shifted his hand seals. With a flicker of success, the young woman was defeated. At that very moment, the ground trembled, and Shi Hao hurriedly pulled Linger away. The branches of the divine vine elongated to seize the humanoid creature that had just attacked. It turned out that the fluctuating aura was merely a ruse created by the divine vine to lure him into a trap. Our divine vine is quite cunning indeed. Thus, 1 enemy was eliminated. But that evening, the divine vine summoned the pavilion master. The elder did not have much time left. Killing the humanoid creature today was merely a temporary measure. There was a grave fear that the day the elder fell would also be the end of the heaven-mending pavilion. Before that time came, the elder wished to help the pavilion master relocate the heaven-mending pavilion's disciples to 7 locations outside the desolate region, to ensure the sect would not be extinguished. Before the pavilion master could act, news arrived that the heaven-mending pavilion was under attack, and the disciples rushed out to defend their sect. Huo Lingjer aided Shi Hao, and the elders of the heaven-mending pavilion also joined the fray. The leader of the sacrificial spirits focused their attack on the divine vine. Shi Hao discovered that the one who had led the enemy into the sect was none other than that wretched Yu Feng. Shi Hao and Huo Lingwei attacked in unison, intent on capturing Yu Feng. He sought to uproot the divine vine, and even though someone had harmed the divine vine's true form, he could not turn back, as he had to continue battling the 2 sacrificial spirits. The elder used his final remaining strength to condense all his divine essence. A rain of divine power fell, capable of greatly increasing the cultivation levels of the cultivators below. The people currently fighting immediately paused to bathe in the rain, and even Yu Feng ran off in a fit of greed. The divine vine transmitted a voice message to Shi Hao. Quickly tell the pavilion master to gather the disciples. The elder will open the teleportation array. The situation was absolute chaos, and the elders fought to carve out a bloody path for the disciples to reach the grand formation. Sheng Fei, still unaware that Yu Feng was a traitor, attempted to help him escape, only to be ambushed by him. This was truly infuriating to witness. Sheng Fei was gravely wounded as a result and perished. It was a tragic loss. Shi Hao ran to the elder's side, overcome with grief. At this moment, when the situation hung by a thread, Wei Jia appeared. He was the founding ancestor of the heaven-mending pavilion. Though he was merely a lingering soul, his power remained immense. He swung his sword, sending a sacrificial spirit flying, and successfully reclaimed the divine vine. The appearance of Wei Jia had indeed provided the divine vine its long-awaited salvation, since it was Wei Jia who had planted the divine vine ages ago. Seeing him manifest in this moment allowed the plant to dissipate in peace. Shi Hao, standing beside the remains of Sheng Fei, was driven to the brink of madness. His entire body erupted with light, radiating an overwhelming aura of slaughter. The former disciples of the heaven-mending pavilion had also returned, and together, they stood united to avenge those who had perished. Every disciple and elder launched a coordinated assault against the enemy. Even the 2 sacrificial spirits found themselves utterly overwhelmed by Wei Jia. Yet, he was ultimately nothing more than a lingering soul from the ancient era. As the 2 sacrificial spirits combined their strength for a fatal strike, Wei Jia parried while securing the divine vine fruit, hoping for its eventual rebirth. At that critical juncture, the little pagoda suddenly surged forward, devouring a pure-blooded creature whole. Wei Jia entrusted his sword to Shi Hao, charging him. One day, use this blade to rebuild the heaven-mending pavilion. Shi Hao grasped it firmly, channeling the Suan Ni technique to strike back at their foes. Big Red charged in with ferocity, but the youth was quickly battered into submission. Had Yu Yu not intervened to rescue him, he would have surely met his end. With the situation reaching a breaking point, the Fire Emperor arrived, summoned by Ling Sayer to provide reinforcements. His mere presence was enough to suppress the entire battlefield. The pavilion master erected a defensive barrier to buy time for the disciples to retreat, but the enemies collectively turned their focus to shattering that formation, causing the pavilion master to suffer heavy injuries and fall. Lin Mu also sacrificed his own life. Only Patriarch Mu Yan remained. He urgently ordered Yu Yu to lead the disciples away, while he stayed behind to stall the enemy. Shi Hao attempted to assist him, but was forcefully shoved away by the patriarch. When Shi Hao regained consciousness, he found himself lying in a bed within Stone Village. Looking out at the familiar surroundings, Shi Hao went to seek out Willow Deity. She remarked to Shi Hao, "Though the little pagoda is fragmented, it once wielded unparalleled divine power in the ancient era." Shi Hao was filled with profound regret. Had he been able to unleash the true potential of the little pagoda, the heaven-mending pavilion would not have suffered such catastrophic losses. He resolved that he must grow stronger. He requested that Willow Deity send him to the Void God realm to continue his cultivation. Before his departure, Willow Deity instructed him, "Plant the spiritual herbs you have acquired throughout Stone Village. It will help this place gather spiritual essence in the future." Despite this, Shi Hao remained deeply sorrowful until the village chief came to console him. Through this, Shi Hao managed to regain his composure. That evening, he celebrated with his brothers in Stone Village, introducing his companions to the villagers. In their exuberance, Big Red and the Second Fool vied for credit, inadvertently revealing that they had seized the 8 treasures from the Yu clan's herb garden. And so, Shi Hao exploited the situation, seizing control of many notorious bullies. After the great battle at the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, Shi Hao finally understood the true purpose behind his cultivation. Liu Shen bestowed upon him the essence refined from the wings of the heaven-swallowing sparrow, which would prove immensely beneficial for his cultivation progress, and then sent him to the Void God realm for further tempering. Upon arrival, realizing others were searching for him, Shi Hao immediately disguised himself as a short and chubby young boy. The 2 old men who recognized him intended to report his whereabouts, but were quickly left speechless. Shi Hao feigned a desire to cooperate with them, requesting that they spread the word of his arrival, and even presented a milk jug as a token of proof. The 2 old men agreed instantly. Anyone seeking information on the notorious little bully must bring valuable treasures to trade. 15 jars of precious blood. Although it was merely a ruse, a group of fools actually arrived to pay the price. It was members of the Yu clan. This was shaping up to be quite a lucrative endeavor. The 2 old men pointed toward the Twin Peaks volcano, claiming the little bully was hiding there. While the old men were still boasting, Shi Hao had already collected the 15 jars of precious blood. "We agreed to share the spoils, didn't we, brother?" As the 3 of them argued, others spotted the little bully and immediately signaled their companions. It remains a mystery why he has so many enemies, as a massive crowd descended upon him with the intent to eradicate him. The individuals sent by Ling Yer to search for Shi Hao also caught wind of the commotion and immediately returned to report the news. At this moment, Shi Hao was surrounded, trapped within a golden net, yet he managed to shatter it with ease. "Now it is my turn. You wish to kill me? None of you shall escape." The member of the Yu clan continued his aggressive assault, reminding Shi Hao of the great battle at the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. He drew the Wei family sword and struck his enemy down, seizing his soul-extinguishing needle in the process. The 2 old men, hiding nearby, took the opportunity to explain. "Everyone who enters the Void God realm has their cultivation suppressed to the blood transformation realm. The soul-extinguishing needle can annihilate one's divine consciousness. Even if struck within the Void God realm, the physical body in the real world will perish as well." Those surrounding Shi Hao were gripped by fear, yet a young man stepped forward to rally their spirits. Shi Hao held back nothing. "Those who do not flee now shall be dealt with by my hand." Despite the chaotic nature of the fight, he managed to set a new record, the most enemies defeated in the shortest amount of time, earning him a fragment. At that same moment, a fragment of the archaic divine tome fell right before him. It appeared that his opponent had finally arrived. 2 elders, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the bronze fragment, attempted to coax Shi Hao into handing it over, but Shi Hao was not so easily deceived. While he was entangled with the 2 elders, Yu Feng arrived with a group of men, baselessly accusing Shi Hao of betraying the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. With this move, he had successfully lured Shi Hao into a trap. In his pursuit of Yu Feng, Shi Hao unknowingly ran straight into the Yu clan's heavenly cave within the Void God realm. The members of the Yu clan hastily activated their formation to restrain Shi Hao, but our protagonist was prepared to see this through to the end. He unleashed his precious technique, shattering the formation. As the 2 sides clashed in close-quarters combat, Shi Hao effortlessly disposed of the Yu clan's meager attacks. The commanding officer, enraged, summoned the soul-suppressing pagoda. Shi Hao countered with the Suani precious technique, yet he was still trapped beneath the descending tower. Bolts of lightning struck relentlessly, and those outside rejoiced upon hearing Shi Hao's agonizing cries, convinced that the boy was surely doomed. Yet what was the meaning of that rhythmic cracking sound? Heavens! The soul-suppressing pagoda was beginning to fracture. Within a few short seconds, Shi Hao escaped and even confiscated the tower for himself. The youth brandished a soul-extinguishing needle, terrifying the members of the Yu clan. Reinforcements for the Yu clan arrived swiftly, led by a young woman. They arrayed themselves in formation, summoning a decree of the rain god, determined to send Shi Hao to the afterlife. Dark clouds gathered in the sky as a divine decree manifested, launching an assault against Shi Hao. Huo Lengbakir had also reached the Void God realm and was rushing toward the Yu clan's heavenly cave area. At that moment, Shi Hao was being besieged by the divine decree. The Yu clan laughed in triumph, but Shi Hao's supreme bone suddenly emitted a radiant glow, granting him immense power. Even a decree of the rain god, I shall shatter it. Thanks to this, the youth established a new record. the record for defeating the will of a deity, earning another bronze fragment as a reward. Shi Hao stood there in a daze. Could my supreme bone have been stimulated by the rain god's decree, bringing it closer to rebirth? Truly, this is a magnificent stroke of fortune. Shi Hao then reached out and snatched the holy artifact of the Yu clan. Amidst the chaos of the battle, Yu Feng had quietly slipped away. He continued to incite the ignorant, claiming that Shi Hao sought to silence him, and urged the crowd to seize the bronze fragment from Shi Hao. Just then, Shi Hao began to suffer from the strange tremors of his supreme bone. Despite this, the youth struggled to parry the incoming attacks. The enemy numbers grew as another young man joined the fray to restrain him. A pure-blooded creature named Lin Tong, hailing from the archaic divine mountain. The ignorant Lin Tong believed he was upholding justice, unaware that he was merely committing a grave misdeed. Another youth named Chen Ruo, who had opened 9 heavenly caves, also moved against Shi Hao. The crowd was fervor-filled, yet in truth, they all harbored designs to rob the boy of his bronze fragment. Suddenly outnumbered, Shi Hao found himself momentarily forced onto the defensive. These thieves have finally pushed him too far. He is truly enraged now. Shi Hao unleashed his divine techniques and manifested the 10 heavenly passages, sending a wave of shock through the crowd. Yet, goaded by Yu Feng's provocations, they pressed their assault regardless. Shi Hao utilized his 10 heavenly passages to drain the spiritual energy from his attackers, but they launched their strikes in unison. Seeing the odds, he chose to retreat. Only a fool would stand still to absorb such a barrage. Yu Feng's group gave chase, but within the blink of an eye, they lost his trail. Yu Feng roared, "Burn the entire forest to the ground and force him to reveal himself." By now, Shi Hao was gravely wounded, and Linger paced anxiously, searching for him. Shi Hao sat cross-legged upon a boulder, his 10 heavenly passages flickering into existence, yet he had not truly mastered them. Should he fail to stabilize them, his life would surely come to an end. At that critical moment, Linger finally discovered his location. She rushed to his side, frantic to provide him with healing. She exhausted all her medicinal elixirs in a desperate attempt to revive him, but Shi Hao remained unconscious, moving Ling Fear to tears. The hunters, led by Yu Feng, eventually tracked them down. It was thanks only to the intervention of Ling Xie and her subordinates that they managed to buy Shi Hao a sliver of precious time. The 10 heavenly passages. He had to succeed. Unbeknownst to them, Yun Shi and her grandfather, Yun Kenghai, had been observing from the shadows. The old man looked upon Shi Hao, realizing with awe that the legendary youth, the supreme being, had finally emerged. Just as Ling Xie was struck down, Shi Hao achieved perfect mastery, soaring through the air to catch her before she hit the ground. Shi Hao gently set Linger down, his eyes cold. These scum shall pay for what they have done. With a single stomp, Shi Hao shook the earth, and the 10 heavenly passages manifested in their full glory. Yu Feng attempted to flee, but he could not escape Shi Hao's gaze. "Whoever desires the bronze artifacts, step forward and face me." Chen Ruo and Li Tong rushed to attack, only to be utterly defeated. Li Tong, still refusing to accept a traitor like Shi Hao, was silenced when Ling Hongxue projected the truth of how Yu Feng harmed the divine vine, finally clearing Shi Hao's name. Shi Hao advanced toward Yu Feng. With every step, he unleashed soul-extinguishing needles, striking down all those who had dared to covet his treasures. Once the battle concluded, Shi Hao teased Ling Guer about gaining weight, provoking her to the point of exasperation, where she retorted that she should have left him to his fate. Shi Hao and Ling Guer strode confidently into the Heavenly Passage City. News of him mastering the 10 heavenly passages had already spread to every corner of the realm. While wandering the city, Shi Hao caught sight of Yuan Shi and found an excuse, telling Ling Nanger to wait while he took care of a personal matter. However, she secretly followed him, only to discover Shi Hao in an intimate conversation with Yuan Shi. Yun Kenghai attempted to speak with him, but Shi Hao remained indifferent, inciting the elder's wrath as he unleashed a powerful blow. The elder wore the ancestral gauntlets of the celestial race, a divine artifact of immense defensive power, and Shi Hao felt the sting of the impact in his own hands. Refusing to yield, the young man fought back, even managing to bruise the old man's eye. In truth, the elder only sought to recruit Shi Hao to acquire the Kunpeng technique, as the boy's 10 heavenly passages were, in fact, the only key capable of unlocking the gate to the secret treasure. Shi Hao remained unmoved. He would rather act alone than enter into a partnership. However, upon hearing Yun Kenghai mention that he could find the old man at the archaic divine mountain, he paused. Was that not the very place where his parents had gone missing? Shi Hao immediately changed his mind, issuing 2 conditions: help him find his parents, and hand over that divine gauntlet. He was truly pushing his luck, demanding more than was reasonable. Once the negotiations concluded, Shi Hao made his way toward the territory of the Shi clan. An elder attempted to bar his path, only to be utterly crushed by Shi Hao. His disdain for the Shi clan was absolute. Shi Hao returned to Stone Village, intending to attempt the fusion of the cave heavens, where his supreme bone began to resonate. Because the supreme bone belonged to Shi Hao, Shi Yi, who currently possessed it, was struck by agonizing pain. Although the supreme bone had yet to regrow,
Shi Hao successfully achieved a breakthrough into the spirit transformation realm.
Knowing that Shi Hao intended to seek the Kunpeng technique, Liu Shen bestowed upon him a willow branch for protection. Meanwhile, Yun Shi and her party had gathered, accompanied by Qing Yun and Qing Luban of the archaic Divine Mountain, and they all entered the transport passage. Because the Kunpeng lair restricted cultivation levels, the venerable realm masters did not attend. Qing Yun was incredibly arrogant and domineering, constantly provoking Shi Hao. The two youths quickly clashed in a fierce confrontation. Qing Yun soon found himself at a disadvantage, but the intensity of their battle caused the vessel to sway violently, plunging them into the Forbidden Sea. As the group struggled to get their bearings, a massive shark appeared, demanding, "Who dares intrude upon the Forbidden Sea?" The sea demon venerable issued a command, "Kill them all. Leave no survivors." A mere brush from the shark was enough to cleave the vessel in two. The golden beast deployed a rug to lift the group into the air, yet they remained besieged by attacks. Between the sharks and the giant octopuses, it was only through great effort that they managed to navigate to a place of relative calm. The cowardly Qing Yun repeatedly blamed Shi Hao for their misfortune. His attitude made one want to beat him into a pulp. Suddenly, a mysterious ship emerged, and though they hoped for rescue, their luck was far from good. It was a ghost ship, one that had been lost since the Primordial era. Yet, to remain adrift would surely lead to their demise. Shi Hao boarded the ship to scout ahead, but before long, several chains lashed out to attack him. Shi Hao shouted urgently, "Yun Shi, move out of the way." These accursed chains possess the ability to drain one's spiritual power. Mao Qiu was also ensnared. The situation was perilous, and Shi Hao exerted all his strength to shatter the shackles. He quickly grabbed a sword from the Wei family to save Mao Qiu, but the exhaustion was so great that both of them lost consciousness. When Shi Hao awoke, he wandered the vicinity and discovered traces of blood. The moment Shi Hao touched them, he was met with a series of Enough curiosity for now. It is time to continue our journey. After traveling for several days, Shi Hao approached the Kunpeng lair, only to suddenly encounter a black paper boat. Shi Hao caught it, but just as he began to study it, he was ambushed by a descendant of the sea god. Truly, it was one tribulation after another. The two youths clashed in a fierce and intense battle. He had come specifically to seize the Kunpeng technique. If he succeeded, he would surely be able to unify these vast seas. Shi Hao unleashed his own divine technique, yet he was still struck with such force that he coughed up blood. At that critical moment, the mermaid maiden appeared. It seemed she harbored a deep grudge against this descendant of the sea god. Thanks to their conflict, Shi Hao gained the respite needed to activate his 10 heavenly passages. As he rushed toward the lair's entrance, he was ambushed by the Qingyun clan, causing Shi Hao to fall. And as fate would have it, he fell directly into the Kunpeng lair. What a truly miraculous stroke of luck! When he regained consciousness, his entire body ached. But upon turning, he saw the extreme Yang pool and the profound ice abyss of the Kunpeng lair, leaving the young man overjoyed. Shi Hao and Mao Qiu quickly made their way inside. Meanwhile, in another development, Shi Yi continued his rigorous training day and night. However, the elder instructing him was far from impressed. This boy's killing intent was far too heavy. He was also overly eager for victory. Sooner or later, disaster would strike. The elder allowed Shi Yi to challenge him, promising that if Shi Yi won, he would open the mysterious gate to reveal the secret scriptures hidden by the heaven-mending pavilion. As for Huo Lingrer, her father had decided to open the ancestral grounds of the Fire Nation for the young geniuses of various sects to undergo trials. Lingrer had hoped to summon Shi Hao, but she had no knowledge of his whereabouts. At this moment, Shi Hao was deep in focused cultivation. 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye since he entered the Kunpeng lair. Our protagonist has transformed, his physique now sculpted and refined. Shi Hao had reached the perfection of the spirit transformation realm. It was finally time for him to emerge from seclusion. The disciples of Yuan Shi had visited several times, but the stone door had remained unmoved. They little expected that upon arriving this time, they would come face to face with Shi Hao. The grudge from the ambush 2 years ago would now be settled. Yuan Shi stepped forward to defend Shi Hao, but was quickly exposed by the others. Her grandfather had lied regarding the news of his parents. This revelation ignited a fierce fury within Shi Hao. As Qing Yun attacked, our protagonist flicked his finger, sending the youth coughing blood. "Do you still wish to flee? Prepare to meet your end." Qing Yun was swiftly struck down. That evening, as Shi Hao was roasting meat, a ghostly and mysterious young woman appeared. Her name was the Witch. She approached and immediately began eating his food without invitation. Who was this woman? She acted with such familiarity, even producing wine to invite him to drink. Shi Hao also partook, and upon noticing the divine stone hovering above his head, the kind-hearted villagers taught him a mantra to control the artifact. The Witch and Shi Hao then ventured out to test the stone's might against various cultivators. Anyone struck by the flying stone was instantly subdued. It was time to settle the score. The descendant of the sea god was their next target. Thanks to the power of the divine stone,
It took only 2 strikes to bring him down.
When it came time to divide the spoils, the witch attempted to claim everything for herself, but Shi Hao's keen eyes had already spotted the remains of the Kunpeng's bones and scales,
and he immediately moved to seize them.
The witch resorted to a ruse, playing the victim to distract Shi Hao before snatching the items and fleeing.
While the boy stood there in bewilderment, 3 venerables arrived to seek vengeance for his previous thefts. The witch was truly cunning indeed.
Shi Hao drew his sword to engage them, but the 3-against-1 confrontation soon left him at a disadvantage.
At this critical juncture, the descendant of the sea god arrived on the scene.
Shi Hao promptly claimed the descendant as his ally and tossed a treasure toward him.
With their focus diverted, the youth seized the moment to activate his 10 heavenly passages and flee toward the Kunpeng's lair.
Meanwhile, after a period of rigorous training, Xin Yi sought to challenge the elder who had tutored him years prior.
The elder imparted profound wisdom regarding the way of humanity. Yet the youth remained as stubborn as a mule.
Back at the Kunpeng's lair, Shi Hao had already managed to slip inside.
As winter passed and spring arrived, his continuous cultivation led him to inadvertently discover the path of the Kunpeng's own cultivation. Shi Hao reached the stage of refining the true self. It was time to emerge from seclusion.
Shi Hao's objective this time was the Golden Palace.
Observing the glowing runes in the distance brought a sudden epiphany to Shi Hao.
He realized that by retracing the Kunpeng's cultivation path within the Yang Cave,
he would have the opportunity to master the Kunpeng's supreme techniques.
Shi Hao pressed forward toward the radiant runes, which seemed to be guiding him to the true Kunpeng arts. He had barely begun to meditate when the 3 venerables and the descendant of the sea god reappeared. These 4 were as persistent as leeches.
This time, Shi Hao was significantly stronger and held his own in the clash.
Just as Shi Hao prepared to manifest his 10 heavenly passages to gain the upper hand, onlookers emerged from the shadows.
Yun Ji suddenly appeared, urgently warning Shi Hao.
2 years ago, when Shi Hao slew Shang Yin and fought Mu Shang, they triggered the seal on Dry Cliff,
activating the ancient transport array atop the cliffside. This confirmed the rumors that only one possessing 10 heavenly passages could open the Kunpeng's lair, and these scoundrels were merely manipulating him into opening the gate. Shi Hao was incensed upon hearing this. Yet he remained cold toward Yun Ji, thinking, "She is of the same ilk as those vultures."
Shi Hao swiftly unfurled his wings and soared directly into the Kunpeng's lair, with the crowd rushing in close behind him. As Shi Hao surveyed his surroundings, the little pagoda spoke. The waters ahead contained an item it required.
Shi Hao was taken aback, wondering, "This pagoda can actually speak?"
Ignoring Yun Ji standing right behind him, Shi Hao plunged into the pool, causing the surrounding area to freeze instantly.
Could this place be identical to the abyssal black ice? Only then did the small tower show signs of movement. Do not be deceived by its appearance, for this is the Chaos Tower, a sacred artifact forged from Chaos Earth. Upon witnessing the pure energy radiating from beneath the pool, the crowd clamored and surged forward, leaping into the depths.
Recognizing the aura of the upper realm emanating from the small tower, they fought fiercely for it. The little tower requested Shi Hao to act as its protector, promising that it would reward him in the future.
Thus, the divine stone was deployed into the fray. Yet it could not hold out for long, and Shi Hao was forced to intervene personally. Once the little tower had finished its task, it signaled for Shi Hao to depart with it.
Seeing Shi Hao under assault by the descendant of the sea god, Yuan Shi cast aside all caution and stepped in to assist him.
When she was struck down, Shi Hao rushed to catch her, and together they tumbled onto the ancient altar within the Kunpeng's lair. As the descendant of the sea god caught up, visions of the Kunpeng suddenly manifested in the surroundings. Its bone text began to emerge, alongside the heaven-desolating halberd.
Treasures of this caliber turned the eyes of the crowd blood-red with greed, yet Shi Hao alone remained indifferent. He sought to cooperate with Yuan Shi, but regarding the supreme techniques he declared, "Whoever claims them, keeps them." No sooner had Shi Hao grasped the bone text than he sensed something amiss and immediately hurled it away. Old rivals reunited, they plunged into battle once more. Shi Hao and the descendant of the sea god truly were locked in a fight to the death. Shi Hao was struck with such force that he was sent flying into a formation. Desperate, Shi Hao unleashed his 10 heavenly passages, causing the ancient altar to shudder and begin its collapse.
The descendant of the sea god was repelled, while Shi Hao was teleported by the formation into the transformation cavern, the very place where the Kunpeng refined ferocious beasts.
Before he could grasp the situation, Shi Hao was relentlessly battered by the lingering will of the primordial beasts. He was struck by a multi-headed serpent and plunged into a pool of water, at which point the Kunpeng manifested. "He who arrives here is one destined by fate."
It bestowed the bone text upon Shi Hao, expressing its hope that he would diligently master the supreme technique it had left behind.
Furthermore, the pool in which he stood was the true blood pool of the Kunpeng, destined to assist him in his path.
And so, Shi Hao began his cultivation in earnest. It is unknown how much time had passed, But when Shi Hao opened his eyes, he unleashed a power of terrifying magnitude. It was the Kunpeng technique, though he had yet to comprehend its full depth. By this time, Shi Hao had reached the perfection of the spirit transformation realm. It was time for his return. Yun Shi had waited for Shi Hao for 10 days, and upon finally catching sight of him, she heaved a sigh of relief. In another development, Shi Zhongtian, Shi Hao's grandfather, was riding a dragon-scaled sparrow, bringing a pure-blooded Pixiu to his beloved grandson.
Meanwhile, Shi Hao had returned to Stone Village, where he distributed the treasures salvaged from the Kunpeng's lair, much to the excitement of the villagers. His brother, Ergutu, was busy spouting grand principles, lecturing others against being blinded by immediate gains. Yet despite his words, he had already secretly stashed away countless treasures for himself. What a truly glib tongue he possesses. Afterward, Shi Hao received guidance from Liu Shen, and simultaneously received the heartening news that 1 month ago his grandfather had appeared in the capital of the Shi kingdom. Unaware of the true situation, he had intended to calmly reunite with his son and grandson. Unexpectedly, he was blocked at every turn, causing his fury to erupt as he unleashed his power to confront the clan elders. Accusing him of being disrespectful, they immediately deployed the 3 great killing arrays to surround him. Yet the title of Great Demon God is not a mere joke. Those formations were dismantled in an instant. As the elders attempted to flee, Zhongtian intercepted them, declaring, "If none of you will speak, he will find the truth himself." Shi Zhongtian rescued the elders who had been imprisoned, and learned everything that had transpired during his absence.
Consumed by rage, he declared war against the martial king. Even then, the martial king refused to admit any wrongdoing, insisting incessantly, "I did this only for the sake of the martial king's estate." Despite his arrogant tongue, his strength was lacking. He was defeated by Shi Zhongtian within a few exchanges. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. It was the reign king of the Yu clan, the maternal family of Shi Yi, his face twisted in a sinister expression. He had arrived specifically because of a request from Shi Yi's father, Shi Zitang.
Shi Zitang showed not a shred of remorse, brazenly talking back to Shi Zhongtian.
The battle between masters of the venerable rank officially commenced, though this conflict was far more ferocious than the fight with the martial king. However, the great demon god remained peerless.
Shi Zhongtian unleashed the demon hand and the god hand, 2 legendary divine abilities, instantly suppressing the Rain King and leaving him severely wounded. Shi Zitang fled in haste. Realizing the situation was dire, the Rain King activated a transport portal, intending to escape. Yet, how could he hope to elude Shi Zhongtian, who pursued him all the way to the Yun clan's territory? Killing him would have been too simple, so Shi Zhongtian instead razed the Rain King's estate, reducing the opulent grounds to ruins.
At that moment, another venerable appeared. The mentor of Shi Ziteng, the Golden Spider Venerable, from the Primordial Divine Mountain.
He demanded that Shi Zhongtian set aside his grievances.
However, the apple does not fall far from the tree. They are both battle-hardened and equally sharp-tongued. Not only did he refuse to submit, but he even asked the Golden Spider Venerable, "Do you wish to serve as my attendant?" His dominance was absolute.
The Golden Spider Venerable, now fuming with indignation, resolved to annihilate Shi Zhongtian. He summoned a bronze pagoda artifact to draw Shi Zhongtian inside. Despite his desperate resistance, Zhongtian could not break free.
To that he responded, "Then I shall shatter this tower to show you."
Shi Zhongtian fused his 2 spears and drove them fiercely into the pagoda.
Although he was now slightly at a disadvantage, the Golden Spider Venerable refused to yield.
Shi Zhongtian wasted no time, unleashing a precious technique that sent the old man flying, forcing him to reveal his true spirit form.
Yet, even so, it only made things slightly more difficult for Shi Zhongtian. Unexpectedly, the Golden Spider resorted to a sneak attack, nearly catching him off guard.
Fortunately, a man rushed in to intervene, sparing him from certain death.
Shi Zhongtian seized the opportunity to feign capture before launching a spear at point-blank range, leaving Jin Zhu no room to evade. With a precise strike, he completely annihilated his opponent's spiritual manifestation. Just as he thought the matter was concluded, the venerable Jin Zhu suddenly reappeared, having manifested his true physical form. Elsewhere, upon hearing this news, Shi Hao became incredibly anxious, yet Liu Shen remained unmoved, stating,
"The whereabouts of your grandfather must be discovered by your own hand." Shi Hao immediately beseeched Liu Shen to transport him to the capital of the Shi kingdom.
Upon arrival, the little pagoda urged Shi Hao to enter the ancient bone artifact auction, promising to intervene on his behalf in exchange for 4 pieces of divine jade. Although Shi Hao's sole desire was to locate his grandfather, he realized that the auction house would be the most effective place to gather intelligence. No sooner had Shi Hao reached the entrance than he began to overhear rumors regarding his grandfather. Some claimed that after Shi Zhongtian razed the Yong mansion, it was the protection of the imperial family that kept him concealed. Others asserted that he had been forced to flee his homeland by Jin Zhu. Yet another faction whispered that it was the human emperor who had provided Shi Zhongtian with information regarding the whereabouts of Xianling and his wife,
prompting his departure. Suddenly, the auction commenced, cutting the idle chatter short. The auctioneer announced the rules. Those who purchase 5 items would be granted the status of an honored guest, gaining the privilege to inquire about any information they desired. Shi Hao, who had initially intended to leave, was forced to halt his departure upon hearing this.
As the auction officially began, the first item presented was the 5-colored divine mud, with a starting bid of 10,000 spirit stones. The little pagoda coveted this item, but how could a young lad possess such a vast fortune? In the end, he was forced to trade a piece of sea indigo essence. Since the fragment he possessed was both massive and pristine, its value was truly incalculable. Shi Hao then produced 4 additional pieces of sea indigo essence to secure 4 more items, leaving the surrounding crowd green with envy. Simultaneously, Shi Hao's display of wealth successfully caught the attention of the heavenly fox fairy. Just like that, he traded for an ancient battle armor, a damaged mysterious turtle shell, a space-severing axe, and the hide of a void beast, successfully achieving VIP status. The final item of the auction was a primordial treasure orb, though it had been damaged and stripped of its divine essence. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared. It was Yu Chen, accompanied by the 16th princess. Yu Chen bid double the starting price, to which the heavenly fox fairy immediately countered with her own offer. Witnessing the tension between the two, it was clear that the beauties were locked in a fierce rivalry. Seeing that the item was not worth such an exorbitant price, Yu Chen withdrew her offer. Observing that her rival had backed down, the heavenly fox fairy lost interest as well, leaving the auctioneer visibly distressed. Fortunately, Shi Hao, following the guidance of the little pagoda, stepped in to purchase the item. Once the auction concluded, Shi Hao was led to a secret chamber. He was provided with a paper crane, instructed that any questions he wished to ask simply needed to be whispered to it. However, the exact whereabouts of Shi Zhongtian following his battle with Jin Zhu remained a profound mystery. As Shi Hao stepped out upon finishing his business, he was caught completely off guard by an ambush. As the mysterious group clashed with him, Shi Hao realized they were employing the 8 Desolations sword formation, or at least, a crude imitation of it. This time, Shi Hao held nothing back, unleashing a single strike that sent the entire group to their deaths. Seeing this, the leader immediately activated the 8 Desolations unity, successfully landing a blow on Shi Hao. Yet, he never expected that Shi Hao would emerge without a single scratch. He struck back, shattering the man's mask to reveal none other than Yu Feng. With old debts and new grudges, it was finally time to settle the score once and for all. Shi Hao grabbed him by the throat, demanding the whereabouts of Shi Zhongtian, but the man confessed he knew nothing. He was merely following orders to eliminate anyone who searched for Shi Zhongtian. Since he had no further use, Shi Hao saw no reason to let him live. At this moment, Shi Hao flew toward the Yu clan manor, intending to settle all debts stemming from the heaven-mending pavilion, the 100 shattering mountains, the void god realm, and their vile treatment of his grandfather. Shi Hao charged directly into the newly constructed residence of the Yu clan. The elder, seeing that Yu Feng was dead, arrogantly dismissed Shi Hao, believing a mere youth could never be his match. Yet to his shock, after only a few exchanges, he realized this boy was far from easy to handle. The elder quickly deployed the Yu clan's formation to suppress him, but it was no match for Shi Hao's own 8 Desolation sword formation. As Shi Hao fought to break the formation, a projection of the Yu gods suddenly manifested, striking him with a force that sent him flying. It turned out that if this cursed formation were ever triggered, the deity would sense his descendants in danger and manifest to intervene. Yet even in the face of divine power, Shi Hao felt no fear, charging forward to engage in battle. Though he suffered heavy blows, the boy managed to sever one of the Yu god's arms. After a brief struggle, he shattered the projection entirely. Shi Hao pointed his blade at the old man, once again demanding the whereabouts of his grandfather. Yu Zimo, enraged by Shi Hao's defiance, immediately produced the bone-piercing mirror to uncover the boy's true identity. And to their sheer terror, the reflection revealed the presence of a supreme being bone. Only then did they realize the gravity of the situation. If Shi Hao was not eradicated now, he would surely become a calamity for their clan. The elder then produced the Yu god's decree to ensnare Shi Hao. However, the little pagoda suddenly reacted, hungering for the spiritual mark left behind by the deity. Thanks to this, the undying golden body that Shi Hao had acquired at the auction began to recover its strength. The little pagoda utilized Shi Hao to absorb the divine energy from the decree. Terrified, Yu Zimu hurriedly tried to withdraw the decree, but once an item was brought forth, there was no turning back. Shi Hao seized it and shattered the decree into pieces. Shi Hao swallowed the fragments, a sight that left the members of the Yun clan trembling in horror. With the task complete, the boy turned and departed. Zimai channeled her spiritual perception to glimpse into Shi Hao's future, but her gaze quickly clouded with terror. The vision revealed only chaotic fragments, and behind Shi Hao lay a vast, terrifying void that defied all her understanding. Shi Hao flew toward the Martial King Manor. He had scores to settle regarding his parents, his grandfather, and the atrocities committed against him. Shi Hao arrived at the place of his childhood. the very site where his bone had been cruelly excised. Fragments of his past flickered into his mind.
Shortly after, the elders of the Shi clan rushed to the scene. Shi Hao made no effort to conceal his identity, declaring himself to be the child who had been stripped of his bone all those years ago.
Some were overjoyed that he still lived, while others began to spew venomous remarks.
Standing tall and unyielding, Shi Hao projected his voice across the entire manor.
He recounted the truth of his ordeal, how his bone was stolen to be grafted onto Shi Yi.
He returned today to declare to the world, even having lost a piece of his bone,
he remained the same, capable of dominating the heavens. In truth, Shi Hao only wished to spread this news, hoping that his parents and grandfather might hear his call. An elder, offended by Shi Hao's perceived arrogance, activated the beast bone formation, manifesting a spear that leveled its point directly at him. Unfortunately for them, Shi Hao possessed the 8-hung sword, a supreme treasure of the Yun clan. The moment the 8-hung sword appeared, the beast bone formation shattered into dust.
Shi Hao turned his gaze towards Shi Zideng, the father of Shi Yi, and issued a challenge. Should he win, Shi Zideng must reveal the whereabouts of his grandfather. Shi Zideng was well versed in formidable divine abilities, unleashing his ultimate techniques from the very onset. Shi Hao parried and countered with rapid speed. Zideng was momentarily shocked, never anticipating that Shi Hao would possess such profound methods. The elder unleashed a torrential barrage of blades toward Shi Hao, and the two engaged in brutal close-quarters combat. Shi Hao countered using the Suani Precious technique, though he sustained several minor wounds in the exchange. Shi Zideng unleashed the Heavenly Scorpion technique. Shi Hao took flight, yet he was still wounded by the Zhu Tifei Xian and found himself momentarily besieged. However, Shi Hao shattered the encirclement in an instant. Zideng drew his war halberd, a weapon of no small power. Zideng struck continuously, and as the halberd descended, Shi Hao manifested his indestructible golden body to defend himself, then snatched the war halberd from Shi Zideng's grip, catching him completely off guard. This left Zideng seething with rage. In his desperation, Zideng unleashed every precious technique at his disposal, only to be beaten into the ground by Shi Hao. Shi Hao leveled the halberd at him, intent on demanding news of his grandfather,
when suddenly, a massive spider emerged from the void. It was the old man, the Jinju Venerable.
Just as Shi Hao braced himself to withstand the incoming strike, the Shin Emperor's voice echoed in his mind.
The Stone Emperor seemed to be shielding Shi Hao, and the battle reached its conclusion as a result. Before he departed, Shi Zideng announced that his grandfather had entered the palace to seek refuge.
Shi Yi sat beside the elder, clutching his chest in agony where the Supreme Being bone had been implanted.
Despite the pain, he felt no remorse. He desired only to cultivate, indifferent to the karmic consequences of his actions. As the elder attempted to alleviate his suffering,
Shi Yi showed no gratitude, instead turning against the old man simply because he had once stated that if Shi Yi won, he would be permitted to enter and view the scriptures of the heaven-mending pavilion. This individual possesses a truly twisted character. As Shi Hao traveled along the road, a carriage suddenly charged toward him like a madman. The youth, angered, overturned it without hesitation. The man inside was Liu Han, a member of the Lingyun Marquis Mansion, who was on his way to attend the longevity banquet at the Imperial Palace.
How fortunate. It just so happens that I am in need of an invitation.
Shi Hao intended to head straight for the Imperial Palace to gather information,
but the little pagoda urged him to investigate a gauntlet instead, offering a single intervention in exchange. A fair trade indeed. Shi Hao exchanged a blood spirit orb to acquire it.
Just as it was within his reach, Liu Han intervened, and while they argued, the 16th Highness arrived, accompanied by Liu Tong.
Upon seeing the gauntlet, she immediately recognized Shi Hao. Li Tong stepped forward with some hesitation and tossed Liu Han into the lake. It seems he has experienced a sudden moment of enlightenment.
As Shi Hao returned to his business, he was hindered once more by a relative of the Jinchu Venerable.
Obtaining such items is proving to be remarkably difficult. The young master of the Jin clan offered only a pittance, expecting to walk away with everything while threatening a massacre.
Shi Hao feigned a desire to resolve the conflict, offering the young master a slick-tongued retort. Shi Hao held up the bowl.
You already have the bowl for your meal. The only thing missing is you, young Master Jin.
Enraged, the young master lunged forward, only for Shi Hao to gravely wound him and absorb him into the divine vessel.
The witch also arrived to join the spectacle, and where she appears, Yu Chan is sure to follow.
Earlier, she had spoken to him about the matters regarding the witch and An Qing Luan, for it was the witch herself who sought to use Xin Hao to contend with Yue Chun, as the latter had already concluded that Shi Yi was the hegemon of the wasteland region,
hoping to recruit him into the heaven-mending sect.
However, Yue Chun was already a master of the formation-severing realm, and held no regard for Shi Hao.
The witch proposed that they both enter the god-demon battle domain, as the environment there would suppress their cultivation levels. Before Yu Chan could agree, the witch launched her assault, while warning Shi Hao. It appears Yu Chan has unlocked more than 9 heavenly passages. He must exercise extreme caution. As Shi Hao entered the god-demon battle domain, His true cultivation was suppressed down to the heavenly passage realm.
Our protagonist was filled with a burning desire for battle. He was eager to see what the heaven-mending sect truly had to offer, and how Shi Yi would integrate into their ranks.
Shi Hao unleashed his 10 heavenly passages, and Yu Chan followed suit. Shi too was a master of the heavenly passages. The two collided in a fierce melee. Yu Chan manifested numerous avatars to assault him, while simultaneously wielding her flute as a weapon against Shi Hao.
Even the divine lightstones were deflected by Yu Chan, and the precious techniques Shi Hao unleashed were unable to suppress her. At the height of the tension, the witch suddenly intervened, thrusting Yu Chan directly toward Shi Hao. He reflexively caught her, and in the chaos, Yu Chan's veil fell away.
Mortified, she struck Shi Hao across the face. A truly pitiable fate for our young protagonist.
With the birthday celebration approaching,
the three set aside their duel and proceeded toward the imperial palace.
The witch continuously attempted to entice Shi Hao to join her heaven-tearing sect.
Yu Chan took the opportunity to explain the history of the heaven-mending pavilion.
The Wei family had originally descended from the heaven-mending sect,
but they had departed due to past grievances.
Therefore, through a connection of heritage,
Shi Hao was already considered a member of the heaven-mending sect. When the heaven-mending pavilion faced its downfall, the heaven-mending sect had only learned of the disaster too late.
With a great calamity looming over the wasteland region, joining the heaven-mending sect would be the most prudent path for Shi Hao. Shi Hao questioned the witch as to what this great calamity of the wasteland region truly entailed.
Everyone spoke of it, yet he remained unaware that the wasteland region was, in reality, nothing more than a prison. As they entered, Shi Hao encountered Huo Ling'er, only to foolishly exclaim, "Little fatty!" Instead of the joyful reunion one might expect, he was met with a resounding slap.
"Take that for calling me fatty." Shi Hao recounted how the Martial King Mansion and the Rain King Mansion had persecuted him,
hoping that through Huo Ling'er, he might ask the Fire Emperor to inquire with the Stone Emperor regarding his grandfather's whereabouts.
The guests invited to the birthday banquet had nearly all arrived, including Jin Zhu and Yun Shi. Shi Hao even produced the spider leg he had severed from the young master of the Jin family earlier to show off to Ling'er. Venerable Jin Zhu finally realized that his grandson had been captured by Shi Hao. Huo Ling'er attempted to intervene, but Shi Hao held up the Fire Emperor's decree to threaten those around him. However, Venerable Jin Zhu showed no trace of restraint. He declared that he had personally killed Shi Zhongtian, which sent Shi Hao into a frenzied rage, leading him to send the Jin young master to his afterlife immediately.
The surrounding crowds, sensing the outbreak of violence, scrambled to flee. Just then, Venerable Qing Yun arrived.
Shi Hao had slain his grandson, and the Venerable was determined to exact his vengeance.
Yun Shi attempted to plead on Shi Hao's behalf.
Qing Yun and Jin Zhu stand on opposing sides,
vying to claim Shi Hao for themselves.
Shi Hao, with immense arrogance, declares, "Come at me, both of you."
At this moment, the Stone Emperor unexpectedly arrives.
Xin Zideng incites the crowd and, before the Stone Emperor, demands a life-or-death duel, insisting that no one intervene. Seeing that the Stone Emperor is being pressured, Shi Hao bravely accepts the challenge.
The three of them step into the arena. The two elders show no restraint, immediately launching their attacks and even competing with one another to strike Shi Hao first. The young man pours fuel on the fire, prompting the two elders to agree to take turns attacking him. Venerable Qing Yun brings forth the Azure Heaven Treasure Wheel. He unleashes such a formidable treasure, yet no sooner does he take to the air than he is struck by a lethal sneak attack from Jin Zhu.
Shi Hao is also caught in the shockwave.
He feigns weakness, seizing the moment when Jin Zhu lets his guard down to launch his assault. Jin Zhu has now transformed into a giant spider.
Shi Hao communicates with the little pagoda, instructing it to intervene, but to do so discreetly so that none may discover its presence.
Thus, Shi Hao waves his arms and moves about, acting as a screen for the little pagoda. The elder, still thinking Shi Hao is acting out of madness, finds himself suddenly drawn into a vortex. He screams in agony as he is besieged by the strikes of three ferocious beasts. The little pagoda reveals itself, consuming the true form of Jin Zhu entirely. Although Shi Hao feels a pang of regret, the essence is of no use to him, so the little pagoda consumes it without hesitation. Venerable Qing Yun, clutching his wounds, watches the fate of Jin Zhu and is paralyzed with terror. He intends to flee, but how could he possibly escape? The little pagoda has already surrounded and trapped him.
Shi Hao dispatches him swiftly. In the end, the young man obtains only a single feather,
but it is the primordial true feather of the Azure Luthian, bearing the aura of its ancestors. It could even be forged into the ancient supreme treasure, the five-colored fan.
Huo Ling'er and Yun Shi both gaze at him with eyes full of admiration.
The witch and Yue Chan also strive to recruit Shi Hao to their respective factions. At this precise moment, the Stone Emperor bestows wine upon him, the 9 Dragons Cup, symbolizing his selection of Shi Hao as one of his heirs.
After consuming the wine, Shi Hao's entire body begins to emanate waves of brilliant light.
The wine is meant to enhance his cultivation, yet Shi Hao suppresses the energy, purely because he desires a foundation of absolute stability.
Taking this opportunity, Shi Hao asks the Stone Emperor about the whereabouts of his grandfather. The Stone Emperor does not hide the truth. His grandfather has departed for the outer realms because his mother, Qin Ying, originated from there.
His parents likely returned to the outer realms to seek fortune after failing to find a cure for him. The Stone Emperor expresses his hope that Shi Hao will use his cultivation to protect the desolate region throughout his life. Thus, the young man was bestowed the title of Marquis of Huangtian. His rise through the ranks was truly meteoric.
Shi Hao petitioned the Stone Emperor for permission to engage Shi Yi in a death match.
Although Shi Hao had been granted his own private estate, and many came to offer their congratulations, the youth had already departed. At this moment, he held the orb he had secured from the auction house. The witch reminded him, "Before you face Shi Yi, you must study this orb with great care." As Shi Hao stared into it, he was suddenly pulled into an illusion cast by the double pupils.
He witnessed his own parents, yet they turned on him with madness, launching a ferocious assault.
But those were not his true parents.
Shi Hao jolted awake from the illusion. He was currently traveling toward the ancestral lands of the Fire Nation. Huo Linger had requested his aid to protect the people of the Fire Nation.
Upon his arrival, Shi Hao discovered the people caught in a dispute with the bird folk. The spirit phoenix guards of the Fire Nation had already been captured.
Shi Hao immediately pursued the bird folk, and both sides traded fierce blows.
After flying for a short distance, he encountered Shen Yu and the members of the Wind Thunder Feather clan.
He lunged at Shi Hao for a one-on-one duel, the two soaring across the heavens with their wings spread. During the heat of the battle, a secret cave dwelling suddenly emerged from the lava below.
This was the divine mansion that Huo Linger had spoken of.
Shi Hao rushed inside without hesitation.
Gazing at the oil lamp before him, he was shocked to find it was the yin-toed divine blood, which also possessed properties to assist in cultivation. Shi Hao sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, nourishing the spiritual form of his cave dwelling. Once opened, the mountain base beneath would soon crumble into dust.
Shen Yu waited for Shi Hao to emerge so he could finish him off. But unfortunately for him, by the time the youth reappeared, his strength had increased exponentially.
Even Shen Yu, who was at the inscription realm, was struck until he vomited blood. Shi Hao used divine brilliance to manifest a bell, blocking the incoming attack. Seizing the moment, Shen Yu fled to command his kin to activate the blood sacrifice formation, within which the people were imprisoned. Many of the Fire Nation people were trapped. It turned out, this was the objective of the Wind Thunder Feather clan, to use the lives of the Fire Nation citizens to summon the Fire Nation Imperial Palace.
Shi Hao had promised Huo Linger that he would certainly save them. He charged forward, launching an assault against Shen Yu despite the lethality of the formation. Relying on his own peerless strength, he sent Shen Yu to his reincarnation. Shi Hao struggled to break the formation, stepping into the fray himself and unleashing his 10 heavenly passages. Those outside, who had been mocking Shi Hao for overestimating his own abilities, were struck down by the powerful backlash. In another turn of events, Shi Yi, having gained entry to the true scriptures by ambushing an elder, had greatly increased his strength and advanced his ocular techniques. Shi Hao found himself in a dire situation, teetering on the edge of destruction.
He remembered Linger's instruction. Should trouble arise, he was to invoke the Linger secret technique to summon aid from the Fire Emperor. However, Ling Feng had already attempted this, but due to the obstruction of the formation, the secret technique could not transmit a signal.
Shi Hao instructed Ling Feng to monitor the shifting of the formation and seize any opportunity to call for help.
He soared into the air, manifesting his 10 heavenly passages to pave a path for Ling Feng's escape. Heavens above, the Fire Emperor's weapon descended, shattering the defensive formation into pieces.
Shi Hao swiftly dispatched the minor nuisances who dared to stand in his way. The young man managed to secure a medical prescription, which contained methods to capture various living beings imbued with divine essences, a treasure highly beneficial for cultivation.
Ling Feng spoke of the Saint Emperor Palace, the very place where the ancient Fire Emperor once cultivated. The Fire Emperor had established a pact with foreign powers to ensure aid for the Fire Nation during times of crisis, allowing disciples of these foreign sects to enter and seek their own fortunes. Yet they had betrayed that trust by plotting against them from the shadows. Only now did Shi Hao realize that Huo Linger had sent him here with the intention of furthering his cultivation.
The young man went on to have Ma Niu prepare a feast of grilled meat for Ling Feng and the others, even taking the time to go fishing.
As the yang fish leapt from the water, Shi Hao immediately used the heaven transformation bowl to draw them in.
Day and night, Shi Hao applied himself to his cultivation, eventually breaking through to the middle stage of the inscription realm.
Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of an indignant Huo Linger standing beside him. After all, why would he speak ill of her while she was away?
It was through Huo Linger that Shi Hao learned Shi Yi had emerged from seclusion and was waiting for him in the Void God realm.
The time had come for him to test the strength of Shi Yi.
He scoured the land in search of his rival, the two youths exchanging messages via stone tablets.
Finally, Shi Haokyu arrived at the demon spirit lake within the Void God realm, shattering the great gate upon his entry. A massive spider appeared, attempting to bind him with a web. but Shi Hao broke free in an instant and sent the creature reeling several meters back. Though reinforcements arrived with haste, how could they hope to impede him?
It was then that Shi Yi appeared, while the demoness and Yue Chan arrived to witness the spectacle. The two youths exchanged sharp words the moment they met, neither willing to yield, and before many sentences were spoken, they drew their weapons. Each boasted of his own supremacy to the fullest extent. They lunged at one another, trading blow for blow while never ceasing their provocations. Enraged, Shi Yi unleashed the power of order, manifested through chains of light. Their relentless clash threatened to shatter the very equilibrium of the Void God realm. The envoy of the Void God realm was stirred by the disturbance. The two of you must cease this at once. If you wish to continue this battle, you must enter the celestial battlefield. It is the legendary arena of the gods. The two of you may unleash your full power there. Not everyone is granted the honor of ascending to that realm. Only true geniuses are permitted, and those who survive the trial shall receive a grand reward. This emissary of the abyss is the very person who exiled Shi Hao in the past, having once greedily coveted the rewards the boy earned when he opened his 10 heavenly passages. However, the arena has remained dormant for eons and will require 1 month before it can be activated again. Only then did the two young men cease their combat. Shi Hao returned to his physical body, having sustained minor injuries in the process.
He realized he must achieve a breakthrough, or he would have no hope of victory.
Shang Yi, meanwhile, remained utterly confident in his own abilities, certain that he would be the victor. While Shi Hao was in the midst of his cultivation, he encountered the Fire Emperor. The elder had come to express his gratitude towards Shi Hao. He offered guidance to the young cultivator. One should seek enlightenment on the true purpose of their path, rather than fixating solely on victory or defeat. He imparted a secret technique to Shi Hao, one capable of purifying his inner thoughts and intent. The Fire Emperor also bestowed upon Shi Hao the formula for the Zihe pill, which was a closely guarded secret of the Fire Nation, never to be revealed to outsiders. He asked only that if Huo Linghai were ever in danger, Shi Hao would step forth to protect her. No sooner had the Fire Emperor departed than Huo Lingye arrived. Shi Hao took her hand, suggesting they find something delicious to eat instead of focusing on cultivation. He had already reached his enlightenment for the day, and so the two set off to hunt a savage beast and prepare a hearty stew. As Shi Hao went to catch the sunfish, members of the Singlehorn tribe attempted to rob him, surrounding Huo Lingye and her companions. Shi Hao took one look at these fools and was thoroughly displeased.
Both sides clashed, but before the battle could truly escalate, the Sunfish King emerged.
Shi Hao felt no fear upon seeing it. He was merely enchanted. If he could refine such a creature, the benefits would surely be immense.
However, the moment he moved to strike, the foreigners frightened the Sunfish King, causing it to flee.
They then threatened Shi Hao, demanding he hand over the fish he had already caught, only to be struck down by his divine techniques. That very evening, Shi Hao officially achieved his breakthrough to the late stage of the inscription realm. Detecting a disturbance within the forbidden zone, Shi Hao went to investigate and discovered an egg.
At a single glance, he knew it was a treasure of immense value.
As he reached to take it, a bolt of lightning struck down.
He immediately covered the egg with a bowl to hasten its hatching. The surrounding area began to burn from the intense heat radiating from the shell.
Shi Hao utilized his 10 heavenly passages to envelop the egg. As it stirred, a small bird emerged from within. Though it appeared unassuming, it was none other than the spirit guardian of the Fire Nation, known as Little Hong. Shi Hao, however, seemed to mistake the divine creature for a common chicken, even going so far as to mimic the sound of one.
Little Red narrowed its eyes. Not only had he taken advantage of it, but he had also disturbed its cultivation. It flung Shi Hao into a bowl and even ignited a flame, intending to cook him alive.
Shi Hao was still busy boasting about his relationship with the Fire Nation when Little Red thoroughly humiliated him.
As a sacrificial spirit, even the Fire Emperor himself had to show it respect.
Furthermore, the ancient sacrificial spirit that founded the nation was none other than Little Red's grandmother. Hearing that Shi Hao hailed from the great wilderness, Little Red began to probe him for information regarding the mountain treasure held by Mao Qi. Shi Hao then attempted to coax Little Red into gifting him the primordial heavy water.
It was truly a daydream. Yet the creature was kind enough to point out the vermilion bird's true feather to Shi Hao, which likely resided within the sacred imperial palace.
Little Red transformed into its true form.
Heavens, what a majestic and awe-inspiring sight.
It brought both Shi Hao and Huo Lingye to the sacred imperial palace,
but the entrance was guarded by a grand formation, requiring both of them to be recognized by the palace before they could gain entry. It was said that if a fated individual approached, fish would appear within the lava lake.
Shi Hao promptly cast food into the depths to lure the fish, allowing the pair to step inside with ease.
However, the impulsive Shi Hao could not hold his tongue, declaring, "I am craving hot pot." This angered the lava fish, who disrupted the path. The two were flung back, leaving them no choice but to construct a rainbow bridge themselves. Remembering the Fire Emperor's words, that the manifestation of divine radiance was the fundamental basis for erecting a rainbow, he decided to test his luck. never expecting that he would actually succeed. Hand in hand, the two stepped forward. Upon reaching the massive gates, Huo Linghor insisted on entering alone. She possessed the Fire Emperor's bloodline, and feared that if Shi Hao entered, he would trigger the true flames.
She spoke with confidence, yet she was secretly fearful, hoping Shi Hao would hold her back. But to her surprise, the young man agreed instantly.
As soon as Huo Linghor stepped into the grand hall, she was engulfed by a pillar of fire. A mark appeared upon her forehead, signaling the awakening of her bloodline.
Shi Hao rushed over in concern, only to be assaulted by the true flames as well.
Linghor, panicked, embraced him tightly. Shi Hao's body began to glow. Could this be the legendary body of fire-refined gold? His clothes had been completely incinerated. Linghor was both mortified and furious, while Shi Hao merely remarked, "We have both seen everything now. Consider it even."
Suddenly, Linghor discovered the ancient scriptures of the sacred imperial sovereign, and urged Shi Hao to sit with her and listen to the tolling of the bells, noting that it was highly beneficial for cultivation.
While she progressed smoothly in her practice, Shi Hao sat listening for a long while without hearing a single sound.
"Forget it. I shall wander around instead." By chance, Shi Hao discovered the 4 strikes of the primordial vermilion bird.
Why hesitate? It was time to learn. An image of a vermilion bird manifested, its power far exceeding that of a pure-blooded creature.
Shi Hao was subjected to its relentless attacks. Had he not just tempered his body into the fire-refined gold, his bones would have surely been shattered. In that moment, the Fire Dao heart cultivation technique, taught to him by the Fire Emperor, began to resonate. Shi Hao practiced with fervor. The first strike, art of restraint. The second strike, flowing fire. The third strike, heaven's severing. It must be said, whatever technique he studied, he mastered it instantly. The fourth and final strike, fire rain. The 4 vermilion bird strikes indeed possessed extraordinary power. Huo Linghor had also gained much from her cultivation, and by the time they emerged, the Demon Saint Palace was on the verge of collapse. Shi Hao carried Huo Linghor as they fled. The two arrived at the Nirvana pool, where lotus flowers bloomed throughout the waters. These were undoubtedly divine manifestations formed from the essence of the primordial vermilion bird's rebirth. Shi Hao immediately looked at Linghor, likely harboring wicked intentions of inviting her to bathe with him.
However, it was not so simple. With just a few sharp words, Linghor drove him away.
Yet, before long, the thick-skinned boy dove straight into the pool.
Unexpectedly, this Nirvana pool began to help the various parts of his supreme bone to regenerate.
Shi Hao let out a pained cry.
However, it was a failure.
It appeared that the divine nectar in this pool was not yet potent enough for Shi Hao's unique bone. The young man went to find the divine stone, only to see it guzzling the divine nectar. He tricked it by promising Chaos Stone, then snatched the nectar for himself. Our protagonist truly has no limits. He would not spare even a single drop. "Come, I shall lead you to find better sustenance." Shi Hao opened a great gate, revealing a grim and gloomy space. It was the gladiator arena of the Holy Emperor Palace. Fearing it was being led to its doom, the divine stone squealed in terror, urging Shi Hao to turn back.
A massive silhouette emerged. It was a primordial stone ape, the champion of the primordial era.
The stone ape attacked with ferocity, and upon the first exchange, it transformed into the likeness of Shi Hao, even mimicking his precious techniques. Shi Hao hurled the divine stone, combining its momentum with his third vermilion bird strike, heaven's severing. This forced the imitation Shi Hao into a continuous disadvantage.
Enraged, the beast reverted to its true form as a stone ape. It then unleashed the Kunpeng technique. Let me show you what a true Kunpeng technique looks like. This stone ape was not to be underestimated. Its innate ability allowed it to replicate the techniques of all other vicious beasts.
Fortunately, this was only a white-haired stone ape. Had a golden-haired one appeared, he would have been in grave peril. Shi Hao proceeded toward the god and demon wall. The knowledgeable divine stone explained to Shi Hao.
In the ancient era, there existed a trial ground forged from 108 gates. If one were to break through them all, they would.
This place bears a striking resemblance to that trial ground. As the door swung open, an incredibly familiar sensation washed over him, accompanied by the sight of the black paper boat.
It is best not to dwell on such curiosities any longer.
Shi Hao began his challenge against the 108 gates. The first trial was the green Luan, followed by the violent ape, and then the colossal crocodile.
At this moment, a commotion erupted from Linghor's direction.
She had undergone a profound transformation, showing significant improvement in her cultivation.
Her appearance had also changed, becoming remarkably beautiful. She possessed an alluring and ethereal presence.
Just as Shi Hao was captivated,
he discovered the true martial vermilion bird. This must surely be the final supreme treasure, which can only be claimed by one who resonates with it.
Huo Linghor made a graceful move, succeeding perfectly.
The time had come for them to depart, but the teleportation array sent the two of them to entirely different regions.
No sooner had Shi Hao stored the true martial artifact than he was ambushed. Judging by their demeanor, they were clearly disciples of the heaven-mending sect.
A young man lunged forward. It was Yu Zhao, the junior brother of Yu Chan.
Shi Hao referred to Yui Chan as little Yue Yu, solely to provoke the youth.
Seeing his goddess-like senior sister being insulted, the boy unleashed a powerful technique. However, Shi Hao easily restrained him, remarking, "Little one, come find me only after you have truly refined your cultivation." It was at this moment that Yue Chan arrived.
Yu Chan persisted in urging Shi Hao to join the heaven-mending sect.
He had no intention of going, instead asking Yu Chan if she would like to return to Xin village, promising that he would protect her.
His charm is indeed overwhelming, but in truth, Shi Hao simply desires freedom, refusing to become a puppet for any sect. Despite Yu Chan exhausting every argument, Shi Hao remained resolute in his refusal. She prepared to strike, but the young man showed not a shred of fear, sighing, "What a bore.
I shall let you go for now."
Shi Hao then took flight on a wild goose toward the western borders of the Shin'i kingdom, unaware that a group of pure-blooded grey flood dragons were setting their sights on his mount.
An arrow pierced the wing of the goose, sending it plummeting to the ground.
Shi Hao was incensed. The attackers even dared to order him to roast the goose for them, prompting Shi Hao to unleash a technique so fierce he nearly incinerated them all.
The flood dragons unleashed torrents of poison, yet it failed to corrode Shi Hao in the slightest. "Now it is my turn, you wretches."
Even as the entire pack of flood dragons swarmed him, they were no match for Shi Hao.
Abandoning all restraint, they transformed into their humanoid forms.
The flood dragons were undoubtedly powerful,
yet it was their misfortune to cross paths with.
Shi Hao returned to Shi village, engaging in a joyful reunion with his brethren. Meanwhile, Shi Yi continued his relentless cultivation, and he too was bestowed the title of Peerless Marquis by the Stone Emperor.
While Shi Hao traveled freely, Shi Yi remained immersed in rare divine fluids, tempering his physical body to become ever more formidable.
The appointed day at the Void God Realm's Heaven-Sky battlefield arrived quickly, and a multitude of spectators flocked to the god-level arena to witness the duel. The Stone Emperor and Fire Emperor were both present, alongside the Celestial Clan and Yun Shi. The Witch of the Heaven-Mending Sect and Yu Chan of the Heaven-Suppressing Sect were also in attendance. Figures of immense renown had all gathered to watch. Shi Yi made his grand entrance riding upon a giant spider, possessing both the double pupils and the supreme bone. Everyone pinned their highest expectations upon him,
not to mention the vast inheritances he had gained from the Heaven-Mending Sect.
The hour had struck, and the realm envoy appeared to preside over the match.
Yet Shi Hao was nowhere to be seen, though he soon arrived with a nonchalant flair.
Shi Hao appeared wielding a branch from the willow deity, and even struck the realm envoy across the backside. His audacity knew no bounds. The great battle between the two stones officially commenced. The onlookers debated incessantly, with nearly everyone convinced that Shi Yi held an 80% chance of victory. Yet, shortly after the start, Shi Yi was seen sprawling on the ground. However, a cold smirk played upon his lips. Shi Yi drew forth the Chaos War halberd, while Shi Hao remained loyal to the sword of the Ghost Elder. With weapons drawn, the two youths lunged into combat, trading insults as fiercely as blows. Xin Yi began to utilize the Qilin step to suppress Shi Hao. Shi Hao was taken aback, finding that the Qilin step could actually disrupt the flow of his own bloodline energy.
Blood trickled from the corner of Xin Hao's mouth, and the spectators cried out in agony, unable to withstand the sheer pressure radiating from the arena. The Qilin step is a divine ability of the legendary Qilin. Though what Shi Yi practiced was but an incomplete version, the power of its suppression was still unimaginably potent.
Xin Hao struck out with a bare fist, only for his arm to be twisted and crippled by the force.
Just as everyone presumed his defeat, a spark appeared, then erupted into a blaze.
What was the vermilion bird flame?
The vermilion bird art.
Shi Hao was still capable of fighting. Though Shi Yi was momentarily startled, he quickly unleashed a new technique.
As he lunged forward, he was suddenly restrained by the first strike of the vermilion bird art.
Shi Hao's fractured arm began to knit itself back together. It turned out the youth had only feigned a broken arm to lure his opponent into a trap.
With a powerful, point-blank strike, he sent Shi Yi flying through the air.
Shi Hao continued to unleash the second and third strikes of the vermilion bird art.
By now, Shi Yi was covered in wounds, and he was forced to endure the fourth strike, fire feathers, to complete the assault.
Vermilion bird flames soared everywhere, and the beautiful maidens watching could not help but feel a sense of pride for the youth standing before them. The battlefield was left looking like a sight of utter ruin. Memories of his youth flooded Xin Yi's mind, driving him to the brink of madness. He was determined to become the supreme being of the desolate region. Suddenly, eyes resembling Shi Yi's false double pupils manifested in the sky. His shattered bones knit themselves back together rapidly, his expression twisted and grotesque. He unleashed countless spider-like webs, seeking to entrap Shi Hao. Shi Yi smiled triumphantly, eager to witness fear manifest in Shi Hao's eyes.
Yun Ji and Ling Er watched on, paralyzed with anxiety.
Xin Hao found himself cast into the world of the double pupils,
bound by a myriad of chains.
Do not underestimate him.
He would not be imprisoned so easily.
Shi Hao summoned the soul sword of the Wei family, channeling his absolute strength to lunge forward and strike directly at Shi Yi's eye.
The colossal spider image began to fracture.
Shi Yi clutched his eye, his teeth grinding in a paroxysm of fury. Yet, Shi Yi had still not revealed his final trump card. He launched another assault. A tolling bell reverberated, causing excruciating pain to everyone nearby, as a massive Dao bell manifested, drawing Shi Hao within. Shi Hao felt his soul being forcibly torn from his physical vessel.
At that very moment, the supreme bone reacted, further intensifying the agony the youth had to endure. He had no choice but to utilize the Kunpeng technique, though he remained cautious.
Having exhausted his divine energy so frequently, Shi Hao's body felt as if it were being shredded.
Regardless of the cost, he had to break free.
Shi Hao struck the Dao bell with his fist, shattering it, and causing the technique to backlash against Shi Yi. Shi Hao opened his 10 heavenly passages, and Shi Yi followed suit, mimicking the technique.
While Shi Yi's 10 heavenly passages lacked the natural formation of divine rings seen in Shi Hao's, they were nonetheless powerful manifestations.
The two youths engaged in close-quarters combat, but in a test of pure strength, who could hope to rival Shi Hao? Xin Yi quickly took a punishing blow, finding himself restrained by Shi Hao.
Even now, Shi Yi maintained absolute faith in his double pupils. How could he possibly be defeated?
Yet the outcome remained unchanged as Xin Hao's blade sliced across his throat. This opponent was remarkably resilient. Shi Yi invoked the heaven-mending technique to reconstruct his innate gifts, shocking all who witnessed it.
Behind Shi Yi, a colossal phantom emerged, and the wound upon his throat sealed itself once more. No matter the ferocity of Shi Hao's onslaught, the figure continued to regenerate. In this moment, Shi Hao recalled the words of Liu Shen. He had not been defeated. He could still fight. The hand Shi Yi had clamped onto him was forced away. Shi Hao had unleashed the Kunpeng technique. Shi Yi refused to believe it was the complete technique, but after suffering a few more blows, he would surely realize the truth. One strike, to determine the victor.
Shi Hao shattered the colossal manifestation of Shi Yi, who lay crushed upon the ground, yet refused to accept his defeat. Just as the tension reached its peak, Granny Shi Hua of the Heaven-Mending sect launched a sneak attack on Shi Hao. She fired the soul-extinguishing needle, causing Shi Hao to collapse in agonizing pain. Seizing this opportunity, Shi Yi prepared to finish off his younger brother. Shi Hao braced himself to withstand the assault. In his fading consciousness, he seemed to hear the voices of his parents. His supreme being Bone reacted, emitting rays of light that illuminated the entire region. Channeling the power of his supreme being Bone, Shi Hao launched a direct strike at Shi Yi. Now holding the soul-extinguishing needle in his own hand, Shi Hao sent it flying towards Shi Yi.
Now it is the elder brother's turn to be left broken and defeated.
Having secured victory with barely half his life remaining, Shi Hao was rewarded with 3 fragments of the primordial divine scripture. Nearby, the man shrouded in divine flames, Lun Hui, had been silently observing the entire struggle. He suddenly attacked Xin Hao, demanding that the youth submit to him, even resorting to coercing the boy with various temptations. However,
Xin Hao stood tall and defiantly refused.
Lun Hui returned to his primary objective. He had come to capture Yu Chan, as he harbored a penchant for collecting beauties. Xin Hao took this moment to treat his wounds. Possessing the 6 paths of reincarnation and a cultivation base of profound depth, Lun Hui engaged Yu Chan in a one-on-one duel.
Yue Chan found herself without any advantage. The regional envoy attempted to intervene, but who would dare place him in their eyes? A giant spider took advantage of the chaos, inciting the masses to attack Shi Hao and seize the scripture fragments. Everyone's eyes burned with greed.
Yun Shi and Ling Er sought to protect Shi Hao, but they were held back by their own clansmen.
Unfortunately for them, our protagonist had already recovered enough to return to the fray.
If they desired battle, then let them come. Why should he fear a venerable? Shi Hao opened his 10 heavenly passages, absorbing the incoming attacks to heal his injuries.
Employing a feint, Xin Hao moved to eliminate the wretched spider first.
Here, he continued to incite the surrounding crowd. Suddenly, a piece of beast skin containing sword intent appeared, striking directly at Xin Hao. Upon approaching it, Shi Hao discovered a small world contained within. Using his divine techniques, Shi Hao struck it down.
On the other side, Lun Hui suddenly felt a resonance. Was this piece of beast skin destined for him?
Now,
it was the old woman's turn to attempt a sneak attack on him.
Shi Hao stepped forward and struck Tich Hoa with a thunderous blow.
Tich Hoa, infuriated, activated a formation, but was quickly incinerated by the vermilion bird flames unleashed by Shi Hao.
She attempted to flee, yet she remained bound by Shi Hao's restraint.
With a single strike, he pierced through her body. As Tich Hoa's soul sought to escape, it was seized by Shi Hao's soul-suppressing pagoda. To ambush him comes at a price. Did she truly believe she could escape? At this moment, the enchantress approached and offered to assist Shi Hao.
She revealed to Shi Hao that the piece of beast skin containing the sage's sword intent originated from a void beast. It could allow him to travel freely and ensure his safe passage. Despite witnessing 2 venerables perish at the hands of Shi Hao, the crowd continued to surround and attack him.
Their greed truly knew no bounds.
The crowd also recognized the heavenly deity protector bracelet on Shi Hao's wrist. The young man wielded the protector bracelet, forcing the crowd into a state of terror, as they could not withstand a single blow from it. Meanwhile, Lun Hui unleashed his ultimate technique, the soul-severing arrow, raining down a barrage of destructive power. It seemed Lun Hui did not act for the sake of Yu Qian. He restrained all the venerables below, drawing them into his reincarnation disc to provoke the realm envoy into revealing himself. As it turned out, his true objective was the realm envoy. He sought the divine fortune, but he should not have underestimated the realm envoy. The envoy struck back, forcing Lun Hui to cough up blood. Despite this, he remained obstinate, activating the reincarnation disc to unleash a killing blow. Yet the realm envoy's recovery rate was far from ordinary. It was then that Lun Hui displayed the true power of the reincarnation disc, the 6 paths of reincarnation. The realm envoy was immediately pulled inside, allowing Lun Hui to successfully seize the great Dao rules of this region. The crowd, driven by envy, ignored the danger and lunged forward to seize the prize. How could Shi Hao stay out of it? The young man threw himself into the fray with great fervor. In truth, he was conspiring with the little pagoda. He lured Lun Hui into acting so that the little pagoda could scout the true nature of the reincarnation disc. Once the little pagoda made its move, the offensive power of the reincarnation disc was completely suppressed. Shi Hao even encouraged the little pagoda. Can you consume that divine disc? You truly are a schemer. The little pagoda was well aware of the origins of the reincarnation disc. If one piece were consumed, the other 5 would surely emerge, and from that point on, he would be hunted to the ends of the earth. Do not speak such nonsense, boy. If the reincarnation disc is fully restored, it will be a catastrophe. The reincarnation disc sensed the lethality of the little pagoda, and sought to set aside the 2 artifacts to engage Shi Hao in direct combat. Shi Hao readily agreed. The 2 collided, and one could only marvel at the brilliance of their techniques. At that moment, a sudden, ominous phenomenon manifested in the heavens. It was the Realm Lord. Chains descended from the sky, intent on delivering divine punishment upon Lun Hui for daring to seize the fortune of this realm. Shi Hao was caught in the aftermath. The spatial laws in this place seemed to have condensed into a physical reality. Shi Hao intended to gain some insight, but Lun Hui fled in a panic. Shi Hao grasped enlightenment for only a brief moment before achieving a breakthrough to the Liaishan realm, yet the chains of order were already closing in. Shi Hao hurriedly called upon the little pagoda for assistance, only to be reminded that the quota for its intervention had already been exhausted. This pagoda is truly infuriating. My life is hanging by a thread, yet it refuses to lend a hand. With no other options, Shi Hao was forced to cry out for his guardian. Liu Shen, help me! Meanwhile, at the Spirit Demon Lake, various factions were storming the grounds, seeking to seize the physical vessel of Shi Yi. A young woman appeared in the sky, her footsteps light and graceful, moving through space as if traversing mere inches. This maiden was the double pupil woman. Her power was monstrous, causing all who stood in her path to collapse in submission. The double pupil woman entered the main hall, standing before Shi Yi's body to whisk him away. As for Shi Hao, he had already been rescued by Liu Shen and returned to Stone Village. Several days passed, and he finally made a full recovery. As Shi Hao strolled with Mao Chu, the creature suddenly began clawing at the ground. As rays of light emerged, it transformed into the giant Zhu Yan. It was reliving the battle for the mountain treasure, roaring in madness, before collapsing into unconsciousness. Shi Hao continued his training under the guidance of Liu Shen, yet he remained unable to break through to the middle stage of the Liaishan realm. Liu Shen insisted that he venture out into the world for further tempering. Before his departure, the clan leader entrusted him with the ancestral medical formulas passed down through generations in Stone Village. Shi Hao and Da Hong set out on their journey, eventually stopping at the capital of the Fire Nation. The people were engaged in endless discussions regarding the Battle of the Two Stones, including masters from the Firebolt tribe. Realizing his notoriety, the young man quickly disguised himself. Upon hearing them mention the Heaven Realm, he was reminded of his mother and immediately set out to investigate. Suddenly, the vermilion bird feather pulsed with resonance. Could there be a secret nearby, perhaps emanating from the divine sacrificial spirit tree? Shi Hao utilized his double pupils to examine the area, yet he could not penetrate the mystery. The young man quickly resolved to combine the feather of the vermilion bird with his search. Shi Hao caught sight of an ancient coffin. Could it be the resting place of the ancient Saint Emperor of the Fire Nation? At this moment, Shi Hao heard the arrival of Princess Huo Lingye. He hoped to discreetly inquire about traveling to the Heaven Realm, but he was interrupted by an insolent fool. It was Jin Chao, an expert of the late Inscription Realm, and a disciple of the Ning Jin sect. Finding Shi Hao an eyesore, he launched a fist strike, but Shi Hao remained unfazed. How could such a weakling hope to harm him? Shi Hao brandished a willow branch and thoroughly humiliated the young man. Upon penetrating the man's consciousness, Shi Hao, witnessing his penchant for provoking women at every turn, and noting how his grandfather and mother, who should have been central to the plot,
were unceremoniously pushed aside.
Shi Hao delivered a few resounding slaps to the boy before departing with an air of indifference. A proclamation manifested across the sky, summoning the masters of the realm to the imperial city. This palace shall reveal the whereabouts of Shi Hao. It was clearly another scheme orchestrated by Huo Lingyur to draw Shi Hao out. Drawn by curiosity, a multitude of experts gathered, and even Yun Shi was in attendance. Huo Lingyur grew increasingly impatient. Having waited for so long, Shi Hao had yet to show himself.
Just then she heard a commotion. A creature calling himself the Nine-Headed Lion had arrived, demanding to see his big brother.
The commotion drew the attention of Shi Hao's subordinates,
and Dao Hong, currently disguised as a black crow, also descended upon the scene.
daring to lay hands on his brothers.
A battle to the death was inevitable.
Overjoyed, Ling Zier rushed out to ask Dao Hong for news of Shi Hao, but the trio was soon cornered and bullied by Qin Chao. He intended to use the three of them as leverage to force Shi Hao into the open, acting with such arrogance because, upon returning to cultivate his secret technique, he had successfully reached the spirit formation realm. Shi Hao appeared dominantly behind Qin Chao, delivering another slap. A penalty for your insolent tongue. Xin Hao no longer felt the need for disguise, having returned to his true form. The power Xin Hao unleashed left the onlookers trembling in terror, and with a swift strike, he severed one of Qin Chao's arms. At that critical moment, the elder of the Mount Bulao, Qin Shaocheng, appeared to save his life.
The kings of the Fire Ox and Thunder Phoenix clans were ecstatic, as if they had struck gold.
They had harbored thoughts of vengeance against Xin Hao,
but had been held back by fear. Yet now, with the backing of Mount Bulao, they wondered how Shi Hao would possibly survive. Qin Shaocheng brandished the ancient Five Elements ring, intending to suppress Shi Hao. While the aura was imposing, it was merely an imitation, containing only 4 types of true bones. The two kings joined the fray. Did they truly believe Shi Hao was someone to be trifled with? The young man wielded the Thunder Phoenix clan's artifact to retaliate, shattering their divine might as if it were nothing.
Qin Shaocheng commanded the two kings to join him, and though the three launched a combined assault to execute Shi Hao, he stood firm, completely unscathed. Shi Hao drew the sword of Gijia, first felling the Fire Ox King, followed by the Thunder Phoenix chieftain.
Only the detestable Qin Shaocheng remained, attempting to resist, only to be crushed by Xian Hao's overwhelming force. A single blade of grass from the willow deity had already cost the old man an arm, and realizing the battle was lost, he fled with desperate haste.
Shi Hao and Ling Sher traveled to the Forbidden Land,
all so that Da Hong could pay respects to the Vermilion Bird deity.
Shi Hao took the opportunity to ask Little Hong how to break through to the middle stage of the spirit formation realm. The 5 ancient medicinal recipes of the Shi clan were said to be the key to his advancement. Shi Hao's eyes lit up at the news, and he immediately produced the recipes for Little Hong's inspection.
Lin Nhi directed Shi Hao toward the convergence point of the spirit herbs. She herself was approaching a bottleneck in her cultivation and needed to venture out for experience. At that moment, Shi Hao sensed movement and launched an immediate strike, forcing Yun Shi to reveal herself. The two exchanged several blows, causing Lin Nhi to seethe with jealousy. Yun Shi intended to demand the return of the divine guardian barrier for her grandfather. However, after being nearly killed at the North Sea, Shi Hao was hardly in the mood to return it. Left with no other choice, Yun Shi departed empty-handed. Shi Hao and Lin Nhi traveled the vast roads, appearing like carefree wanderers. Yet they quickly arrived at the medicine capital. The Nine-Headed Lion had now assumed human form, taking the name Jin Huang. He was quite a handsome figure indeed.
Barely a few steps into the city, Xin Hao discovered a bounty posted for his head, with a contract placed upon him via the Blood God Pavilion.
But he cast such concerns aside. He urgently needed to procure hundreds of types of spirit herbs to refine the lesser nirvana pill, for he had to achieve a breakthrough without delay. They split up to carry out their tasks, but acquiring the medicinal ingredients proved to be a grueling ordeal.
In particular, Dao Hong ended up being captured and put up for sale at a stall.
It was a chaotic mess of useless encounters.
Jin Huang, however, managed to procure a significant amount of items, relying on his refined appearance. No sooner had the three reunited than they were intercepted by members of the Divine Medicine sect, who demanded a protection fee. Before any protection could be offered, the two arrogant youths were struck down and left sprawling on the ground. Seeing his underling defeated, the leader appeared. With a single strike, he sent Da Hong flying, and even Jin Huang was forced into a disadvantageous position.
The attacker unleashed a cord to seize all three of them.
Just as Yun Ji prepared to intervene, Huo Lingyur used her flames to burn through the restraints and secure their escape. However, all of their collected spirit herbs were confiscated. Shi Hao, unaware of these events, remained busy procuring items, and was fortunate enough to acquire a piece of true phoenix bone.
Upon realizing his mistake, the stall owner chased after Shi Hao to demand the bone back. When Shi Hao refused, a confrontation ensued. An elder of the Divine Medicine sect named Lin Kun appeared. He unleashed a powerful attack upon arrival, yet every move was effortlessly neutralized by Shi Hao. Realizing he was outmatched, The elder turned and fled. Upon returning, Shi Hao learned that the spirit herbs belonging to Lin Nhi and the others had been seized. Enraged, he prepared to seek justice, only to find that Yunji had already retrieved the herbs.
Shi Hao thanked Yunji and began his seclusion, while the others stood guard to protect him during his cultivation. After retreating, Lin Kun sought out a senior expert. Aided by a mysterious girl, he received a boost in power and set out to capture Shi Hao. Da Hong, while on guard duty, accidentally overheard the location where Shi Hao was cultivating. The area was rich in spiritual energy, but it was, in fact, the stronghold of the divine medicine sect itself. What an incredibly unfortunate place to choose. To make matters worse, the foolish Da Hong inadvertently revealed their position, leading the enemy straight to them.
The antagonist immediately signaled for reinforcements.
Shi Hao had just reached a critical juncture in his breakthrough.
Outside, his companions struggled desperately to hold the line and buy him time.
However, the senior disciple not only repelled Yunji, but also easily subdued the other three.
His cultivation level is clearly not to be underestimated. Yet, Shi Hao has finished his preparations. Having successfully achieved a breakthrough to the middle stage of the Lijian realm, he declares, "Dare to bully those under my protection? Let us see how I deal with all of you."
Because Yunji offended the Shenyao sect to assist him, Shi Hao urged her, "Stay with the others for your own safety." Having fought side by side with her earlier, Huo Linghe no longer harbors jealousy, now regarding Yunji as a friend. But they had not gone far before the old man Lin Kun appeared once more. Having received a power boost, he is no longer as sluggish as before. His defensive capabilities have become exceptionally formidable. Shi Hao employed the Suani Precious technique. Yet he could not even close the distance to the old man. A staircase descended from the heavens, and a young woman's voice echoed, commanding Shi Hao to ascend and meet her. Linghe and Yunji were both anxious, unwilling to let him go, but whatever is destined must be faced. Shi Hao walked slowly upward toward a palace. The woman was the double-pupil maiden who had claimed Shi Yi's body previously. She recognized the sword in Shi Hao's hand from a past encounter, noting that the Wei family had also sought refuge in her dwelling, so she would not make things difficult for him. The desolate region is falling into chaos, and medicine capital is at the heart of the turmoil. She advised Shi Hao to leave as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, at the Bronze Immortal Palace and the Mountain of Immortality, the elders were discussing Shi Hao. Since Shi Hao carries half the bloodline of the Mountain of Immortality, they wish to bring him back into their fold. Shi Hao's mother is currently by the side of his younger brother, Qin Hao. Moments later, Shi Hao returned from the double-pupil palace,
having forced Lin Kun to provide medicinal herbs as compensation, and extracted information from him regarding the divine food insect search for the golden medicinal butterfly. Ultimately, they obtained a golden butterfly pupa, preserved within a divine ice vase.
The old man produced an archaic treasure box, though it was only one half of the complete item. If the other half could be found, one would possess a complete artifact, while simultaneously obtaining the legendary golden butterfly. It is said that the other half is guarded by the offspring of the divine medicine, but that offspring has perished, its remains resting in a gloomy cave leading to the divine valley. Lin Kun led Shi Hao's group to search for it. Why has this old man suddenly become so unexpectedly kind? They moved through each layer of the formation. The first two layers were easily bypassed, but the third proved to be a formidable obstacle. Da Hong charged ahead, only to be immediately suppressed by the power of the formation runes. Fortunately, Shi Hao was quick to pull it back. It seems Lin Kun is intentionally using Shi Hao's group to clear the path. He sent a disciple forward to retrieve the box for Shi Hao, but the youth was consumed. Shi Hao attempted to use half of the fragment in his possession to draw the other half toward him, but the plan failed, and he found his spiritual energy being drained by the spirit formation instead. With no other options as they all worked to break the formation, Shi Hao was forced to seek the assistance of the little tower, whose condition was simple. Shi Hao must hand over a piece of sunstone. Such blatant bullying of a youth. The little tower agreed to help Shi Hao activate the world treasure box, which contained a miniature world capable of allowing them all to escape. Very well, let us see what the tower can do. Although the group managed to break free, they were still pursued by a relentless barrage of lightning strikes. Shi Hao navigated according to the map inscribed on the carpet, hoping to find a way out. As they were about to collide with a sheer cliff face, Shi Hao remained steadfast and pressed forward. Miraculously, they passed straight through it. Before them lay a glowing object. Could it be the legendary ice god bottle? At this moment, Lin Kun ceased his pretense and revealed his true nature, unleashing a talisman to seize the divine ice, while using it to attack Shi Hao and his companions. Even after Shi Hao unleashed the Kunpeng technique, his energy was still drained by the ice god bottle, and not even Lin Kun was spared from the suction. Once the divine ice had absorbed enough energy, a chrysalis emerged from within and began circling Shi Hao. It was the chrysalis of a phoenix butterfly. It seemed the creature intended to recognize the boy as its master, even demanding to consume a branch of Shi Hao's willow. With no other choice, the young man had to tuck it away into his Qiankun bag. To his dismay,
the phoenix butterfly devoured over half of the medicinal herbs in the bag. A truly troublesome glutton.
Shi Hao now intends to head to the archaic Divine Mountain, hoping to let the phoenix butterfly wreak havoc on the herb fields there.
Just then, an unexpected notice appeared, summoning Shi Hao to the untamed mountain. This is an ancient sect. Perhaps they have summoned him due to the impending great calamity of the wasteland region.
During this cataclysm, all cultivators at the 9th level of the Venerable Realm and above are destined to vanish entirely.
While those below the Venerable Realm may not face immediate extinction, the world will descend into chaos, leaving them in constant danger. Yunji arrived to reclaim her gauntlet, as it serves as the key to unlocking an ancient formation, a formation capable of helping the Divine Mountain Line escape its regional cage and ascend to the upper realm. The unaging mountain may be attempting to seize this gauntlet from Shi Hao to threaten Yunshi's celestial race. If that is the case, Shi Hao is determined to assist her, but before departing, he must return to his village one last time. If all the supreme experts are to vanish, then Liu Shen will surely be in grave danger.
Shi Hao suggested that Yun Shi accompany him to make the journey more convenient. Huo Linger immediately demanded to join them.
How could she possibly be left behind?
Shi Hao felt a hint of embarrassment. If you are coming back to the village with me, I will have to carry you both. It is a custom of our village.
And so, with a maiden in each arm, Shi Hao returned to his village.
He met with Liu Shen to speak with her, and shortly after, the group set off toward the archaic Divine Mountain.
The time had come for Huo Linger to return home. She lingered, visibly reluctant to part, and warned Shi Hao not to grow too close to Yunji before taking her leave.
Shi Hao and Yun Shi arrived at the Celestial Pavilion, but they had barely stepped inside before an arrogant fool blocked their path. He was Jin Yongxiao of the Golden Peng clan, a cultivator at the Array Formation realm, who audaciously claimed to be Yongshi's fiancé. He attacked out of jealousy, but his strike was effortlessly intercepted by Erguzi. It appeared that the elder shared a connection with Yun Shi's clan. Jin Yongxiao remained as stubborn as an ox, brandishing his golden battle banner. Erguzi was not only foul-mouthed, but upon seeing that banner, he began to thrash about in a frenzy. Fortunately, Shi Hao whisked him away just in time. Just as the two were about to engage in a life-or-death struggle, Yun Kanghai arrived. Jin Yongxiao buttered him up with relentless flattery, calling him Grandpa Yun repeatedly, all while deliberately bringing up his intent to marry Yun Shi.
As the young woman struggled to find a way to defy her grandfather, Shi Hao stepped forward with overwhelming dominance and hoisted Yun Shi into his arms. She is the one he brought back to Stone Village. How could she possibly marry another? His display of masculinity was truly unparalleled.
Everyone gathered at the magic formation, and after placing the gauntlets in position, Yun Kanghai activated it.
As for the repairs, that task fell to Jin Yongxiao. He produced a formation map, but it was missing a corner, causing the array to remain unstable. Both Yun Kanghai and Jin Yongxiao were struck by a backlash and severely injured.
It was only then that Erguzi revealed the missing piece of the map, declaring, "Watch how a true master handles this." Erguzi requested that Shi Hao channeled his spiritual energy into the formation, but while they were focused, they were ambushed by Jin Yongxiao. Shi Hao did not hesitate, and struck him down with a single blow.
Yun Shi's family and Shi Hao combined their efforts, yet they still could not stabilize the array. Erguzi begged Shi Hao to bring out the piece of the desolate bone. "Very well, for the sake of Yunji, I shall make the sacrifice." Ultimately, they succeeded. Yun Kanghai called for his younger sister, Meng Yunlan. It turned out that Erguzi and Meng Yunlan were a pair,
which explained why he had assisted Yun Shi's clan so extensively.
In truth, the old man's name is Kong Chuiqi. The two embraced one another. Years ago, Kong Chuanqi had been a peacock whose presence shook the heavens. But after stealing medicinal herbs from the Divine Mountain, he was hunted down and his cultivation was crippled,
forcing him to flee alone into the Baiduan Mountains.
As for Meng Yunlan, she had been betrothed to the Zhijingpeng clan years prior.
She had stolen the formation map hoping to escape with Kong Chuiqi, but failed. She chose to live in seclusion rather than submit to the marriage.
Jin Yongxiao still refused to give up,
continuing to insist on marrying Yun Shi.
But alas, the token of affection for a daughter of the Celestial Clan, Yun Shi's Lingxi earrings, were already in the possession of Shi Hao.
The group entered the formation to depart, and Shi Hao bid farewell to Yun Shi. Jin Yongxiao stepped forward, but Shi Hao, choosing not to be petty, allowed the young man to leave.
Out of gratitude for Shi Hao, Yun Xiao bestowed upon him the leg bone of the Kunpeng.
With his obligations finally fulfilled, Shi Hao could now set out to find his parents. He set his course toward the Stone Kingdom in the Western Territories.
As Yun Kanghai had already departed, he left all the remaining materials required to repair the formation to Shi Hao. Fortunately, these included the sunstones that the little pagoda so desperately required.
Suddenly, An apparition of the supreme god's treasury manifested in the sky,
likely an old monster from the upper realm scouting the land, intending to descend through the rift between the two worlds. A void bell and a fragment of a pagoda appeared. The little pagoda immediately suppressed its aura, for that fragment was the very piece of its body it had lost long ago.
There was even a reincarnation disc.
All of these were peerless treasures. Following this, chains descended from the heavens to seize the venerable level experts. Those who refused to submit fought back in vain, only to be captured regardless. While Shi Hao was still marveling at the unfolding spectacle, he was suddenly ambushed. He hastily deployed the Kunpeng technique, but it was not an attack directed at him. The chains were simply attempting to ensnare a nearby venerable.
Perhaps these were the manifestations of the great Dao, a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for enlightenment. Shi Hao opened his cave heavens, sat down to contemplate, and succeeded in manifesting a lotus of the great Dao.
While Shi Hao remained carefree, the little pagoda knew better. This great catastrophe would persist for 4 days and 4 nights.
It urged Shi Hao to return to the Stone Kingdom with haste. It could sense that the heaven-mending sect, the Mount Bulao, and the Ningjing Gate were all converging upon the imperial capital. With the Stone Emperor no longer present, Shi Hao felt a surge of urgency and rushed back.
As expected, he was intercepted by Qin Ming of Mount Bulao.
The 3 sects were facilitating the coronation of a new emperor and refused to allow Shi Hao entry. These individuals were clearly intent on installing a puppet ruler.
The young man stepped forward with defiance. "Do you truly think a decrepit old man like you can bar my path?"
No sooner had he dealt with Mount Bulao than he was detained by an elder of the heaven-mending sect. The elder commanded the Sword of Universal Principles to strike at Shi Hao,
then invoked the mountain technique, attempting to suppress the youth with the power of a mountain god.
Yet it was cleaved in two by the youth's willow branch.
No sooner had the Taoist book soared into the air than it was crushed by a soaring dragon.
Could it be that the Stone Emperor had left behind a contingency? Shi Hao sprinted into the heart of the imperial palace, where the entrance was guarded by Liu Fan and Ye Luo. "Today, anyone who blocks my way shall perish." Both sides clashed. Shi Hao fought the two of them simultaneously.
Liu Fan and Ye Laga unleashed a combined technique, manifesting a colossal dragon that surged forward.
Yet before it could even reach Shi Hao, it was utterly obliterated by the relentless downpour of his halberd strikes. It was time for these two to taste the might of the Kunpeng Supreme Technique.
Liu Fan was sent to his afterlife by Shi Hao's blade. With his final breaths, he passed his essence to Ye La, hoping that he would exact vengeance on his behalf.
Ye La's power grew exponentially in that moment.
Yet he was still struck down by Shi Hao's heaven-splitting strike.
The 19th prince emerged from within the palace. He was the successor to the throne, accompanied by the top disciples of the major sects:
Qin Zun of the Mount Bu Lao,
Zhang Liu of the Ningjin sect, and Yue Chun representing the heaven-mending sect. Shi Hao found himself surrounded by legions of soldiers, while that fellow Zhang Liu incessantly clamored for his head. The 19th prince also desired to challenge Shi Hao, and the two youths lunged at one another. In reality, the 19th prince only sought an opportunity to speak with Shi Hao in private. He wished to form an alliance with Shi Hao to prevent the 3 sects from manipulating the Shi kingdom.
On the condition that the 19th prince ensured the safety of the common people, Shi Hao agreed to the proposal. And thus, Shi Hao became the king of Huang. Long live his majesty.
Though the 3 sects were unconvinced,
they were forced to concede.
Qin Zun demanded that the 19th prince select a venerable from each of the 3 sects to serve as his mentors. Shi Hao understood those 3 well. Their true intent was to sacrifice the lives of the Xin Kingdom's people to expand their own territories.
Yet they stood there, speaking with a honeyed tongue, feigning righteousness.
Shi Hao showed them no respect. The verbal sparring quickly devolved, and within moments, a battle erupted.
Yue Chen made no move to intervene.
Suddenly, the palace's grand formation activated. Could it be that the intensity of their combat had triggered it? Shi Hao stood alone against both Qin Zun and Zhang Liu. The formation beneath them began to emanate dragon qi, seemingly bolstering Shi Hao's own power. Shi Hao immediately opened his 10 heavenly passages, drawing the energy toward him.
A majestic dragon manifested, circling around him and opening a small, isolated realm, the very trial ground left behind by the Stone Emperor. The 3 sects attempted to enter but were repelled by a restrictive barrier. In the end, only Shi Hao and the 19th prince were permitted to step inside. The aura radiated by the dragon was overwhelming, far surpassing the cultivation of the 19th prince. Only Shi Hao could barely contend with the pressure, all while remaining distracted by the need to protect the prince. By the time they emerged, they were both unconscious and promptly seized by the 3 sects. The 19th prince ascended the throne, while Shi Hao was imprisoned in a dungeon reinforced by countless arrays.
The trial had left him severely wounded, his cultivation base dissipating. Time drifted away, and with it, the 19th prince and Shi Hao both slowly grew old. He often visited Shi Hao, believing that by accepting the role of a puppet emperor he could ensure peace for his people.
But the reality was far from that. In that moment, Shi Hao stood up. As long as he drew breath, he would defend the Stone Kingdom at all costs. To his surprise, following those words, his body was restored to its youthful state.
It turned out that everything he had experienced was merely an illusion. Standing before him was the Stone Emperor. The Emperor spoke to him at length about the responsibilities of governing a nation. Having passed the trial, Shi Hao was entrusted with the imperial jade seal by the Stone Emperor.
This, it seemed, was the true deity of the Stone Kingdom. The divine stone leaped out to examine it. Indeed, the two were equally stubborn, the little pagoda further explained. Beyond their martial prowess, the deity serves as the medium through which every generation of the human emperor maintains their connection to the realm. As soon as Shi Hao departed from the trial grounds, the Stone Emperor's final decree was revealed.
The throne was officially passed to the Huangtian Marquis, Shi Hao. In one stroke, the plans of the three sects had been rendered futile.
So much for their foolish machinations. The populace remained skeptical of the decree's authenticity, repeatedly questioning Shiju about what had transpired within the trial. Zhang Lu attempted to discipline Shi Hao on behalf of Shiju, but his attack was repelled by the imperial dragon Shi the moment it was unleashed.
Qin Lun and Yu Chan stepped forward. Shiju, weak-willed and consumed by greed, could not bear to see the throne fall into another's hands.
They conspired together to seize Shi Hao, but they would first have to contend with the power of the dragon Shi. Any who dared to charge would meet their end. Despite this, our protagonist found himself surrounded by the opposing forces. Now that he was empowered by the dragon Shi, how could these individuals hope to prevail against him?
Furthermore, Shi Hao was bolstered by the divine strength of the imperial aura, causing even the formation runes to shatter upon impact.
It appeared that the ancestral palace of the Stone Kingdom had also acknowledged him as the new emperor. Generals of the Stone Kingdom, why do you still hesitate to offer your allegiance to the new sovereign?
Shi Hao had begun to earn the recognition of the people. This encounter would serve as the battle that cemented his authority.
Yu Chen unleashed the true dragon technique, attempting to suppress Shi Hao's dragon Shi. Though it was only a fragment of the complete technique, the power Yu Chen exerted was truly formidable.
Shi Hao summoned the willow branch, manifesting it into a blade as he struck forward.
In this conflict, even the presence of a peerless beauty would not stay his hand. The three sects exerted their full strength, yet they failed to gain the slightest advantage.
Meanwhile, their disciples appeared to be conspiring in the shadows. Shi Hao promptly commanded the Battle King and Shi Hang to activate the city's defensive formation, intending to face the three leading disciples himself. Shi Hao combined the power of the willow branch with the Kunpeng technique. Yue Chun, Qin Lun, and Zhang Lu unleashed their ultimate maneuvers, realizing that if they did not eliminate Shi Hao now, it would soon be too late. Even while pitted against him in battle, Yu Chan persistently urged the young man to return to the heaven-mending sect. She warned him that not only the Stone Kingdom, but the entire wasteland region was nothing more than a medicine garden for the upper realm. Shi Hao's ears rang with disbelief. What kind of medicine garden? He immediately gave chase to Yu Chen to get to the bottom of the matter. It turned out that the inhabitants of the 8 regions were considered sinners by the upper realm. This place was nothing more than a prison. The so-called Great Calamity was, in reality, a selection process by the upper realm to harvest the elite of the lower realm, those who had reached at least the venerable realm. What kind of absurd medicine garden theory was that? Does this mean the upper realm acted out of benevolence, while the lower realm was merely ignorant? Yue Chan nodded in agreement, and her hands began to. Shi Hao's anger grew with every passing moment. Yue Chan had lured Shi Hao to this swamp, talking at length only to ensure that when he arrived, his dragon aura would be rendered useless.
Seizing the moment the boy was distracted, she activated the 6 gods formation. Yet Yue Chan did not expect Shi Hao to vanish until her attention was drawn to a mysterious blue box. A trap. At that moment, Shi Hao leaped out from the archaic precious box. Caught by surprise, Yu Chan was seized by Shi Hao, but she remained composed, using the heaven-mending technique to escape his grasp before unleashing the divine phoenix precious technique. Although the techniques Yu Chan had mastered were incomplete, her ability to combine them significantly increased their destructive power.
She poured every ounce of her strength into the onslaught. However, all of her efforts were shattered by the radiance erupting from Shi Hao's supreme being bone.
In the brief moment of Yu Chan's shock, Shi Hao utilized the archaic precious box to pull her inside.
When Shi Hao returned to the imperial capital, he found it in absolute chaos, with countless people wounded. It turned out that, as soon as Shi Hao had departed, the Xin clan and 4 great families launched an assault to breach the formation.
There must have been an internal traitor among them.
Shi Hao hurried to find a way to repair the defensive array. At that very moment, Peng Jiu, the 9th disciple of the former commander, arrived to inform Shi Hao that the Stone Emperor had commanded him to hand over the imperial treasury to Shi Hao. No sooner had Shi Hao left than he was tracked by members of the 4 great families. They were clearly attempting to plunder the treasury. These old fools were truly stubborn. With a single, effortless strike, Shi Hao sent them all sprawling to the ground. He allowed one of them to flee,
intending to lure the mastermind, the martial king, to his location.
Shi Hao produced the human emperor's seal, and his attire shifted into the robes of the monarch.
As Shi Hao placed the seal into its resting place, the martial king hurried forward, attempting to seize the nation-protecting halberd.
The martial king did all of this solely to gain recognition from the three sects, and smooth his path to becoming emperor. He brandished the halberd to strike Shi Hao, yet could not withstand a single blow from the boy.
After only a few exchanges, the halberd returned to Shi Hao's grasp. The martial king had been defeated.
Shi Hao ordered the generals to punish the rebels, then pursued the martial king to the prince's mansion.
Suddenly, a figure in black emerged to protect the martial king. This was none other than the man who had torn the bone from Shi Hao's body all those years ago.
He continuously provoked Shi Hao, confident that the protective restrictions would keep him safe.
Little did he know, Shi Hao merely raised his hand, and the restrictions shattered into nothingness. One must not forget that the imperial dragon aura of our protagonists permeated the entire imperial capital.
Shi Hao grabbed the man by the throat
and ended his life instantly.
The martial king hurriedly treated his wounds and unleashed the martial god decree. Despite the fact that it had already been nearly pulverized by Shi Hao's earlier assault, he hoped only to lure Shi Hao into shattering it, thereby sacrificing the deity statue hidden within to himself. Truly a cunning old fox.
But do not think such a scheme could ever overwhelm our protagonist.
Shi Hao soared into the heights and struck downward with the halberd, shattering the deity statue completely.
As a result, the martial king met his demise.
After returning, Shi Hao continued to refine his precious techniques. The Suwani he had obtained was merely a remnant of a heaven-grade Taigu pure-blooded divine creature.
It was truly unexpected that such a treasure had been hidden within the Xia nation's vault. A few days later, the three sects issued a decree demanding that Shi Hao and the Xia nation submit, threatening that if they refused, the venerables of the three sects would raze the Xia nation to the ground.
Shi Hao feared no one. Whoever wishes to court death, come forward. I shall face you all.
He utilized numerous magical artifacts to repair the nation-protecting formation, supplementing it with imperial dragon aura. Yet it remained incomplete.
He was forced to channel the power of his supreme bone to complete it, as the three sects had already begun their assault. While maintaining the formation and repelling the enemy, Shi Hao vomited blood. Seeing this, the general stepped forward to assist him, and even the 19th prince, who had previously refused to accept Shi Hao's ascension, made his appearance. Possessing the divine spirit sword, he helped Shi Hao sustain the formation, allowing him to focus on confronting the three sects.
The enemy had brought three venerables this time. The situation was becoming dire.
Shi Hao stood alone, desperately resisting the combined onslaught of the three venerables.
Due to his prior injuries, he gradually fell into a disadvantage and was struck down.
Yet, regardless of the cost, he was determined to protect the Shimai nation. Shi Hao forced himself back up, exerting every ounce of his remaining strength to intercept their attacks and prevent them from striking the imperial capital. Moved by his unwavering resolve, the people knelt in unison, standing as one with Shi Hao. Because of this, the imperial dragon aura surged with immense power, not only healing Shi Hao's wounds but also drastically increasing his strength.
Your days of reckoning have finally arrived.
With a mere flick of his finger,
Shi Hao seized control of the divine array. The three venerables, unable to contend with its power, were forced into a desperate retreat. But does one truly believe they can come and go as they please?
Shi Hao swiftly intercepted all three of them.
The venerable of the Ningjin sect attempted a suicide strike, yet Shi Hao scoffed. Suicide pact? Save your breath and die alone.
Shortly thereafter, the venerable of the heaven-mending sect was sent to the afterlife. Only the venerable from the mountain of immortality remained. Trembling with fear, he attempted to claim a familial bond with Shi Hao.
A familial bond? Had he not just been relentless in his assault against him?
The old man then quickly blurted out that Shi Hao's parents were currently at the mountain of immortality. Shi Hao's expression shifted instantly. His parents had been at the mountain of immortality all these years, yet they had never sought him out? Could it be that his parents were being held captive by the mountain of immortality?
The old venerable turned pale with fright. There is no captivity. We are merely protecting them.
Shi Hao ultimately spared his life, commanding him to deliver a message. He would descend upon the mountain of immortality before long. With the three sects defeated, Shi Hao officially ascended to the throne as the human emperor. Shi Hao utilized the divine sword of the spirits, entrusted to him by the 19th, to reinforce the city's array, ensuring the people of the Stone Kingdom could defend themselves. Shi Hao even revealed the Duan Ni precious technique, allowing everyone to cultivate it. He further enticed the little tower to become the sacrificial spirit of the Stone Kingdom, on the condition that it be allowed to choose its own materials from within the imperial palace. He no longer treated Yuni-chan with ease, commanding her like a servant, and even threatening to carry her off to Stone Village.
Just then, the witch arrived. One look told everyone she was clearly there to provoke Yu Chan. Well-meaning onlookers reminded Shi Hao,
Yuqian hailed from the aristocracy of the upper realm, so he should not be disrespectful. Far from intimidated, the young man teased the witch in return, while seizing the opportunity to inquire about the imperial capital of the Fire Kingdom. Huo Lingshi's family had sealed an ancient battlefield, which contained a hidden treasure.
When the great catastrophe arrives, it will not only protect the heart of the imperial palace, but also confront the upper realm directly. The Fire Emperor and Ling Weir have likely already departed in safety. The witch invited Shi Hao to infiltrate the imperial capital of the Fire Kingdom to investigate exactly what they had sealed away, but Shi Hao remained uninterested, dismissing her. He then summoned Yuqian, declaring his intent to take her as his concubine.
The young man pulled Yuqian toward him, taking advantage of the moment to probe her consciousness and uncover what she had sealed within.
Inside, there existed a stone gate overflowing with the aura of a god. As Shi Hao exerted force to open it, he was repelled. However, he sensed that Yuqian remained by his side only because of some looming danger. The young man was now determined to protect her. Outside, thunder roared, and lightning flashed as a powerful figure in silver robes from the upper realm descended. The window for the great Taoist stabilization had not yet passed, and it seemed this time, a forbidden entity would meet its end. Following this, the old Taoist priest, the mastermind from the upper realm, made his appearance. At this moment, Shi Hao was deep in thought regarding Huo Ling'er. Consumed by worry, he requested the little pagoda to transport him to the Fire Nation.
Shi Hao utilized his reincarnation eye to survey the area, concluding that Huo Lingshi's must have departed safely.
Suddenly, the golden manifestations of the upper realm powerhouses emerged, all drawn by the allure of the divine treasure. That location held relics left behind from the archaic era, much like the Kunpeng divine treasure that Shi Hao had previously uncovered.
It is said that the legendary supreme divine treasure was inscribed upon the shell of a gargantuan tortoise, granting it the ability to traverse the world. Driven by greed for this treasure, these powerhouses feared nothing. If they continued to clash in such a manner, the lower realm would surely face annihilation. At this critical juncture, Liu Shen appeared, possessing a beauty that defied description. Sensing that this great calamity was far from ordinary, Liu Shen descended in her true form to assess the situation.
Within this divine treasure lay the intermediate transcendence portion of the original true interpretation.
Shi Hao had already obtained the initial God guidance portion, while the final section remained unseen by any living soul. One could only bear witness to the third killing array it generated, the third most powerful formation in the upper realm, possessing truly astonishing destructive force. Two of the elder powerhouses were suddenly ambushed by the Kunpeng's heavenly desolation halberd. Could it be that all of this was orchestrated by the Kunpeng to avenge its demise from years past? Everyone converged upon the divine valley of Yangdu, sensing that the one manipulating the heavenly desolation halberd was lurking there.
As expected, upon arrival, they were met by the ninth killing array.
It appeared that someone had laid an elaborate trap, waiting for others to arrive and seize the spiritual root,
only to be destroyed, so that their essence could be sacrificed to restore the manipulator's ancient divinity. A Dao bell suddenly materialized, swiftly shattering the formation. It became clear that the individual behind this scheme was the very same person wielding that bell. Just as the spiritual root seemed within reach, it was seized by the reincarnation disc, with the woman of the reincarnation eye also entering the fray. She quickly snatched the spiritual root, tore open the void, and departed upon a paper boat.
Shi Hao hurriedly turned back to protect the Stone Kingdom, fearing that remaining in such a battle would lead to an untimely demise.
Meanwhile, Liu Shen and the little pagoda gave chase to the woman of the reincarnation eye. The Stone Kingdom fell into absolute chaos due to the battle between two other formidable figures, which raged for an entire day and night before subsiding. The little pagoda eventually returned. Having secured vital intelligence, Liu Shen departed to seek out a legendary creation. By this time, several of the upper realm masterminds had perished, leaving their respective sects to face the impending repercussions. It was then that Qin Ming, representing the Mount of Immortality, arrived to confront Shi Hao. Upon entering, the old man pompously commanded Shi Hao,
"Offer your salutations and accept the imperial decree." Truly, it seems he had never been beaten enough to see the world clearly. Shi Hao swatted the decree aside, giving the old man a fright, before finally agreeing to. Shi Hao reminisced about his parents, swearing to himself that he would bring them back home.
The young boy mocked Qin Ming. "Your vessel is far too slow. Allow me to accelerate it for you." This left the elder suffering from motion sickness, to the point of retching. They were in a transit zone. When Xuanming, Lan Yu, and Hong Huang geniuses from the upper realm passed by, Qin Ming showed them the utmost respect.
Because these geniuses had already commandeered the vessel, Shi Hao was relegated to the cargo hold. Refusing to accept such treatment, he insisted he would not board. Qin Ming had no choice but to offer his own beloved small vessel to the captain to secure a VIP chamber for Shi Hao.
No sooner had he entered the room than other elders of the Mount Bulao arrived at his door, evidently intending to bully him. Shi Hao spoke calmly. 1,
2. Before he could even count to 3, he had already struck. Shi Hao's actions startled the geniuses from the upper realm nearby, who came over to join the spectacle. The two sides engaged in a spar. First was Hong Huang, as both unleashed the red phoenix and the vermilion bird. Lan Yu looked upon Shi Hao's aptitude and could not stop showering him with praise, further advising the young boy to ascend to the upper realm as soon as possible for cultivation. The laws of the lower realm are insufficient. The great Tao is incomplete. Even the starry sky here is but a projection of the upper realm. These revelations left Shi Hao in deep contemplation. Upon learning that Shi Hao was not a disciple of Mount Bulao, but merely a rogue cultivator of such immense strength, the three youths from the upper realm were struck with astonishment. Yet without the support of the ancient orthodoxy, even a cultivator of Shi Hao's strength would find it difficult to transcend this cage. Xuanming offered to help Shi Hao secure a position in the upper realm, proposing that his profound ancestor intervene to help Shi Hao cross the heavenly gate and enter a certain ancient holy academy. Shi Hao was deeply appreciative, but he knew he had to finish his business in the lower realm first. After the final few days of travel, he arrived at Mount Bulao. Hong Huang even gifted the young boy a fruit from the upper realm as a token of their meeting. Upon entering the gates, he was intercepted by an old man, who accused him of assaulting Qin Chao. "And pray tell, old man, who exactly is this Qin Chao?" They all demanded that he kneeled. Yet Shi Hao remained as stubborn as a mule, even producing the divine decree of the ancestral spirit to terrify the lot of them. He then forced the crowd to kneel in return. "How dare you show such disrespect upon seeing the ancestors' decree?" Truly, a magnificent display of dominance from our protagonist. Shi Hao was led to meet another elder, who claimed that Shi Hao's parents were currently cultivating in a secluded area, but because it was protected by a restrictive array, it was not easily accessible, and he would have to wait 2 days for the formation to open. Regardless of the rhetoric, it was clear that Mount Bulao was holding his parents captive while pretending they wished to foster Shi Hao's growth. Furthermore, the elder revealed the truth about his younger brother. He too was a genius of the current age. If he were to remain here, his younger brother would ascend to the throne as the new emperor. Shi Hao felt a wave of sorrow, for while he had grown up without his parents, his younger brother had enjoyed their presence his entire life. Yet the young man quickly regained his resolve. He sought to meet Shi Hao, only to find his path blocked. Shi Hao activated his pupils, probing the surroundings, and to his shock, he discovered the remnants of a battle left by his grandfather's spear. It seemed his grandfather had once engaged in a brutal struggle here. Losing his composure, Shi Hao demanded to know his grandfather's whereabouts. Barely a few words were exchanged before the two sides clashed. To dare bully his grandfather, even if it meant razing the Mount Bulao to the ground, he would do it. The old man unleashed a rain of swords, but this time, he had truly ignited the boy's wrath. The elder, believing his venerable realm cultivation would surely overwhelm Shi Hao, never expected that Shi Hao would unleash a saint-level sword intent, shattering his defenses and leaving him coughing blood upon the ground. Even then, the elder refused to reveal the location of Shizongtian, leading Shi Hao to cripple his cultivation. At that very moment, his younger brother appeared on the scene. Shi Hao observed the figure before him, clad in divine armor and wielding divine artifacts. He was clearly a youth cultivated with the utmost care and resources. Yet why did this youth bear such a striking resemblance to his own father? Shi Hao demanded that Shi Hao release Qin Fa, while Shi Hao pressed him for information regarding Shizongtian. The two brothers had already begun to vaguely discern each other's true identities. Qin Hao, fueled by a competitive spirit, sought to prove his strength the moment they met. Shi Hao, not even bothering to don his armor, suppressed him with a single hand. Hearing Qin Hao personally acknowledge Shi Zhongtian as his grandfather and that Shi Ziling was his father, Shi Hao felt his footing falter. He had never imagined such a day would come. Qin Hao insisted on continuing the battle. But how could Shi Hao truly bring himself to strike his own kin? Little did he know that Qin Hao already harbored deep resentment toward him. Since childhood, Qin Hao had been mocked by others, told constantly that he was nothing more than a replacement for his older brother. Just as the brothers stood on the precipice of reconciliation, an elder named Xin Xian appeared and launched a sneak attack, immediately inciting Qin Hao's anger. Elsewhere, Shi Hao's parents, imprisoned in the Qin Valley, remained deeply worried for his safety. Through Qin Zhan's words, Xin Hao learned the grim truth. Qin Hao had been born solely so his parents could use his blood to save Xin Hao. Qin Hao, standing to the side, was utterly consumed by the malice in Xin Zhan's words. This youth, still blinded by immaturity, grew hot-blooded once more, intent on testing his strength against Shi Hao. He refused to acknowledge Shi Hao as his brother. No matter how much Xin Hao tried to reason with him, his brother remained stubbornly defiant. Qin Zhan waited only for this moment. He continued to goad them, hoping to rattle Shi Hao's heart, even laughing wildly as he admitted to being the one who had beaten their grandfather until he vomited blood. Enraged, Shi Hao summoned his war halberd. The mere shockwave of his power sent Xin Hao flying through the air. Qin Zhan appeared to have fallen into a demonic state,
no longer acting like himself. With eyes filled with ironclad determination, Shi Hao charged forward. Qin Zihan is a genuine venerable realm expert.
Shi Hao is only in the Lizhan realm, so the old man continues to look down upon him. He mocks Shi Hao relentlessly to goad him into losing his composure.
Yet, it must be said, Qin Zhan is truly formidable.
Shi Hao unleashes 4 strikes of the vermilion bird, yet fails to gain the upper hand, though he manages to hold his ground.
Shi Hao is truly peerless in his talent.
The 5 elements mountain begins to stir.
Surely, the intensity of their battle has alerted the patriarchs. On Shi Hao's side, after a fierce exchange, he begins to cough up blood. He strikes with the Suani technique, but it is swiftly countered by Qin Zhan. However, this was merely a ruse. Our protagonist was simply creating a distraction to strike from the rear. Qin Zhan takes the full force of a heaven-destroying strike, collapsing flat onto the ground. This blow finally compels the old man to fight in earnest.
Shi Hao dons his battle armor, his cultivation base rapidly ascending to a higher tier.
Qin Zihan seems to be glutton for punishment, baiting the youth into attacking repeatedly without retaliating, as if harboring some sinister scheme.
Just as everyone assumes Qin Zhan has been defeated, his hair turns crimson, and radiant light emanates from his body.
Shi Hao's strike has inadvertently helped him transcend his limits, breaking through to the Nirvana realm. Damnation! This is the height of misfortune.
Shi Hao finds himself besieged by the old man's divine essence.
This old monster has truly reached Nirvana. If he uses his supreme techniques now, they will only be branded into the old man's body. Watching Shi Hao fall into peril, Qin Hao attempts to intervene. But the Qin clan's ancient protective arts are not so easily overcome.
Shi Hao allows himself to sink, while Qin Zhan gloats,
having perfected the 5 elements Nirvana technique, dreaming of becoming the sovereign of the profound realm. Shi Hao, in the shadows, silently opens his 10 heavenly passages, unleashing every supreme technique he has mastered.
He wants to plunder his techniques, does he?
Then he shall feed the old man until he bursts.
Shi Hao dons his armor, and utilizes the saintly sword intent to tear himself free from the old man's grasp.
This action causes Qin Zhan's cultivation technique to dissipate into nothingness.
Shi Hao proceeds to deliver the final killing blow. Qin Hao bitterly realizes just how vast the chasm between his own strength and Shi Hao's truly is.
As Qin Zhan perishes, the technique he cultivated is absorbed by Shi Hao.
Although Qin Ming ordered Qin Hao to stop him, such power is beyond Qin Hao's ability to suppress. Shi Hao seals the remains of Qin Ming.
Just as he sought to find his parents, the heavens and earth underwent a strange transformation. It was the ancestor of Mount Bulao.
The elder manifested the golden light of the great Tao, commanding Shi Hao to ascend upon it. Shi Hao was transported to the Valley of Gods to meet Qin Yu, a practitioner at the divine fire realm.
The elder brought Shi Hao before a massive stone gate.
Memories of the time spent with his parents flooded back to Shi Hao.
When the gate swung open, he saw them just as expected, yet they were unable to perceive Shi Hao. Before the young man could even reach out to touch his parents, he was teleported away by Qin Yu.
The elder insisted that Shi Hao submit to Mount Bulao to earn another reunion with his parents, promising him new opportunities in exchange.
The elder even took personal action, intending to suppress Shi Hao.
Qin Yu activated the Nirvana pool of the ancient battlefield and imprisoned Shi Hao within it, causing the young man's blood to boil with rage.
The elder even attempted to indoctrinate him, hoping to force Shi Hao into alignment with the Qin clan. That old man is merely lost in a pipe dream.
Qin Yu created the Nirvana pool,
intending for Shi Hao to cultivate within it, until he underwent a complete transformation.
Several spiritual entities swirled around him. Do these beings truly think they can hinder him? Shi Hao dispatched a few of them quickly, but Qin Yu began chanting, inflicting excruciating pain upon his soul.
Attempting to pry into his secrets, are you?
Such a notion is nothing but a delusion. Shi Hao unleashed his 10 heavenly passages, shattering everything. He nearly exposed all of his secrets in the process.
At this moment, Qin Ming and Qin Hao arrived.
The elder demanded that Qin Hao challenge Shi Hao to a duel, because within the Nirvana pool, both would be suppressed to the same cultivation realm. Qin Hao, initially dejected, immediately agreed.
He manifested as a colossal spiritual entity before Shi Hao.
The young man struck with the divine light of the striking stone. After only a few blows, the colossal spirit was sent crashing to the ground. Qin Hao's true physical form appeared shortly thereafter.
He poured out all his grievances.
From being a mere substitute for Qin Hao, to being born solely for the purpose of saving him. This misguided brother was as stubborn as a bull. Despite Qin Hao's attempts at reason, Qin Hao remained bent on a battle. Shi Hao wielded nothing but a single leaf, hoping to show Qin Hao that true cultivation does not rely on armor or magical artifacts. Shi Ziling and his wife felt Shi Hao's presence, and began seeking a way to escape.
While his parents suffered in anguish, the two brothers were locked in a bitter struggle.
Shi Hao used the vermilion bird technique to restrain Qin Hao. He had to deal with that old man first, for daring to incite brothers to spill each other's blood. Infuriated by Qin Hao's defiance, Qin Yu prepared a grand divine technique, dripping a single drop of blood into the nirvana pool to unleash a great deluge. The restrictive barrier surrounding Shi Hao was shattered by the deluge.
As the two brothers drifted amidst the rising waters, Shi Hao rushed to save his younger brother. But before he could surface, Qin Yu unleashed yet another water beast. From the other side, Qin Yinying tore open a rift and caught sight of the brothers' plight. The couple was consumed by dread.
Shi Hao had lost consciousness while attempting to rescue Qin Hao. Qin Hao hurried to support his older brother, only to be cast aside by the three ancestors. Shi Hao regained his senses just in time, utilizing the power of his supreme bone to slay the water beast, then seizing the ancestor's blood to treat his wounds. Qin Yu was stunned time and again by the sheer power Shi Hao displayed, despite being merely a mortal.
Escalating from blood to hair, Qin Yu used a single strand of his own to contend with Shi Hao, arrogantly convinced that Shi Hao would perish there. But to his surprise, the young man approached with ease, accompanied by the imposing Little Pagoda. This time, Little Pagoda did not wait for Shi Hao to summon it. It emerged of its own volition. It found the shameless old man utterly repulsive. To dare claim the title of a deity in its presence, it could no longer hold back its disdain. Upon seeing Little Pagoda, Qin Yu was terrified, his soul trembling with fear. He turned to flee, leaving Little Pagoda thoroughly unimpressed. Very well, Shi Hao, finish him yourself. Watching this old wretch is truly tedious.
Shi Hao wasted no more words, and with a single strike of his sword, he left the ancestor wounded. Fearing for his life, the old man revealed the whereabouts of Shi Hao's parents, stating they were held within a barrier near the Divine Valley. Shi Hao's grandfather was also still alive.
In the past, he had arrived with a young girl named a man to lay waste to the unaging mountain, but in the end he was struck down by Qin Jiahan. It is said that he has since departed this realm and ascended to the upper realm. As Shi Hao approached, the old man made a treacherous attempt to ambush him, desperate to ensure Shi Hao's death. It was in that moment that Qin Hao realized the person he had cared for felt no concern for his life. Is this what passes for an ancestor? While the old ghost had others to protect him, he only had his elder brother.
Qin Yun believed he could escape through the nirvana pool, but as he rose, he was unlucky enough to be struck down and decimated by Shi Hao. After Shi Hao absorbed his power, his supreme bone underwent nirvana, and runes resembling a celestial manual manifested around him. Shi Hao brought Qin Hao out just as the nirvana pool began to collapse. Shi Hao flew toward the Divine Valley, but as he crossed the Five Elements Mountain, constant tremors shook the earth. Little Pagoda appeared. It and the Five Elements Mountain had fought a great battle in the upper realm. The Five Elements Mountain transformed into a giant stone colossus, determined to ensure that Little Pagoda and Shi Hao had no path home. Little Pagoda placed Shi Hao within a protective barrier, declaring, "I shall handle this battle today. This foolish mountain is quite formidable indeed." The stone statue struck out, and though the little tower appeared diminutive, it moved with immense agility. It feinted to the left and attacked to the right, sending the stone statue spinning in confusion as it sought to approach the true form. It was rumored that a treasure lay hidden beneath. The little tower was determined to unearth it at any cost. The Five Elements Mountain grew apprehensive at this moment, firmly resolving that the entity imprisoned below must never be released. If it were freed, it would ascend to the upper realm and incite a chaotic war. Yet the prospect of such a great conflict only piqued the little tower's interest further. The one held captive beneath was none other than the undying being. With the assistance of the little tower, it shattered its heavy chains. The little tower left behind absolute pandemonium for the Five Elements Mountain. Although Shi Hao could have raided the treasury of the Immortal Mountain, he prioritized rescuing his parents above all else. He would bear the consequences, no matter what they might be. Shi Hao arrived at the Valley of the Gods, where the aura of the magical formation was incredibly formidable. The little tower instructed Shi Hao to cast a technique to pinpoint his parents' precise location first, shielding them from any injury that might result from a forced breach of the barrier. Only then would the little tower lend him a hand. Shi Hao shouted aloud. Although he could transmit his voice, he remained unable to fix their exact position. Both sides strove to sense each other's presence. Shi Hao called out for them to take cover as he prepared to shatter the barrier. He had to be swift, lest the elders of the Immortal Mountain arrive. Shi Hao and the little tower channeled their techniques in unison. Shi Hao donned his battle armor and hurled his halberd with great force, causing the magical formation to tremble violently. Finally, his family was reunited. Shi Hao stepped forward, tears streaming down his face. He had finally found his parents. Qin Hao arrived shortly thereafter, and it appeared the entire family was about to be gathered together. The little tower kept watch outside, for it could detect the aura of a supreme being in the vicinity. The Immortal Mountain had invested such great effort into cultivating Qin Hao and luring Shi Hao here to imprison his parents. Could these people be plotting to forge a supreme being? That is an ambitious scheme indeed. Shi Hao spoke with his parents about the events that had transpired. His parents had once left the Immortal Mountain to return to Stone Village, only to find it reduced to ruins. At that time, because the Qin clan had continuously used Qin Hao as a threat,
They were forced to return, and they had remained imprisoned ever since. As for Shi Zhongtian,
back then Shi Ziling had told Shi Hao that he must rescue him, which is why he secretly sent them through an ancient magic. Xin Yining cautioned Shi Hao and Shi Hao, noting the latter's kind nature. You two brothers must not harbor any resentment toward one another. Shi Hao stood by and observed from a distance. He was not yet ready to acknowledge Shi Hao, as his sole ambition was to become the strongest.
At that very moment, a powerful aura emerged, and the little pagoda returned. It was the immortal heavenly venerate, descending to the lower realm. Likely a projection sent to convert the undying creature. Strip the place bare and let us make our escape, lad. The little pagoda shifted Shi Hao's parents and younger brother into its internal world.
Both of them arrived at the treasury, where a defensive formation stood guard outside.
The youth wasted no time, ruthlessly hurling the god-slaying stone forward. The stone was left dazed. That collision with Shi Hao has surely left me with a concussion. With the formation shattered, they all rushed inside the treasure vault. The god-slaying stone scrambled in behind them, its eyes gleaming. So many treasures! My concussion has vanished instantly.
Shi Hao sensed a familiar aura. He stepped forward and retrieved a glowing bone fragment. It appeared to be the original true explanation.
According to Liu Shen, the original true explanation is divided into 3 volumes. The first volume is known to all, but the second, said to grant transcendence, is rumored to be in the lower realm, though no one has ever found it. Could this be the second volume?
While Shi Hao remained lost in thought, the god-slaying stone and the little pagoda were already competing to swallow nearly all the treasures.
Enough. Let us clear out this medicinal garden as well.
They encountered another formation, but why was it in such a state of ruin inside? It was the work of that undying creature.
Another major figure had arrived, an elder from the Ningjin Gate. The undying creature was now surrounded by the immortal heavenly venerate, the 5 Elements Mountain, and the old man from the Ningjin Gate. While observing the chaos, Shi Hao discovered a small passageway, wondering if it might hold further treasures.
Shi Hao and the 2 little ones went to investigate, finding a mechanism that attacked them relentlessly. Shi Hao slashed through it repeatedly, until he finally shattered the device.
Before him stood a small 5 Elements tree, radiating an abundance of essence.
It was still quite young. If it were taken to the upper realm to mature, it would surely become a priceless treasure. No sooner had Shi Hao uprooted the tree than the cavern began to tremble, on the verge of collapse.
Quickly, we must retreat. Upon escaping, they encountered the undying creature fleeing toward them, and it promptly began to tail them.
It sought the help of Shi Hao's group to deal with the others, promising to repay them handsomely if they could grant it 3 days to recover its vitality.
Just then, the primeval treasure realm suddenly opened. Driven by the desire for fortune, everyone rushed toward the entrance, abandoning their conflict.
Hong Huang and Lan Yu also made their appearance. The primeval treasure realm is an independent space containing the manifestations of the great Tao and countless rare artifacts, yet it does not always reveal itself.
It is possible that when Shi Hao removed the 5 Elements tree, he inadvertently triggered the realm's restriction, causing it to open.
The crowd continued their journey toward the entrance, bloodied and battered from their previous skirmishes.
The undying creature clung to the little pagoda. You are my only salvation. Even though the little pagoda intervened, the undying being was still struck, and the little pagoda itself was shaken by the impact.
Shi Hao's mind raced with rapid calculations.
He commanded, Undying being, hold back the immortal mountain deity and the 5 Elements Mountain.
Leave the old man from the Ningjin Gate to the little pagoda. The old man, still coveting the little pagoda to refine it into a weapon, unleashed his 1,000-hand golden Dharma manifestation.
None of these beings wished to risk their lives. Yet this old man is showing such arrogance. The undying being had fallen into a disadvantageous position. But, as the situation turned dire, Liu Shen descended.
Truly, those who walk barefoot possess the most terrifying strength.
The moment Liu Shen appeared, she commanded the situation. It is time for you all to return to the upper realm. With a single strike, she caused the immortal mountain deity to vanish into nothingness. The undying being offered his gratitude. I thank Liu Shen for saving my life.
Transforming into such a handsome form, even with his double pupils, Shi Hao could not discern the creature's true essence.
In reality, he had been nurtured within an egg for over 1,000,000 years. Possessing innate sigils, he became incredibly formidable upon reaching maturity. He chose a human form because it is the most conducive to cultivation, making it easier to achieve true immortality and invincibility. However, years ago, he had not yet fully shed his wings. Though he had attained the strongest physical power in Taoist cultivation, those very remnants became the obstacles hindering his progress. One's greatest strengths often become the very keys that prevent a breakthrough. Never rest upon the laurels of victory.
There will always be those stronger than you. Arrogance will only lead to one's destruction.
The same applies to Shi Hao's supreme bone. One day, it too may become a barrier to his growth. These are profound life lessons for Shi Hao's future. He would do well to take them to heart. While they were still in discussion, the gate of origin suddenly opened.
It is said that since ancient times, none who have entered have ever returned. Both the little pagoda and Shi Hao advised Liu Shen against entering, yet she departed regardless. The undying being and the little pagoda had no choice but to follow in her wake. Shi Hao's parents remained within the formation protected by the little pagoda, which intended for Shi Hao to enter the archaic treasured realm to seek his destiny. Within, Zhuo Yun and Zhao Qi, along with Ling Xuan and other prodigies of the upper realm, were being besieged by fire crows. Lan Yu, Xuan Ming, and Hong Huang were also present, yet none of them were a match for their attackers. In the moment of peril, Shi Hao stepped forward. "I shall sweep away these foolish birds." He dealt with the threat in an instant. Shi Hao knew that a group of venerables from the lower realms had previously arrived at the ancestral lands of the Jinwu clan. Within that territory, there undoubtedly existed many great opportunities and inheritances. As the group traveled to the Jinwu Sea, Zhao Qi deployed a precious vessel to cross the waters, and with Hong Huang's protection, Shi Hao was allowed aboard. A massive sun divine tree appeared before them. Yet as they neared their destination, they discovered a ghostly vessel blocking their path. Just as the ship's compass attempted to change course, the artifact was ensnared by chains. The vessel came under attack as a legion of zombies swarmed up the chains. The group scattered to repel the enemy, only to realize this was no solitary ghost ship. There were many. Shi Hao promptly assigned tasks to the others, while he prepared to strike at the heart of the ghost ship fleet. Alone and wielding his sword, Shi Hao flew directly onto the enemy vessel, where he discovered a humanoid monster commanding the corpses to attack. Though Shi Hao found himself surrounded, his supreme bone unleashed its latent power. Breaking free, Shi Hao struck down the commander, and as he fell, the chains binding the ships shattered. As the compass regained functionality, Xuan Ming immediately manifested a bridge of crimson light to navigate their vessel away. Though they longed to wait for Shi Hao, the chains began a frantic, renewed assault, and the ghost ship started to sink into the abyss. The three women, believing Shi Hao had perished, shed tears, only for him to emerge heroically from the depths just in time. Ling Xuan moved quickly to provide cover, ensuring Shi Hao boarded the ship safely. They successfully reached the region of the primordial divine tree, where an eerie silence reigned. However, a barrier lay ahead. Possessing a specialized artifact, Ling Xuan attempted to breach it. Shi Hao sensed that something was amiss and moved to rescue her, but it was too late. A branch had already pierced through her. The tree revealed itself to be a blood iron ancient tree, with the cultivation of a venerable. How utterly shameless for such an old monster to strike down Ling Xuan in such a manner. The group was overcome with a righteous fury, desperate to avenge Ling Xuan. Shi Hao unleashed his precious technique, channeling the combined spiritual energy of his companions to confront the ancient tree. By converging their collective strength, he successfully severed the wretched tree. Yet this disturbance drew the attention of numerous venerables, all possessing unfathomable levels of cultivation. Shi Hao produced the world treasure box, opening a portal for the others to retreat, while he remained behind to provide cover. Unexpectedly, he was ambushed by Zhao Qi and Zhuo Yun. The old venerables from behind unleashed their own attacks. Unable to evade them, Shi Hao was struck down into a pool of terrestrial fire. His supreme bone began to resonate, appearing to draw essence from the geothermal liquid, manifesting profound, mysterious intent. Excellent. It is the perfect opportunity to engrave the runes of the supreme bone. This process further allowed Shi Hao to achieve a direct breakthrough into the late stage of the Liezhen realm. Upon emerging, Shi Hao resumed his search for the fortuitous encounters promised by the golden tree. While deep in contemplation, he was ambushed by the five-colored deer venerable, who sought to plunder all of Shi Hao's treasures. It seems it is time to use this old man to test the five-colored deer deployed a magical artifact to encircle Shi Hao, intending to crush the young boy into dust. Yet, he felt no pressure from the impending assault. In the blink of an eye, the boy had snatched the artifact away from the elder. While the elder was still seething with rage, attempting to take Shi Hao's life, he was effortlessly sent to the afterlife. Only then did the elder realize in terror that Shi Hao was a primordial supreme being. As for our young protagonist, he remained delighted. The runes created by the supreme bone are truly exquisite, far more potent than I anticipated. Shi Hao soared into the heights to survey his surroundings, catching sight of the world mountain, which surely held peerless fortunes. It was time to claim them. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. It was the Hong Huang clan, accompanied by two figures who had previously ambushed him and several venerable elders. Both sides were coveting the solar divine flower, yet it was protected by a powerful restriction. Shi Hao cast the five-colored deer's artifact to probe the area, revealing his presence. Upon seeing the youth, the eyes of the Hong Huang clan members lit up. Seeing that Shi Hao was still alive, the venerable elders became increasingly wary, fearing that this boy might have truly defeated the five-colored deer. An elder stepped forward, attempting to recruit Shi Hao to his side. At that very moment, the solar flower bloomed, and drops of golden essence began to emerge. Abandoning all interest in Shi Hao, the crowd scrambled to seize the treasure. When the Hong Huang clan fell into danger,
Recalling past grievances, Shi Hao ultimately intervened to save them, manifesting his indestructible golden body. The golden giant was driven back by Shi Hao's strike. The venerable elder who had spoken earlier agreed to let Shi Hao take 3 drops of the golden essence, hoping that would be the end of his interference. Shi Hao feigned agreement. Secretly, he had triggered the restrictions, using his world-precious shell to gather the golden essence. Unexpectedly, a maiden gradually emerged from within the solar flower. Could she be the spirit of the golden tree? This journey was becoming increasingly interesting. Let us see who among them cannot restrain their greed and strikes first. The venerable elders could no longer contain themselves, but their attacks were shattered by the maiden in a flash. Was that not solar fire essence? How could it resemble the ancestor of the Golden Crow clan, the legendary phoenix of rebirth? One should not trifle with a primordial progenitor. These are the strongest beings of their lineage, birthed and nurtured by the heavens themselves. The maiden began to move, and the entire group gave chase toward the ancient Chaos Palace. Surely great fortune awaited within, but before they could search, the entire group was suppressed by a grand formation. Does this not feel as though we have fallen into a trap laid by another? The chains within the formation began their assault. The one controlling the formation declared himself a member of the Golden Crow clan. The Hong Huang group had already been bound by the chains. Seeing those elders discussing an alliance with the Golden Crow master, they desperately cried out to Shi Hao for salvation. With a mere wave of his hand, the young man tore a rift in the formation and slipped out. Upon entering the main hall, they discovered a bone tome emitting the divine echoes of the great Daco, enveloped in a thick shroud of primordial chaos. It was undoubtedly the chaos scripture. That it lay so carelessly in such a place suggested a sinister trap. The crowd goaded Shi Hao to step forward, intending to launch a sneak attack. This Zhuo Yun truly had a death wish. Having been humbled at the base of the tree once before, he dared to provoke our protagonist again. It was fortunate that he had been beaten last time, as it allowed the young man to loot many treasures, a fact he mentioned just to aggravate them. He baited Zhuo Yun into admitting he had ambushed Zhao Qi. Feeling guilty, the coward confessed without a fight. Consumed by rage, Zhuo Yun prepared to engage Shi Hao in a life-or-death struggle. The young man seized this opportunity to test the new reincarnation technique bestowed by the Supreme Bone. To their shock, the moment the technique was unleashed, Zhuo Yun began to wither with age. As it turned out, the power of samsara could manipulate the flow of time, aging, or rejuvenating a target at will. Hong Huang attempted to intervene, only to be struck down by Zhuo Yun and sent flying. At that very moment, the Golden Crow Venerable descended. Desperate to demonstrate his prowess, Zhuo Yun charged forward blindly, but his efforts were in vain. He was struck down where he stood. Witnessing the tragic fate of Zhuo Yun, Zhao Qi was seized by terror and begged to surrender. The Golden Crow Venerable utilized a secret art to amplify the combat strength of the remaining elders, launching a collective assault. Zhao Qi fanned the flames of greed, manipulating the elders into targeting Shi Hao in pursuit of the indestructible golden body. While Hong Huang and Lan Yu attempted to seize the bone tome, they were repelled by the encroaching chaotic energy. Seizing the chaos, the remaining venerables launched their own offensive. Standing his ground alone, Shi Hao manifested all 10 heavenly passages, channeling the power of samsara to meet his attackers head-on. An elder who recklessly lunged forward was swiftly sent to his reincarnation by Shi Hao's hand. The remaining elders were gripped by dread. By the heavens, how has this boy grown so powerful? Moments later, the arm of the Golden Venerable was severed clean from his body. Elsewhere, the protective array surrounding the bone tome suddenly dissipated. Xuan Ming and Hong Huang each managed to secure a fragment. Under heavy assault, Hong Huang tossed a piece to Zhao Qi, urging him to flee. However, Zhao Qi feigned throwing it to Shi Hao, hoping to draw fire toward him. Zhao Qi believed he had escaped, but his path was swiftly blocked by the Golden Crow. Desperate, Zhao Qi knelt and offered up the bone tome. He had hoped to incite a conflict among the venerables, but his scheme ended with him being executed by the Golden Crow. As Hong Huang and the others rushed to aid him, Zhao Qi revealed that he had been holding a second fragment of the bone tome. It seemed the lad possessed some loyalty after all, managing to deceive the venerable with a counterfeit. Hong Huang and the others entrusted the bone tome to Shi Hao, knowing his talent was peerless, and hoping he could find a way for them to escape. Together, they formed a protective circle, shielding Shi Hao as he began to study the relic. Over there, the venerable masters were still locked in a fierce, blood-soaked battle. After inspecting the piece he held, Shi Hao realized, to his surprise, that it was a fragment of the original truth. However, this piece was incomplete, and he had to find a way to obtain the remainder. Shi Hao deliberately tossed the bone text toward the most cunning of the venerable masters. This action sent the Golden Crow into a rage. Meanwhile, Shi Hao and his companions launched a surprise assault on the Ironblood ancient tree to seize the piece currently in its possession, for that was the second part of the original truth. Transcendence. While the crowd was distracted, the mysterious girl from before appeared, intent on reclaiming the bone text. Shi Hao moved his hand quickly to examine the contents,
There were few characters, so he committed them to memory. Even if it seemed to be the grand fortune the heavenly emperor spoke of, he had to memorize it quickly while he could. Shi Hao shouted to everyone, "Run! The golden tree is about to be uprooted!"
The venerable masters, having gained nothing from their frantic scramble, were consumed with fury and hungered only for Shi Hao's life.
Since the boy had looked over both bone texts, he certainly must have memorized them. The golden crow lost its patience and moved to attack, but was blocked by the other masters.
This Shi Hao is no ordinary youth, especially given the mysterious death of the five-colored deer. We must not act recklessly.
Shi Hao demanded that the masters release the Honghuang group, claiming he had his own way of dealing with the old men.
The young man announced, "I will only share the bone text with the nine-headed serpent. I care not who he chooses to share it with."
Fearing that the attention would shift toward him, the nine-headed serpent deferred the matter to the golden crow.
As soon as the golden crow charged forward to slaughter Shi Hao, it was met with a single, devastating punch that sent it to its doom.
Taking advantage of the chaos, the nine-headed serpent summoned reinforcements from Serpent Mountain to attack the Golden Giant's battle island, joined by the Blood Tree tribe. Shi Hao's strength was staggering, forcing the three old men to immediately activate the four symbols formation. Shi Hao was plunged into the heart of the battle island, surrounded by relentless attacks from all sides.
Even a giant serpent lunged at him, but it was swiftly dispatched by the Kunpeng technique. He was then subjected to the onslaught of the Blood Tree, but our protagonist simply reduced it to ashes. Now, it was time to join forces with the Divine Stone and unleash a bombardment. Seeing the Divine Stone in action was truly a sight to behold. The fallen were all drained of their power by the Blood Tree, leaving only the Elder remaining.
Shi Hao maneuvered around him, delivered a lethal strike, and left him to burn into nothingness. Shi Hao parted ways with the Honghuang group and set off to return, where the small tower was already waiting.
The scene inside was too chaotic to follow. Even the immortal beings had fled the primordial treasure realm, leaving the fate of the world in the hands of Liu Shen.
Shi Hao's family awaited his return.
The venerables of Mount Bulao, whom Shi Hao had previously defeated, were spared, out of respect for his younger brother, Shi Hao. No sooner had Shi Hao returned to the imperial palace than he encountered the witch, who appeared to have been waiting for him.
She held a pearl in her hand, intending to reveal the true origin of Yu Chan.
Years ago, while still a mere child, Yu Chan possessed extraordinary aptitude and was permitted to undergo the Suna, divine embryo rebirth, splitting her existence into a main body and a secondary body. The main body focused solely on cultivation, while the secondary body traveled the world to gain experience. The main body remains significantly more powerful than the secondary. Between the two, should one perish, the other retains the ability to resurrect. Therefore, unless both bodies are utterly destroyed, it is akin to immortality. The day the two bodies merge shall be the day her cultivation reaches perfection. When the secondary body was first captured by Shi Hao, she could have chosen to end her own life, yet she refrained from doing so. The witch warned Shi Hao, "Be careful, or you might find your precious technique stolen."
The pearl in the witch's hand was the god-suppressing pearl, capable of sealing even a true deity. With this,
Shi Hao could suppress Yue Chan's divine consciousness, preventing her from attempting suicide. But why was this witch suddenly acting so generous?
She must be plotting to extract the secret techniques of the heaven-mending sect.
That evening, Shi Hao released Yue Chan, questioning her about their marriage while attempting to pry information from her. Yue Chan sensed that the witch was nearby and earnestly warned Shi Hao. The witch also hails from the higher realm, and she seeks only to sabotage the relationship between the heaven-mending sect and the Shi kingdom, intending to profit from the resulting chaos like a fisherman reaping the rewards of others' conflicts. After all, the Shi kingdom is a prize sought by the heaven-severing sect as well.
Fearing her true motives would be exposed, the witch appeared immediately, moving to seize Yue Chan. She attempted to infiltrate Yu Chan's divine consciousness while she was off guard. But that was no simple task. She was met with a fierce counterattack the moment she materialized.
Together, they labored to open the stone gate, using the soul-suppressing pearl to quell Yu Chan's consciousness. Once they succeeded, the witch turned her hostility towards Shi Hao. Both women sought to manipulate the young man, but her true objective was a diversion, a ruse to sever the three flowers and claim Yu Chan's Dao fruits. Just as the witch rejoiced, she realized the three flowers contained no profound mystery. She had fallen into Yu Chan's trap. At this, the facade crumbled, and the witch turned her enmity toward Shi Hao.
Shi Hao called upon the little pagoda, intending to capture her, but she was fleet of foot and managed to escape. Shi Hao caught the falling Yu Chan. She was seething with rage at having been deceived by Shi Hao, and her vitality was severely depleted due to the theft of her three flowers.
Just as Shi Hao began to heal her, his parents arrived. "So, our son has finally found himself a companion? What is the meaning of this?" And so, The young man received a stern lecture from his mother for mistreating someone else's daughter.
She introduced herself to Yue Chan, revealing that she, too, was once a saintess of the Mount of Immortality. Seeing Yu Chan so effortlessly cast in the role of a virtuous daughter-in-law, Shi Hao stood stunned for a few moments. Before he could even recover his senses, his mother commanded him to feed the young woman her medicinal decoction. Before the medicine could even reach her lips, a buzzing began to fill the air. How could they be married yet not show affection toward one another? He protested that it was only a jest, yet his mother insisted on making it a reality. Even though Yu Chan vehemently resisted, Qin Yanning would not be deterred. Given the chaos Shi Hao had caused at the Mount of Immortality, the power behind Yue Chan would serve as a formidable alliance. Qin Yanning issued a direct order to begin preparations for the wedding ceremony.
Thus, everything was arranged with haste and precision.
She donned the robes of a bride, and he stood ready in the attire of a groom, with the crowd keeping watch outside. The two had no choice but to feign the drinking of the nuptial wine. Shi Hao even leaned in to whisper to her, causing the young woman to blush with overwhelming embarrassment.
At that very moment, Yu Chan suddenly grew dizzy and collapsed into Shi Hao's arms.
Fearing that Shi Hao might take liberties, Yue Chan hurriedly spoke of her need to capture her primary body, as she feared the original would come to slay her. True to her word, no sooner was it mentioned than an assault arrived. Countless fireballs descended, yet fortunately, Shi Hao's defensive array was strong enough to repel them. The primary body appeared amidst the moonlight, and the connection between the primary and secondary bodies surged with immense intensity. The primary body created a barrier to sever their connection. Since that was the case, he decided to take the secondary body with him. Surely, an opportunity to disrupt her would arise. For instance, he would have the primary body witness him planting a kiss on the cheek of the secondary body. Now was the time to strike. Yet the primary body managed to parry the attack. Her strength was truly not to be underestimated. It would have been ideal if the little pagoda were here, but how could one rely solely on the strength of others? At this moment, he could only rely upon himself. The two engaged in a fierce duel, but unexpectedly, the primary body seized the opportunity to create a diversion and launch an assault on the secondary body. They shared a single mind and heart, more intimate than sisters. Yet the primary body remained so cold and ruthless. The primary body even sought to seduce her into ending her own life, promising that she would then allow the secondary body to be reborn so that she might return to the heaven-mending sect as the pure, revered saintess once more. The secondary body wavered, but before she could consent, the voice of Shi Hao brought her back to reality. To think that with just a few words, she would erase years of her own painstaking efforts. Return to the heaven-mending sect? You should return to being your own master. Grandmother. Shi Hao's words acted as a wake-up call for the secondary body. For all these years, she had been nothing but a tool for the heaven-mending sect, a mere shadow of the primary body. From this day forth, they would walk their separate paths. She was her own person, and the primary body was hers alone. The main body spoke with utter disdain. As I suspected, your Tao heart is unstable. You fall into corruption far too easily. Hearing this, the secondary body officially stood firm alongside Shi Hao. The two of them joined forces to challenge the main body. As the Kunpeng technique clashed with the True Dragon technique, the secondary body stood by, guiding Shi Hao on when to strike. It was a perfect display of synergy, a flawless combination. Shi Hao unleashed the cycle of reincarnation, yet the main body countered by channeling the power of the moon, though such strength could only be maintained for a fleeting moment. Shi Hao stood upon the lotus of the great Tao, conjuring a manifestation of extraordinary power. Both fighters unleashed their ultimate techniques, engaging in a desperate, life-or-death struggle. Seizing the opportunity, the secondary body quickly signaled to Shi Hao that the lunar holy energy was fading. The main body would inevitably be weakened for a short interval. Shi Hao combined the sword intent of a saint with the Suan Ni technique, finally succeeding in wounding the main body. As she attempted to retreat, Shi Hao gave chase, only to be ensnared in a god-tier grand formation laid out by the main body. Under the pressure of the formation, Shi Hao suddenly vanished, leaving behind only the world treasure box, with the secondary body trapped inside. The main body assumed Shi Hao had perished within the formation, yet she failed to realize that he had already escaped long ago. While the main body was still caught in confusion, Shi Hao launched a renewed assault. The figure trapped within the formation was merely a decoy created by his own arts. The god-tier formation is broken, Shi Hao declared. If you have any other tricks, reveal them now. Before she could react, Shi Hao's reincarnation technique forced her to revert into the form of a young girl. If she did not flee now, she would surely suffer a brutal defeat. During her escape, Shi Hao plundered her treasures. The main body hurriedly activated the golden cauldron to defend herself. What was, after all, a supreme ancient artifact? Shi Hao returned safely to his parents, who were overcome with relief. He then proceeded to reinforce the protective arrays surrounding the Xin kingdom. Shi Hao watched his elder brother, his eyes wide with astonishment. Once alone, Shi Hao inspected his spoils of war,
discovering to his surprise the true feather of the silver phoenix. He was finally nearing the completion of the five-colored fan. In the ancient era, the five-colored fan was revered as one of the most powerful magical artifacts in existence.
Furthermore, he possessed the heaven-mending pill of the heaven-mending sect. A single inhalation was enough to mend his wounds. Truly a rare and precious treasure. Shi Hao released the secondary body, and the two discussed their lives and the path forward to ensure his parents' peace of mind. The secondary body of Yu Chan agreed to continue masquerading as his wife, even passing on the knowledge she had acquired to Shi Hao.
After all, the stronger Shi Hao became, the safer she would be. A mutually beneficial arrangement.
Several days later, Liu Shen and the little pagoda returned together. The little pagoda had been pursuing the witch to recover a certain orb, which once belonged to an old acquaintance. Having been away from Stone Village for some time, Liu Shen wished to return. She instructed Shi Hao.
Upon seeing Shi Hao return, the clan leader was overjoyed, and Shi Hao's parents knelt to express their gratitude for the care he had shown their son. Yet their joyous reunion was swiftly interrupted by the sight of the vermilion bird and the Zhuyan clashing in battle. Could a mere sparring match truly cause such violent tremors?
Shi Hao brought Qing Yi and Xin Hao to the site where the two spiritual beasts were dueling, where Qing Feng and Dazhuang were also waiting.
The green-scaled eagle, Mao Chu, and Zhao Hong were locked in a fervent struggle. These two were truly extraordinary, possessing boundless divine abilities.
A faint flame swirled around their bodies, a clear sign that they were on the verge of igniting their divine fire. Da Hong, seeing Shi Hao approach with excitement, attempted to challenge him to a bout, but was swiftly suppressed by Shi Hao before it could even begin. The young man enthusiastically introduced Qing Yi as his wife, and Xin Hao as his biological younger brother. Mao Chu noticed Shi Hao but remained cold, thinking,
"Who knows what this guy did while I suffered from memory loss?"
Only Qing Yi and Xin Hao were left stunned and bewildered. What kind of village was this, harboring such a concentration of powerful figures?
As night fell, the entire village gathered, and some of the village youths playfully teased and poked fun at Xin Hao.
Troubled, Xin Hao sought out Mao Chu to inquire about the mountain treasure they had fought over all those years ago.
It was a box crafted from heavenly bone, inscribed with peerless cultivation techniques, and capable of unifying divine abilities of infinite power.
It was Mao Chu who had obtained it back then, but having suffered grave injuries, it had lost its memories.
Now, even it did not know where the treasure was hidden. How truly troublesome these little ones were.
Shi Hao walked over to the side of the willow deity.
This was truly the happiest day of his life. However, the willow deity offered a grave reminder. The battle of the conferring of gods still loomed ahead. He had to be extremely cautious.
After this battle, the connection between the upper realm and the lower realm would be severed, and those from the upper realm would no longer be able to descend. For now, the willow deity and the little pagoda could help him protect everything, but after this conflict, both might depart. It was hoped that by then, Shi Hao would find his own path to the upper realm, as it would be far more conducive to his cultivation. However, there were many occurrences and numerous regions up there that remained shrouded in profound mystery. Take, for instance, the medicinal plant in the medicine capital from before. It was originally a formidable sentient being, one of the true masterminds. Furthermore, there were the White Deer Academy and the Creation Academy of the Upper Realm. Those factions were in no way inferior to the great sects.
Yet, simply for plucking a segment of lightning-struck wood, they all perished.
Some met even stranger ends. One touch of a glowing drop of water turned them instantly into a skeleton.
Xin Hao felt both terror and excitement as he listened.
The willow deity had once ventured into the deepest reaches of that region.
The scenery within was profoundly eerie.
Yet, when she pursued the primordial gate and the archaic treasured realm, she discovered that the scenes within bore a striking resemblance to that mysterious area. It was possible that the two realms were connected.
Everything is done solely for the sake of transcendence. Around Liu Shen, there were countless glowing embers, each representing a realm she had once inhabited. If one day Xin Hao becomes truly peerless, with no equal, ascending to even higher worlds, beyond even the upper realm, there will be no one who can accompany him forever. He must understand the path he is destined to walk.
In the days that followed, Shi Hao remained in Stone Village, living a life of peace. He diligently cultivated alongside Mao Chu and Little Red, and though Mao Qin's physical body was incredibly formidable, Shi Hao engaged him in hand-to-hand combat until, battered and bruised, Mao Qinyu transformed into the likeness of Xin Hao himself.
With these 72 transformations, Mao Chu could even mimic his form, but Shi Hao was ready to fight regardless.
Qin Yinying stood nearby, anxious and troubled. Which one of them was truly her son?
The two of them even competed to claim her as their mother. How dare he challenge Shi Hao for his mother's affection?
Take this strike! Shi Hao unleashed the Kunpeng technique to clash with Mao Chu's divine abilities,
hoping to demonstrate its might and trade the complete 72 transformations for his Kunpeng technique. Mao Chu was cunning, scratching his head and complaining. "The ancestors forbid it from being passed on, big brother."
Suddenly, Xin Hao ceased his demands. Willing to teach him freely, because the stronger Mao Qi became, the more secure he would feel about the Stone Kingdom. Touched by his sincerity, Mao Qi felt ashamed, ultimately deciding to defy his ancestors to teach Shi Hao. This is the true essence of brotherhood. That evening, Shi Hao sat alone in melancholy, deeply concerned for Stone Village, for he was soon to return to the Stone Kingdom. The further he traveled, the further he drifted. With Liu Shen already departed, Shi Hao hoped his parents could help protect Stone Village. Shi Hao, accompanied by his younger brother and the others, utilized the grand teleportation array to return to the Stone Kingdom. The final battle arrived. Dark clouds gathered over the horizon, and the enemy forces were far more powerful than before. Shi Hao activated the defensive array, and at that very moment, Liu Shen returned. The deity entered the fray and obliterated the opponent with a single strike. Little Pagoda requested Liu Shen's assistance to reclaim the missing sections of its main body. Little Pagoda asked if Shi Hao intended to ascend to the upper realm, noting that if he did not leave now, traveling between realms would become incredibly difficult later. But at the thought of the Stone Kingdom, how could he leave with a peaceful heart? The yellow springs connected to the underworld, and the underworld soil was descending. Were they attempting to turn the desolate region into a land of the dead? While Liu Shen was still present, Shi Hao inquired about the final section of the original true explanation. How should one cultivate to achieve perfect harmony and unification? If one's realm is sufficient, unification will occur naturally. If not, one requires the myriad spirit map to guide the way. Liu Shen's enemy this time was the 5 elements body of the undying celestial venerable. Yet just as the formation was set, Liu Shen easily shattered his protective aura, destroying 2 of his avatars. Liu Shen's strength is truly terrifying. She dispatches those at the sect leader level as if it were a trivial matter. The next to appear was the yin-yang Taoist, who had once annihilated a divine kingdom belonging to Liu Shen and had stolen half of the Little Pagoda's body. He launched his assault, yet Liu Shen deflected every blow with ease. His combat prowess was no match for Liu Shen, and he was quickly overwhelmed by her immense power. It is time for your reincarnation. Damn it all. The Little Pagoda's body was being fought over by the masses, forcing the pagoda to rush forward and risk everything. How dare this yin-yang Taoist attempt to forge a new consciousness for its divine structure? Damn them all. Under the relentless assault, the Little Pagoda began to falter. But they were merely toying with it, for the formidable Liu Shen was still present. As the pagoda body was about to be drawn into a bell, Liu Shen simply waved her hand to leave a seal upon it, ultimately reclaiming the body for the little one. Oh, he has finally recovered. Those scoundrels will pay for this. When giants clash, the weak perish as collateral damage. Shi Hao's formation trembled incessantly as he struggled to protect the common people from the shockwaves. Those who still dared to press their attack were driven back by Liu Shen. She opened the origin gate, stunning everyone. If you do not retreat, I shall force you all into this gate. The chaos subsided. Yet Shi Hao still could not fathom the true causes behind these battles. Yu Chan pointed him toward Mount Hemin, promising it would help him understand the upper realm. Suddenly, the immortal spirit appeared. Why was this individual here instead of following Liu Shen? He explained that he had departed earlier. As for the others who followed Liu Shen into the origin gate, a single spirit manifestation had perished in the blink of an eye. He proposed traveling to Mount Hemin with Shi Hao, adding, before he ascends to the upper realm, he intends to ensure that no gods remain in the lower realm. The 2 companions set out on their journey. Shi Hao reunited with the Honghuang group, as well as the true form of Yu Chen and the witch. The witch provoked them with a few words, prompting a man to step forward to teach Shi Hao a lesson on behalf of Yu Chen. He was Ming Ren, a fire god realm cultivator of the Ming clan. Another elder also emerged. He was a master at the fire god realm, from the Mount of Immortality, who had long since sensed the bloodline flowing within Shi Hao, and sought to capture him to face punishment in the upper realm. In truth, both their intentions were solely to plunder the supreme bone from the young man. The 2 of them even began to vie with one another. Just as Shi Hao prepared to depart, he was blocked by another meddlesome crone from the demon sunflower garden, who also coveted his bone. Before he could even move, he found himself surrounded by 3 experts of the fire god realm. Yet, he was entirely unperturbed. Did these fake gods truly dare to look down upon him? Shi Hao held his ground and struck down each of them. There are still those tired of living rushing forward. A practitioner of the divine flame realm is attempting a sneak attack on the lad. However, Shi Hao had already been warned by the immortal living being. Taking this opportunity, he simply wanted to test just how vast the gap between himself and the divine flame realm truly is. Too vast. And so, the immortal living being once again stepped in to pin the opponent for Shi Hao. Following that, he descended with overwhelming dominance, devouring the false gods, declaring that from this day forth, no god shall remain in the lower realm. Shi Hao attempted to use his influence to capture Yu Chan, but the immortal living being turned and left, leaving Yuchan utterly shaken.
After eradicating the gods across the 8 regions, the immortal living being intended to ascend to the upper realm to exact his revenge.
Shi Hao returned to the heaven-mending pavilion, enlisting the help of Zhu Xiang to gather his former fellow disciples and, per the instructions of Guaiye, reopen the sect. Furthermore, every faction that participated in the destruction of his sect would be made to pay the price. Very quickly, Xiao Tian and another senior sister were found, alongside the young woman from the Zulu Academy. They began with the Tuoba clan, catching the old clan leader completely off guard. Fortunately, they managed to seize a fragment of the original true interpretation from his grasp. At this moment, Jin Huang suddenly arrived to seek his help. An intruder was harassing his clan and demanding to take people up to the upper realm. Shi Hao set off immediately. The intruder harassing the clan was a massive turtle at the venerable realm, who had the audacity to demand Jin Huang serve as his mount. Incensed by these words, Shi Hao launched himself into the fray. He struck the old turtle until it was flipped onto its shell, leaving the creature terrified into submission. It then revealed its origins. It hailed from Zifu Mountain. The master of the mountain was none other than the Taoist Lu Bi. Descending to the lower realm in search of a mount? In that case, you shall serve as a mount for me, Shi Hao, from this day forward. Despite the creature's repeated refusals, Shi Hao remained indifferent, threatening to boil it into soup, until the turtle was paralyzed with fear. Shi Hao bestowed the name San He upon him. Shi Hao and his companions continued their purge, advancing toward the heart of the Nan Yun Divine Mountain. However, the surroundings were utterly desolate, with only the old man of Nan Yun remaining. He had once been a god, but to avoid the great catastrophe, he had voluntarily extinguished his divine flame. Shi Hao's enemies had already perished, leaving behind only the elderly and the young. Unwilling to slaughter the innocent, Shi Hao chose to depart. The old man of Nan Yun was moved and gifted him the desolate pattern stone, which could aid in the nirvana of his precious artifacts. If Shi Hao could combine his fire with his immortal golden body, he could significantly increase their power. Now, it is time to move toward the final enemy, the Ziling Beast Mountain. Not long after entering, the original true interpretation suddenly began to resonate. Before them appeared a lightning fruit. Consuming a single fruit can amplify the lightning affinity within one's attacks. It may even grant an epiphany regarding the laws of thunder. Yet why does the sight of it feel so unsettling? The gluttonous San He, ignoring the danger, lunged forward. As expected, they were attacked. It was a lightning insect. How perilous. Before they could even regain their bearings, the surrounding vicious beasts descended into a frenzy. Shi Hao hurriedly led the group away. At this moment, San He spoke of the Void God realm, for he sensed that the Western Tomb Beast Mountain was much the same. It was not truly real, but merely the lingering will left behind by divine beasts and birds after their deaths. The group found themselves under attack once again. Shi Hao ordered everyone to retreat, noting that this place existed somewhere between illusion and reality. Since they were already here, he decided to taste a lightning fruit to see what it could do. Barely having swallowed it, the young man began to discharge arcs of lightning. Suddenly, a venerable level white tiger king leaped out to strike at Shi Hao, but this was merely a trap set by Shi Hao to lure it out. It acted as if it were omniscient, yet in truth, it was incredibly foolish. However, sounds suddenly emerged from all around them. Could they have been ambushed? That accursed white tiger. Let us see how Shi Hao deals with it. The white tiger's accomplices were commanded to join forces and stop Shi Hao. With just a few strikes, the white tiger was flattened. Its power was not as formidable as it had claimed. Its companions were also swiftly dealt with by Shi Hao. Upon the brink of death, the white tiger immediately begged for mercy, offering to lead Shi Hao to a hidden treasure if he would only spare its life. But could the heaven-mending sect simply let such an opportunity pass? Shi Hao did not waste words. He sent it to the afterlife, intending to search for the hidden treasure himself. Shi Hao and San He entered the altar. Thanks to the resonance from the 2 pieces of the original true interpretation in his possession, Shi Hao successfully tracked the location of the 3rd fragment. Shi Hao forced San He to scout the path ahead. This caused the coward to tremble with every step, consumed by anxiety. One moment of carelessness, and he could easily lose his life. Shi Hao was forced to move forward himself to claim the original true interpretation, but the eye upon the altar suddenly turned to watch him. At the sight of it, San He immediately fled, scurrying away in terror, fearing he would be struck by a lethal attack. Fortunately, Shi Hao acted quickly and hid within his treasure chest, though it continued to tremble violently from the force of the blows outside. Shi Hao recalled the words of Liu Shen. He had to stake everything on a single gamble. Shi Hao attempted to fuse the 3 fragments of the original true records, unleashing a mysterious power that repelled those attempting to seize the world treasure box. Shi Hao reunited with Xiao Tian and the others. The debt of blood for the sect's destruction had been settled, and the heaven-mending pavilion could finally be rebuilt. Fragments of memories from the past began to surface, and the disciples gathered to pay their respects to Liu Shen, while also helping Shi Hao recover the seed of the godly vine,
so that it might once again serve as a guardian spirit.
Shi Hao hoped that Xing Feng would mature quickly, allowing him to take charge of the Stone Kingdom in his stead. A few days later he received a letter left behind by Qin Hao. Qin Hao signaled that something was amiss at the Mount of Immortality, and he had to return there at once. Consumed by concern, Shi Hao accompanied his parents to the altar of the Mount of Immortality. It appeared that Qin Hao was attempting to undergo the nirvana of the Supreme. The immortal mountain celestial had previously probed the upper realm and obtained a piece of immortal bone that still retained a faint aura of life. As it happened, Shi Hao, the very one whose bone had been extracted, had risen once more. His bloodline was likely the key to revitalizing that ancient bone. Shi Ziling and his wife were struck with horror. This was the true purpose for which the Mount of Immortality had manipulated them into conceiving Qin Hao.
The depths of their treachery were boundless.
Yet, despite this, Qin Hao remained determined to utilize the immortal bone to augment his own strength. Qin Hao knew he could not intervene. His brother gave him a lightning fruit, which would prove invaluable should he ever cultivate lightning-based techniques in the future. He instructed his parents to follow Qin Hao
while he ventured to the Void God realm to seek out the realm envoy for information regarding the upper realm, but the old man turned and departed before Qin Hao could even pose a single question. At that moment, 2 other elders approached, offering to reveal the truth if Qin Hao paid them 5 million essence stones.
However, a few menacing words from Qin Hao were enough to terrify them into submission.
The 2 elders advised Shi Hao, "Break every record in this realm, and you shall find your answer."
Shi Hao faithfully followed their suggestion, but after shattering countless records, no answers manifested.
It was only then that the 2 elders revealed. At the furthest end of the Void God realm, there exists a path leading to the upper realm. They escorted Shi Hao to the heavenly road.
Qin Hao journeyed for several days straight before finally reaching the end.
There, he encountered a young woman, Feng Wu of the Heaven Immortal Academy. The moment she laid eyes on him, she dubbed him the Great Bear.
Shi Hao, irritated, called her a demoness, which infuriated her so greatly that she swore to capture him as her mount. She lunged at him, intent on teaching him a lesson, but she soon discovered that within the same cultivation realm. However, Feng Wu was no mere pushover. She unleashed her divine archery technique, yet Shi Hao blocked every single strike. Observing Shi Hao's rare and formidable strength, Feng Wu began plotting to lure him to the upper realm. Just when one might think she had good intentions, she smiled smugly. If Shi Hao followed her, she would possess the most powerful mount in existence. Such delusional arrogance. Enraged, Shi Hao unleashed his supreme power, forcing Feng Wu to flee in terror. Before he could even demand answers, he had gained yet another pointless enemy. As Shi Hao continued forward, he encountered 2 more youths, but he subdued both with a single move. Through them, he learned that the world beyond the portal was the spirit realm, when suddenly, another figure emerged, declaring, "You wish to suppress the Great Calamity?" Looking at his demeanor, it was unclear who the true Great Calamity was. The onlookers, hearing the news, flocked to witness the spectacle, all convinced that this newcomer would surely triumph over the Great Calamity. To their shock, they arrived only to find the scattered ashes of Huo Wu. Fleeing in haste was their only option. And so, as his reputation spread, one challenger after another appeared, intent on suppressing Shi Hao. Zhen Lun of the Spirit Clan also entered the fray. He was a true first-generation prodigy, and the younger brother of Zhen Jiyu, known as the Spirit King. Shi Hao decided to adopt a name for himself, styling himself as Hao Tian. During their duel, the 2 pitted their golden body techniques against one another, a technique Zhen Lun had perfected through tempering in the Vajra fluid. Yet, to everyone's surprise, it was shattered by Shi Hao. Unwilling to accept defeat, he unleashed his innate divine art. Shi Hao was slightly taken aback, for that technique was capable of wounding his physical form. Truly formidable. Nevertheless, Shi Hao repelled the attack, and Zhen Lun was forced to concede defeat, thoroughly outmatched. But the opponents did not end there. Now appeared Tang Yi, a first-generation expert of the Fire Gold clan, one of the most powerful clans of the Archaic era. Tang Yi's true form was the Divine Vine, which had defeated countless masters in the past. It appeared he was a formidable foe indeed. Shi Hao attacked with a willow branch, while Tang Yi unleashed the Sun Moon Divine Seal, a legendary technique capable of suppressing all things. Shi Hao parried with the Kunpeng technique, and the 2 titans collided with immense force. Our protagonist fought with relentless ferocity against all who stood in his path. Yet, Tang Yi held another ace up his sleeve, the Fire Gold Treasure Vice, which simultaneously manifested the techniques of various other clans. The spectators were struck with awe, but only Shi Hao remained calm, realizing that these techniques were merely fragments, not the complete, original arts. "I can handle this. Come at me." Shi Hao unleashed a barrage of strikes, his Kunpeng technique swiftly encircling the Vermilion Phoenix art used by his opponent. Tang Yi offered a mocking laugh.
It seemed he was baiting Shi Hao into a trap.
Shi Hao was quickly surrounded by karmic fire, a flame that burns the evil within a person's heart and annihilates their very soul.
Unfortunately for his opponent, our protagonist is pure of heart. If that fire truly burned away evil, it would only be consuming his enemies. The onlookers watched in astonishment as Shi Hao emerged completely unscathed. Now, it is your turn. Just as Tang Yi attempted a suicidal strike, Shi Hao slashed his throat.
Shi Hao remained skeptical. Is this fellow truly this weak? Tang Yi scrambled to mend his wounds,
his aura gradually surging in intensity. At last, he had encountered someone with the combat prowess of the upper realm.
Tang Yi unleashed another assault, but Shi Hao repelled it with the Chi of Chaos. He had completely mastered the Kunpeng technique.
Enough of this back and forth. He decided to end it by pitting his supreme technique against his opponents. Zhen Lun reminded Shi Hao that Tang Yi was utilizing a forbidden art, having traveled from the 10,000 Saint Mountains to reach this place in such a short time. The duration of that technique was surely nearing its end. How incredibly disappointing. If he cannot fight at his full potential, what is the point of continuing? Let us call it an end.
Shi Hao entered the spiritual realm alone, intending to interrogate someone for information. Despite his handsome appearance, everyone he encountered fled at the sight of him. Some chose to commit suicide without hesitation, while others fainted on the spot.
What is the meaning of this? Just then, a disciple of the Ningjin sect approached. Seeing that it was a member of the Ningjin sect, he immediately apprehended.
Shi Hao questioned him on how to ascend to the upper realm, but even using a softer tone yielded no results. Shi Hao returned, realizing those two old men had surely deceived him. At that moment, a few individuals still sought to challenge Shi Hao, but he had already departed back to the Void God realm.
The two old men used their powers to seal the Bronze Gate once more.
The origins of these two elders remain unknown. Could they be the ancient deities who forged the Void God realm itself?
Yet, the two elders appeared perplexed, as if they themselves could not recall.
Thanks to his foray into the spiritual realm, Shi Hao earned a fragment of the bronze technique as a reward. Counting them up, the young man had gathered 9 fragments, but 10 were required to complete the set. Shi Hao had no choice but to return to the Stone Kingdom, as he needed to arrange his abdication.
Within an ancient hall of the upper realm, several factions were discussing descending to the lower realm to seize the fragments of the original true interpretation.
Furthermore, they viewed Shi Hao's entry into the spiritual realm, where he defeated talents of the upper realm and allegedly colluded with undying beings, as a grave threat that must be eradicated.
Ultimately, they reached a consensus to use a supreme artifact to break through the realm's barrier. The Underworld clan offered a Void Beast bone array of the supreme rank, preparing for a blood sacrifice by the Celestial Kingdom. A catastrophe for our protagonist is fast approaching.
Shi Hao was in the midst of a council with his ministers, determined to choose a successor. The 19th prince nominated the Marquis of Huntian, and Shi Heng, who had long defended the border, also showed promise of reaching the venerable realm. The others present were in agreement. As Shi Hao was deliberating, he received reports that the territory governed by the Marquis of Huntian was in complete chaos, all due to the emergence of the heaven-swallowing sparrow. Shi Hao and Qing Feng departed immediately for the western frontier. Qing Feng shared his deductions, which left Shi Hao slightly surprised. Perhaps this journey would serve as a catalyst for the boy's growth.
Upon their arrival, Shi Heng was already waiting at the gates.
He recounted the situation to Shi Hao, admitting that he had once clashed with the heaven-swallowing sparrow, but due to his inferior cultivation, he had barely managed to escape with his life.
There is something suspicious about this old man.
Qing Feng could not shake the feeling that the Marquis of Huntian was acting strangely.
Just as they were preparing to rest, they discovered a creature at the spirit fire realm, a flying python, which launched a sudden assault.
Through their brief exchange, Shi Hao learned that the beast had accomplices.
The flying python was gloating, convinced its higher cultivation realm guaranteed victory over Shi Hao, but Xiao Hong swooped in and struck it down, mocking, "Do you truly believe you stand a chance against me?" The flying python shrieked in terror, "Master, save me!" A stone statue stepped forth with an imposing presence, proclaiming, "By the order of the Heaven Kingdom's master, I have descended to the lower realm to claim Shi Hao's life." Even with the paths of connection severed, these individuals still found a way to descend. It seems the young man must ascend to the upper realm to settle the score. That is far too much bullying against our protagonist. The stone statue had no interest in idle chatter with Shi Hao, but the young man turned to threaten the flying python, demanding to know which ancient sects sought his destruction. Ma Gi Yuan. But before it could finish, the stone statue silenced it permanently.
Regardless, it mattered little. The stone statue proceeded to list the factions: Ma Gui Yuan, Ming Tu, and the Heaven Kingdom.
They had even sacrificed several powerful spirit incarnations just to tear open a rift in the void, projecting a sliver of his consciousness into this realm. Upon hearing that it was merely a sliver of consciousness, Shi Hao breathed a sigh of relief.
Shi Hao commanded Xiao Hong and Mao Chu to engage the divine statue.
The one statue and two beasts clashed in a ferocious battle. The divine statue was formidable, holding its own against both opponents without losing ground. Qing Feng advised them that attacking the entity's physical vessel would be the most effective way to secure a kill. Thus, the vermilion bird created an opening, allowing Mao Chu to shatter the statue's divine techniques. Enraged, the divine statue unleashed the undying divine technique.
Shi Hao attempted to lure his opponent away, using himself as bait to draw the serpent from its hole. The mastermind behind it all was revealed to be Shi Hang.
To think he was a candidate for the throne. How unexpected. Shi Hang brandished the blood demon ruler. His corrupted sanity was a direct consequence of this very weapon.
He launched an assault on Shi Hao. While nearby, the divine statue was being overwhelmed by the relentless attacks of Xiao Hong and Mao Chu.
Sealed within the blood demon ruler was the blood of the demon god Shu Tu. If he were to be resurrected, it would surely spell catastrophe.
Furthermore, Shi Hang wielded the cursed spear, which held the vengeful malice of 10,000 souls. Shi Hang was brimming with confidence in his spear, knowing that ordinary venerables would perish upon contact. But Shi Hao was far from ordinary.
Something is not right about this old man.
Both battlefields, the one against the divine statue and the one against Shi Hang, were intensely fierce, with blood energy gathering around Shi Hang at an alarming rate.
A towering figure emerged, and Shi Hao could not intercept him in time.
Mao Chu and Xiao Hong accelerated to finish off the divine statue, needing to reach Shi Hao quickly, for the young man was struggling against the overwhelming pressure alone.
Though the divine statue was destroyed, its primordial essence had already merged with Xue Tu, causing his power to surge instantaneously.
Xiao Hong and Mao Chu arrived to assist Shi Hao. The three of them were determined to prevent Xue Tu from breaking the seal. The focus of the assault shifted to Hun Tianhao, while Shi Hang, under Xue Tu's control, charged forth only to be swiftly neutralized. Shi Hao hurled the Zhenguo war halberd directly at Xue Tu. "Perish, old man!" As for Shi Hang, he was stripped of his cultivation by Shi Hao and ordered to return to the imperial capital to face judgment. But he chose to commit suicide. Before his death, he warned Shi Hao, "Beware of the blood sacrifice of the heavenly kingdom." After returning to the imperial capital, Shi Hao announced his abdication. He chose Qing Feng as his successor, for the young man was both brilliant and deeply devoted to the people. As for Shi Hao, he had to seek answers in the upper realm to ensure the 8 regions remained at peace forever. After departing the imperial capital, Shi Hao continued his cultivation without rest.
He came to realize that there is no strongest supreme technique.
There is only the technique that is most compatible with one's own essence.
For him, that was the supreme technique inscribed upon his supreme bone. Yet, he recalled the words of Liu Shen, "Your supreme bone may be your greatest strength, but it may also be the shackle preventing your breakthrough." If one day you can manifest the technique, even without the supreme bone, that is what it truly means to reach complete enlightenment.
Meanwhile, in the great swamp of the Hong region,
an old man was performing a blood sacrifice.
He sought to avenge both Shi Hang and Xue Tu.
Using blood to pave a path through the void, he sent a beam of light shooting straight toward the upper realm. The ancient figures in the upper realm were already waiting. The Void Bone Beast and the Void Beast were deployed to reinforce the ritual array. Together, they channeled a blood sacrifice to the heavens, defying the celestial will to descend into the lower realm.
Qing Feng relayed the grim news to Shi Hao. Shi Hao's parents also arrived to reunite with him. Qin Yinying, who hailed from an ancient sect, sensed that the current movements of the upper realm were of grave consequence. Both his parents were filled with deep anxiety.
On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, while walking with his parents, Shi Hao received an urgent report that a divine flame realm expert was attacking the imperial city.
He bid a reluctant farewell to his parents, but upon arriving at the imperial city, he found everything sealed within a shroud of blood. Qing Feng lay beaten and bloodied. The golden skeleton of the god of earth emerged, and the void bone beast lunged towards Shi Hao.
The young man unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, even breathing fire to incinerate the bones of the void bone beast.
Beside Jin Jiyu stood Yang Li of the Yin-Yang Academy and the divine messenger of the Xuanshan sect.
Both of them looked at Shi Hao with eyes full of contempt. Those who are so arrogant rarely meet a peaceful end. Only now did Shi Hao realize that the blood sacrifice was intended to bring these individuals down to the lower realm. They used spirit talismans to control the people of the Stone Kingdom and force them to attack him, but with a single move, Shi Hao suppressed their consciousness and rendered them unconscious. Our protagonist's brilliance truly shines through in moments of crisis. Yet those three still did not consider Shi Hao a threat. After all, they had already ignited their divine flames, while Shi Hao was merely in the formation arrangement realm. The disparity in their power was like heaven and earth, leading them to mockingly advise Shi Hao to end his own life.
The Xuanshan messenger, impatient, lunged forward, intent on making short work of Shi Hao. The young man swiftly drew his scroll and battle halberd. Though each technique possessed enough power to crush a venerable,
They failed to leave even a scratch on the Xuanshan messenger.
Shi Hao donned the indestructible battle armor, causing the eyes of the three pursuers to gleam with greed. A supreme treasure.
All three closed in on Shi Hao, determined to seize it for themselves.
Exploiting this, Shi Hao lured them directly into his formation. He had once faced Yue Chan, but this particular formation had been refined by the divine stone, amplifying its power significantly.
As soon as the trio reached the heart of the formation, Shi Hao immediately activated it. Although he managed to save the citizens of the imperial capital, he could not completely eradicate the three intruders.
Shi Hao fled toward the teleportation array of the Tuoba clan, traveling directly to the northern sea.
The three pursuers were relentless, tailing him so closely that he was left with almost no room to maneuver.
Shi Hao retreated into the world treasure box, focusing entirely on recovering his strength at top speed.
When he emerged, his location was quickly discovered by the three, and they seemingly obliterated him. But it was merely a spiritual manifestation. His true body was still fleeing for his life.
Knowing this could not continue, Shi Hao attempted to use the Kunpeng technique to fight back, yet it proved ineffective. The game of cat and mouse continued. Shi Hao had hoped to use the city's teleportation array to escape, but those men began slaughtering the innocent to cut him off. Changing course, Shi Hao headed toward a desolate city, using the 6 god bones to destroy the array the moment he departed. As Shi Hao ducked into the Jiling Beast Mountain, the three men scrambled to pinpoint his location and gave chase.
This place, a mix of reality and spirit, held the lingering remnants of countless deities. Perhaps it would serve to Shi Hao's advantage.
The youth reached the altar, behind which lay the mysterious, ancient divine remains.
Knowing their insatiable greed, Shi Hao anticipated they would scramble to seize the remains. This was his design.
True to his prediction, the moment they lunged, the power of the altar lashed out at them. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Hao retreated into the world treasure box, where Yun Chan inquired after his well-being.
Outside, the three men were caught off guard by the assault, leaving them severely wounded. They attempted to hide within the void furnace, yet they were still seized by the skeletal hand.
The void furnace was crushed in its grip, and as the trio was thrown out, the mysterious remains swallowed them whole.
They met their end before they could even draw another breath. It then turned its gaze towards Shi Hao's treasure chest, eyeing it with intent.
Fortunately, Yue Chan intervened with a timely reminder, allowing him to unleash the power of the myriad spirit map to drive the remains away. Shi Hao made his way out with great caution. He approached the remains of those who had fallen,
and by probing their lingering consciousness, he discovered that a blood sacrifice had summoned 7 deities, the strongest of whom hailed from the immortal palace, followed by individuals from the Ningjin sect.
One of them, barely clinging to life, awoke and desperately begged Shi Hao for mercy.
But how could he possibly spare those who sought his life?
Moreover, these individuals had slaughtered countless innocent people.
It was time to send them to their graves. With 4 targets still remaining, the trap at Jiling Beast Mountain was surely no longer viable. Upon returning, Shi Hao discovered the traces of a grand battle, finding only the feathers of Little Red and the remains of the furry creature. While filled with anxiety, he chanced upon Yu Zimeng nearby.
Because Shi Hao had spared her life previously, she chose to reveal the situation to him. The imperial capital was safe, but after Shi Hao's departure, Qing Feng had sought out Little Red and the furry creature, who then lured the enemy to this location for a desperate battle.
She also spoke to Shi Hao regarding what she saw in his future. Ahead lay a realm of chaos, while behind him existed a vast void. Sensing that he did not belong to this timeline, or would eventually vanish from this world entirely. Using a teleportation array, Shi Hao returned to Stone Village, only to find the furry creature and Little Red in an extremely weakened state.
With tears welling in his eyes, Shi Hao refused to accept that Little Red and the furry creature might perish. Shi Hao probed the spiritual consciousness of the furry creature, witnessing the harrowing scenes of the battle that had transpired. He brought forth the golden liquid of the sun god tree. With proper recuperation, the two would likely recover in half a year. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the 7 deities had gathered, all conspiring to formulate a new strategy. They set their sights on the heaven-mending sect, intending to use it as bait to lure Shi Hao into a rescue attempt. At this moment, Shi Hao was still listening to the account of the furry creature. Together, the furry creature and Little Red had used their primordial flames to incinerate the experts of the Ningjin sect. The outer shell of the cauldron had cracked, revealing a white bone cauldron that subsequently vanished into a beam of light. Shi Hao needed to reclaim the nation-suppressing divine halberd and the divine spirit sword. With 3 enemies still at large, he had to take decisive action. Just then, a messenger from the imperial capital arrived, reporting that the heaven-mending sect had been assaulted. The individual before him is Yin Yi Shen of the Heavenly Kingdom. This opponent is far more formidable than the likes of Yang Li. He intends to extract the location of the Primordial Holy Academy from Shi Hao's lips. Yin Yi is not only powerful, but also exceptionally cunning. Shi Hao racks his brain, searching for a way to counter his opponent. Shi Hao and Yin Yi clash in a fierce battle. At this moment,
The Wei family sword in Shi Hao's hand suddenly resonates. It turns out that the elder's fall in the past was orchestrated by the hands of the Heavenly Kingdom. Although Shi Hao wishes to avenge the Wei family, he finds himself suppressed by his opponent. Suddenly, the force field shifts. The sword erupts in a surge of light, manifesting as a vengeful spirit. The elder's obsession has not dissipated because he seeks to settle his grudges with the Heavenly Kingdom. This shall be the final time his spirit manifests. The Wei elder wields the sword with immense power to suppress Yin Yi. Just a false god daring to look down upon me? Prepare to meet your end. Knowing the Wei elder is no ordinary foe, Yin Yi unleashes his ultimate killing move, summoning a blood demon. But the elder retorts, "My lingering resentment is no match for your petty killing intent."
Counterattacking with ferocity, the Wei elder swiftly sends Yin Yi to his grave.
Though Yin Yi is eliminated, the time has come for the Wei elder to vanish.
Before departing, he reveals that his abandonment by the heaven-mending sect was due to a woman from the Heavenly Kingdom.
Little did he know, she had conspired with others to assassinate him.
He exhausted all his strength to slay his enemies, yet he could not resolve all the karma of his life.
He had manifested today only because he mistook the newcomer for that very woman.
He asks Shi Hao if he could return to the heaven-mending sect on his behalf, but it is impossible.
With a heavy heart, he passes his sword down to Shi Hao. Though the blade is worn and tattered, it was once forged by the elder using divine essence, fused with phoenix ore and Qilin horn. It remains a weapon of great potential. No sooner has the Wei elder vanished than a new enemy emerges. This time, it is Yang Shen of the Demon Ape Garden.
This creature had been lurking in the shadows all along, refusing to intervene even as his comrade met his demise. He begins his assault on Shi Hao, confident that there is no one left to intervene and save the boy.
Nevertheless, Shi Hao possesses a Dharma artifact containing divine aura, allowing him to inflict wounds upon Yang Yi.
Shi Hao decides to force a breakthrough to the venerable realm to crush the demon once and for all.
Yang Yi, however, disregards all costs. His defenses are mere trivialities, and Shi Hao has already seen through his true form. Yang Yi laughs maniacally, attempting to drag Shi Hao down with him, but he is blindsided by Shi Hao's reincarnation technique, which leaves him feigning weakness. Yang Yi attempts a self-detonation to inflict grievous injury upon Shi Hao. Now, only one divine being remains, Huang Yu of the Immortal Palace.
Shi Hao returns to Stone Village and releases Yue Chan, breaking her seal and entrusting her with the protection of the villagers.
He faces one final battle. He can neither hide nor afford any distraction. Yue Chen assists Shi Hao in treating his supreme bone injury, though a full recovery remains beyond reach.
Yue Chan condensed the divine essence left behind by Liu Shen, which contained traces of ancient energy, surely intended to offer Shi Hao a helping hand.
The final deity, Huang Yu of the Immortal Palace, had finally emerged.
Shi Hao bid farewell to everyone in Stone Village, and the clan leader gifted him 2 artifacts for protection. He did not even bring along the divine stone or the golden butterfly. The young man intended to stake everything in a battle to the death against his enemy.
Upon his arrival at the imperial capital, Huang Yu manifested a blood-colored illusion and invited Shi Hao to join the Immortal Palace, presenting him with 3 conditions. The first was to surrender the Kunpeng technique, the second was to reveal the supreme bone, and the final condition was to seal Shi Hao's cultivation for 100 years, ensuring he could not achieve a breakthrough to the divine fire realm during that time.
The old man used the citizens of the Stone Kingdom to threaten Shi Hao,
and furthermore, he had already promised the true form of Yu Chan, that he would slay Shi Hao, as Yu Chan would very likely become the Dao companion of the Immortal Palace's successor in the future. Does the Immortal Palace truly believe itself to be the master of all, Old Man of the Stone? Shi Hao charged into battle, yet he was utterly suppressed by the elder.
During the previous battles where Shi Hao had slain deities, the old man had been watching from the shadows.
He understood Shi Hao's combat style with perfect clarity. There was no choice but to fight, until the very end.
Shi Hao donned the indestructible golden body, but the old man was already aware of every trump card the youth possessed. Because of this, Shi Hao found himself at a disadvantage with every strike. The young man attempted to lure him away from the imperial capital to ensure the citizens of the Stone Kingdom would not be caught in the crossfire,
but the old man was incredibly cunning and had already prepared a trap, even attempting to entice the youth into cooperating to seek out fortuitous encounters.
Shi Hao seized this moment to lure the elder closer,
unleashing a lethal artifact crafted from high-level divine crystals and spirit bones to strike at him. Unexpectedly, the old man utilized a strategy of using the enemy's own plans against them, employing a puppet to absorb the blow, and deceiving Shi Hao into exhausting his supreme bone technique, ensuring the youth would be unable to use that trump card for a short period. The old man's schemes run deep, yet he was unaware that, after reaching the venerable realm,
Shi Hao's supreme bone could recover its strength with great speed,
allowing him to unleash the technique twice in rapid succession.
Shi Hao probed to see if the elder was using a body double. Once he confirmed the man was real, he knew the old fox was finished. Shi Hao unleashed a flurry of strikes, launching a piercing assault toward him.
Yet the old man was exceptionally formidable, and despite the barrage, he managed to counterattack, pinning Shi Hao to the ground, and even successfully refined the divine transformation elixir.
The Golden Peng clan possesses an immense lifespan. Even the secret reincarnation art that accelerates aging could not fully compromise him. Furthermore, before descending to the lower realm, the Immortal Palace bestowed upon him a divine protective elixir. He manipulated Shi Hao into triggering the medicinal properties of the elixir, thereby regaining his youth and causing his power to surge exponentially. Shi Hao felt as though trapped in a labyrinth. The disparity between his strength and the elders was vast. The elder demanded that Shi Hao become his slave, threatening that if he refused he would slaughter the innocent citizens without mercy.
He summoned an ice python, a precious technique once mastered by his ancestral enemy. He intended to unleash it to massacre the entire imperial capital.
Enraged, Shi Hao utilized the Kunpeng technique to shield the citizens, yet his efforts were but a drop in the ocean. Shi Hao was cast into the magma, while the citizens cried out in terror.
In that moment, Shi Hao's bones began to glow. Using his own fresh blood as a catalyst, he channeled the dragon Qi into his body. The national auras of both the Fire Nation and the Stone Nation converged within Shi Hao. The youth opened his eyes, accompanied by the manifestation of a dragon. As the dragon Qi coalesced, Shi Hao's hair turned stark white, for he had begun to burn his very essence. The dragon and the python clashed in a fierce struggle, while Shi Hao and Huang Yu remained locked in combat. Both battlefields were equally devastating.
How could a mere python hope to contend with a dragon?
It was swiftly vanquished by the dragon. Huang Yu was horrified to discover that Shi Hao possessed more than just a single stream of dragon Qi. He realized that remaining in this location placed him at a severe disadvantage,
so he sought to lure Shi Hao away to another battlefield. Having burned too much of his life essence, Shi Hao began to falter, and the dragon Qi dissipated as a result. The fallen deities from before had been refined by Huang Yu into puppets,
yet they still retained 30% of their original power.
He intended to topple the Stone Nation and carry out a massacre across the land. Shi Hao stood alone against all those puppets. Despite being near his limit, he refused to yield. Shi Hao swung his blade, slaying 3 puppets, which left Huang Yu in shock. To think he still harbors such hidden strength, I must finish him quickly.
Huang Yu struck again and again, leaving Shi Hao battered and prone, yet the young man exerted the last of his strength to shatter the giant phantom looming behind him.
With his energy nearly depleted, Shi Hao resolved to use his ultimate secret technique, knowing he might never see his loved ones again. Intent on mutual destruction, Huang Yu summoned the Immortal Palace. Shi Hao sacrificed his own life force to bolster his strength, using his Supreme Being Bone to solidify his avatar.
The resonance of the Supreme Being Bone and the sacrificial secret art collided, 2 monumental strikes crashing into one another.
The Immortal Palace was obliterated, and before his death,
he used a rusted bronze shard to strike Shi Hao. It possessed the power to corrode the soul, pursuing its target until life was extinguished.
Shi Hao let out a pained roar, and both figures plummeted to the ground.
As Shi Hao's spirit left his body, he dragged himself forward with weakening steps, his blood staining the path red.
He thought of Huo Lingguer, Yunji, and Yui Chan's secondary body, apologizing incessantly for failing to keep his promise of returning victorious.
Even in these final moments, he remained utterly alone. A small willow branch manifested from within Shi Hao's body. It was Liu Shen.
The news that Shi Hao had slain the 7 deities was proclaimed throughout the world. Ancient sects such as the Heaven Mending sect and the Mount Bulao received the reports, yet no one knew the current whereabouts of Shi Hao. At the banks of the River of Oblivion, Liu Shen appeared to salvage Shi Hao's fading soul. She also restored the Supreme Being Bone to the boy's body. Yet all these efforts were merely enough to grant Shi Hao a final chance to reunite with those he cherished. Gravely wounded, Shi Hao set out to find his parents, but he feared that witnessing his wretched state would only break their hearts. Shi Hao changed his course toward Mount Bulao, intent on seeing Shi Hao. He revealed the severity of his injuries to his brother, hoping that he would take his place in caring for their parents. Shi Hao continued his journey toward the land of Stone Village, his home of old.
His parents eventually located him and summoned many divine physicians, but they claimed that only a replacement for the Supreme Being Bone could save him.
The only remaining choice was the immortal bone within Shi Hao. However, this would place Shi Hao in mortal danger, with a success rate of a mere 40%. Having eavesdropped on the conversation, Shi Hao learned he could save his older brother, and agreed to make the sacrifice. But how could Qin Yinying bear such a decision?
After all, both of them were her sons.
Sensing these intentions, the guards of Mount Bulao strictly monitored the situation, and sent men to lure Shi Ziling and his wife away. Taking advantage of the moment, Qin Xiaocheng moved to assassinate Shi Hao, even mocking the dying boy with the truth of his schemes, showing no mercy even to the fading youth. Just then, Shi Ziling arrived. In his fury he slew Qin Xiaocheng,
while a weakened Shi Hao collapsed into his mother's arms. Other elders of Mount Bulao descended upon the scene, but they retreated only once they saw Shi Hao. After all, the boy had already integrated the immortal bone, and would serve as the future pride of Mount Bulao. They dared not offend him.
Shi Hao looked at his parents, torn by their suffering, and unable to bear the sight.
Yet he heard Shi Hao's faint whisper. He did not want the immortal bone, and would rather face death than accept such a sacrifice. Having reunited with his family before his passing, he felt no more regrets. Upon hearing the news, the village chief and Xing Feng immediately departed from Mount Bulao to bring Shi Hao back home.
Everyone utilized a wealth of divine medicines, the Kunpeng divine blood provided by Ma Qiu,
the sacred herbs from Yu Chan, and the golden elixir hidden by Lady Shi, all to stabilize Shi Hao's grave injury. There was also the fountain of eternal youth, while Little Red offered the vermilion bird nirvana technique. Hong Huang also presented the crimson phoenix nirvana technique, hoping that together, these might help Shi Hao perform a miracle. Yet the current improvements in Shi Hao's condition were merely due to him continuously burning his supreme blood to sustain his life.
Shi Hao summoned Shi Hao to meet with him.
He entrusted the Kunpeng technique to his younger brother, tasking him with delivering it back to the Xian clan. However, as he was utterly exhausted, he could only transcribe a remnant version of the art.
Shi Hao also bequeathed his supreme bone to Shi Hao, hoping that his brother might protect everything in his stead. No sooner was the bone extracted than Shi Hao collapsed. Remembering the most peaceful scenes of his past, he smiled and closed his eyes. Everyone erected a tomb for Shi Hao.
As the passage between heaven and earth began to close, Xin Ziling asked Qin Yinying to move to the upper realm.
Shi Ziling sought to grow stronger to avenge Shi Hao. Qin Ying did not wish to leave, but upon hearing that Shi Ziling had been injured shortly thereafter, she had no choice but to ascend to the upper realm.
As time passed, many immortal grasses began to sprout around Shi Hao's resting place. Legend has it that these were formed by the convergence of two ancient immortal herbs used by supreme masters to heal their wounds, capable of preserving one's divine consciousness and keeping the physical body from decaying. One day, a decree from the three religious sects suddenly descended upon the Qing kingdom,
condemning the Shi clan for harboring a cruel, sinful criminal,
accusing them of blaspheming the gods, and demanding that the Xia kingdom surrender the void cauldron. They threatened that if the kingdom dared to insult the gods again, a bloodbath would soon follow.
Xing Feng refused to compromise and issued orders to prepare for battle.
At that same moment, Shi Hao's body began to undergo a transformation. His heartbeat had returned. His supreme blood was continuously recovering, and his body was healing all of his previous wounds. With his supreme blood exhausted, it had finally become the opportunity for his true blood to return. Beams of light swirled around Shi Hao, creating a profound and powerful commotion. Shi Hao had engraved the runes of the supreme bone directly into his blood and bones. Even without the physical bone, he could still manifest its power. Yet Shi Hao suppressed the reformation of the supreme bone, instead using his supreme art to scour his entire body, ensuring his previous wounds were completely healed. Ma Qiu telepathically urged the boy to awaken. Joined by the villagers of Shi village, the boy has truly come back to life, everyone.
Through the words of the clan leader, Shi Hao learned that Yu Chan had already ascended to the upper realm. Dai Hong and Xiao Bai ventured deep into the great wilderness in search of the supreme divine treasure. Tam Haley, however, had fled long ago.
The news of his awakening had not yet spread, for fear that others might sabotage his progress. But now, he had fully recovered. Anyone who had wronged him in the past should prepare to pay a heavy price.
Meanwhile, the imperial capital remained under immense pressure, besieged by the constant onslaught of the three great sects. Truly, the most dramatic chapter is about to unfold.
As the attacks rained down, Qing Feng and the imperial officials struggled to defend the city, but they were running out of options.
Xian Hao was currently bidding farewell to the people of Stone Village, intending to find a path to the higher realms, but he decided to visit Qing Feng first.
The protective formation of the imperial capital had been shattered, and fireballs rained down upon the city, leaving a trail of destruction. Just as Qing Feng was about to be overwhelmed, our protagonist made a grand entrance, declaring, "You insignificant ants, leave this to me." With a mere wave of his hand, he obliterated the incoming forces and restored the city's protective array.
Standing amidst the formation laid out by his enemies, Xin Hao looked upon them with disdain.
"All of you, meet your end."
Brandishing his war halberd, Xin Hao unleashed a series of strikes that inflicted catastrophic losses upon the enemy.
This time, he led an army to eradicate the ancient sects, ensuring they would no longer covet the Stone Kingdom. Shi Hao channeled his precious techniques into his cave heavens, allowing him to manifest powerful spiritual clones to lead the charge and destroy the North Sea powers, as well as the Ningjin Gate, the Heaven-Mending Sect, and the Mountain of Immortality. Every sacred ground fell. From this day forward, the Stone Kingdom had no rivals. The time had come for Shi Hao to take his leave. He traveled to the Sea God Island, having heard it held a passage to the higher realms. Yet he found that many of the paths had already been destroyed.
Shi Hao had no choice but to investigate each sect one by one.
He traversed numerous regions, Yet the way forward remained elusive. He even reached the altar Yun Shi had used upon her departure, but no lingering energy remained to activate the formation. Only one final location remained: the 100 Clans battlefield.
Shi Hao dispatched the gathered warriors, before finally stepping into the formation to accept the trial.
The moment he entered, his cultivation realm was suppressed. It seemed the trial intended to test the true limits of this young man.
Shi Hao responded with effortless grace. Overcoming this trial was the only way to secure passage to the higher realms.
As soon as Shi Hao stepped onto the stairs, he was greeted by a troop. Just as he prepared to advance, a congratulatory announcement echoed. The young one had succeeded in ascending to the upper realm, only to serve as a mount. Is the mount secured yet? Blast it all. Attempting to race against me is enough to make one's chest ache with frustration.
The beauties from a moment ago suddenly transformed into demonic entities,
launching an assault upon Shi Hao. In that case, I shall dismantle this grand formation and teach you a lesson you will not soon forget.
The young man returned to Mount Sansheng. Yet despite poring over a mountain of texts, he could not find a path to the upper realm. Shi Hao pondered Yu Chan. She would certainly not use the established passage of the heaven-mending sect. By what path did she ascend?
Shi Hao decided to test the teleportation formation belonging to the heaven-mending sect. The formation appeared dilapidated and incomplete. Upon reactivating it, Shi Hao discovered an inscription left by Yu Chan. The youth must travel to the Temple of Gods and Demons. Ancient legends claim that those who overcome the 108 trials earn the right to ascend to the upper realm. Whether a path truly exists can only be known by testing it.
Shi Hao began his ascent through the trials, each guarded by a ferocious beast.
While battling a Pixiu, he was reminded of his grandfather, who lost an arm in his own confrontation with such a creature.
Shi Hao feigned being swallowed, only to pierce through the beast with a willow branch. "Little Pixiu, hurry up and descend to your rest."
He finally reached the Gate of Gods and Demons, but it appeared to have been sabotaged.
Shi Hao discovered an object emitting a faint glow, marked with a blurry seal, capable of hovering in mid-air.
It seemed the formation had been activated at some point in the past. This mark bore a striking resemblance to the one left by the tortoise during the Great Catastrophe. Could this truly be the Supreme Hall?
Regardless, the wall of the Temple of Gods and Demons had been compromised. It would be difficult for him to use it to reach the upper realm. However, the divine stone reminded him. This divine demonic wall might restore itself, though it is impossible to predict how long that may take. Shi Hao utilized his pupil of reincarnation to investigate. How familiar these two silhouettes seem. Are they not the two elders from the Void God realm? Shi Hao recalled the two elders mentioning that one might find a path to the upper realm by visiting the Cloud Sky Palace of the Cloud Clan. Sure enough, he located the formation. Although it was damaged, the divine stone was able to guide him. Shi Hao activated it.
As he entered the passage between the two realms, the space grew unstable, as if on the verge of shattering. Just as he neared the upper realm, he was struck by a void great cleaving slash. The divine stone cried out in terror.
Shi Hao scrambled into his treasure box, which shook violently from the impact.
He had no choice but to charge out, utilizing several Dharma artifacts to defend himself, eventually plummeting into a mushroom forest.
Shi Hao opened his eyes.
Has he arrived in the upper realm? Or has he met his end in failure? The spiritual aura here is unlike that of the lower realm. It seems he has succeeded.
Shi Hao attempted to take flight, only to feel his cultivation suppressed. "My flight is as sluggish as a tortoise." Shi Hao scanned his surroundings and discovered a small bird. It was a silver phoenix.
Moments after landing, he found himself under attack by fungal tendrils.
Shi Hao rescued the silver phoenix and took flight to break through the encirclement, though he sustained heavy injuries in the process.
Upon sensing the arrival of others, Shi Hao feigned unconsciousness.
He was rescued by the trio and brought to the home of village chief Zhu, also known as Third Grandpa. Shi Hao expressed his gratitude for their life-saving grace and began his recovery in peace. Finding himself in the upper realm with enemies on all sides, the young man decided to alter his appearance.
At this moment, village chief Zhu announced that the upcoming Upper Realm warrior selection served as a trial for the Great War of the 3,000 provinces. This Great War is where the most elite cultivators contend for a truly monumental fortune.
Shi Hao listened in on the conversation and requested to join the selection.
The first trial required lifting a cauldron weighing 10,000 caddies.
Shi Hao requested to enter the arena round directly. Just then, an arrest warrant was issued for a young woman. She had fought a great battle against Di Cheng of the Immortal Palace and managed to escape. Upon hearing that the woman had appeared in Huai City, Di Cheng arrived in person, accompanied by Yu Chan. No sooner had these two departed than the lightning son appeared, acting with violence toward the common folk. This individual wields thunder and lightning across the upper realm and has never known defeat. He inquired about the rumors regarding the white-haired woman. It is said she possesses the supreme treasure,
the third life copper coffin, and there are rumors that she discovered the location of the Supreme Palace, though no one knows the specific details. It certainly sounds intriguing, does it not?
Shi Hao followed along, only to encounter Yu Chan and Di Chong surrounding the witch.
All of them reached the peak of the venerable realm long ago, but intentionally suppressed their cultivation to avoid igniting the divine flame. A multitude of experts have gathered, all seeking the fortune held by that white-haired woman.
Shi Hao must recover his cultivation quickly, for these individuals are as formidable as raging beasts. Shi Hao returned during the night to cultivate and recover his strength.
Finally, the young man was able to wield his supreme techniques once more.
At this time, fierce beasts rampaged through the village. To repay the village chief, Shi Hao quelled the chaos before bidding him farewell and departing.
On the road, the young man pondered with great enthusiasm, trying to think of a name for the small bird by his side, eventually settling on the name Yin-Zi, despite the little bird showing no signs of agreement.
After flying for a while, Shi Hao ran into a massive formation sealing the entire Huai City area, erected by those who were sparing no effort to capture the white-haired woman.
A barrier?
This puny formation was easily pierced by the divine stone, creating a crack for Shi Hao to slip through. The young man intended to travel to the Five Elements province, where the Immortal Mountain is located.
He sought to find his parents. Upon his arrival, he heard the common folk discussing the news. The Qin clan possesses a genius youth, gifted with 2 immortal bones, and there is talk of his father causing a great disturbance at the Immortal Mountain, desperate to protect someone imprisoned in the Black Dungeon of Devil Island. Upon hearing the rumors, Shi Hao surmised that the prisoner confined here must be his grandfather, Shi Zhongtian. His parents were likely still safe under the protection of his younger brother. Compared to them, his grandfather was in far more desperate need of his aid. Long ago, the Devil Island belonged to a peerless demon lord who once stood unrivaled, only to trigger a cataclysmic war in his pursuit of transcendence. The demon lord slaughtered forbidden existences, yet ultimately perished himself. His physical body merged with the island, and refined by the lightning of the immortal Tao, the land became a place of death, yet one that birthed countless rare treasures.
As Shi Hao traveled by boat toward the island, they encountered a thick fog. Sensing danger, the captain lit a bone lantern to conceal the vessel. Taking advantage of the distraction, Shi Hao probed the consciousness of several individuals to see if he could locate any trace of his grandfather. Upon arrival, he found that the Qin clan maintained a strictly guarded perimeter. Shi Hao chose to infiltrate the Black Prison. As he searched the area, he learned from the inmates that his grandfather had once unearthed a precious treasure. After consuming it, his entire body erupted in brilliant light. With his strength surging, the old man single-handedly slew over a dozen jailers before breaking free. After further investigation, Shi Hao discovered that at the far end of the Black Prison lay a place that even the Divine Fire Realm jailers dared not approach. Undoubtedly, something formidable resided there. If Shi Hao were to release it, the Bu Lao Mountain would surely face a reckoning. Shi Hao disturbed a formation, prompting the guards to rush over. If we do not seal this quickly, the escape of the ancient true god will be the end of us all. Lightning strikes erupted everywhere, forcing the Qin clan guards to split up to suppress the chaos. Seeing that the situation was not yet chaotic enough, Shi Hao eagerly released all the prisoners. Meanwhile, the young man hunted down the old wretch who had bullied his grandfather, and proceeded to deal him a brutal reckoning. Previously, that man had attacked Shi Zhongtian to seize a divine pill. In the desperate situation, his grandfather had fed the pill to the divine ape. He had originally intended it for Shi Hao, but had been unable to find his grandson. The man spoke at length with Shi Hao merely to buy time for reinforcements to arrive. Before long, 3 more figures appeared. One of them, wielding a 5-leaf grass artifact pulsating with lightning energy. Both sides plunged into a chaotic melee, even with an opponent at the Divine Fire Realm and 3 at the Venerable Realm. Shi Hao remained unmoved. He would have his vengeance. Though he suffered minor injuries after only a brief exchange, he had long since tempered his body with the Suan Ni and consumed the lightning fruit. When it came to the manipulation of lightning, he was far from inferior. Shi Hao summoned a torrent of lightning to send his adversaries to their deaths, and confiscated the 5-leaf grass for himself. Shi Hao ventured into the forbidden grounds in search of his grandfather. Throughout the journey, every corner was imbued with the power of natural laws. But for Shi Hao, this was perhaps the perfect opportunity. Shi Hao reached the heavenly river after traveling for a short while. He chanced upon a young man attempting to seize a celestial's corpse to obtain its legacy. Yet, before any legacy could be inherited, the young man required urgent medical attention. He had been struck down and lay utterly crushed. Upon hearing 2 others mention a divine stele used for assessment, Shi Hao followed in their footsteps. True enough, he caught sight of a wanted poster for his grandfather. Furthermore, the name Qin Hao appeared upon the divine stele. This signified that he possessed immense natural potential and formidable combat strength. Those who leave their names upon this stele are geniuses who shake the very heavens and earth. Several youths attempted to test their strength, but were met with the steel's backlash. One after another, those who stepped forward lost their lives, yet no one succeeded, and many eventually turned away in defeat. In the end, Only Shi Hao remained.
The young man strolled forward with composure and delivered a single punch, shaking the four corners of the realm. Powerful divine runes illuminated the surroundings, and Dao flowers manifested.
Shi Hao carved the name Huang into the stele, claiming the very top position and surpassing even the prodigies of the great Qin and Changsheng.
In another turn of events, deep within a place of death, Shi Hao's grandfather appeared, pursued by a group seeking his life. Following this, Shi Hao wandered through various lands.
He sought an opportunity to harmonize his lightning techniques while continuing the search for his grandfather. The young man encountered Li Yunju, a venerable realm expert currently cultivating lightning arts. Shi Hao greeted him cordially. After all, this man was a pioneer hailing from the Heavenly Cloud province.
He told Shi Hao of a genius possessing double pupils. It was clear to anyone that he spoke of Shi Yi.
It appeared that Li Yunjiao had once challenged Shi Yi to a duel, only to be completely suppressed.
Thus, he had come here to gain deeper insight into the laws of lightning, and upon meeting Shi Hao, he proposed a spar. Both were practitioners of lightning arts, and they began to exchange techniques.
Li Yunju took great pride in his lightning sky sparrow technique. Yet he did not expect Shi Hao's Suani precious technique to be so profound.
Seeing the young man's sudden dejection, Shi Hao proposed an exchange of their precious techniques, a move that would benefit them both. Li Yunjiao pondered for a moment before agreeing.
Having acquired a new technique, Shi Hao seized the opportunity to refine the five-leaf exotic herb to grasp the power of the laws within it.
He merged both lightning-based techniques into one furnace, intending to master them quickly so he could venture deep into the immortal graveyard, a place teeming with lightning, to continue his search for his grandfather. As expected, the lightning technique grew significantly more potent once integrated. The divine stone, basking in this newfound strength, excitedly surged with crackling bolts of electricity. Unexpectedly, this disturbance roused a nearby corpse, clutched within whose hands was a mysterious alchemy furnace.
The river water began to surge, forming swirling vortexes of a truly ominous nature. Shi Hao attempted to channel the lightning to break through the encirclement, and to his surprise, he succeeded.
Amidst the chaos, he deftly snatched the alchemy furnace, discovering it was filled with a bounty of rare medicinal herbs.
Just as Shi Hao began to inspect his prize, he was struck by a sudden ambush. It was a grotesque beast, its cultivation already reaching the divine fire realm. The creature intended to devour him, but Shi Hao caught it off guard by manipulating the river currents to launch a counter-assault. Despite the beast wielding the exorcism divine bamboo, a treasure capable of repelling evil, could not withstand the onslaught. Shi Hao took refuge inside the alchemy furnace, waiting for the danger to subside so that he and the divine stone could claim the divine bamboo for themselves. Deprived of its protective treasure, the beast was quickly battered by the river currents, left clinging to a sliver of life. Meanwhile, after the Qin clan received word that the youth known as Huang had inscribed his name upon the divine stele, their ancestor and Shi Hao set out to verify the truth. The younger brother, still oblivious to the fact that this prodigy is his own kin, remained unbothered. He harbored the ambition that once his two bones were fully fused, he would attempt to inscribe his name once more,
intending to shatter the record set by Huang. Back at the river, the beast proved to be remarkably tenacious.
It turned out the creature had been suppressing its cultivation to build an immortal foundation, but now, because of Shi Hao, it was forced to sacrifice its future.
It sought to drag Shi Hao down into the abyss with it. Lacking its divine bamboo, it stood no chance of claiming victory in a suicide pact against him. Shi Hao unleashed the Kunpeng technique to hem the beast in, then summoned a strike of divine lightning to send it to the afterlife.
Meanwhile, Shi Hao's grandfather had discovered the group that was tracking him.
They were in the process of activating a grand formation.
Venturing deeper into the depths, Shi Hao finally reached the immortal grave.
Though his body radiated with electricity, every step grew increasingly arduous. The corrosive energy of the region was so intense that he began to cough up blood.
Shi Hao activated his reincarnation eye to survey the area,
sensing a formidable presence nearby.
Suddenly, a golden butterfly emerged.
Shi Hao reacted instinctively, yet the creature seemed to be attempting to lead him towards something. A swarm of silver butterflies appeared, revealing that they possessed knowledge of his grandfather's whereabouts.
Shi Hao took the risk and followed them.
When he reached his physical limit, he cast the divine stone forward to absorb the incoming blows, a testament to his quick thinking.
At last he landed safely on solid ground. Shi Hao discovered a wealth of precious herbs and gathered them all before venturing into the silver butterfly cavern. This journey had truly yielded a bountiful harvest. Suddenly, a multitude of silver butterflies began to circle the golden butterfly, bowing in submission to its presence.
Even the imperial butterfly is truly formidable. The silver butterfly reflects the image of Shi Hao's grandfather, who is currently being besieged by a grand formation.
Shi Hao rushes toward them in a panic.
Shi Zhongxian is already spitting blood.
The members of the Qin clan, determined to prevent Shi Hao from being influenced by his grandfather, resolved to end his life.
A Qin clan elder even uses the news of Shi Hao's death to psychologically torment him.
Shi Hao has been lying in wait,
merely biding his time to strike. Just as the old woman prepares her fatal blow, Shi Hao launches a powerful assault on the formation from the outside. "You dare to bully my grandfather? You have truly run out of luck." The Qin clan elder discovers Shi Hao almost immediately. The young man calls out loudly to his grandfather, causing Shi Zhongtian to start in surprise.
The old woman moves quickly to intercept Shi Hao, determined to prevent the two from joining forces. Meanwhile, Shi Zhongtian is being held back by several underlings. Shi Zhongtian stares at the young man.
"Is that you, Hao? But why does your appearance differ so greatly?" Before he can fully process the situation, Shi Hao has already dispatched the surrounding mob. He reveals his true identity as Shi Hao. Shi Zhongtian is overcome with emotion, recalling memories of him as a child. "My grandson is not dead. This is truly a blessing."
Upon realizing the newcomer is indeed Shi Hao, the Qin clan elder becomes even more determined to execute him, summoning a vast number of experts.
Shi Hao and his grandfather fight back to back. The elder focuses on defense, while Shi Hao and the little stone seek a way to shatter the formation. The little stone handles the array with effortless efficiency. Now, it is the old woman's turn to face judgment.
Before arriving, Shi Hao had already reached an agreement with the imperial butterfly.
Knowing that many of their enemies have ignited the divine flame, Shi Hao understands their offensive power is not to be underestimated, so he intends to utilize the silver butterflies to surround them.
With a mere snap of his fingers,
a massive swarm of silver butterflies descends, overwhelming the enemies in a single stroke.
Shi Hao approaches with a cold gaze, intending to interrogate the mastermind. Terrified, the man immediately confesses that an elder surnamed Fu from the Qin clan and a radiant angel from the Heaven Kingdom are the ones hunting Shi Zhongtian. Shi Hao presses further, asking for the whereabouts of his parents, Qin Hao and a man. Before the man can finish his confession, the elderly woman silences him permanently. She then uses her final reserves of strength to attempt an escape. Grandfather and grandson embrace, but Shi Zhongtian's injuries are grave. Having previously encountered assassins from the Heaven Kingdom, his body was already severely compromised. With these fresh wounds, it is feared. Shi Hao was anxious to treat his grandfather, but Shi Zhongtian promptly reminded him, "This physical form of his is merely a spirit projection, for his true body has long since departed from the island." However, since Shi Hao has emerged, there will surely be an opportunity to reunite with his true self. Alas, a fleeting moment of reunion. Shi Hao disseminated the news that the Heaven Nation assassins were hunting his grandfather. Everyone is aware that his younger brother has appeared in the Origin Heaven secret realm, and his grandfather would certainly travel there to meet him. Yet that is also the perfect hunting ground for the assassins of the Heaven Nation. Having spread the news, Shi Hao warned his grandfather to remain vigilant. The young man then departed for the Five Elements continent. In a small tavern, the common folk were all gossiping about the strength of Shi Hao, as well as the attempts by the Heaven Nation to assassinate his grandfather. At that very moment, the crowd erupted in chaos, due to the sudden appearance of the immortal palace. Shi Hao looked down from above, only to catch a glimpse of his parents. Shi Hao intended to enter the Origin Heaven secret realm, but because no other living beings are permitted to enter, the youth had no choice but to leave the imperial butterfly and the divine stone outside, along with the slumbering silver phoenix. Upon arriving at the qualifying arena, those who exceeded the age limit while having ignited the divine fire were directly disqualified. Shi Hao saw his parents and his younger brother, but because he possessed too many enemies in the upper realm, he could not step forward to acknowledge them. Shi Hao's current cultivation base is only at the formation-severing realm. He too worried that his younger brother would face danger. Just then, Shi Hao suddenly detected a familiar aura emanating from a man ahead. Could it be his grandfather? But as soon as they entered the inner space, that presence vanished. It seems the interior differs from the outside world, as Shi Hao and his grandfather were teleported to two different locations. The participants who passed the trial were led into the Origin Heaven secret realm one by one. The Primal Supremes, along with Dichong, Yuchan, and the Witch, all made their appearances. Each person was registered by an elder and gifted a small beast tooth. As Shi Hao moved through the crowd, he suddenly heard an announcement for the group he was with. The Fire Demon Palace and the Red Feather Crane clan were in need of support. No sooner had he been teleported than Shi Hao encountered a group surrounding a night-barking vine, yet they were assassinated before they could even harvest it. The assailant was Qi Lingkong, a divine fire realm cultivator of the Fire Demon Palace, followed by Qi Feng. Both were incredibly tyrannical. Anyone who dared to defy them was sent directly to their reincarnation by Qi Lingkong. The remaining survivors were led toward the thunderstruck wood, clearly being used as pathfinders for the others. And though the people were unwilling, they knew that to refuse was to be struck down by Lingkong. One man, forced to step forward, quickly met his end, while another who attempted to flee was likewise struck down. A young man stepped forward, deploying a ladder to heaven to help Lingkong advance. Yet once the ladder was secured, the young man was denied passage. He was forced to remain behind as a gatekeeper while the others departed. Shi Hao suddenly surged forward, intending to seize the ladder for himself. From afar, Lingkong sensed the movement and drew his bow to attack Shi Hao, but he was far too late. That ladder was already destined to be Shi Hao's prize. Qi Feng turned back to pursue Shi Hao, only to fall below the ladder where Shi Hao stood, while Ling Kong remained above in the area of the lightning-struck wood.
The guard of the ladder, overcome by fear, attempted to flee forward but was instantly executed by the formation. At that moment, a beast tooth began to glow and flew away. Only then did Shi Hao realize that the tooth was a substitution talisman. Outside, the heavenly god elder of the fire demon palace was jubilant, celebrating the elimination of a disciple. Yet, in a twist of irony, the fallen disciple was one of his own from the fire demon palace.
Terrified, he reported that a demon king was lurking within. Inside, Qi Feng was gripped by terror, realizing his substitution talisman was now in Ling Kong's possession. Should Shi Hao strike, it would be a one-way trip to the afterlife.
But before the boy could act, Qi Feng quickly fled. Ultimately, he met his end, struck down by a bolt of lightning. Ling Kong, incensed, continued into the cave, while Shi Hao consumed the remains of Qi Feng and set his sights on the lightning-struck wood, determined to claim it.
The roots held firm against the heavens. No matter how he pulled, it would not budge.
The cave on Ling Kong's side shook violently as a result. Ling Kong narrowly escaped, and was offering thanks to the heavens, when he spotted Shi Hao standing beside him.
It turned out this boy was the cause of the cave's collapse. The lightning-struck wood was, in fact, the core of the restriction.
Shi Hao thought to himself, what a reckless gamble.
The branches of the lightning-struck wood began to spread and attack. Ling Kong, enraged, unleashed a flurry of strikes against the boy. But what did a mere divine flame realm expert matter?
He would handle this with ease.
Shi Hao unleashed a barrage of lightning, leaving Ling Kong paralyzed as he used a talisman to escape the secret realm, though he did not forget to scream, "I will return for my revenge!"
At that moment, the lightning-struck wood dragged up the skeleton of a dragon mastiff. After the lightning dog evolved, the wood continued its assault on a lone individual.
It was quickly discovered that the tree was no lightning-struck wood at all, but a demon blood tree.
Better to borrow the pill furnace and make a swift exit, Shi Hao. But the moment the furnace appeared, it was ensnared by the demon blood tree, which seemed to covet the immortal aura contained within. The lightning strikes failed to achieve anything, and the tree's spiritual energy was corroded by the immortal power inside. The tree let out a cry of agony and immediately retreated. In its wake, it left behind the skeleton of the dragon mastiff.
Shi Hao utilized his heavy pupils to inspect it, discovering a scripture hidden within.
As the young man reached inside, he was swarmed by a horde of silver insects, narrowly managing to divert their attention.
Shi Hao returned to retrieve the scriptures just as the disciples of Ling Kong descended upon the area.
The demon blood tree, believing Ling Kong was there to seize its fortunes, gave chase.
Meanwhile, Di Chong was deep in the hunt, tracking the movements of the Silver Insect King.
It seems an encounter with our protagonist, Shi Hao, is inevitable, as the swarm of silver insects has been trailing Shi Hao, with the Silver Insect King leading them. It appears his presence is far too alluring to such creatures.
Shi Hao moved to suppress the swarm, but his actions were interrupted by an incoming arrow.
The assailant was Chen Qing, a servant of Di Chong. He leveled the 7 arrows of godslaying towards Shi Hao.
It was only after Yu Chan intervened that he finally withdrew. Though the capture of the Silver Insect King was the priority, Shi Hao continued his pursuit.
All parties entered the Black Insect Cave. Our protagonist clearly intends to seize the Silver Insect King. He plans to challenge them all single-handedly. As Yui Chan and Chen Qing remained locked in a standoff, Qin Hao emerged, demanding his own share of the spoils.
Since Shi Hao had altered his appearance, no one present could recognize him. Chen Qing and Yu Chan joined forces, deciding to eliminate Shi Hao first. The mere sight of the immortal palace envoy ignited Shi Hao's rage. With a single strike, he sent Chen Qing sprawling to the ground. Weaving through every incoming assault, he lunged forward to seize the Silver Insect King directly. Deprived of their monarch, the swarm of silver insects began to disperse. Chen Qing attempted to strike once more, but a single cold glare from Shi Hao sent a chill down his spine, forcing him to shrink back in fear.
With the competition cleared, Shi Hao sought a secluded location to cultivate. He began by reforging his heavenly cave. Changing his hand seals and channeling his technique, he merged them into a single, supreme domain. Following this, he moved to the Insect King's former lair, where he crossed paths with Zi Zhaokun, a prodigy of the Purple Gold True Hound clan, alongside Long Kui and Chen Qing.
Zi Zhaokun stepped in for Chen Qing, demanding that Shi Hao surrender and serve as his attendant.
HMPH. And who do you think you are? Shi Hao grew irritated. He dared all 3 of them to attack him at once, constantly spouting nonsense about attendance. Is that all you have to say?
Chen Qing unleashed a barrage of arrows towards Shi Hao. The projectiles looped from the front and curved back from behind. Yet with a mere flick of his finger, Shi Hao shattered the arrows and delivered a devastating kick to Chen Qing.
In his desperation, Chen Qing brandished a piece of bronze. Ah, this cursed bronze fragment. You were the one who killed my brother in the lower realm. Your time has finally come. Long Kui realized the dire situation and moved to assist. But it was too late. Chen Qing had already met his end. Shi Hao probed the consciousness of the remaining two, discovering they were searching for the immortal pond, a place formed from the true blood left behind after the Yuan Tian Supreme. Thank you for the intelligence. Now, begone. All three of them were cast out by Shi Hao. Fueled by resentment, they swore that they would never share the same sky as the boy. Meanwhile, Shi Hao had successfully seized the primordial true marshal from the dragon sparrow. He then made his way toward the immortal pond. After using his reincarnation eye to survey his surroundings, Shi Hao submerged himself into the water. Following a lingering fragrance, he encountered a multitude of silver dragons. Just as he prepared to capture them, he crossed paths with Yu Chan. These two were truly destined enemies. They clashed endlessly and engaged in fierce combat. Shi Hao discovered that Yu Chan possessed a defensive treasure armor, and he thought to himself, I must seize a piece of that. With a swift motion, he managed to snatch a piece of the armor from Yue Chan's leg. Enraged, she launched a spiritual attack and unleashed her silver hairpin, only to be repelled by the heavenly river water controlled by Shi Hao. Sensing Yue Chan's presence, the witch arrived on the scene, accompanied by two other experts. Exploiting the situation, Yu Chan revealed that Shi Hao had obtained the silver dragon lotus, a medicinal ingredient for the divine fire pill, to incite the others to strike at him. Shi Hao responded in kind, exposing the fact that Yue Chan possessed the heavenly cicada garment. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the three experts beside the witch glimmered with greed, and they immediately attacked. Quick on his feet, Shi Hao utilized his lightning wings to make a swift retreat. Unfortunately, he found himself face to face with the arrogant lightning sun. The lightning sun no longer acted so condescendingly towards Shi Hao. Did he truly believe he was the only one who possessed lightning-based secret arts? Annoyed by his presence, Shi Hao struck back, employing his 72 transformations to morph into a furry ball and delivering a blow that sent the lightning sun reeling. In another turn of events, Ling Kong, who had been pursued by the blood demon tree thanks to Shi Hao, vowed to hack Shi Hao into 1,000 pieces. Back in the fray, Shi Hao was battling the lightning sun when he suddenly sensed an aura similar to his grandfather's, belonging to a youth named Jin Lai. The witch also joined the assault. From the very beginning, the youth was forced to unleash his divine vine technique to counter the terrifying strength of Shi Hao. Even so, he was beaten until he vomited blood by our protagonist. Jin Li then brought forth the yellow mud. When Shi Hao unleashed his technique, the yellow mud absorbed the power of his lightning and clung to him like a leech. Shi Hao attempted to use his cauldron to block it, but to his surprise, it jumped inside on its own. Just as the fellow was boasting about the lethality of his yellow mud, he was stunned. What kind of monster is this? It was already too late for him to flee. Jin Li was promptly cast out of the realm. At that very moment, the inheritance grounds opened. The various young prodigies rushed inside, while Shi Hao followed a familiar aura that resonated with him. While searching, he saw Shi Hao darting past. Watching him, Shi Hao caught a glimpse of the person he had been seeking, just as an attacker attempted a sneak strike. That individual is Ming Zi, a member of the Ming Tu sect. Shi Hao was still uncertain if this was truly his grandfather, but regardless, he had to save him first. As for the other side, since they persisted in their arrogance, he would send them on a journey to the afterlife. Shi Hao unleashed a precious technique. Ming Zi countered with a lethal blow, yet Shi Hao deflected it effortlessly before unleashing a barrage of lightning. "This is for you." Shi Hao questioned the young man before him, desperate to confirm his identity as his grandfather. The two retreated into a spiritual dimension to converse. Shi Hao knelt and acknowledged his grandfather. He was not dead after all. At long last, he had found him. Tears of joy streamed down Shi Hao's face as grandfather and grandson embraced. Noticing his grandfather's wounds, Shi Hao checked his pulse and discovered his blood essence was in a state of violent turmoil. It was undoubtedly the influence of the demon lord's true blood. Initially, upon consuming it, his grandfather had managed to suppress the death energy, but after sustaining heavy injuries from the heavenly kingdom, the death energy had spread throughout his body. Shi Zhongtian was overjoyed to reunite with Shi Hao and offered to impart the demon lord's runes to help him temper his physical body. Shi Hao, in turn, produced a precious technique he had obtained from the Long Kui to share with his grandfather for enlightenment. And so, grandfather and grandson began their studies together. Shi Hao successfully mastered the lightning Dao heaven-killing technique, utilizing the power of thunder to manifest the elements of metal, wood, water, and fire. Meanwhile, Shi Zhongxian integrated the lightning Dao with the bone runes, combining them with the demon god's inheritance to manifest wings of opposing lightning, light, and darkness. However, both realized that the precious technique was incomplete, and the time had come for them to depart. Just then, the precious blood of the Origin Heaven Supreme appeared, and the two decided to join the fray. Before them, two youths were locked in a fierce struggle over a single drop of the precious blood. Both men lunged toward the portal ahead, only to be violently repelled. It was a trap, but through careful observation, Shi Hao realized that a bone rune was required to enter the inheritance chamber. Where the two youths lay unconscious, a stout young man emerged. It was Cao Yusheng. It was revealed that he had orchestrated the trap to seize the bone rune.
Shi Hao caught up to him, and Cao Yusheng generously surrendered the remaining bone rune to him. After all, there was no enmity or grudge between them.
This stout fellow was quite reasonable indeed. As Shi Hao reached for the bone rune, he was intercepted by a first-generation disciple of the Holy Martial clan. This youth was clearly itching for a beating. No sooner had the attack begun than the other attempted to flee, but it was already too late. Since you've provoked me, you shall serve as the testing ground for my new technique.
Shi Hao executed the lightning Dao technique he had just mastered, dispatching the youth with a single strike.
Those outside the secret realm were left in utter shock at the power of this young demon king, who continued to cut down the geniuses of every clan.
Shi Hao took the bone rune from the Holy Martial clan and presented it to his grandfather.
Suddenly, the space trembled. It was Di Chong.
He stepped forth from a spatial rift, accompanied by Yu Chan. Shi Hao and Di Chong collided. The strength of this adversary was not to be underestimated. Shi Hao adopted a serious expression, and the two youths engaged in a fierce exchange of combat spears. Instead of focusing solely on the battle, Di Chong continued to mock and belittle the young man. Shi Hao admired the power of Di Chong, yet he refused to believe that his opponent's physical form could surpass his own.
Di Chong brandished the Void War Spear, tearing through the very fabric of space.
Shi Hao blocked the strike with his alchemy furnace, but Di Chong possessed the added protection of the immortal feather battle armor. It was clear that defeating such an opponent would not be easy, though Shi Hao managed to sever a lock of his hair.
Enraged by this, Di Chong engaged Shi Hao in a brutal close-quarters brawl. Di Chong was astonished to discover that Shi Hao had managed to inflict an injury upon him. Di Chong unleashed the lightning suppression strike, attempting to crush Shi Hao once and for all. The blood coursing through his veins was the prototype of immortal blood. Little wonder he originated from the immortal palace.
Shi Hao hurriedly utilized the immortal dust
and channeled the heavenly lightning, yet the results were far from ideal.
Shi Hao suffered heavy injuries,
while the other remained unscathed, protected by his immortal feather battle armor.
Wrong.
Now I shall reveal my true technique.
Shi Hao flicked his wrist, summoning a bolt of lightning that descended directly onto Di Chong. Sensing the instability of the situation, Yu Chan hurriedly warned Di Chong.
If they committed their full strength to battling Shi Hao, they would find themselves at a disadvantage within this secret realm.
Furthermore, she continued to sense an aura of terrifying power drawing near.
The two decided to withdraw for the time being.
Shi Hao also sensed that the encroaching power was the blood god demon tree, and he promptly retreated with his grandfather.
Shi Hao remained unconscious for several days before finally awakening. He resolved to recultivate the spirit transformation realm, using the process of nirvana to reshape his body. Although the path was fraught with danger, it was the only way for him to forge a new destiny.
Shi Hao entered seclusion, with his grandfather serving as his guardian.
Upon emerging from seclusion, the two went to gather 10,000-year-old purple gold ginseng and encountered a small rabbit. Do not be deceived by its strange appearance. It is a creature from the primordial era. The small rabbit transformed into a lovely young woman who had already reached the venerable realm. At that moment, two assassins from the heavenly kingdom lunged forward, causing the rabbit to flee in haste.
The two assassins were swiftly incapacitated by Shi Hao, who pursued them to the very edge of the territory to eliminate them completely, leaving behind a stern warning. The various sects were filled with fury at Shi Hao's arrogance, demanding an explanation from the Qin clan. The elder immediately issued an order. Shi Hao observed Qin Hao commanding his subordinates to hunt him down, utterly exhausted by the relentless interference of his younger brother. Shortly after departing, he encountered the little rabbit and Cao Yusheng.
No sooner had the little rabbit mentioned the celestial kingdom than their entire group descended from the skies.
Her tongue was as sharp as ever. These were the very individuals Shi Hao had previously expelled, now brazenly banding together again.
Even the likes of Di Chong were present. It was time to see how he would deal with this lot.
Shi Hao stood alone against 3 or 4 geniuses of the Saint Feather clan. He took note of Cao Yusheng, thinking, "Do not mistake his stature for weakness."
With a few fluid movements of his fists, the boy manifested a formidable sword formation, leaving anyone who could not escape to be mercilessly cut down.
The immense commotion drew Qin Hao and his entourage to their location. Qin Hao quickly signaled for his grandfather to remain hidden and conceal his identity. Qin Hao, impulsive by nature, launched an assault without exchanging a single word. Qin Hao received the blow with his bare body, leaving the onlookers in utter shock. After all, Qin Hao possessed 2 immortal bones. He was no ordinary talent.
Qin Hao even aggressively unleashed the reincarnation technique to combat Shi Hao. That is my own divine ability. How dare you use it to challenge me?
Qin Hao deftly maneuvered through the fray, delivering a swift kick that sent Qin Hao reeling.
In the heat of the conflict, the immortal pond appeared, prompting the entire crowd to rush inside, certain that great opportunities awaited them.
Shi Hao and his grandfather were suddenly intercepted by Ming Zi.
He was truly asking for a beating.
Shi Hao employed the Kunpeng technique to engage them, no longer fearing the exposure of his identity, for he intended to send these two to their reincarnation.
After settling the matter, Shi Hao prepared to continue on his way, only to be held back by an unseen force. Two more individuals stood in his path.
The youth immediately utilized the reincarnation technique,
sending the two on a journey to the afterlife.
Shi Hao ventured deep into the Saint Mountain,
the site of the ancient inheritance.
He studied the surrounding runes,
realizing they were immensely beneficial for his cultivation and the reconstruction of his realm.
His grandfather also began to gain insights from the surroundings.
Unexpectedly, Shi Hao was blindsided by two assailants. Upon pursuing them, he reached the Saint Mountain region belonging to the Qin clan.
He unleashed the galaxy water,
throwing the entire population into a state of panic.
Those who failed to defend themselves
perished instantly.
Qin Hao, failing to distinguish right from wrong, once again unleashed the reincarnation technique, but Xin Hao remained unscathed and responded with a single, powerful palm strike.
At this moment, an elder of the Qin clan emerged. Desperate to ensure Qin Hao's safety, the elder intervened.
He rallied other divine fire experts to join forces and eliminate Shi Hao. Suddenly, a voice resonated through the air. Conflict is forbidden within the inheritance grounds. If you must fight, ascend the dueling platform.
As those words echoed, everyone was instantly teleported. This arena is a place meant to settle disputes. The supreme being Yuan Tian chooses his successor regardless of their cultivation level, focusing solely on combat prowess and innate talent. The first person to step onto the stage becomes the challenge master and possesses the right to select their opponent. Within these 9 sacred mountains, an opponent is forbidden from refusing the challenge or fleeing.
Shi Hao leaped onto the stage immediately, brazenly challenging 5 divine flame experts from the Qin clan at once.
As these elders ignited their divine flames, all at once they were extinguished. These old men are truly fools. Did they not listen to the announcement earlier?
This arena does not discriminate based on cultivation rank, though the realm will be adjusted according to the challenge master. The 5 elders relied on their numbers to secure victory, but they did not expect that, beneath Xin Hao's thunderous assault, 2 of them would be sent to their deaths.
So much for relying on strength in numbers, wouldn't you say?
The remaining 3 were also swiftly dispatched by Shi Hao. Shi Hao then took the opportunity to return to the place where his grandfather was in seclusion.
He noticed a new golden meditation cushion had appeared.
It was likely a testament to the miraculous techniques of the supreme being, Yuan Tian. It appeared of its own accord to help those meditating gain a deeper understanding. Outside the secret realm, the spectators were still praising the Qin clan for their members remaining inside, without a single one eliminated. Then, to their utter shock, the 5 divine experts just defeated by Shi Hao suddenly materialized outside. The crowd watched on in horror at the strength of Huang, while he himself was busy enjoying a hearty meal. The little rabbit followed the scent and scurried over. One look at her was enough to know she was a glutton, and soon all 3 had their fill. Next, it was time for the young man to enter seclusion, stabilize his cultivation realm, and begin his enlightenment.
A voice resonated throughout the secret realm. Within the 5 days of mental enlightenment at the sacred hall,
those who succeed will be permitted to enter the supreme sanctuary. When Shi Hao arrived, the crowd had already gathered in great numbers.
This place surely contained the remaining fragments of the lightning technique. In the center, a treasure had appeared, immediately drawing the covetous gazes of many.
The crowd began to surge forward, vying for the prize.
It was a suit of heaven deity-grade battle armor, though it was likely that no one present possessed the ability to control it. This supreme being, Yuan Tian, surely has a playful, wicked sense of humor. The voice of the supreme being suddenly echoed. That armor followed me through countless battles. Although it will be difficult for anyone here to claim it, I still have many other treasures for you all to choose from, at will.
The crowd immediately dispersed to search for their own fortuitous encounters. Shi Hao snatched up a set of armor, and everyone mocked the boy for picking up a pile of scrap.
Unexpectedly, the Yuan Tian Supreme announced,
"The treasure has already been claimed. Those who desire the supreme precious technique, step forward."
It was chaos. The battered armor our protagonist had just scavenged was surely a priceless relic. The crowd hesitated no longer and pressed forward. Yet before any precious technique could be seen, a brutal brawl had already erupted among them.
Shi Hao maneuvered his way to the summit, where he discovered a bone text.
Utilizing his lightning precious technique to investigate, he successfully unearthed the missing half. Before he could secure it, he was ambushed by the followers of the Devil Ape Garden.
Shi Hao neutralized his attacker in a single strike, but Dijong and the others had already caught up, launching a fierce assault upon him.
Both youths claimed to possess an invincible physical body, neither willing to yield, as they unleashed a barrage of powerful techniques. Yet Di Chong remained arrogant, brandishing his human immortal seal, and declaring, "Techniques are merely tools, it is the wielder who remains invincible." Shi Hao merged the lightning runes with the Samsara precious technique. Di Chong was stunned that Shi Hao managed to repel the human immortal seal. HMPH. Reveal all the tricks you have, little one. I am ready to face them all."
Shi Hao donned the domineering Lightning Emperor battle armor to withstand the blow, while Din Cheng mocked him for wearing a piece of scrap metal scavenged from some gutter.
A gutter that would soon send him meeting his maker. Upon donning the armor, Shi Hao's cultivation power ascended to the great perfection of the venerable realm. At this moment, Din Cheng regretted that his true body was not present, for he was certain he would have eradicated Shi Hao.
Shi Hao launched a ferocious counterattack that caught Din Cheng off guard. He took the full brunt of the assault and was subsequently eliminated.
As Shi Hao turned his back, he was struck by a sneak attack. That treacherous scoundrel!
Even in defeat, Din Cheng had managed to manifest a human immortal seal to strike him from behind.
Lightning Sun seized the moment of Shi Hao's injury to launch an immediate assault.
Shi Zhongtian, the little rabbit, and Cao Yusheng all rushed to assist, buying time for Shi Hao to tend to his wounds.
The witch also stepped in to intercept Yui Qian on Shi Hao's behalf. These wretched villains! There are simply too many enemies.
Shi Hao sent a voice transmission to Shi Zhongtian, instructing the old man to take the alchemy furnace and flee first, claiming he possessed substitute talismans to ensure his own safety. The elimination of Din Cheng left the onlookers outside with even greater respect for the youth known as Huang. Inside, Shi Hao continued to fight bitterly. Despite his grave injuries, he still managed to dominate several opponents.
Unexpectedly, Yue Chan struck him from behind. No sooner had Shi Hao been eliminated than he emerged to deliver a kick to Din Cheng that sent him vomiting blood.
"Did you think by using a substitute talisman to escape here you could avoid me?
This time I offer only a warning. If you dare to sneak attack me again, do not blame me for showing no mercy."
Upon returning to the fray, Shi Hao found that Shi Zhongtian had been beaten until he coughed up blood.
Now,
Shi Hao used the alchemy furnace to seal the commoners, then stepped forward to accept the inheritance.
Observing that those trapped below were still struggling to break free, Shi Hao turned back and unleashed the 4 absolutes of the lightning path, alongside the great divine ability of spatial shortening he had just learned from the bone text.
Divine Ziyi was subjected to a continuous barrage of strikes, unable to even mount a defense.
At this moment, Din Cheng appeared to seize the bone text, but since Shi Hao and his companions had already memorized it, there was no need to contest it. Shi Hao lifted the mat to claim the remaining half of the precious technique.
Yui Chan lunged in to compete for it, but noticing the manifestation of Dao flowers surrounding Shi Hao, she immediately exposed his true identity. To provoke her, Shi Hao retorted that he had already consummated his relationship with her secondary body, resulting in a child named Shi Xiaoqian. Taking advantage of Yui Chan's momentary lapse in focus, Shi Hao led his companions in a hasty retreat, tearing open a spatial passage to reach the spirit spring to recuperate.
Cao Yusheng and the little rabbit lamented the fact that they could not secure the original bone text, though they were fortunate enough to have grasped the secret technique in time. Regardless, having something is better than nothing. Being too greedy would only invite disaster.
Shi Hao brought out the secret technique of the Lightning Emperor. 2 shimmering golden scrolls manifested before him.
A suit of armor enveloped his already striking form, making him appear even more imposing than before.
The 2 scrolls drifted forward, projecting an image of the Lightning Emperor's palace.
Inside, a figure stood wearing the same armor as Shi Hao. It was the primeval supreme.
He must have ventured into the restricted no man's land to plunder the Lightning Emperor's technique, yet in the end he could not transcend. A truly tragic fate. Nearby, a vicious beast lay in wait, biding its time to ambush Shi Hao. It flicked its long tongue, desperate to snatch the Lightning Emperor's technique.
Fortunately, Shi Hao reacted with lightning speed, but just as he prepared to strike, a tree branch impaled the creature. It was the Demon God Tree. The Demon God Tree had previously been trapped within the Primeval Supreme's armor, and had returned to this secret realm along with it. Now that Shi Hao was able to don that very armor, the tree regarded him as one destined to inherit the Supreme's legacy.
Setting aside their previous grievances, the tree proposed a transaction. It knew that countless major sects outside were seeking to kill Shi Hao. It offered to ensure the safe departure of Shi Hao and his group, provided that Shi Hao allowed it to study the Lightning Emperor's secret technique,
and refine some heavenly river water within his cauldron to purge the corrosive energy before offering it to the tree.
The tree sought to cleanse itself of a long-standing curse. Shi Hao agreed decisively. After all, this entity was immensely powerful, and it would be unwise to remain his enemy. However, Cao Yusheng and the little rabbit were not yet ready to leave, as they wished to contemplate the technique further. So Shi Hao and his grandfather prepared to depart first. Before leaving, Shi Hao poured the heavenly river water onto the Demon God Tree.
The Demon God Tree was aware that the water contained traces of the primordial mud, and Shi Hao took this opportunity to inquire about further information regarding it. It is rumored to be an artifact from the ancient immortal era. As it spoke, the Demon God Tree tore open a void rift, ushering Shi Hao and Shi Zhongtian inside. While in transit, they encountered an ancient, blood-colored vessel that radiated a chilling aura of death. The Demon God Tree quickly warned them. This is a remnant from the primordial past, deeply ominous. It is best we avoid it. The demon god tree then brought Shi Hao to the demon mountain in Fire Province.
After briefing Shi Hao on the impending 3,000 Provinces Genius Tournament, it retreated back into the void, returning to its secret realm.
Upon sensing the surrounding lava, Shi Zhongtian leaped in with joy, as his body was still afflicted by the freezing Ying energy.
The atmosphere here held a suppressive power, allowing Shi Hao and Shi Zhongtian to sit and cultivate the Tao of Thunder.
After finishing his meditation, Shi Hao declared his intention to leave. He was determined to participate in the 3,000 Provinces Genius Tournament.
However, the magma here proved to be an exceptional environment for Shi Zhongtian to suppress his icy ailment and cultivate, so Shi Hao decided to leave him behind to continue his training. After traveling tens of thousands of miles, Shi Hao joined a band of mercenaries, fearing that traveling alone would draw unnecessary attention.
Within this group was a woman with purple hair, whom Shi Hao found strangely familiar. Using his double pupil eyes to peer through her disguise, he realized it was Yun Shi, though she had altered her appearance to conceal her true identity.
Shi Hao felt a surge of emotion.
It had been a long time since they last parted ways at the teleportation array. Suddenly, a violent gale descended from the heavens. A spatial passage ripped open, and a spear plummeted from the sky.
Those caught in its vicinity were blasted away by the shockwave, their bodies reduced
to nothing but dust.
Emerging from the void were two celestial beings,
their presence terrifyingly imposing.
When an ignorant mercenary dared to question them,
the silver-robed celestial waved his hand, and the man, a venerable realm cultivator, was instantly sent to the afterlife. Accompanying the silver-robed celestial was a three-headed female celestial. They were all of the War Clan, having come to hunt down Yun Shi.
The celestial race and the War Clan had been historical rivals,
and since Yun Shi had fused with the heavenly mandate stone, her future rise was certain, and the War Clan could not allow her to survive. The power of a celestial is not to be underestimated. Those who charged toward them were like moths drawn to a flame,
swiftly vanishing under the brutal onslaught of the celestials' attacks.
Disregarding the danger, Shi Hao stepped forward to shield Yun Shi. How could he abandon an old acquaintance?
The War King has already sealed the entire Scarlet Plain.
None of you shall escape.
Yun Shi did not want Shi Hao to be put at risk, urging him, "You must leave at once."
But who exactly is Shi Hao? A beauty must be protected, and perhaps taken home to warm his bed. He shifted his hand seals, conjuring a vortex that teleported both of them away to the scarlet battlefield. Yun Shi was consumed with sorrow, as the tribesmen who had accompanied her had all perished while trying to protect her. Shi Hao offered words of comfort to set her mind at ease, vowing that he would ensure her safe departure from this place. When Yun Shi asked for his name, he sought to conceal his identity and claimed to be called Ma Shi.
Yun Shi gazed at the young man before her, reminded of the Shi Hao she knew in the lower realm. The resemblance was truly striking.
A sandstorm materialized ahead. The danger was upon them.
Both were swept into the tempest, where a monstrous creature emerged.
Yun Shi warned him, "It is a demonic ape, immune to all magical techniques."
Struck by a single punch from Shi Hao, the demonic ape roared in fury, descending into a berserk state.
Yun Shi was filled with apprehension, fearing they were no match for the beast.
Shi Hao commanded, "Take shelter within the cauldron for now. Leave the rest to me."
His courage was immense, his presence imposing. The battle was ready to begin. As the demonic ape charged, Shi Hao hoped to observe the beast's movement techniques during the fight to refine his own combat prowess.
3 beasts had already fallen, yet he sought to uncover the secrets of their cultivation techniques even amidst the fray. Truly the mark of a formidable protagonist. Shi Hao ventured into the lair of the demonic apes, where one was in the midst of plucking a blood soul herb.
Upon consuming the herb, the beast's spiritual energy surged instantly. He had uncovered its secret. The demonic ape lunged, but Shi Hao unleashed a flurry of strikes. "I was merely humoring you before. Did you truly think I was your inferior?"
The demonic ape produced a golden vigor fruit
and devoured it, causing its aura to erupt in intensity.
Shi Hao refused to yield, launching himself forward with relentless blows to strike down the colossal beast.
Afterwards, he turned his gaze to the surrounding herbs. He would claim them all.
In the distance, packs of demonic beasts carrying members of the War Clan were closing in to hunt them down.
Yun Shi emerged to see the vast array of herbs before her and gasped in shock. "This man is truly courting death."
She cautioned Shi Hao.
80% of the medicinal properties in the blood soul herb are highly toxic. It must be refined before consumption.
Shi Hao, however, remained headstrong. He began consuming the blood soul herbs raw, his body glowing as waves of pain washed over him, yet he did not cease.
After consuming 200 herbs, Shi Hao's physical form began to undergo a profound transformation. The members of the War Clan and the 100 Birds mercenary group had caught up.
Seeing that Shi Hao was injured, Yun Shi stood to intervene, though the pursuers shamelessly demanded that she marry into their clan.
Yun Shi's expression turned to one of indignation. yet she currently lacked the strength to resist them. As the war clan struck, Shi Hao swiftly stepped forward to intercept their assault.
Shi Hao had truly achieved immunity to their magical techniques.
He navigated through the attacks of the war clan with ease, lunging forward to strike, only to realize that this immunity was temporary. It could not be sustained for long.
The pair retreated.
Yun Shi speaks to Shi Hao about the Zhan clan. Both her clan and the Celestial clan are among the 10 great clans of the upper realm. The Zihan clan once produced a peerless expert at the supreme realm, a cultivation realm that stands only one step below the path to immortality.
Fearing that Shi Hao might encounter danger because of her, she repeatedly urges him to leave. She cannot shake the feeling that the Mo Ji currently before her bears a striking resemblance to the Shi Hao she knew in the lower realm. Shi Hao approaches her, teasingly prodding her,
asking what requirements the Celestial clan has for a son-in-law, so that he might go and propose. With his innate talent, he is certain he would be accepted without question. Yun Shi stands to the side, shy and flustered. He is truly bullying a young maiden. Yun Shi replies only that she could help him petition an angel to take him as a disciple. But who is Shi Hao? How could a mere angel ever catch his eye? Even if he walks this path alone, he is destined to rise and reign as an emperor. Shi Hao and Yun Shi journey toward Bone Mountain. Shi Hao employs his reincarnation eye to observe, spotting the bone god being at the true deity realm. If a place like this is guarded by a true deity, there must be a treasure of immense value hidden here. Shi Hao scouts the surroundings and discovers the golden supplement fruit. Yun Shi warns him, "Do not be rash. If you consume it directly, your soul will surely be reduced to ash."
As Shi Hao contemplates their next move, the Zihan clan and their legion of fierce beasts arrive in pursuit. Commander Long, himself a true deity, has arrived in person, flanked by 2 other true deities of the Zhan clan. Their momentum is truly formidable. Shi Hao launches a frontal assault, taking advantage of the moment the 3 are distracted by his strike to seize Yun Shi and retreat. The young woman from the Zihan clan wields the 7-moon mirror to track them, relentlessly giving chase. No matter how many whirlwinds Shi Hao creates to obscure their path, the mirror's light continues to pursue them. The 3 pursuers soon discover the golden supplement fruit, and as they fight amongst themselves for it, they disturb the bone god, the true deity guarding the area. This was Shi Hao's plan all along. Stay and enjoy your battle. I shall take my leave. The bone god demands the transcendence lotus in exchange for the golden supplement fruit. Otherwise, they are to be gone at once. The woman orders the other 2 to remain and hold off the guardian, while she pursues and kills Shi Hao and Yun Shi. She certainly knows how to pick the more difficult task.
Shi Hao and Yun Shi have arrived at the blood pool beneath Bone Mountain.
Shi Hao tells Yun Shi to find a place to hide for a moment, as he will handle the rest.
Shi Hao uses his reincarnation eye to peer through the surface, discovering an angel undergoing nirvana within the blood pool. At this moment, the true deity of the Zihan clan catches up to them.
Shi Hao reacts quickly, launching a powerful blow directly into the blood pool.
The bone god protecting the angel senses the disturbance. "How dare you disturb the Great One? I must make haste and eliminate these 2. On Shi Hao's side, having unleashed his strike, he swiftly retreated, leaving the true god war clan to bear the brunt of the aftermath. The bone god arrived in pursuit, swinging his blade toward the young woman.
Shi Hao employed a feint to distract them, seizing the moment to harvest the golden supplement fruit. His cunning was truly exceptional. The war clan girl caught up and snatched the golden supplement fruit from Shi Hao's grasp, demanding, "How dare you steal from me?" Shi Hao unleashed the reincarnation technique, leaving the girl breathless as he swiftly neutralized the threat.
The bone god has returned. It is time to flee.
Shi Hao released Yun Shi, who stared at the golden supplement fruit in his hand, trembling in disbelief. "You actually managed to kill a true god?" The predatory beast army pursued them relentlessly like persistent specters, but the arrival of the Celestial clan's ancient ancestor forced the beasts to scatter. Beyond the powerful aura of the Celestial Elder, Shi Hao sensed another formidable presence, the War Emperor. The 2 elders met, neither willing to yield as they traded philosophical barbs. "Then let us do battle." The mere pressure of their colliding auras was enough to shatter the constraints of the void. Shi Hao lamented, "They are truly powerful." The forces of both sides plunged into the fray, and Shi Hao found himself surrounded alongside Yun Shi. An elder of the war clan produced a heaven-level artifact, intent on capturing Yun Shi. Shi Hao hurriedly seized her hand, hurled his battle spear at the old man, and caught Yun Shi as she fell. A heroic rescue, executed with impeccable style. He did not forget to seize the spoils of war, the heaven-level artifact. As the powerful auras of the war clan closed in, Yun Shi drifted into a dream that night. In her vision, she saw the youth standing before the stone city. Yet when she looked beside her, it was still Mo Ji. Yun Shi could not suppress a sense of disappointment. She began to speak to Mo Ji about Shi Hao. Initially, their relationship had been defined by constant conflict. Shi Hao had been incredibly mischievous, often teasing and provoking her. Yet as time passed,
that young man grew into a truly formidable figure. Every word Yunji uttered caught Shi Hao off guard. So she still remembers everything after all.
Shi Hao stepped out to keep watch, coughing up blood. The previous battles had inflicted heavy internal injuries upon him. Meanwhile, the war clan had dispatched Xian Tiange, their most gifted youth, to hunt down Yun Shi. Though many soldiers arrived, they were swiftly dispatched by Shi Hao. Xian Tiange remained arrogant and composed upon his throne. Shi Hao recognized that his opponent's strength was far from ordinary. He ordered his spirit incarnation to escort Yun Shi to safety,
while his true body remained behind to confront Xian Tiange. The two warriors collided in a fierce engagement.
Xian Tiange held nothing but contempt for Shi Hao.
However, because Shi Hao was already wounded and had split his spirit essence to protect Yun Shi, he was significantly weakened. He suffered a series of heavy blows. His immunity to magical power had faded. His opponent restrained Shi Hao and departed to seek out Yun Shi and seize the Heaven Fate Stone.
Shi Hao's spirit essence, having realized they were trapped within a formation, urged Yun Shi, "Find an opening, and flee!" Shi Hao was struck down into a volcanic crevice. Just as Yun Shi fell into danger, Shi Hao's clone utilized his heaven cave to refine his body, barely managing to recover. He had to reach Yun Shi at once. Shi Hao arrived with an imposing aura, scooping Yun Shi into his arms.
The speed of his recovery left Xian Tiange utterly astonished.
Xian Tiange unleashed his War King form, preparing for a decisive battle.
But Shi Hao merely flicked a tiny leaf, forcing the War King form to collapse and causing Xian Tiange to suffer a backlash and vomit blood.
Seeing the lightning technique Shi Hao unleashed, he vaguely realized that the young man before him was indeed Huang. He attempted to retreat, but was held back by Yun Shi. Shi Hao gazed at him coldly. "You dare attempt to flee after learning my name?" Xian Tiange was officially sent to his reincarnation. Yun Shi looked at the young man before her, deeply perplexed.
He is not Shi Hao, yet why is he so similar to him? At that moment, a woman's voice rang out. She had manipulated time, rendering Yun Shi motionless. Shi Hao scanned his surroundings and caught sight of a beautiful woman.
She was Yi Qingxian, a descendant of the Yi Heavenly Emperor. She did not cease teasing Shi Hao
and even took his hand, remarking that his aura was extraordinary and that she wished to take him as her servant. How truly arrogant.
Yi Qingxian treated Shi Hao's wounds and advised him,
"If you encounter danger, simply call my name."
Shi Hao knew this woman was no ordinary person. He could only hope that someone with such cultivation would not become his enemy.
Yi Qingxian looked at Shi Hao and whispered to herself, "The Huang Heavenly Emperor then. This woman must surely have arrived from the future." A short time later, Yun Shi regained consciousness.
Shi Hao specifically sought out the earring Yun Shi had lost, and the two resumed their journey.
Yun Shi boldly asked Shi Hao one final time, "He is a friend of yours, is he not?" Yet, Shi Hao remained cold and denied it. Yun Shi held out her earring, the very one that Shi Hao had taken from her, which was, in fact, however, Shi Hao denied the gesture and cast the earring aside. The young lady was left deeply wounded by this rejection. Meanwhile, the Xihan clan discovered that Xian Tiange had fallen in battle.
His subordinates arrived just in time to hear the name Huang, which they immediately reported to the elders. After many long days, Shi Hao finally escorted Yun Shi back to Heaven Province. He attempted to depart immediately, fearing the Celestial would discern his true identity, but he was apprehended by the Celestial race before he could escape.
The Celestial commanded Yun Shi to enter seclusion and cultivate alongside Yu. The Celestial race, having recognized Shi Hao's remarkable talent, sought to bind him to their cause.
Shi Ha, the Celestial of the clan, kept Shi Hao under the guise of repaying a debt of gratitude, and led him to the Immortal Ascension Stone. Her two granddaughters were currently seeking marriage partners, the opulent Man Zhu and the maiden Fu Qua. It was clearly a calculated attempt to ensnare him with a beauty trap. The Immortal Ascension Stone was a sacred relic of the celestial race, strictly forbidden to outsiders, yet an exception was made for Shi Hao due to his service to Yun Shi. One glance was all it took for Shi Hao to see through their scheme to force him into a marriage alliance. He feigned an arrogant demeanor, boldly declaring, "If I can lift the Immortal Ascension Stone, I shall marry them both." He intended to put on a show of effort and fail, hoping to be dismissed. However, the moment he touched the stone, immortal light surged forth. He realized that the stone surely contained profound laws that he could comprehend. As Shi Hao attempted to lift it, he discovered a precious technique within his first Supreme Being bone. The stone resonated with his precious technique, losing all its weight and hovering into the air of its own accord. To fully master the technique, Shi Hao had no choice but to lift the Immortal Ascension Stone entirely. Shi Hao even caught sight of an ancient scripture within it. He intended to put on a facade, yet he achieved a genuine miracle. How could he have anticipated this outcome? A great shock rippled through those watching. With such a display of power, how could they possibly drive him away now? Upon witnessing this, the two elders became even more determined to keep him within their clan. At this moment, Yu and Yun Shi arrived on the scene, but Shi Hao and the Immortal Ascension Stone
had already vanished, as the elders had allowed him to take the relic to ensure he remained. Meanwhile, the underworld clan had surrounded the gates of the celestial race's city. The celestial of the underworld clan sought an audience with the elders and representatives of various ancient sects.
Having heard that Huang was in their midst, they came to demand his surrender.
Their true intent was to seize the Lightning Emperor's precious technique from the youth.
They threatened that if Huang were not surrendered, the ancient sects would mobilize their forces. TFA and Shi Hao immediately interrogated Yunxi, but she was ignorant of Shi Hao's true identity. TFA produced an ancient mirror to observe Shi Hao, revealing images of his past life in the lower realm.
This time, he has truly found himself in a precarious situation. Whether it be the Kunpeng technique or the innate reincarnation art,
the eyes of the two celestial elders lit up with greed.
HMPH, you think you can just show off your secret techniques to us? Dream on. I would rather die than surrender them.
Shi Hao's reaction forced the two elders to hold back their aggression. The young man was now consumed by fury. What a despicable celestial race.
He had endured great hardship to bring Yunxi back, yet this was the treatment he received in return.
Shi Hao had long since inscribed runes upon his body. Should anyone attempt to forcibly extract his secret techniques, he would choose self-detonation.
TFA activated the Order of Divine Chains to bind Shi Hao, while framing him with the crime of conspiring against the clan elders.
Representatives from the ancient sects had already appeared, accompanied by a massive bell, the Void Bell, which emanated the chaotic power of a divine artifact.
If such a power were to be unleashed, the celestial race would surely struggle to withstand it. Warships had already closed in on the territory of the celestial race. Among them was the Peacock Divine Master of the Severing Self realm, accompanied by the Second Fool. Knowing they could not hold Huang for long, GFA immediately ordered his men to interrogate him and extract the secret techniques.
Shi Hao was locked beneath a grand, soul-searching formation. Yunxi pleaded for the young man's safety, but her efforts were in vain.
Under the oppression of GFA, Yunxi discovered Shi Hao's true identity, and her heart sank with grief.
GFA continued to falsely accuse Shi Hao of stealing the flying immortal stone, ordering the elders to force open Shi Hao's primordial spirit.
On the other side, Kongziki noticed that the Willow Deity's branch was reacting constantly. Before he could comprehend why, the Peacock Divine Master was invited into the celestial race. The Master also wished to meet Huang, as the legendary Lightning Emperor's technique had been passed down since the ancient era.
Because the Peacock race and the celestial race had always maintained friendly relations, GFA sent word to bring Huang to him.
Kongziki and Shi. He arrived at the dark prison, where Shi Hao lay, his entire body covered in wounds. As they drew closer to Huang, the Willow Deity's branch reacted with increasing intensity.
Shi Hao caught sight of the Second Fool and wheezed his name. "Old woman, step forward. How dare they torment my brother until he is in this state?"
Kongziki was struck by a fit of rage and immediately attacked the elder who had brutalized Shi Hao. Even with Ji present, it mattered not. He would challenge a celestial if he had to.
He hurriedly began to treat Shi Hao's wounds.
When they brought him before the Divine Master, Kongziki clarified their relationship, revealing that the boy was a disciple of the Willow Deity.
Years ago, when the Peacock Divine Master was in mortal danger, it was the Willow Deity who granted him a drop of divine essence, which became the foundation of his enlightenment in the Tao.
A debt of gratitude as vast as a mountain, he would protect the Willow Deity's disciple at all costs. Both sides were fueled by blood-boiling intent, on the verge of an all-out confrontation, when the protector of the celestial race finally appeared.
Their cultivation base was on par with the Peacock Divine Master. Both elders unleashed their full aura. Their cultivation surpassed that of a celestial, reaching the Void Tao, Severing Self, and Escape One realms.
One who reaches these three realms may rightfully call themselves a sect master. Beyond that lies only the Supreme Realm. The Peacock Divine Lord still intended to offer a word of caution. If they remained stubborn in holding Shi Hao captive, then the day Liu Shen returned, this trivial celestial race would undoubtedly, without a shadow of a doubt, be wiped from existence. Yet the Guardian remained obstinate, launching an assault regardless.
The Peacock Divine Lord parried the blow, effortlessly turning the old man's own horn against him. The Guardian, enraged, activated the clan's grand protective formation, only to see it shattered instantly by the Peacock fan. And so, did the clan's protection hold? Shi Hao exhaled, believing the immediate danger had passed.
But he did not anticipate that the various sect masters would appear in unison,
including
the Underworld Lord, the Heaven-Mending Sect Master, the Fire Demon Palace Master, the Qin Sect Master, the Celestial Kingdom's Vice Master, and the Demon Sunflower Garden Master. As one of the elders lunged forward, Shi Hao was suddenly repelled by an immense force. It was Yi Qingxian.
Perhaps because, from the very beginning, he had refused her invitation to accompany her. These old monsters possessed formidable cultivation, yet they were rendered completely motionless by Yi Qingxian.
The Fire Demon Palace Master, seeing her youth, attempted an attack, only to be forced to spit blood by a single strike. Such lack of shame for one of his advanced age.
Ye Qingxian observed Shi Hao's injuries and demanded an explanation.
The boy watched in trepidation, but Ye Qingxian remained utterly dominant. Since that old fool had wounded Shi Hao, he must be made to pay the price. The old man immediately unleashed a barrage of divine artifacts, but they were pulverized by the immortal Tao divine form invoked by Ye Qingxian. There was simply no hope of obstructing her. The sect masters grew pale with terror upon realizing that Ye Qingxian possessed the means to manifest the shadows of deceased immortals.
Some remained foolish enough to test her, only to recoil in fear, sensing that she undoubtedly hailed from the forbidden restricted regions. Ye Qingxian intended to take Shi Hao with her, using the Primordial Alliance covenant to intimidate them.
In ages past, 7 members of the celestial race departed, yet only their ancestor returned alive, thanks solely to that primordial covenant. Ye Qingxian then inquired about the celestial race's immortal spirit bell, wishing to comprehend its mysteries. As for Shi Hao, she was determined to shield him, for she had been entrusted by another to look after him. And so, thanks to her intervention, Shi Hao escaped his plight. As Shi Hao departed, Yun Shi watched from afar, consumed by regret and hoping only for his safety. Utilizing a teleportation array and a realm-breaker talisman, Shi Hao fled toward Fire Province.
He secretly vowed to himself, once he ascended to the level of an emperor, those ancient sects would. Shi Hao entered Fufeng City and discovered that an elder from the Heaven Immortal Academy's Void Dao realm was seeking information regarding immortal gold. Whoever provides this intelligence will be granted the opportunity to bathe in the divine pool for an entire day and night. The Tribulation Transcendence Divine Lotus within the pool possesses the power to regenerate flesh and blood, allowing one to shatter their cultivation boundaries. If Shi Hao can bathe in those waters, he will undoubtedly refine the golden supplement fruit and achieve magical power immunity, becoming even more formidable.
At this moment, a young woman approaches. She is the secondary body of Yu Chun, now going by the name Qing Yi.
Shi Hao uses his reincarnation eye to peer at her,
immediately recognizing his wife.
Seeing Qing Yi concealing her identity in such a manner,
Shi Hao decides not to reveal himself to her just yet.
Wishing to avoid bringing unnecessary trouble upon her,
he chooses to focus on finding the 7-colored immortal gold first.
However, shortly after, he encounters Qing Yi being intercepted by a group of bandits who are aware of her true identity and attempt to threaten her using the Heaven-Mending sect as leverage.
As the confrontation begins, Qing Yi realizes that her assailants are members of the Demon Dragon Dao sect.
Just as the leader attempts to flee, Shi Hao intervenes and disposes of the group, though he departs immediately afterward.
Shi Hao arrives at a deep ravine, descending hundreds of miles until he encounters the presence of chaotic chi.
The young man uses his reincarnation eye to scout the area, suddenly catching sight of a bronze coffin and 9 dragon corpses resting within an underground palace. Shi Hao surveys his surroundings, wondering, whose coffin could it be to remain saturated with such overwhelming chaotic chi?
Unexpectedly, something emerges from within, tearing through the very fabric of space.
Shi Hao swiftly retreats to safety. Watching from a high vantage point, Shi Hao observes, to be buried in such a manner, the occupant must surely have been a peerless prodigy.
Perhaps there is a legacy or a powerful artifact to be found. This is a destined opportunity he cannot afford to miss.
Shi Hao exerts his spiritual power, yet to his surprise, the coffin is completely immune to his arts, remaining entirely unscathed.
As the young man approaches the coffin, he is struck by an immense, suppressing force. When he manages to pry the lid open just a sliver,
Shi Hao feels as if he is being controlled by an external force,
finding himself caught in the middle of a grand, ancient battle, even witnessing the silhouette of Willow deity amidst the chaos. The youth, still bewildered, attempts to force the lid open further, but his efforts prove futile. Just as Shi Hao prepares to seize a piece of true dragon bone to take home, the azure moon flame, left behind by the azure moon immortal, manifests. The flame launches an assault against Shi Hao. It is a fire so potent that even a true god would struggle to escape its reach. Before he can regain his composure, a white chaotic flame appears behind him, a spark even more terrifying than the last.
The blue and white flames converge in a violent attack, triggering a massive explosion. Shi Hao discovers a small stone that has shattered his defensive barrier, accompanied by 5 divine talismans.
Deciding to gather them immediately, he considers this his spoils of war. To prevent others from discovering this ancient coffin, Shi Hao shifts it and transports it back toward the Heaven Immortal Academy.
He has yet to acquire information regarding the 7-colored immortal gold, and the only way to approach the Tribulation Transcendence Divine Lotus is to infiltrate the academy and seek his chance. Fortunately, there was no one present who recognized him. Suddenly, the remains of the true immortal appeared before him.
When Shi Hao blended into the crowd to make inquiries, he was ridiculed for being a country bumpkin. The selection process for the Heavenly Deity Institution had already concluded.
The only way for Shi Hao to gain entry was by ascending the heavenly staircase.
He was mocked by those around him, who labeled him a leecher, claiming he only wished to ascend so he could bathe in the immortal pool with the 10 beauties. How absurd. The young man only desired to refine the golden complement fruit.
Shi Hao began his journey up the heavenly staircase. Every trial he overcame was marked by the ringing of a bell.
The initial trials were of no consequence to him.
Shi Hao cleared 7 levels in one breath, but at the 8th, he was met with a question. What is the Tao?
A truly formidable challenge.
Qing Yi stood below, observing, and was stunned as Shi Hao passed the trial and proceeded directly to the 9th level. Though surrounded by many beauties, the young man's expression remained unchanged. Shi Hao marched steadily toward the gate ahead. Before his eyes appeared the scene of the great battle against the Huangyu Immortal Palace in the lower realm years ago. Inner demons circled Shi Hao, attempting to seduce him. Yet he remained indifferent, his heart as steady as solid rock.
Then, the scene of the heaven-mending pavilion's destruction appeared before him,
followed by the vision of his supreme bone being carved out during his youth.
However, due to his ironclad Dao heart, the bell signaling the clearance of the trial rang once again.
At this moment,
Qi Daolin appeared, shrouding the surroundings in a thick mist. Assuming he was a senior of the institution, Shi Hao bowed respectfully.
Qi Daolin
offered to take Shi Hao as his disciple and promised him access to the immortal pool, causing Shi Hao's eyes to brighten with immediate agreement.
After Qi Daolin departed, the true elder of the heavenly deity institution finally arrived. Shi Hao was led away to the supreme Dao Hall.
Wait, had he even joined the heavenly deity institution yet, old man?
Shi Hao looked around, bewildered. Qi Daolin offered no explanation,
instead forcing the young man to swear an oath. A sense of unease began to settle in. Why did this feel like a deception?
Looking at Qi Daolin's behavior, he thought, alas, what kind of master have I pledged myself to?
He had only sworn the oath half-heartedly, yet Qi Daolin had already branded him with a primordial spirit mark. This was truly preposterous.
When revealing his identity, Qi Daolin breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that Shi Hao did not know who he was. However, this attitude only deepened Shi Hao's suspicions. This old man was undoubtedly hiding something. Shi Hao scanned his surroundings, wondering why this entire dojo possessed only a single gate, and questioning if it even qualified as a sect. It was only then that Shi Hao realized he had not entered the Heaven Immortal Academy's library, but had instead been tricked into the Supreme Dojo.
Despite his lifelong intelligence, he had been deceived. And to make matters worse, he was the sole disciple in this entire establishment. Shi Hao cursed inwardly, comparing this place to the deceitful nature of the Immortal Palace. Suddenly, Qi Daolin's expression turned solemn. The Supreme Dojo and the Immortal Palace are sworn enemies.
This declaration actually aligned quite well with Shi Hao's own interests. Shi Hao decided to test Qi Daolin with a few questions regarding his cultivation, to see if he was truly worthy of being a master. The exchange went remarkably smoothly, and eventually Shi Hao agreed to follow Qi Daolin and begin his cultivation. No sooner had the master and disciple departed than the dean of the Heaven Immortal Academy arrived, sighing that since the matter was already concluded, there was nothing more to be done. Meanwhile, Qi Daolin began to boast to Shi Hao. I possess 9 great divine abilities, 5 sovereign techniques, and peerless forbidden arts, a legacy that has swept across the 3,000 provinces, and secret techniques from every major sect. Yet the young man showed no interest, fixating solely on the immortal pond, much to Qi Daolin's utter frustration. Seeing his master's reaction, Shi Hao conceded. Fine, I will learn. Qi Daolin eagerly began teaching the youth the 8-9 heaven technique, though he first forced Shi Hao to carry a mountain while running. The training was as grueling as torture. The next day, several disciples arrived at the Supreme Dojo. A young woman named Xiao Ru, a young man named Lu Ming, and a senior brother Liu. Shi Hao hid nearby and overheard that Qi Daolin had once infiltrated over a dozen ancient sects, stealing their secret techniques. Even the current mountain gate had been pilfered from the Heaven Immortal Academy's own creations, and he had even stolen the heavenly palace of the heaven human race. Shi Hao listened and remarked to himself, he acts exactly as I did when I was a young troublemaker. But years ago, when Qi Daolin was chosen to inherit his lineage, enemies descended upon them, destroying the entire sect, and leaving Qi Daolin as the sole survivor. It was said that the Immortal Palace and various other supremes had conspired together to lay siege to the sect. Thousands of years ago, Qi Daolin had taken on 2 disciples. But within days, they were soundly defeated by disciples from other factions. Thus, the common sentiment was, only a fool would take Qi Daolin as a master now. Hearing this, Shi Hao's temper flared. I shall teach you lot a lesson. Shi Hao promptly broke off one of Lu Ming's horns and threw it into a pot to make soup. Qi Daolin, showing no shame, came over to help himself to a meal. Impressed by the cooking, Qi Daolin handed Shi Hao a command token, which granted him free access to the Heaven Immortal Academy. Shi Hao immediately set off for the Immortal Pond, coincidentally arriving just as Qing Yi was bathing. Though Shi Hao, the young man quickly leaped into the pool, drawing near the divine lotus where the spiritual energy was most abundant. Knowing that any further advance would invite a lethal attack,
Shi Hao had no choice but to wait for the lotus to emit its essence while retrieving the golden fruit. Suddenly, the divine fluid of the lotus began to swirl around the golden fruit. Could these two treasures be synergistic?
Shi Hao risked a bite of the golden fruit, never expecting it to contain the laws of the great Tao. An external assault coupled with an internal erosion of his primordial spirit.
It was only thanks to the divine lotus that Shi Hao escaped certain death, and the effects were profound. His immunity to magical arts had grown significantly stronger.
The commotion caused by Shi Hao drew the attention of Qing Yi. Seeing Shi Hao in such a battered state, and mistaking him for a green-skinned demon, Qing Yi wasted no time, and launched an immediate strike. Shi Hao hurriedly attempted to explain, but Qing Yi paid him no heed, relentlessly berating him while unleashing a powerful ultimate technique. Before he had finished his cultivation, Shi Hao found it difficult to parry, thinking, "Very well, I shall use this opportunity to test the true efficacy of the golden fruit." Qing Yi was astonished that Shi Hao could negate her magical attacks, but she quickly regained her composure and continued her assault.
As his immunity to magical arts began to wane, Shi Hao retreated to the bottom of the pool, but Qing Yi pursued him relentlessly. Ironically, it was her very strikes that helped Shi Hao neutralize the volatile energy within him. Just as he pinned Qing Yi down, and before he could offer an explanation, a seed merged into his body. The young man suffered excruciating agony, his primordial spirit feeling as though it were on the verge of shattering. At that moment, the image of the Kunpeng appeared, hovering above Shi Hao, leading Qing Yi to finally recognize his true identity. Overcome by the unbearable pain, Shi Hao lost consciousness. Qing Yi tended to Shi Hao's wounds. The mysterious seed forced him through a cycle of death and rebirth, granting him newfound vitality. As their eyes met, Shi Hao teased her. "I shall repay your kindness with my own body." With those words, he vanished, leaving behind a flustered Qing Yi.
Shi Hao informed Qing Yi that he now walked the upper realm under the name Huang.
Yet, he vowed that one day he would reclaim his true identity as Shi Hao for all the world to see.
As for Qing Yi, unable to overcome her original self, she remained in this realm to seek refuge.
Both of them had been forced by unavoidable circumstances to conceal their true faces.
Shi Hao looked forward to the day he would emerge victorious in the Great War of the 3,000 provinces, and return to his true self.
Hearing this, Qing Yi believed the young man was speaking grandly, and she kindly advised him not to let arrogance be his downfall.
Qing Yi's current goal was to find a flame that could resonate with her tea. Doing so would allow her to bolster her strength for the upcoming Great War of the 3,000 provinces. This was all in preparation for the arduous task of igniting the divine flame. Shi Hao immediately thought of the azure moon flame.
Upon hearing his description, Qing Yi realized it must be the azure moon, true immortal's flame, left behind from the immortal ancient era. At that moment, others approached, and Shi Hao leaned in to whisper to Qing Yi, "I will lead you to the azure moon flame." He then departed.
Shi Hao returned to ask Qi Daolin about the 9 dragons pulling the coffin.
Qi Daolin's expression shifted instantly. That coffin is known as the coffin of 3 generations. It is utterly terrifying, shrouded in mystery, and has existed since the immortal ancient era. A supreme entity from the Tao field of the Supreme had pursued this coffin for many years, but upon opening it, he suffered a backlash that severely damaged his foundations.
Seeing the elder in such an agitated state, Shi Hao decided to wait for him to calm down before revealing that he had witnessed the third life copper coffin. The young man also took the opportunity to ask for methods to subdue divine flames. Qi Daolin was pleased by Shi Hao's ambition, believing he sought the divine flame to ignite his own divine fire, unaware that he was actually hunting it for a young woman. The elder cautioned Shi Hao to strive for a position in the top 10. Yet Shi Hao dismissed this rank as far too low.
However, Qi Daolin only sighed. The Great War of the 3,000 provinces occurs only once every few thousand or 10,000 years. It is a source of infinite fortune, and for ages, countless young supremes have voluntarily suppressed their own cultivation to repeatedly participate in this conflict.
These individuals are incredibly resilient. They continuously shatter their own divine fire and cultivate from scratch, forging a foundation in the divine path that is unshakably solid.
Shi Hao, do not underestimate them.
The elder handed Shi Hao a technique from the immortal ancient era, capable of deciphering ancient scripts. If Shi Hao mastered it, he could communicate with various ancient fires, and gaining their recognition would allow him to subdue them. The next day, Shi Hao sought out Qing Yi to join him in his search for the lunar moon flame. Very soon the two discovered the presence of the lunar moon flame, its intense heat scorching the very clothes off their backs. Qing Yi, feeling shy, took cover behind Shi Hao. Shi Hao attempted to communicate with the raging inferno. Qing Yi, having also learned the secret technique, managed to communicate with the flame, and was granted a chance to subdue it. Shi Hao stood guard for Qing Yi, But as he watched her being engulfed by the flames, he was filled with immense concern. Shi Hao sought to assist Qing Yi in devouring the lunar moon flame. Witnessing Qing Yi being relentlessly battered by the blue lotus fire, Shi Hao hurriedly channeled his true origin to support her, constantly encouraging her. "Qing Yi, stay strong, hold your ground." Cracks began to appear across Qing Yi's body. As the lunar moon flame permeated her consciousness, these fissures spread with alarming speed. The immortal flame then manifested into the image of a young woman. The lunar moon immortal. The imprint left within the flame. Shi Hao stared in astonishment at the figure before him. The immortal maiden bore a striking resemblance to the one he had previously glimpsed within Qing Yi's consciousness. Within the depths of Qing Yi's spirit, a gargantuan fire python appeared, clashing violently against her consciousness. Qing Yi screamed in agony. Despite all her efforts, she could not repel it. Was she destined to fail? Shi Hao rushed forward in desperation. "You must not die." The two locked eyes, both flooded with memories of their time in the lower realm. Shi Hao exerted his full strength to force his way into the lunar moon flame, but the heat was so overwhelming that his own body began to fracture. Qing Yi. He had to save her at all costs. Shi Hao unleashed the entirety of his power. Once his armor was fully manifested, he managed to make contact with Qing Yi. Could this armor truly withstand the power of the lunar moon flame? Shi Hao swiftly draped his armor over Qing Yi, and together, they faced the fire python, and swiftly obliterated it. Finally, the lunar moon immortal accepted her, and the lunar moon flame and Qing Yi merged as one. At this moment, Qing Yi also lost consciousness. Shi Hao carried Qing Yi back, and the two began to discuss the essence of the Tao. Qing Yi intended to use the azure moon flame as the foundation to illuminate her own path, but Shi Hao challenged her. "Why not take yourself as the Tao?" As soon as these words left his mouth, heavenly lightning manifested in the sky and struck down. Qing Yi was astonished. Since the ancient immortal era, discussing profound insights into the Tao would trigger heavenly tribulation, she never expected Shi Hao to possess such capability. Just then, a bell tolled, a warning signal, signaling that the battle for the 3,000 provinces was drawing near. Upon returning to the sect, Shi Hao's master heard that he had gifted the azure moon flame to Qing Yi, and he nearly vomited blood in frustration. How precious is such a celestial fire! Ah, this disciple of mine. Go and carry the mountain for me as punishment. While Shi Hao was enduring his penalty, 3 members of the celestial clan, with whom he held a grudge, suddenly appeared. Shi Hao immediately stepped forward. "The celestial clan? I shall strike down every single one of you that dares to show your face." The 3 men fled in terror to seek the aid of their senior brother, Kun Mo. Kun Mo was regarded as a true prodigy within their clan. With Kun Mo taking action, they were certain that Shi Hao would be utterly defeated. A man of his word, Kun Mo quickly approached the supreme Taoist elder's territory. At that moment, Shi Hao was still complaining. "Every day I am forced to carry this mountain, and if I accidentally shatter it, the old master berates me until I'm half dead." Suddenly hearing a commotion, and already in a foul mood, he wondered, which fool is so desperate for a beating that they've come looking for me? At a single glance at their attire, Shi Hao recognized them as members of the celestial clan. Without wasting words, Shi Hao directly utilized his heavenly passage to bind his opponent, lifting Kun Mo and slamming him repeatedly against the ground. Kun Mo had always prided himself on being one of the 6 great geniuses of the celestial clan, yet now, he found himself beaten so severely that he could not even lift his head. Enraged, he demanded that Shi Hao kneel and beg for forgiveness. "You want me to kneel? If that is your wish, I shall grant it." With a mere flick of his finger, an overwhelming pressure descended, forcing the man's knees to buckle instantly, slamming him into the dirt. Qing Yi was aware that Kun Mo had gone to find Shi Hao, but she held full confidence in his strength. These people posed no threat to him whatsoever. Having dealt with Kun Mo, Shi Hao went to speak with his master regarding his true identity and the fact that he was being hunted by various sects. He expressed his intent to infiltrate the celestial clan's mineral vein and cause a stir. Dealing with such a disciple gave the master a headache, yet he still handed over a map of the mineral vein to help him. Standing outside the mine, Shi Hao activated his heavy pupils to scout the interior. It was heavily guarded. Were they protecting some rare stone? This is getting interesting. Taking advantage of the distraction, Shi Hao began his infiltration, It was immensely heavy. Yet for Shi Hao, who spent his days hauling mountains, this weight was well within his capabilities. Shi Hao hoisted the exotic stone into the air, creating a considerable commotion. Several true deity elders of the celestial clan immediately gave chase. "Do you dare to steal our sacred stone? Activate the Great Formation. Do not let him escape." Shi Hao utilized the Grun, shrinking ground to an inch, technique to flee. But the restrictive formation had already solidified, leaving him no choice but to carry the massive stone and run. As the elders launched their attacks, Shi Hao used the stone as a shield, forcing the elders to howl in frustration. Who would dare strike and risk shattering this treasure? With more true deities converging, Shi Hao barely escaped a calamity thanks to the protection of a divine talisman. Besieged by his pursuers, Shi Hao decisively shattered the stone in 2,
He kicked one half toward the crowd while he fled with the other. The elder of the celestial clan unleashed a heavenly deity artifact, intent on executing Shi Hao. The heavenly deity artifact descended with crushing pressure, shattering the remaining half of the stone and revealing a glowing orb at its core. A strange stone? What a remarkable treasure!
Shi Hao swiftly snatched it up and activated a void-breaking talisman to depart. You wish to capture me?
You are still far too inexperienced. Upon discovering that Huang was the one who had taken the stone, the high-ranking members of the celestial clan were incensed and immediately mobilized their forces to hunt him down.
Heavenly deity Moluko even relayed this intelligence to the Guardian to ensure there were no contingencies. When Shi Hao returned with the core, Qi Daolin could not help but marvel. Not bad, brat, he observed the core.
It is composed of immortal metal shell and primordial essence, absorbing the great Dao and the origins of heaven and earth as it gestates into form. It can truly be considered an immortal seed.
Shi Hao initially expressed skepticism. What is the use of something that is still gestating?
But upon hearing this, his eyes lit up. Can it be used to ignite the divine fire? Qi Daolin shook his head. This object contains the laws of heaven and earth.
Since ancient times, many have used the heavens and earth as a furnace,
and the laws of nature as fuel. But the path is exceedingly difficult. The success rate is less than 20%. Once one fails, everything will be reduced to ashes.
Yet Shi Hao remained steadfast, resolute in his desire to pursue this path.
How will I know if I don't try? He was utterly determined.
Seeing that his disciple possessed a temperament reminiscent of his own youth, Qi Daolin relented. He handed Shi Hao numerous records regarding the geniuses who had chosen this path,
including their strategies and their fates, for Shi Hao to contemplate.
Meanwhile, the celestial clan dispatched search parties daily,
scouring every corner of the realm, particularly in areas where sightings of those from the lower world had been reported.
After Shi Hao achieved a breakthrough to the late stage of the Venerable Realm, Qi Daolin informed him that the Celestial Clan was actively hunting him across Crime Province and Fire Province. Upon hearing mention of the Fire Province, Shi Hao's thoughts immediately turned to the Fire Clan, fearing that his wife, Huo Lingguer, might be in grave danger. Shi Hao departed in haste, only to encounter two members of the Celestial Clan upon his arrival.
With an expressionless face, Shi Hao struck with cold, lethal precision, sending the two elders to their graves. You dare to hunt me? Did you truly believe I was so easily oppressed? In the days that followed, news spread rapidly. Huang had gone on a rampage, systematically dismantling 15 of the Celestial Clan's mineral veins.
The prodigies of the Celestial Clan, including Yuan Shi, were currently en route to the Heaven Immortal Academy.
They were tasked with completing a mission assigned to them by a celestial deity. Upon hearing rumors of Shi Hao's activities, the two companions traveling with her were filled with fury.
Yuan Shi attempted to restrain them, harboring only the hope that Shi Hao might find peace and freedom.
Reflecting on the past, she knew well that her clan had committed grave injustices against him.
Shi Hao, meanwhile, remained tireless in his mission to destroy the Celestial Clan's resources. Though he was surrounded by three true deities, he utilized the atmospheric conditions to his advantage. Shi Hao effortlessly unleashed the Lightning Emperor's technique, forcing the three elders to experience the fury of the heavens. They were charred to a crisp.
These actions pushed the Celestial Clan to the brink of rage. Their elders dispatched a multitude of disciples to capture him. In a desolate region of the Fire Province, two cultivators were being interrogated by the Celestial Clan regarding Huang's whereabouts. Under duress, they revealed that they had tracked him to Howling Moon Valley in Crime Province, where a pack of wolves had confirmed encountering him. As for Yunji, she had now arrived at the Heaven Immortal Academy.
Qing Yi was responsible for receiving the guests.
Being the wife of Huang, she could not help but show a hint of jealousy as she inquired. I heard that Huang once escorted you, Sister Yunxi, for hundreds of thousands of miles, and even battled the war clan for your sake. Is this true? Even an observer could sense the sour undertones in that question. Just as Yunxi remained silent, unsure of how to respond, Yu, a prodigy of the Celestial Clan, interjected. Huang did so only to covet the secret techniques of the Celestial Clan. It was all a pretense. His actions were entirely hypocritical. It is the Celestial Clan that reeks of hypocrisy, spewing such shameless slander. Thanks to the Heaven's Will Stone, this Yu currently stood at the pinnacle of the six heroes, regarded as the strongest youth in his clan.
With those words, Yu bid farewell to Qing Yi and departed alongside Yun Xi.
Only Wu Lun remained behind. He was of true royal blood, and also ranked among the six heroes, though he stood in Yu's shadow.
He harbored a burning ambition, determined to cross blades with Huang to prove his own worth. He refused to believe that someone in the Venerable Realm could slay a true deity, convinced that some elder must have intervened to assist him. At that very moment, another individual added fuel to the fire, claiming that besides Huang, there was also a senior brother whose catchphrase was the eradication of the Celestial Clan. It seems this instigator thrives on chaos, eager to see how much of a spectacle this conflict will become. Wu Lun, consumed by a misguided sense of heroism,
sought to confront the senior brother, never suspecting that he was walking straight into the path of Huang. He should have prepared himself for a crushing defeat. As Huang rested, the heavens suddenly churned with violent storms. Could it be the celestial race again? They are truly begging for a beating. The moment Wu Lun encountered Huang, he began to arrogantly berate him, mocking the sect as nothing more than a wretched, crumbling ruin. He sought to settle the outcome with a single strike. Shi Hao felt immediate disdain for the man. "I shall strike you until you regain your senses," he declared with bold confidence. "I am none other than Huang. If you seek death, then step forward." With only a few movements, Huang sent Wu Lun to his demise, leaving the celestial talisman meant to protect his life entirely unused. Another member of the six heroes, fearing that the loss of the celestial talisman would bring retribution upon him from the clan, desperately lunged forward to reclaim it. He intended to seize it, but before he could, Shi Hao effortlessly sent him to the afterlife to join Wu Lun. The remaining disciples fled in a panic to report the news to Yu Yu. Yu Yu was consumed with rage. How can the celestial race allow an unknown wretch to humiliate us in such a manner? He resolved to deal with this so-called senior brother personally. Meanwhile, after conducting their own investigation, the elders of the celestial race suspected Huang's presence near the Heaven Immortal Academy and immediately set out to pursue him. As the Great War of the 3,000 provinces drew closer, the geniuses of every clan began to emerge, each eager to test their strength against the others. Consequently, the impending battle between Huang and Yu Yu attracted a multitude of onlookers. Shi Hao looked on with weary contempt. Have these people gathered only to watch my defeat? If I ascend to the status of emperor, let us see if you still dare to humiliate me. Outside the Supreme Daio arena, a massive crowd had gathered, eager to witness the coming spectacle. Yun Shi was deeply anxious, fearing that Shi Hao would be captured by the celestial race once more. She could only hope he would retreat and leave this place of turmoil behind. Yu Yu appeared, radiating arrogance, and issued his challenge. "Senior brother of the Dao Arena, show yourself." The power emanated by Yu Yu left the crowd in shock. He had successfully integrated the Heaven Fate Stone, and his strength was far beyond that of his peers. With a flick of his finger, Yu Yu sent an icy pillar thousands of meters long hurtling toward the spot where Shi Hao stood. Yet Shi Hao merely held up a single finger to intercept it. He shattered the icy pillar with ease, declaring, "Do not dare to destroy my sect. If you wish to fight, then come over here." Shi Hao's words carried an air of absolute dominance. Scanning his surroundings, Shi Hao caught sight of Yun Shi among the crowd. The elder accompanying Yun Shi had already signaled for the heavenly deities to. Wu Yu wasted no words. He shifted his hand seals, manifesting a colossal beast behind him, the 10,000 beast fist. Shi Hao activated his defensive formation to intercept the incoming strike. Wu Yu changed his technique, channeling his own blood essence to unleash the blood mud hand. Yet the moment the palm imprint collided with Shi Hao's weapon, it was swiftly shattered. Wu Yu suffered the backlash, and it was only then that he realized he had severely underestimated Shi Hao. Forced into a corner, Wu Yu resorted to his trump card, his innate divine technique. Shi Hao found himself drawn into a separate dimension. Concealed from view, Wu Yu manipulated a stone pillar from afar, attempting to crush Shi Hao beneath its weight. Wu Yu felt immensely triumphant, declaring, "I have passed judgment upon you. Accept your fate." Arrogant fools who speak so recklessly are destined to suffer a bitter defeat. Blood trickled from the corner of Shi Hao's mouth. Though his primordial spirit teetered on the verge of leaving his body, he remained composed. He searched for a breakthrough, his mind racing. Could this space be an illusion? It does not truly imprison me. What would happen if I were to manifest an independent dimension of my own? Acting on his resolve, Shi Hao unleashed the reincarnation precious technique, combining his singular heaven dhammas with the Kunpeng art. A spatial divine technique, you say? I shall tear it asunder. Do you think you can toy with me? The dimension shattered, and Wu Yu suffered significant injuries as a result. The elder of the heavenly human tribe hastily commanded Yun Shi to assist Wu Yu, even resorting to threatening her with her family's standing. Fearful that if the conflict dragged on, the heavenly deities of her tribe would arrive to capture Shi Hao, Yun Shi entered the fray, intending to signal for him to flee. However, Shi Hao remained as stubborn as an ox. Left with no other choice, Yun Shi was forced to exert her full strength to support Wu Yu. Yet, even with the Heaven's Willstone and Yun Shi's imposing transformation, once Shi Hao donned his protective armor to amplify his strength, Wu Yu was struck down repeatedly, unable to land a single effective blow. Does Wu Yu truly intend to continue using the Five Mountain Seal to conjure a giant stone golem to attack Shi Hao? Does he hope to salvage this situation? Since he persists, he has only himself to blame. Shi Hao unleashed the Nine Heavens Tribulation Light, shattering the stone golem with a single strike. Wu Yu now lay defeated, devoid of the strength to continue the battle. The elder turned his gaze once more toward Yun Shi, demanding that she take the field. Yun Shi activated the Heaven's Willstone, undergoing her own transformation. I must admit, She is truly a beauty.
She constructed a space of her own. The onlookers assumed she fought for the honor of her tribe, unaware that she was actually inside, urging Shi Hao to depart. Her hands trembled as she gripped the sword. Shi Hao was the person she had cherished most. How could she bear to take his life? Shi Hao rendered Yunji unconscious and placed her within the cauldron. He then seized the fate stone from Yunyu's body and stepped over him with an air of absolute dominance. Shi Hao ascended the steps, where a throne awaited him. He sat upon it with cool, imposing composure and declared, "Huang is the successor of the supreme Dao Palace. Any who wish to seize my treasures, come forth." The war god of the celestial clan entered the fray. Before Shi He the celestial had even revealed herself, her voice boomed from afar. "Shi Hao, release Yun Shi and return Yu Yu's fate stone." Simultaneously, she unleashed a barrage of weapons toward him. Yun Shi had been released from the cauldron by Shi Hao, and the other divine fire and true deity experts of the celestial clan seized the opportunity to launch a joint assault. Yun Shi created a spatial rift with a gem. "Hao, leave quickly!" But there was no need for such measures. Observe his methods. Shi Hao summoned the cauldron, and a deluge of water poured forth from within. Following this, he produced a small vase, drawing the celestial clan cultivators into its depths. Possessing a vast array of hidden trump cards, these opponents were of no consequence to him. 12 divine fire realm experts perished in an instant, followed by several true deities. The onlookers were left trembling, terrified by the sheer ferocity of Shi Hao's combat prowess. Only 5 remained, and they joined forces to mount a final, desperate attack. Shi Hao watched with cold disdain. "The celestial clan has brought this upon themselves. Let me show you the power of your own clan's celestial talisman." He had pilfered this talisman during his battle against Yu Lun. Upon its release, the talisman effortlessly claimed the lives of 3 more. As Shi Hao prepared to execute the final 2, the figure of Shi He the celestial descended upon the battlefield. Did she think he would be intimidated by a mere celestial giant? If she sought a battle, she would have it. Shi Hao braced to intercept the blow, but suddenly, a hand reached out and sent Shi He flying hundreds of meters back. It was his master, Qi Daolin. The crowd stood in shock. A celestial? Swatted aside with such ease? The members of that sect are truly fearsome. Shi He shouted in fury. "Qi Daolin, on what grounds do you strike me?" Heavens! She came to bully his disciple, and wondered why she was met with force. Shi He refused to yield, bringing up the history of how Qi Daolin had once stolen from the celestial clan. "Old woman, that was a matter of theft. Do you understand? And why did he resort to such measures?" It was because when the Supreme Dao Palace was in peril, despite being fellow practitioners, not a single sect was willing to offer aid when Qi Daolin sought it. Huang could only sigh. "My master is remarkably restrained. If it were me, I would have raised every one of those sects to satisfy my grievances." No sooner had he finished speaking than Qi Daolin struck Shi He with another palm. This incident alerted the guardian of the celestial race. The elder arrived and began addressing him as Little Qi, a display of familiarity that Qi Daolin found utterly repulsive. The guardian demanded that Shi Hao surrender the destiny stone, but Qi Daolin proved even more overbearing. "That is the spoils of war belonging to my disciple. Why should he ever return it?" His words left the guardian so infuriated that he nearly vomited blood. Since negotiation was impossible, there was only one path left: war. Shi He, harboring malicious intent, attempted to seize a moment of distraction to plant a demonic seed within Shi Hao. Did she truly think she could underestimate Qi Daolin? The moment the demonic seed was released, Qi Daolin seized her by the throat. Resorting to such underhanded tactics, he nearly crushed her to death. Though out of a strange mercy, he left a single shred of Ji He's primordial spirit intact, intending for Shi Hao to finish her off himself. He is not as benevolent as he appears. The guardian was pushed to the brink of rage, and he unleashed the full extent of his power. Qi Daolin countered with the 8-cycle heaven technique, his most profound and mastered martial art. The guardian used his own horns to defend, yet Qi Daolin simply snapped them off and sent the old man fleeing in terror. After the guardian retreated, Qi Daolin sent out a voice transmission, declaring to all that Huang was his disciple. He warned that any celestial who dared to lay a finger on Huang would face total annihilation of their sect. Shi Hao was deeply moved by this, but his ears suddenly rang. Qi Daolin added, "Beyond the celestials, or any true gods, whoever wishes to hunt Huang may come as they please. I do not care in the slightest." Such is the brutal, protective nature of a master toward his disciple. With the battle concluded, Shi Hao bid farewell to Yun Shi as she returned to her clan. Yun Shi is currently the only person to have successfully integrated the Destiny Stone. Although she had aided him, it is unlikely her clan would ever face total extermination. In another corner of the world, within the Immortal Palace, a man sat arrogantly upon a throne. He was the young lord of the Immortal Palace. This was his true physical body, unlike the previous encounters where the young lord had only sent out a secondary avatar to fight. Having focused entirely on cultivation, the Great War of the 3,000 provinces drew ever closer, and the time had come for him to merge his avatar with his true self, to reach the pinnacle of power. After days of gathering intelligence, Qi Daolin informed Shi Hao of the existence of a true immortal flower that had survived since the primordial era,
having blossomed 3,000 times. With this upcoming blooming, its life cycle will reach its end, triggering a desperate struggle for it during the great. Observing Shi Hao lost in deep thought, Qi Daolin assumed the lad was finally struck with fear. Little did he know, the young man was actually contemplating how to make his final move truly spectacular.
To lose face for the sect without teaching him a lesson, how could he possibly be a worthy master?
The master and disciple chased one another. Since the old man was as vigorous as a bull, he would need to find some way to appease him.
Shi Hao revealed news regarding the third world coffin, and Qi Daolin's eyes lit up, prompting him to follow Shi Hao to the location without delay.
Leaving the coffin behind, they had barely stepped inside when they encountered the chaos flame. Qi Daolin cautiously probed the might of the flames. It was capable of incinerating even a great expert, no joking matter.
He retreated swiftly, desperate to ensure his disciple did not fall victim to the blast. Shi Hao caught sight of a tree that resembled willow deity, and it was even simulating the techniques of the Lightning Emperor and the Kunpeng. Could it be attempting to communicate with him? Although the flames did not manifest anything concrete, they projected a profound sense of transcendence. That spark acted like a mirror, reflecting the flaws within his own techniques and Taoism. If he continued to cultivate in this manner, even without being the Lightning Emperor or the Kunpeng, he could still unleash the peak combat power they once possessed. Qi Daolin rushed to Shi Hao's side just as the third world coffin manifested.
The sect leader of the Taoist temple had traveled to this very place in years past.
He was incomparably formidable in those days, but in his attempt to open the bronze coffin, he was severely wounded, eventually falling to an ambush by the immortal palace.
Qi Daolin stepped forward. What secret was hidden within the bronze coffin that the sect leader would risk his life to uncover?
Shi Hao watched his master with growing concern. Even as the backlash of power intensified, Qi Daolin pressed on, straining to push the lid of the coffin. He had sensed the mark of the sect leader. It was undoubtedly his final message. Qi Daolin persisted, and even though he was thrown back by the recoil time and again, he remained unyielding. Though he was typically lazy and carefree, he proved to be a man of great integrity when it mattered most. Fearing for his master's safety, Shi Hao ignored his protests and used his own precious techniques to assist him.
Qi Daolin finally heard the final words. Only 2 syllables. It arrived. Was the Taoist master trembling in fear? Suddenly, a figure emerged from within the coffin. Qi Daolin recognized it almost instantly. It was a cultivator from the immortal ancient era. Yet, the Golden Gate did not stop there, as one figure after another appeared. All of them legendary individuals who had once shaken the world. They soared toward the uninhabited region. The earth quaked violently, and the third world coffin vanished. Qi Daolin and Shi Hao were cast out from the area. The appearance of the immortal ancient cultivators spelled uncertainty. Qi Daolin set out to investigate, while Shi Hao returned to the Taoist temple. Upon approaching, he heard a clamor. It was Little Rabbit and Cao Yusheng, along with the legendary Senior Kong. Shi Hao's defeat of the Heavenly Mandate Stone had become so renowned that it had drawn all 3 of them to his side. Now the 4 of them gathered around a campfire to converse. Little Rabbit mentioned the successor of the Immortal Palace. Upon hearing that Di Chong had gone to the Heaven Immortal Academy and was accompanied by the Saintess Yu Chun, Shi Hao immediately sat bolt upright. Qing Yi, she might be in danger. He rushed off to her rescue. He arrived at the Heaven Immortal Academy, where Di Chong and Yu Chun were demanding that Qing Yi leave with them. They feared she would reveal the secret technique of the primary and secondary bodies. An elder of the Heaven Immortal Academy stepped forward to protect Qing Yi. Even though we know she is the secondary body of Yu Chun, if she does not wish to leave, no one shall bully a disciple of this academy. Di Chong unleashed a powerful pressure. Do you truly believe you can protect her just because you wish to? The old man was met with the sharp tongue of Shi Hao. Who do you think you are? He appeared with a domineering presence. Shi Hao even put his arm around Qing Yi's waist to provoke Yu Chan. Our protagonist is truly relentless. Di Chong did not waste words, and immediately launched an attack. Both moved to the martial arena to decide the outcome. The spectators were all singing praises of Di Chong. Little Rabbit angrily pouted. Enough of that. Have you forgotten that Di Chong was once defeated by Huang? Stop being so arrogant. In the center of the arena, both unleashed powerful attacks. Within the first few exchanges, Di Chong had already suffered a neck injury. Is this what they call formidable? He could not withstand a single blow. Di Chong drew a precious sword to strike, but Shi Hao parried with his divine halberd. Neither would yield. Moments later, however, Di Chong was struck down by the Lightning Emperor's technique. Enraged, Di Chong activated the immortal seed within him, causing a massive mountain to descend. Shi Hao scoffed. Even with an immortal seed, it is useless. Shi Hao unleashed an even more powerful technique. Di Chong,
at this moment, was struggling to defend himself while praying to the heavens.
An elder of the immortal palace, seeing the situation was dire, intervened to restore his injuries so he could continue the fight. But no matter how many times he fought, he was defeated.
The elder of the immortal palace stepped forward to berate Shi Hao for his lack of upbringing, emphasizing that the supreme Dao Hall had once been destroyed by the immortal palace. Now, they have truly angered Shi Daolin. Though Shi Daolin was far away, his hearing was sharp. Catching wind of this, he manifested a giant hand to seize that elder. The elder begged incessantly for mercy, but was nonetheless crushed to death by Shi Daolin. He then intended to kill Di Cheng as well, but was stopped by the elder of the Heaven Immortal Academy. If Di Cheng dies, Huang would also be hunted down relentlessly by the elders of the immortal palace. It is better to let the younger generation settle this amongst themselves. The death penalty may be waived, but the debt of life is not so easily forgiven. If you wish to leave, produce a treasure to redeem your life. Shi Daolin grabbed Di Cheng and shook him violently, causing a mountain of treasures to spill out. These spoils are not bad at all. I shall take them as rewards for my disciple. The jade rabbit quickly scampered over to scavenge the remaining items. What an incredible windfall. Having dealt with the foul-mouthed Di Cheng, Shi Hao and Qing Yi headed toward the immortal pool. Qing Yi gently thanked Shi Hao for coming to her rescue. It is rare to see her treat Shi Hao with such tenderness. It is quite the change. Qing Yi bade farewell to Shi Hao, intending to travel to a mysterious land to cultivate, seeking a way to sever her connection with her original self. We shall meet again at the Genius Tournament. Upon returning to the Taoist temple, Shi Hao found his master waiting, ready to take his precious disciple out to broaden his horizons. Even though he followed closely, Shi Hao remained deeply suspicious. Is this old man serious about broadening my horizons? Or are we just running laps around the desert? The disciple never misses an opportunity to ridicule his master. Shi Hao inquired about registering for the Genius Tournament, but to his surprise, the kind master told him to simply pick an orthodoxy and infiltrate it. Why would you bother your master with such a trivial matter? Wait a moment, is this how you treat your precious disciple, old man? How frustrating. After trading barbs for a while, they arrived at their destination, the Earth Calamity, the entrance to the immortal ancient grotto heaven. Inside, there were vast quantities of primordial chaos stones. Just as Shi Hao collected a large piece, a torrent of water erupted, forming a ferocious water elemental dragon. If we do not run now, when are we expected to? Run quickly, boy. Shi Daolin pulled Shi Hao away as they retreated. However, the floodwaters rose rapidly, possessing a corrosive power against the immortal path that left even Shi Hao struggling to keep his footing. Fortunately, Shi Daolin managed to erect a protective barrier in time, though he could not sustain it for long. With incredible fortune, the master and disciple were swept away during their escape, falling directly into an ancient palace at the heart of the immortal mansion. Shi Hao was knocked unconscious by the aftershocks, but his divine consciousness automatically began to imprint the truths of the great Tao found within. This boy is truly a monster. Incredible. These are all ancient materials. I have struck it rich. Gather everything, leave nothing behind. However, only upon touching them did he realize they were nothing more than illusions. Shi Hao, meanwhile, fared no better. Suddenly, the ancient palace began to tremble violently, and debris rained down from everywhere. Is it about to close? Shi Daolin hastily grabbed Shi Hao and fled. The young man finally roused from his daze. Before they could run very far, they were surrounded by countless swords, forming an intricate sword array. Following that, a river of magma surged toward them, from which emerged numerous phantoms of ancient figures from the primordial era, followed by a horde of corpses attacking them, and finally, a colossal skeletal giant. Yet, such beings were of no consequence to my master. Shi Daolin made quick work of them, and the two broke through the encirclement to escape. Shi Daolin cautioned Shi Hao. Should you encounter the main body of Di Cheng again, you must be careful. Do not be arrogant. Is the union of the primary and secondary bodies truly that powerful? From where exactly did this secret technique, the divine embryo rebirth, originate? It was created by that immortal being, you brat. Shi Hao immediately recalled the immortal being he had once rescued. The immortal being possesses both a primary and a secondary body. As long as neither is destroyed, he can be reborn indefinitely, growing stronger with each iteration. However, the Di Cheng of the immortal palace only cultivates an incomplete version, which is not nearly as strong, though it remains a force not to be underestimated. Very well. This is where we part ways, master. I must proceed to the uninhabited regions to scout. You are on your own back home. Shi Hao called out to him as he departed. The Supreme Hall may have already been carried away to the upper realm by a giant turtle. Soon, he must prepare for the Genius Tournament, but there are still a few matters he needs to resolve beforehand. Shi Hao returned to the volcano where his grandfather was cultivating. This place was indeed perfectly suited for the old man. All of his injuries had completely healed. The grandfather and grandson enjoyed a peaceful soak in the magma, as Shi Hao recounted all that had transpired, including the affairs of the celestial clan. Shi Hao also offered the heaven mandate stone to him, saying,
Though it cannot be fused, it can be ground into powder to serve as a potent elixir. His grandfather broke the stone in two. Then let us share it, each of us taking half. Regarding the genius tournament, the elder was deeply concerned. The path ahead is fraught with immense difficulty. You must protect yourself carefully. Nothing is more important than survival.
After bidding farewell to his grandfather, Huang set off for the Five Elements province. He recalled how, before entering the Origin Heaven's secret realm, he had left the God-striking stone and the yellow butterfly behind. Just as he was bewildered, wondering where his two companions had gone, a voice echoed, "You seem familiar, and you still dare to attack."
Upon turning back, he was overwhelmed with relief. The God-striking stone was practically weeping. "Why were you gone for so long? Do you have any idea how we have survived all this time?" At first, the little bird was with us. But after some time, she recovered and transformed into a beautiful young woman.
She chased the little one around, beating him as if he were her own kin.
In order to survive, the God-striking stone and the yellow butterfly were forced to become bandits. Our plight was truly miserable.
The God-striking stone threw a tantrum, demanding compensation from Shi Hao.
Shi Hao, helpless against this creature, produced the heavenly mandate stone. Its eyes lit up like lanterns, and it immediately began calling Shi Hao Big Brother, or rather, a blood brother. It certainly had a silver tongue. "Enough, swallow the heavenly mandate stone and put it to use quickly." The God-striking stone snatched it up with great delight. The subsequent events left Shi Hao in complete astonishment. The little stone was actually able to fuse with the heavenly mandate stone. This evolution was destined to be a monumental success.
The God-striking stone then shared news with Shi Hao that the descendants of the sinful blood from the lower realm were gathering in Xin province. Concerned for Huo Lingjier, Shi Hao immediately departed for that region. The moment he stepped into the territory of the Stone Clan, Shi Hao felt a profound sense of kinship.
At that very moment, the clansmen of the Stone Clan were being mercilessly beaten by an overseer.
Shi Hao hurled the God-striking stone toward them, gifting the oppressor a strike of lightning.
Others who rushed to the scene upon hearing the commotion were promptly taught a lesson by Shi Hao.
However, the members of the Stone Clan were terrified, fearing that Shi Hao's actions would invite the wrath of even greater experts.
Nevertheless, an elder stepped forward to thank Shi Hao, amazed that the Stone Clan still possessed such an outstanding youth.
In ancient times,
the Stone Clan had been immensely powerful, but when their ancestors uncovered a portion of the truth, a massive hand descended from the heavens, obliterating everything.
Their descendants were reduced to slaves, and the Fire Clan too was branded with the sinful blood.
Within these ruins lay a sacred relic, capable of verifying one's identity. If someone of the sinful blood touched the stone, rabbinic symbols would project into the sky.
When Shi Hao moved to test it, the elder frantically blocked him. "If the runes appear, it will draw the pursuit of experts from every faction."
Under the cover of night, while the others slept, Shi Hao secretly approached the sacred relic. He suddenly sensed the presence of the Stone Clan's predecessors, realizing they were not of sinful blood, but individuals of peerless merit.
As Shi Hao touched the sacred relic, a massive character, Sin, pierced the heavens in a blaze of light. The elder cried out in panic, "Shi Hao, run!" But it was too late.
The flood dragon overseeing the region had already appeared.
Then today,
Shi Hao shall unleash a massacre to restore peace to this land. The flood dragon gathered its power to channel the lightning. Playing with thunder against him was a grave error, for it is his specialty.
Before the flood dragon could even finish screaming that Shi Hao was a great calamity, he was slapped directly in the face and pinned to the ground. Shi Hao also addressed the members of the Xin clan, declaring that he sensed that the rune was not a mark of sin, but a symbol of glory.
In another development, the Celestial Clan's guardian was severely injured after attempting to divine Shi Hao's destiny. He saw only a patch of chaos and void. Could it be that this boy does not belong to this era of history?
Taking advantage of Qi Daolin's absence, they must quickly contact the Sword Valley and the Demon Dragon to eliminate the boy and eradicate this future threat. Meanwhile, Shi Hao arrived in the territory of the Fire Clan, but despite his inquiries, no one knew the whereabouts of Huo Lingjier. Furthermore, he observed many outsiders arriving solely to seize qualifications for the Genius Tournament, leading to fierce competition. These individuals were discussing the battle between Di Chong and Huang, among whom a girl named Tian Zhao continuously spoke in defense of Huang.
They also mentioned a peerless prodigy known as Cheng Gongyan.
Cheng Gongyan claimed to be invincible at the venerable level, having appeared 4 times in the 3,000 provinces Genius Tournament, and claiming the top spot each time. It is only regrettable that his beloved had long since perished. That girl carried half the bloodline of the sinners. Cheng Gongyan has always entombed himself beneath ice,
only awakening when the Genius Tournament begins, all for the purpose of finding phoenix blood to resurrect his beloved. Yet life is rarely like a dream. He has sought it 4 times, all to no avail.
Even Shi Hao could not help but sigh at the profound devotion of the young man before him.
At this very moment, an ancient monster from the Sword Valley appeared. Ji Yu Zhenyun, who sought to challenge Cheng Gongyan.
Without waiting for Cheng Gongyan's acceptance, he swung his golden sword, tearing through space and vanishing from sight. This Ji Yujianyun was the one who became champion after Cheng Gongyan went into seclusion.
Useless. Looking down upon the descendants of the sinners, as the man departed, a woman arrived, a female successor of the Sword Valley, looking down upon them from a position of arrogance. Upon her appearance, she mocked Cheng Gongyan, an exalted ancient monster, reduced to tears for a lowly servant of the sinners. Her scathing words caused an uproar among the people below.
She forced the word sin to appear upon the people, never suspecting that Shi Hao himself was among them.
A massive character for sin, surrounded by swirling dallow flowers, manifested.
Her constant insults of sinner eventually ignited Shi Hao's rage. He stepped forward coldly.
Who do you think you are to pass judgment here? You speak of sinners with every breath. Did my ancestors consume your family's resources? Which of my ancestors committed such crimes? If you are so capable, name them. His imposing aura was so, she foolishly remarked. Even an emperor of the lower realms is nothing more than a prisoner tasked with tending our medicinal garden. Hearing this, our protagonist could barely contain his growing fury.
Yet, the girl continued her tirade.
You are merely descendants of a cursed bloodline. How dare you raise your voice here? Are you itching for a beating?
Frankly, it appeared she was the one truly craving a lesson, practically begging to be humbled.
At this point, Shi Hao's rage reached its peak, and he began to emanate a suffocating pressure. The girl immediately lunged with her sword, but before she could complete 2 strikes, Shi Hao shattered her blade into fragments. With a single kick, he sent her sprawling, leaving the onlookers stunned.
Incredible!
Incensed, she threatened to summon the experts of Sword Valley to annihilate this place.
Shi Hao had initially intended only to teach her a minor lesson, but given her arrogance, he decided it was time to end her for good. Shi Hao surged with spiritual power, the aura of the cursed blood flowing thick within him, as if he were possessed by divine strength. The girl did not relent and unleashed her ultimate technique, but before she could even brush his robes, Shi Hao struck her down with the Lightning Emperor's art. Through a soul-searching technique, Shi Hao learned that Huo Lingrer and her father had traveled to the Fire Nation, only to be humiliated and forced into servitude in the medicinal gardens.
The heaven-striking stone urged Shi Hao to depart quickly, lest the experts from Sword Valley arrive and complicate matters. Before leaving, he made sure to enlighten the onlookers regarding the true, glorious history behind the mark of sin.
Meanwhile, Cheng Gongyan and Ji Yujianyun remained locked in a fierce, life-or-death battle. However, having no desire to prolong the conflict, Cheng Gongyan sought an opportunity to disengage. As Shi Hao traveled toward the Primordial mountain range, strange phenomena began to manifest in the heavens, sparking a bold idea within him. He intended to summon the lightning tribulation. Shi Hao ascended into the skies, utilizing a talisman to draw the lightning down upon his own body. Since the post-ancient era, no one had been able to beckon a heavenly tribulation, yet he required this ordeal to solidify his foundations. Only by doing so could he possess the capital to contend with the ancient monsters of this age. As lightning coursed through his body, Shi Hao endured agonizing pain, while his very physique was forged anew. An illusory projection of a colossal bird manifested above him, and he formed a lotus platform to channel the lightning, obliterating the entity. Throughout this process he never ceased tempering his primordial spirit. His spirit transformed and took shape, eventually merging seamlessly with his reincarnation eye. In the future he would no longer need to physically manifest the eye to observe the world. He could now peer into the essence of all things, directly through his spirit. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of water emerged. After Shi Hao dispersed it, his body began to succumb to a deep freeze. Could this be the ice and snow lightning tribulation? While in the midst of seeking his wife, Huo Linger, to pause and undergo a tribulation. Is this truly the time, brother? This is simply too much. Shi Hao was instantly encased by the frozen tribulation, his consciousness beginning to fade. He absolutely must not succumb to sleep. Shi Hao struggled to maintain his consciousness. Suddenly, an old man appeared and roused Shi Hao from his stupor. There were still many trials awaiting him. As Shi Hao opened his eyes, he saw a youth charging toward him on horseback, launching an attack. Another challenge yet to be overcome? Then I shall shatter you into nothingness. With unwavering resolve, Shi Hao thrust his spear forward, piercing through the phantom of the youth. The ice surrounding him shattered into fragments. It felt as if he had been reborn anew. As the lightning tribulation dissipated, a lightning pond manifested, filled with a pool of tribulation essence. Shi Hao scooped up the liquid to consume. His physical body was fully restored, and his primordial spirit reached a level of strength never before seen. He had reached the great perfection of the venerable realm. According to ancient records, every stage of cultivation is accompanied by a corresponding lightning tribulation. Once he eventually advances to the great perfection of the divine fire realm, he must attempt to transcend it,
Only in this way can he attain true, unparalleled power.
Shi Hao collected some of the tribulation essences before making his way back out.
Huang Dai and the heaven-striking stone were already waiting for him there.
During his absence, the two had been tirelessly gathering information regarding Huo Ling'er. She was residing in the Fire Mulberry Forest in Li Huo City, a place where many young women gathered to pick mulberry leaves and tend to silkworms. Shi Hao searched everywhere until, at last, he caught sight of her.
He did not rush to call out to her, instead following Huo Ling'er in silence.
He recalled their youth. She was once the noble princess of the Fire Nation, yet now she was reduced to manual labor in the fields. It was a great injustice to her. Shi Hao followed her back to her dwelling, a modest cottage nestled amidst the mulberry trees.
As she was washing clothes, she unexpectedly noticed a young man standing in the distance.
She dropped the garments she held in her hands in sheer shock.
Although his features had changed, the aura and those eyes, it was unmistakably Shi Hao.
Tears of joy streamed down Huo Ling'er's face, her expression conveying the depth of the longing she had endured for so long.
He is still alive.
Shi Hao rushed forward and pulled her into his embrace. Just as the two were sharing this intimate moment, the little wolf god leaped into the fray.
Talk about an ill-timed interruption.
Shi Hao laid eyes on the grave that Huo Ling'er had erected for him upon hearing the news of his death.
Although she had refused to believe it, she was eventually forced to accept the tragedy.
She had built the tomb with her own hands, grieving beside it through the changing of every season. Through rain or shine, summer or winter, she remained steadfast, waiting for his return.
The depth of her affection for him was beyond words. The time spent apart was the most agonizing period of her life.
She had shed countless tears, but today, at long last, she was reunited with him. Shi Hao recounted the events that had transpired during his absence, speaking of his true identity as Huang, his lineage of the sinful blood,
and the grand tournament of the 3,000 provinces.
This was a conflict he was determined to join. Huo Ling'er was deeply anxious. She knew this battle would feature not only the talents of their generation, but also ancient monsters.
A path fraught with mortal danger, yet perhaps the final opportunity of this era. However, none of these concerns could deter Shi Hao.
Whoever they may be, should they dare to cross him, he would cut them all down. Though she was reluctant, Huo Ling'er could only choose to support Shi Hao, for her only desire was for him to return alive.
All other fame and glory meant nothing to her.
In the days that followed, Shi Hao and Huo Ling'er enjoyed a period of blissful companionship. Together, they planted small trees, and he prayed for Huo Ling'er to remain safe, promising that upon his return, he would take her to witness the brilliance of this vast world.
Upon leaving Huo Ling'er's dwelling, the divine striking stone led Shi Hao toward a ruined sect. What Shi Hao heard there felt like an awakening.
He gazed at the dilapidated entrance of the sect, where only an old man sat drinking wine. Shi Hao offered 10 medicinal herbs, but the old man refused, insisting that his sect held a relatively high standing
and was worth far more, at the very least, 3 divine artifacts.
When Shi Hao countered with 1,
the old man raised his demand to 4.
Shi Hao turned to leave, and only then did the old man cry out to stop him. "Fine. 1 divine artifact and 1 technique manual." Shi Hao immediately agreed to the terms.
With the final token now in his possession, Shi Hao handed over the artifact and the eagle technique to the old man.
The old man still harbored hopes that it would be the Kunpeng technique.
But was the old man perhaps dreaming?
Shi Hao was still ecstatic, believing that with this token he could finally enter the immortal ancient remains.
Little did he expect that there was one final trial to undergo. Only those with tokens ranked within the top 1 million were qualified to enter the immortal ancient realm directly. Shi Hao was left bewildered upon hearing this. But you just told me this ranking not even within the top 1 million. Trailing behind by tens of thousands. This is nothing but a complete deception. This final trial and examination is taking place in the province of Sin.
Shi Hao swiftly makes his way to the designated location. Candidates will enter the spirit realm for 1 day, with 8 million participants vying to select a single expert to enter the ancient immortal remains.
The candidates enter, one by one, only to be immediately set upon by a violet dragon as soon as they appear. It even specifically targeted Shi Hao in its assault. Initially, Shi Hao merely dodged, but after witnessing it reform itself despite taking a direct hit from him,
Shi Hao immediately realized that the dragon was nothing but an illusion,
and that someone must be manipulating it from the shadows.
Shi Hao proceeds to land several more blows on the great dragon. Now, it is no longer him evading, but the dragon itself, fleeing in terror. Shi Hao gives chase and quickly tracks down the puppet master.
They clash immediately. The attacker attempts to flee, but there is no escaping Shi Hao.
Shi Hao wastes no words and beats the youth until he is half dead.
The man attempts to intimidate Shi Hao by invoking his sect, the demon dragon Dabio Gate. Unfortunately for him, the people Shi Hao has already slain include those from your very own demon dragon Dao Gate. The man is promptly expelled from the spirit realm by Shi Hao.
Suddenly, a notification echoes.
The supreme ancient altar has opened. Candidates must hasten toward it, or those who arrive late will be disqualified. Atop the altar rests a chalice of supreme fluid, a miraculous liquid that nourishes the soul and significantly strengthens one's Davo embryo. Everyone yearns to test their luck, yet they are obstructed by two individuals, a woman from the demon dragon Dao Gate and a man from the fire cloud cave. Neither of them allows the descendants of the sinner's blood to ascend the altar.
Shi Hao finds this sight detestable. His ire has been provoked.
Other descendants of the sinner's blood attempt to resist, but they are swiftly dispatched by the woman. As the disciple from the fire cloud cave attempts to blockade the path, he is intercepted by a Dao flower, manifested by Shi Hao. The man's attack is shattered, and he is struck by the backlash. The woman nearby uses a treasure to scan the area, and discovers that the Dao flower was created by Shi Hao, furthermore realizing that he is the very same sinner's blood descendant who caused such a commotion in the province of Sin a few days prior.
Shi Hao has no intention of letting these two leave unscathed.
A battle of 1 against 2 commences. Even after producing their magical artifacts, the pair is beaten mercilessly by Shi Hao. Radiating killing intent, he bellows, "Taste the fury of the sinner's blood." The female disciple of the demon dragon Dao Gate begins to panic, yet she still manages to spout arrogant threats. "You are alone. If you provoke us, you will never leave the province of Sin alive."
She begins to incite the crowd to swarm and overwhelm Shi Hao together. The other Sin blood descendants felt their chests swell with fury, and they all stood courageously to support Shi Hao.
The demon dragon Dao sect was never their master. If they were itching for a fight, then let it be war. But how could they possibly match his level? As they clashed, Shi Hao merely flicked his hand, instantly casting her out of the spirit realm.
Thanks to Shi Hao clearing the path, the other Sin blood descendants were finally able to charge toward the altar. Shi Hao turned his gaze toward the remaining disciples of the demon dragon Dao sect,
as well as those from Luro Mansion, True Valley, Firecloud Cave, and Sword Valley. "Today I shall suppress all directions. None of your orthodox sects shall dream of mounting this altar." A few fools, unaware of the severity of their situation, dared to voice their opposition. "In that case, do not blame me for being ruthless."
Shi Hao moved with the speed of lightning. Before the disciples could even react, they were struck and hurled out of the spirit realm. Shi Hao's actions greatly bolstered the spirits of the other descendants of the Sin blood.
As for Shi Hao, even though the pressure on the ancient altar was like a crushing mountain, he continued forward, with his hands behind his back, walking with ease. Wherever he went, calamity followed for the orthodox sects. They were relentlessly humbled by his strength.
Shi Hao dismantled every blockade, ensuring that nothing could stop the descendants of the Sin blood.
Outside, the observing elders were burning with anxiety. That Sin blood descendant actually dared to annihilate their disciples from all 5 regions. However, by acting so brazenly, he is only inviting disaster upon himself.
Soon, those who loathe him will surely come to execute him. Meanwhile, Shi Hao continued his steady advance. No matter how intense the pressure became, it could not hinder him.
The spectators watching could only look on with growing admiration. His cultivation level is truly monstrous.
Suddenly, many Sin blood cultivators came rushing down from the 4th level, pursued by attackers. Shi Hao observed the 6 individuals closing in. For them to descend from the 4th level with such speed, their cultivation was not trivial.
As soon as the 6 saw Shi Hao, they addressed him as Big Bear, a nickname our protagonist detests. There was no need for further hesitation. It was time to engage in battle.
One of them lunged forward to attack, but with a single move, Shi Hao repelled him.
Wait, it seemed that was not an attack, but rather the activation of a Dharma artifact held in his hand. As the lid of the box opened, a vermilion bird manifested.
This was the fruit of the 6 Crowned King's past efforts, where he had slain a descendant of the vermilion bird to claim its precious bone. Shi Hao summoned the Dao flower to defend himself, but the remaining enemies launched their own barrages, including the use of lightning techniques. Truly, were they attempting to scratch an itch for him with such trivial thunder?
Our protagonist has even withstood the heavenly tribulation itself.
Following that, dragons emerged.
All 6 artifacts converged, forming a grand Dharma formation.
Shi Hao utilized the Kunpeng technique to break all laws, shattering the formation into nothingness with a single strike.
Regardless of what treasures you possess, if you wish to raise a hand against me, Shi Hao, tell that 6-crowned king to crawl here himself.
Despite this,
the 6 individuals refused to concede. They began to fuse their 6 ritual weapons together, concentrating a surge of overwhelming killing intent that manifested as the image of the 6-crowned king.
He began to suppress and strike at Shi Hao. Shi Hao formed a protective barrier around himself. Even while surrounded by their weapons, he remained unmoved.
With a single strike, he shattered that wave of killing intent.
No one shall impede the path he has chosen to walk. Shi Hao unleashed a powerful technique, shattering all 6 ritual weapons.
The onlookers watched in horror, stunned by what stood before them. To crush a ritual weapon with bare hands. Is this man an immortal? Or a primordial vicious beast? The 6 attackers were struck with panic, making a final desperate move to record the fluctuations of Shi Hao's soul.
Since you desire it, I shall grant your wish. Record it to your heart's content.
When we meet in the immortal ancient, he will surely eradicate every one of you.
With the recording complete, it was his turn. Shi Hao made quick work of them, sending all 6 flying toward the summit of the altar. The pressure at the top of the altar felt as heavy as carrying a mountain, and many disciples were struggling to drag their feet forward.
Yet he walked with such dignity and ease that the crowd turned green with envy. How can this man move with such speed?
Very quickly, Shi Hao ascended to the 7th level, where the number of cultivators grew significantly thinner. Shi Hao passed the 7th level, the 8th, and finally reached the 9th.
A voice resonated. Any who reach the 9th level are heroes of this generation, and may carve their name upon the divine stele,
to be recorded in history for eternity. The crowd stirred with anticipation, everyone eager to discover the identity of this monstrous youth. Shi Hao stood tall and carved the words, "Sin Blood," upon the divine stele, illuminating the sky. The descendants of the Sin Blood cheered with pride, while the ancient sects wished for nothing more than to crush him then and there. Shi Hao advanced toward the cup of supreme spirit liquid. With every step he took, the ground cracked beneath his feet. Shi Hao drained the cup. The precious techniques within him resonated, and his primordial spirit transformed into a holy embryo.
Unexpectedly, this supreme cup contained the great Tao of the gods. When he ignites his divine fire, it will surely aid him in gaining profound insight. The heavenly deity of the demon dragon Tao sect, watching from outside, saw that Shi Hao was this powerful and feared that upon entering the immortal ancients, he would pose a grave threat to the disciples of the ancient sects. By this time, Shi Hao had returned to the 1st level, where a phenomenon appeared in the sky. 3 heavenly deity-grade artifacts. When the disciples cannot win, the heavenly deities resort to intervention. The soul-suppressing pagoda and the soul-dispersing bell descended. Both were treasures capable of annihilating any true soul. Shi Hao drew his spear to counter these artifacts, shattering the soul-suppressing pagoda with only 2 strikes. Fortunately, this is the spirit realm. Even if a heavenly deity intervenes, they can only manifest the cultivation level of a venerable. The misfortune for them is that at the venerable realm,
sensing the imminent demise of the soul-suppressing pagoda, the soul-dissipating bell attempted to flee, but Shi Hao pursued it relentlessly, delivering a kick that sent the bell plunging deep into the earth. The old celestial descended in person at this moment, incessantly questioning and reprimanding Shi Hao, as a purple cord lashed out to bind him. Incensed, Shi Hao unleashed the hand of the heavens, the colossal palm gripping the cord and tearing it asunder. Now, the old man would have to face the consequences of his actions. "So, you call yourself a celestial?" Shi Hao surged into melee combat, overwhelming the old man with such ferocity that he could not even counterattack, ultimately severing one of his arms. Shi Hao's Tao flowers struck simultaneously, pinning the old man to the ground. He then descended to trample the elder, delivering a lethal strike with the divine guard needle, sending him off to his reincarnation. That is the price for provoking him. At that moment, the old celestial's physical body outside also collapsed. The disciples were struck with terror, fleeing in a chaotic frenzy to report the news to their sect leader. Shi Hao's trial officially concluded, allowing the venerables to depart from the spirit realm and head toward the borders of the no-man's land. Before them, the immortal Tao lotus flower gradually manifested. This was the entrance to the immortal ancient. 3,000 petals, representing 3,000 provinces. While Shi Hao was observing in admiration, a purple-haired youth approached him. This was Tian Yao of the Geqixian clan. As the cultivators entered the petals, the elders and sect leaders outside were still able to observe the situation within. Just as Shi Hao was contemplating whether he needed to conceal his identity any longer, Tian Yao of the Geqixian clan spoke up, addressing him as Shi Hao, and demanded that he become his subordinate, promising to protect the boy once they entered the immortal ancient. Little did he know who would end up protecting whom. As the two exchanged words, a Ying Long suddenly appeared. Quick-witted, Shi Hao decided to play a trick on Tian Yao, shouting aloud, "The crystallization of the dragon saliva is about to appear!" Consumed by greed, the cultivators rushed forward, and Tian Yao of the Geqian clan was no exception. Unexpectedly, he received a massive heap of the Yinglong's excrement directly, much to Shi Hao's amusement. Shi Hao gazed at each petal blooming before him. Each petal represented a great Davio. Several venerables rushed forward, but unable to withstand the pressure of igniting their divine flame, they were incinerated. Shi Hao chose a petal and leapt inside. Shi Hao stood before a paved blue stone path. The 3,000 petals corresponded to 3,000 stone paths. It appeared that each path contained a different great Tao. Rather than rushing blindly forward like the masses, he chose to stay and meditate. He was certain this would yield greater insights. Shi Hao began to ruthlessly shatter the barriers blocking his path. Very quickly,
9 days had passed since the disciples of various sects entered the immortal ancients. The sect leaders grew restless and joined together to activate the immortal Dao petals to observe how far their disciples had progressed.
Shi Hao's parents were also present at this moment. The first name chosen by the various sect masters was none other than Ning Chuan, who was busy effortlessly overwhelming his opponents. Next was Di Chong of the Immortal Palace, followed by the 10-crowned king, who looked both handsome and formidable. There was also Qing Yi, the little rabbit, Tu Yu Sheng, and Xin Hao, Shi Hao's troublesome younger brother. Xin Hao's parents were standing outside, having arrived with Xin Hao to observe the proceedings. How could they forget our great protagonist?
The name of the great sinful bloodline was gradually being carved. While others proceeded along the path, only Shi Hao continuously broke through the barriers to forge his own way across. However, he was still lagging behind, seemingly of little concern to the others. As the name Huang was carved, the manifestation of the great sinful bloodline appeared once more.
Heavens!
Huang and the great sinful bloodline were one and the same. Two identities, both renowned throughout the upper realm.
The Immortal Palace Master also took notice of Huang, carving a name to seek out Shi Hao.
Good heavens! It was the same person after all. Qin Yining's eyes brimmed with tears. Their son was still alive.
The other sect masters wore expressions of fury.
Not only had he survived, but he was now causing an uproar in the upper realm. Shi Hao realized that the masses had been searching for him, and his identity had been laid bare. He stood up abruptly, staring upward. No longer concealing himself, he declared, "I am Huang. I am also the great sinful bloodline, and I am Shi Hao from the lower realm, you old fools. And lest you forget, I am also Hao Tian."
Charging into the spirit realm, any of you who dares to bully the descendants of the sinful bloodline within this ancient immortal period shall witness how I suppress you all.
4 months later, Yao Yi of the Demon Dragon Dao sect ignited his divine flame, successfully entering the divine flame realm.
The crowd rejoiced, believing that the great sinful bloodline who had killed the heaven gods would now be thoroughly humiliated at the hands of Yao Yi.
Outside the stone path, Shi Hao was also beginning to kindle his divine flame. Using the universe as his furnace, he ignited 108 distinct flames of heaven and earth to temper his body, his primordial spirit, and his very essence.
Shi Hao was burning away every hidden weakness within his own being. Months passed, and Shi Hao continued to toil in the flames. Despite the agonizing pain and cruelty of the process, he endured. He had to walk a path others dared not tread to achieve a miracle. Others could not succeed because they lacked the resolve to endure such prolonged burning. Exhausted, Shi Hao collapsed. He needed to replenish his essence. Carving a path forward, Shi Hao approached the divine spring. The spiritual energy was indeed abundant, but as fate would have it, he stumbled upon Yao Yi in the midst of his cultivation. Or rather, it was Yao Yi's misfortune. Arrogantly, Yao Yi ordered his subordinates to dispose of Shi Hao. "These insignificant ants are hardly enough to satisfy me." Shi Hao dispatched them all in a matter of moments. Yao Yi sensed that something was amiss, and the two clashed once more. Shi Hao feigned being struck by a blow, falling into the lake. In truth, it was a ruse to absorb the abundant spiritual essence hidden beneath the surface. By the time Yao Yi realized the deception, it was already too late. Our protagonist had successfully ignited his divine flame. Shi Hao unleashed a flurry of strikes and kicks, beating Yao Yi into a state of utter confusion. Yao Yi summoned a massive vortex, intending to entrap Shi Hao, misinterpreting his calm demeanor for weakness. Since it had come to this, Shi Hao would no longer hold back. Never had Yao Yi imagined that Shi Hao possessed such overwhelming power. He ultimately perished at the hands of the youth, even his skeletal remains extracted by Shi Hao. It seems our protagonist is about to prepare another dragon soup. Shi Hao employed a soul-searching technique to examine Yao Yi's memories, revealing that the Yao Long Dao sect and the underworld earth had long been in league. With that established, his next target would be the underworld earth. But before departing, it was time to tend to his hunger. Dragon meat is both aromatic and nourishing. It appears our protagonist certainly knows how to enjoy the finer things. Soaking in a divine spring, simmering the meat of the demon dragon, bathing in hot water while sipping broth. Truly a life of perfect indulgence. The only regret was that with Yao Yi's death, the runes upon his primordial true bone had dissipated. It remains a mystery how that man, Ning Chuan, managed to locate the bone and reconstruct the precious technique. No matter, it was merely a demonic art of the demon dragon, of little consequence to him. Having eaten his fill, consuming an entire pot alone, his vitality was overflowing. Now, it was time to eradicate the underworld earth. Shi Hao traveled to the region of the divine medicine world. There, he happened upon members of the underworld earth pursuing Hong Huang, a young woman who had once journeyed alongside Shi Hao in the lower realm. Upon witnessing the heavenly manifestation divine ability ahead, Hong Huang mistook it for an ambush laid by the underworld earth. The underworld earth had plundered her divine medicines, yet framed her for the theft, pursuing her with relentless intent to kill. Shi Hao gathered the gist of the situation, Knowing Hong Huang's character, he knew she could never be a thief.
Hong Huang observed Shi Hao for a long moment before finally recognizing him. "It is the senior from the lower realm. But were you not already dead?"
Her assessment left Shi Hao with a dry, bitter laugh. "Does any ghost in existence possess my handsome and warm demeanor?" The one hunting Hong Huang was a massive turtle. Hong Huang still believed Shi Hao had perished, and that his current presence was merely as an undead minion of the underworld earth.
Her imagination truly runs wild, does it not? The turtle launched an assault against Shi Hao, yet he lightly landed a single punch, grabbed its tail, and spun it around. He even joked about making turtle soup to treat Hong Huang. However, the rest of there stood an octopus, an elephant, and a three-headed hellhound. All three had just attained the divine fire realm, emitting a toxic mist capable of corroding the very fabric of space.
Shi Hao reacted instantly, narrowly evading their onslaught.
A fierce battle between the lone warrior and the four beasts erupted.
The underworld forces deployed a grand formation to encircle Shi Hao.
If that is their choice, then he shall shatter the core of their formation.
Shi Hao converged his magical power and launched a devastating artifact toward the formation's command banner.
Now that it is his turn to act, prepare yourselves for the counterattack.
He struck down the elephant first, followed by a blow that breached the octopus's defenses, leaving it to perish in the void. The tortoise, caught in a state of confusion, was shoved towards Shi Hao by the three-headed hellhound, which callously sacrificed its comrade to buy time for its own escape. Shi Hao moved with lethal precision, wielding his Void War halberd to tear through space and manifest directly before the three-headed hellhound.
The beast begged for mercy, yet Shi Hao remained unmoved, ending its life with a single, decisive strike. Unwilling to accept its fate, the beast recorded Shi Hao's image before drawing its final breath,
transmitting it to the Dark Son of God,
a prodigy of the underworld. It believed that the Dark Son of God would surely avenge its death.
Shi Hao compensated Hong Huang with a different divine herb.
Despite knowing that the creatures of the underworld are mere animated corpses,
the young lad stubbornly insisted on roasting the meat, only for both him and Hong Huang to fall into fits of retching due to the wretched stench.
He truly has no shame.
Suddenly, a turtle carrying a maiden appeared in the sky, drifting past with the ethereal grace of an immortal. Two young cultivators nearby,
Lan Yinchen and Luo Daowao, witnessed the spectacle as well.
Shi Hao and Hong Huang
ventured toward the ancient medicinal garden, certain that treasures awaited them within. But the moment they stepped inside, Hong Huang triggered a heaven net earth trap formation. Even a true deity would find it difficult to penetrate such a snare.
Shi Hao commanded the divine stone to scout their surroundings.
The formation revealed itself to the stone's perception. It was crafted by the Void Sky Godvine. This herb possesses the miraculous power to resurrect the dead.
Shi Hao was overjoyed.
I must secure it at all costs. The vision of the immortal and the turtle was clearly a lure manifested by the Void Sky Godvine to entice victims into breaking the formation. The divine stone demanded that Shi Hao hand over the primordial stone as payment. Demanding rewards already, are you?
Do the work first, and we shall discuss the price later. Shi Hao hurled the divine stone forward. As the formation activated, the stone shattered a pillar, and Shi Hao surged forward to provide support.
The array was swiftly dismantled, and the Void Sky Godvine was exposed by the power of his double pupils. It had been imprisoned, and it sought to utilize the blood sacrifice formation to regain its strength.
Just as the fruits of his labor were within reach, a figure emerged to challenge him.
It was Lan Yichen, accompanied by his cohort, Luo Dao. Both of them were primordial cultivators of the older generation. Luo Dao hailed from Qizhao and wielded a Kuegu sword of immense durability. Lan Yinchen originated from the Lanjin mountain range, and his ability to manifest as a spirit metal construct was no trivial matter. Hong Huang felt a surge of apprehension and advised Shi Hao to retreat, but the young man remained defiant. If the two of you withdraw now, I shall accept you as my servants.
Such unwavering confidence from our protagonist. The air was thick with the scent of impending conflict.
Lan Yichen initiated his assault, yet Shi Hao remained composed. Your strength is passable. I shall humor you for a brief moment. Come at me together.
Infuriated by Shi Hao's arrogance, Lan Yichen and Luo Dao combined their strength to strike.
Luo Dao brandished his Kuegu sword.
Shi Hao shoved Lan Yichen aside to parry Luo Dao's blade, but was momentarily hindered by Lan Yinchen's restrictive arts.
Luo Dao's hair suddenly grew, coiling towards Shi Hao, a manifestation of his primordial bone technique. Yet, Shi Hao retorted, if you try to bind me, I shall simply burn it all away. Having finally experienced the extent of Shi Hao's power, Luo Dao immediately signaled to his companion, we must flee, my friend. But escape would not be so simple.
As Shi Hao gave chase, Lan Yinchen unleashed his technique, commanding all metallic elements in the vicinity to obey his will.
You seek to hunt me to the ends of the earth? Do not blame me for my cruelty, though it remains to be seen who is truly the more ruthless.
Shi Hao channeled the power of lightning.
I shall strike you until your very body goes numb." Both adversaries were ultimately defeated. Still reeling from the humiliation of losing to an unknown cultivator, they heard him declare his name. Huang. The mere sound of it was enough to send shockwaves through their resolve. Even so, the prospect of serving Shi Hao for a lifetime sat poorly with Lan Yinchen. Yet Shi Hao had no desire to bind them indefinitely. He merely required their assistance in scouring for sacred medicinal herbs, while they sought their own fortunes. Once they departed the immortal ancient remains, they would go their separate ways, with no further ties between them. If they agreed, Shi Hao would implant a seed of his formation technique within them.
It was merely a courtesy. Without waiting for their consent, Shi Hao cast the seeds toward them. The four proceeded toward the divine vine, which Shi Hao promptly secured within his cauldron. With this prize in hand, Shi Hao felt emboldened to utilize the myriad paths as a flame to temper his body and ignite his divine fire. Lan Yinchen and Luo Dao departed first, having arranged to meet Shi Hao at Guangming City in 1 year's time. Hong Huang bid farewell to set off in search of his companions. Shi Hao returned to the 3,000 stone paths, continuing to incinerate his own body. His vitality began to wither, and agony racked his entire frame. The youth had exhausted his supply of sacred herbs, leaving him with no choice but to rely on the divine vine. He only intended to harvest a few leaves for his recovery, ensuring the divine vine would remain intact. He had to negotiate with the vine before plucking the leaves, for the little creature was terrified of being uprooted and would flee at the slightest provocation. Thanks to the divine vine, Shi Hao's recovery was remarkably swift. Having lived through countless ages and possessing profound wisdom, the divine vine watched as Shi Hao subjected himself to the flames, noting that in this era no one had ever succeeded. In ancient times, Ye Chen Wu had cultivated beyond the supreme realm, attempting to overcome the heavenly tribulation to attain immortality, yet he was struck by the demonic mutation and failed. There was also a man named Mo Wu Dao, a master among masters, who could not escape the clutches of this mutation during his own tribulation. Though the true nature of the demonic mutation remains a mystery, it is certain that anyone who abandons traditional cultivation to forge a new path will inevitably face it. Those watching from the outside remained transfixed by Shi Hao's progress. But he had already utilized the petals of the immortal path to obscure their vision. Even so, they remained skeptical that Shi Hao's chosen path of cultivation could ever lead to success. After a period of practice, the 9 heavens tribulation dragon emerged, and with it, the demonic mutation descended. A humanoid figure materialized, appearing as formidable as an ancient divine weapon. Yet regardless of the entity's identity, nothing would hinder Shi Hao's path of cultivation. Both sides clashed, and to his surprise, the figure's strength proved perfectly matched to his own. Could it be that the demonic mutation merely mimics the exact strength of the cultivator? Shi Hao unleashed the Lightning Emperor's technique alongside the Kunpeng art, declaring, "No matter what dark arts you employ, today I shall see you destroy." The entity countered with every move Shi Hao possessed, but in the test of mastery and refinement, our protagonist reigned supreme. Suddenly, Shi Hao sensed that this opponent mirrored his own past life. Regardless, he resolved, "I do not believe in reincarnation. I shall send you to your end myself." With the divine vine assisting his recovery, the youth successfully achieved a breakthrough to the middle stage of the divine fire realm. It was time to head to Radiant City to find Lan Yinchen and Luo Dao. He wondered how his 2 brothers were faring. Upon reaching a bustling market to gather intelligence, Shi Hao crossed paths with members of the Immortal Palace. He promptly taught them a lesson, establishing his dominance to make gathering information easier. Through them, he learned that his brothers had discovered the 8 precious sacred herb, drawing the ire of the Immortal Palace, the Underworld Earth, the God Temple, the Dao God Ridge, the Sword Valley, as well as the Luo Fu and True Valley sects, who were now hunting them down. Heaven above. These orthodoxy sects dared to covet his 8 precious sacred herb. Their days were numbered. Shi Hao descended upon each sect in turn, defeating their disciples and seizing their treasures. Hearing the news, Luo Dao arrived to reunite with him. Meanwhile, Lan Yinchen was being hunted across the Silver Demon Mountain. The prodigies and primordial descendants of the 8 sects had converged to blockade the mountain. Although the crowd knew his identity as Huang, they remained incredibly arrogant, demanding to suppress him. The primordial bull demon led the charge. Yet, with a single punch, his brute force failed to gain the upper hand, and his palm was gruesomely torn. Seeing this, the crowd clamored to join forces, hoping to catch Shi Hao off guard. Luo Dao also came under attack. Shi Hao donned his battle armor and declared, "Come at me all at once, I will face you all." The primordial bull demon, having been crushed, reverted to his original form. On Luo Dao's side, the situation was precarious, hanging by a single thread. They were hopelessly overwhelmed. Fortunately, his comrade Lan Yinchen appeared to provide aid, yet he too was struck so heavily he coughed up blood. Shi Hao returned to reunite with his companions, and the mob immediately surrounded him. Shi Hao unleashed his precious techniques, sending the primordial fire scorpion to meet his ancestors. The remaining enemies attacked in a rage, but one by one, they were systematically eliminated by Shi Hao. The final 2 attempted to flee,
but how could they hope to escape?
Having dared to steal from him, did they really think they could simply walk away? Shi Hao tore through the fabric of space and slaughtered them all. The divine stone also partook in the slaughter, finishing off the final straggler. Lan Yichen kept his word, surrendering the 8-legged treasure to Shi Hao.
The young man also gathered 2 legs of the creature, while his companions prepared to stew the others for nourishment. With such a display, the reputation of Shi Hao, the Demon King, is surely destined to spread even further. Long Nu, the world-renowned female cultivator. Dao Shenzi, the ancient monster of the Dao Shen Ridge. The dark, godly child of the underworld. Chang Gongyan. Ji U Jianyun, the ancient monster of the Sword Pavilion. The 10-crown king, the 10-time champion, and even the 6-crown king, Ning Chuan.
These legendary figures within this immortal ancient realm will undoubtedly take notice of Shi Hao now.
Lan Yichen remained in a state of profound shock.
Shi Hao had managed to single-handedly dismantle 8 primordial prodigies.
With such peerless strength, Shi Hao could surely enter the 10 Evils, Nest secret realm, a place filled with countless treasures but fraught with extreme danger. That sounds quite tempting. Let us head there. The 4 of them entered the mysterious forest, unexpectedly encountering a heaven god-level snail, the heaven-swallowing snail. As the group reached a narrow path, the snail suddenly departed, and the path itself shifted, carrying them all toward the forest of divine fruits. While the others felt a sense of ease, Shi Hao remained highly vigilant, sensing that the place was overflowing with killing intent. Everywhere lay the remains of true gods who had perished here, their bones piled like mountains. But it was too late to turn back now. A ghost demon god with divine fire-level cultivation appeared from behind and shattered them. Yet it was able to reconstitute itself. And it was not just one, but a multitude of them.
Shi Hao had read of these ghost demon gods in ancient texts. They fear the Yang Qi more than anything else. Their relentless assault left both Lan Yichen and Luo Dao severely wounded. Just as Shi Hao intervened, even a demon god possessing the cultivation of a true god emerged. Yet even a true god was no match for Shi Hao, who struck him down with the power of the vermilion bird.
The manifestation of the demon god dissipated, leaving behind only a single black god insect.
Suddenly, a swarm of black god insects descended upon them, launching a desperate offensive to defend their dwelling within the garden. Shi Hao gathered the group, forming a defensive barrier.
He then utilized the liquid within his alchemy furnace to eradicate the creatures.
Not forgetting his companions, he commanded,
"Seize this moment to gather the demigod fruits."
This commotion drew forth black god insects at the heavenly god level. Such a threat was impossible to contend with.
Retreat, everyone!
Shi Hao led the charge to clear a path, while Lan Yichen secured the rear.
Once they escaped, the group noticed an unbearable itching sensation throughout their bodies, the work of those wretched black god insects.
They were poisoned, so they attempted to consume the demigod fruits in hopes of finding an antidote.
The time had come for them to part ways and seek their own fortunes. Elsewhere, Shi Yi, the cousin who had seized Shi Hao's supreme bone years ago, wandered through a remote corner of the forest. Despite facing numerous ambushes, he remained entirely unscathed.
Shi Hao fared similarly. It appeared all 3 brothers had entered the 10 Perils lair. Meanwhile, subordinates arrived one after another to plead with Ning Chuan to personally suppress the great menace, Shi Hao. Ning Chuan dispatched an avatar.
Shi Hao's reputation had grown enough to warrant his attention.
Shi Hao sensed Shi Hao's presence and moved to greet his younger brother. Shi Hao did not recognize him, assuming Shi Hao was merely the warrior known as Huang.
The young man then cast aside his disguise.
Shi Hao was stunned, his memories of the lower realm flooding back, yet he still refused to acknowledge the truth. He remained convinced that Huang was masquerading as his brother, Shi Hao, to deceive him.
It was truly unfathomable. He could not even recognize his own blood brother. As Shi Hao launched an attack, Shi Hao was forced to unleash the reincarnation technique. If this does not convince you of my identity, what will? It was a truly frustrating situation.
The supreme rune erupted with immense power.
From afar, Xin Yi witnessed the display, and the bone within his body began to seethe. Tears welled in Xin Hao's eyes. My brother, he is truly alive.
He was moved to tears. Surely their parents would be overjoyed to hear this news. Shi Hao had enemies in every corner, and he used the name Huang solely to avoid implicating his family. The 2 brothers decided to travel together toward the fallen immortal ridge. Shi Hao then proposed a friendly duel to test his brother's strength. Shi Hao parried the attack with effortless grace
and reminded his younger brother, "Do not rely solely on battle armor and external treasures,
for the foundation of true strength lies within oneself."
How could such a lively gathering be complete without Xin Yi? The long-standing enmity between him and Shi Hao must finally reach its conclusion. Xin Hao grew eager the moment he saw Shi Yi, but was told, "You are still too young. Step aside and watch how your brothers trade blows to learn a thing or two." The onlookers were left in awe, witnessing a single clan possess 3 supreme beings. As Shi Hao and Shi Yi clashed, one wielding the Qilin technique, the other the vermilion bird technique, Their duel was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a massive hand. Gigantic figures materialized, identifying themselves as the demonic Sound Warriors, declaring their intent to eradicate the sinful bloodline.
It was clear at a glance that this was yet another scheme by Ningchuan.
His spiritual manifestation had arrived, originally intending only to suppress Shi Hao, but upon discovering all three bearers of the sinful bloodline, he resolved to destroy them all. But let us be clear, it remained to be seen who would truly be the one destroyed.
Shi Hao suggested using Ningchuan as a target to compete and see which of the three brothers would emerge victorious. Shi Hao, ever reckless, rushed forward and was promptly struck by a palm attack. Then, it was Shi Hao's turn to step onto the stage, wielding the Lightning Emperor technique with masterful precision. The four demonic Sound Warriors were quickly beaten into a severely wounded state. Enraged, they unleashed sonic waves to disturb their minds, hoping to lead Shi Hao and Shi Yi into the control of their inner demons. Both brothers coordinated their efforts, but such petty tricks were merely child's play. Shi Hao and Shi Yi feigned a struggle, then seized the moment the demonic Sound Warriors let their guard down to eliminate them. Meanwhile, Shi Hao remained obsessed with attacking Ningchuan, but Ningchuan's domain was far too powerful. The youth could not break through, and was struck so hard he coughed up blood. And just as he was about to be captured and sent to his end, his two elder brothers arrived in time to rescue him. Ningchuan used his own blood to unleash a move filled with killing intent. If struck, even one soul would not be spared. The three Shin brothers combined their strength to shatter the assault. Shi Hao summoned the Wheel of Reincarnation to clash against Ningchuan's 6 paths, while Shi Yi unleashed his Qilin technique in support, successfully piercing through Ningchuan's defenses and striking him down. This will be the end of your spiritual manifestation. The residual essence blood of Ningchuan began to glow. Shi Hao curiously touched it, catching glimpses of soldiers swearing to protect the border, alongside the runes of the sinful bloodline that represented their true honor. At this very moment, Ningchuan's true body was still in the midst. He recalled his mother, who had been gifted a drop of blood years ago to conceive an immortal holy fetus. She had also been bestowed with an artifact capable of reversing time and space, known as the Yearning Sorrow. This bloodline was exceedingly noble and significant, yet she never anticipated that one day, Ningchuan would coerce her into revealing the truth of his heritage. She had fabricated a story that he was the offspring of a sinful bloodline. Ningchuan could not accept this reality. He had always perceived himself to be of the highest nobility. No sooner had his mother finished speaking than she was struck dead by a surge of immense, violent force. Ningchuan, in that moment, shifted the blame onto the remaining members of the sinful bloodline. He now appears to be directing all of his wrath toward the 3 brothers of the Shinya clan. Shi Hao remained suspicious, for he discovered that Ningchuan's blood resonated with his own origin. At this very moment, Ningchuan's true form manifested, sealing the 3 brothers within an isolated space. To eliminate my spiritual avatar, you must pay the price. The 3 brothers of the Shin clan looked at this man, wishing only to see him buried where he stood. Ningchuan began his assault. Shi Hao was suddenly separated into a different space. Such was the effect of the Yearning Sorrow and its ability to invert time and space. Ningchuan intended to deal with Shi Hao and Shi Yi first. Shi Yi was surrounded by the 6 predecessors whom Ningchuan had slain, while Ningchuan moved directly to strike down Shi Hao, intent on seizing the immortal bone within the youth. Shi Hao was but a child. How could he possibly contend with such an adversary? He was swiftly bound by the chains of the judgment of heaven, which froze his primordial spirit, rendering him utterly powerless. Shi Hao, meanwhile, was held at bay by Ningchuan's spiritual avatar, forced to watch as Ningchuan overwhelmed the other 2. As Ningchuan prepared to extract the bone from Shi Hao, Shi Yi desperately broke through the encirclement to save his younger cousin. Unexpectedly, this was merely a ruse by Ningchuan. He wanted to cause Shi Yi to lose his composure. From the very beginning, Ningchuan's true target had been Shi Yi. Shi Yi was restrained by the chains of the gods, and as his supreme bone was torn from his body, he suffered agonizing pain. Shi Hao was cast aside by Ningchuan, who now sought to plunder the reincarnation eye from Shi Yi. Ningchuan was exceptionally confident and arrogant, forcing both Shi Hao and Shi Hao to witness the fate of Shi Yi with their own eyes. This prompted all 3 brothers to unleash their full power. Cracks began to appear on the Yearning Sorrow, and the 3 brothers were finally reunited. Ningchuan has truly overstepped his bounds this time. He underestimated the strength of the bloodline connection between the brothers. However, the supreme bone of Shi Yi has indeed fallen into the hands of Ningchuan. It must be reclaimed at all costs. Ningchuan remained devoid of fear, still wishing to eradicate all 3 on behalf of the upper realm. The great battle commenced as he unleashed a multitude of chains, while Shi Hao unleashed his lightning technique. After ascending to godhood, the youth's mastery of the lightning path had progressed significantly. A single blow left Ningchuan wounded. Both fighters glared at each other, consumed by overwhelming killing intent. Ningchuan unleashed his innate precious technique. It is said that anyone who crosses paths with it is destined for reincarnation. The 3 brothers, including Shi Hao, All unleashed their ultimate defensive maneuvers.
Although all three sustained significant injuries, their bloodlust only intensified.
Shi Hao donned his battle armor, ready to strike down any dragon or serpent that dared stand in their way. The trio closed the distance on Ningchuan, engaging in fierce close-quarters combat. Shi Hao offered his blood to summon the 9 heavens, while Shi Yi and Shi Hao provided support to bolster their combat prowess.
The three brothers combined their strength to execute a magnificent ultimate technique.
Representing the offensive, Shi Hao shattered the Xiangxi Hen, resulting in the utter defeat of Ningchuan. Standing before hundreds of Sin blood cultivators, Shi Hao proclaimed, "The Sin blood is our true glory." The three brothers parted ways to seek their own destinies, with Luo Dao reuniting with Shi Hao.
They intended to travel to the central region of the Fierce Nest, where great opportunities surely awaited.
Shi Hao used his own blood as a sacrifice to open a hidden gate within the Fierce Nest, while Shi Yi ventured into an illusory realm. Shi Hao, accompanied by Luo Dao and Lan Yichen, arrived at the Red Sea Fierce Nest.
Before them lay a vast ocean of magma. The stragglers who had insisted on following them cried out in alarm, questioning why they had even bothered to tag along. Suddenly, a skeletal dragon appeared, seemingly beckoning them to climb onto its back.
As Shi Hao weighed his options, the mysterious ancient fire launched an assault, and the surrounding stone walls began to expand rapidly, compounding the danger. Shi Hao had no choice but to take the risk and leap onto the dragon's back, hoping it might be the key to crossing the magma sea.
The others followed suit. But as they reached the middle of the sea, the dragon tossed them all off.
Fortunately, Shi Hao reacted quickly, erecting a protective barrier.
However, before they could even regain their footing, the skeletal dragon reappeared and swallowed them all into its belly.
Truly, this was a trial of unimaginable proportions. Shi Hao attempted to use his pill furnace to attack, only to suffer a backlash of magical energy. Yet, he remained undeterred. "Even with the backlash, I shall test it a few more times."
In short order, the conflict was resolved. Everyone began to disperse, searching for a path to safety.
Shi Hao discovered a mysterious meditation cushion, accompanied by 5 sets of remains, and an inscription reading, "The Will of Heaven."
Was this not the resting place of an ancient monster-level genius? It was unexpected to find them fallen here. All 5 remains had their primal true bones extracted, suggesting that someone had already visited and scavenged them.
Elsewhere, Shi Hao had reached a mysterious ancient land, where the suppressive force was incredibly potent. He had hoped that reaching the summit would yield a sacred herb, only to witness the person ahead of him get struck down by a hidden formation the moment they plucked it. Terrified by the sight, the crowd fled in a panic.
Meanwhile, Shi Yi entered a secret Taoist temple, where several stone statues of ferocious beasts suddenly came to life and attacked. Back at the meditation cushion, Shi Hao probed it with his primordial spirit, and discovered the 10 fierce precious techniques. Those 5 skeletons likely perished while contending for the 10 evils. Supreme technique. Lan Yichen carefully probed the area with his spiritual avatar. As expected, it was obliterated the moment it drew near. The blade-like energy attacks were profoundly mysterious, bypassing all defenses, as if they were targeting the soul directly. When it comes to the power of the soul, we can only rely on our protagonists.
His soul manifestation far exceeded that of cultivators at his level. One by one, azure dragons materialized to assault Shi Hao's soul. Remaining calm in the face of danger, he succeeded, and claimed his seat upon the meditation cushion. Regrettably, that was merely the beginning. There were no profound secrets to be found there.
Just then, a passageway manifested, offering a path to escape this place. They emerged in a bizarre region, one that felt fraught with peril. Ahead, many individuals sat upon lotus platforms. They were visibly shaken to see Shi Hao's group emerge from the gate of death.
Since the pressure intensified with every step, Shi Hao instructed his companions, "Go to the Taoist platform and wait." It appeared that those already sitting there were experiencing little difficulty. Shi Hao's true objective was a glowing object in the distance. It was likely the complete 10 evils technique. Those seated on the platform were each dripping blood onto it, as this action caused mysterious runes to appear. Yet a single drop of blood yielded only a fragment of a sentence. "If I finish speaking, I might bleed out and be reincarnated on the spot." Shi Hao approached the cave entrance, where the pressure alone was enough to crush a true deity.
The crowd, witnessing this, sought to join forces with Shi Hao to breach the cave, but the seal was incredibly resilient. Just then, Long Nu appeared. She is a renowned prodigy from the ancient era. With Long Nu's assistance, the gates were successfully breached.
Beyond lay an immortal cave. The cultivators guarded one another with suspicion, as everyone coveted the creation and did not hesitate to fight for it. Shi Hao caught sight of the heavenly pattern Hai Lone. A treasure of this caliber would be enough to render everyone present unable to resist with a single strike. Before he could reach for it, Long Nu lunged to seize it, and the two inevitably clashed.
As they reached for the heavenly pattern Hai Lone, it suddenly vanished, sparking a chaotic scramble.
To make matters worse, 3 individuals arrived to stir up trouble.
Long Nu was infuriated. These fools are truly asking for a beating. However, being outnumbered 3-1, Long Nu found herself at a disadvantage. As she was sent flying and nearly collided with Shi Hao, he instinctively reached out to catch her, but he inadvertently grabbed her backside. Even with 10 tongues, he could not explain this away, and Long Nu's anger turned into pure, unbridled rage. She unleashed a lethal strike against Shi Hao. Suddenly, the surroundings expanded to massive proportions. It was clear someone had lured them all into a trap. Could it be that this was all a ruse, and there was no treasure to be found here at all? Gigantic rats began to swarm and attack. Seeing that Long Nu was in peril, the two of them rode atop a single mouse. Formations began to manifest in the surrounding area. Countless blades surged from all directions, claiming the lives of the common folk. Their blood was siphoned away by the mechanism. Shi Hao erected a protective barrier to shield himself and Long Nu. Shi Hao shattered the stone wall and lunged out, yet the blades pursued them relentlessly. The Divine Stone and Lan Yinchen, who were waiting for him, took to their heels immediately. Before they could locate an exit, a mysterious cultivator stepped forward. He claimed to know the way to the path of survival, but only if Shi Hao agreed to bring him along. Agreed. Find the path quickly, master, for we are all on the verge of death. He led the group into a stone forest, jubilantly believing it to be the path of survival. Yet he was gravely mistaken. As his foot touched the water ahead, countless tentacles ensnared him, dragging him to his demise. This was evidently a trap designed to drain the blood of powerful cultivators. If there is no path of survival, then I, Shi Hao, shall forge one myself. The stone forest shifted unpredictably. Zhao Longnu followed close behind Shi Hao, maneuvering according to the Divine Stone's guidance. Suddenly, Shi Hao's supreme bone resonated, which seemed to be a connection to his younger brother, Qin Hao. He followed the inner calling, and discovered Qin Hao trapped and besieged. Qin Hao intended to rescue him, but the moment he channeled his technique, the surrounding stones surged to attack. At this rate, they would surely be crushed into paste. Zhao Longnu and the Divine Stone leaped through a side passage, while Shi Hao found himself pinned beneath the crushing stone. Just as the Divine Stone began to weep, a formidable power erupted from Qin Hao's robes. He had successfully rescued Qin Hao. No sooner had they found a moment of respite than they were ensnared in a formation triggered by another party. What fools these people are. They fled together, and Qin Hao assisted in Qin Hao's recovery. Ahead, there were signs of combat. It was the power of the heavy pupil. They reunited with Xin Yi, and as he came under attack, Shi Hao and his group rushed forward to provide support. The mastermind behind this fiend nest truly has many tricks. Everywhere perceived as a path of survival was rigged with formations. Could the true exit have been intentionally sealed? The group pressed onward and encountered Zhang Gongyan. Deciding to unite, they pooled their strength for a chance to escape. They exerted their full power into a single strike. Failure now would surely mean death. The group charged forward with all their might. Leading the vanguard, Qin Hao evaded all attacks and burst through the stone gate. They emerged into the immortal Vanishing Ridge, a place akin to a living hell, where countless prodigies have met their end. That mountain peak must be the anchor of the fiend nest trap. Surpassing it will grant them their freedom. In the distance, a mysterious figure appeared, playing a flute. It is none other than this man, who orchestrated the trap. He is the celestial immortal, and despite being in the divine fire realm, he has already refined the energy of the immortals. As he played his flute, the crowd once again fell under attack. A swarm of dark god insects emerged. Even the weakest among them possessed the strength of a venerable. Everyone was quickly surrounded. It is a pity that Huang Dai, currently in the divine medicine realm, fell into a deep slumber after consuming the sacred medicinal herb, Ming Tu. Otherwise, how could these insignificant dark god insects possibly pose a threat to our protagonist? There were simply too many to defeat. At this rate, they would be worn down until death, leaving them with no choice but to focus their attacks and slowly force a path outward. Once they break through the boundaries of the formation, they will be able to traverse the void. Everyone transferred their internal energy to Qin Hao to open the way. If Shi Hao and his companions manage to escape, the Celestial Immortal will cease his assault. The Celestial Immortal's flute conjured a myriad of flower petals, each petal forged from demonic sound, carrying the incredibly sharp aura of the immortal path. Everyone struggled to defend themselves, but Qin Hao was quickly struck by one of the petals. If he is not treated immediately, the immortal energy within the petal will erode his meridians. Qin Hao had no choice but to temporarily place Qin Hao inside the alchemical furnace. Shi Hao's group continued their retreat toward the edge of the formation, while Shi Hao prepared to hold off the Celestial Immortal to allow the others to escape. Finally, all four safely leapt across the border of the ferocious nest, and the Celestial Immortal kept his word, allowing them to depart. Driven by his desire to refine immortal energy, the Celestial Immortal laid out this death trap, draining the blood of countless cultivators and seizing the destinies of many clans. His nature is truly profound and sinister. Beside the Celestial Immortal stood the 10-crowned king. The 6-crowned king, Ningchuan, has also refined immortal energy, though the origin of his good fortune remains a mystery. As for the 10-crowned king, he possesses a seedling of the immortal path. He used it to lay the foundation for his own cultivation of immortal energy.
Shi Hao brought Qin Hao and Lan Yanchen to safety. Now, he must focus on his own cultivation of immortal energy.
Farewell to them all.
It is said that the Qingling realm is abundant with spirit medicines, so Shi Hao headed straight there to prepare for his cultivation journey. No sooner had he arrived than he encountered a group from the underworld soil. Inside that coffin lies the second Ming general of the underworld soil, impervious to blade or spear. He has slain many of the era's finest prodigies. He entered an inn, where several warriors from the immortal palace were also present, attempting to track down Huang through Qing Yi.
Qing Yi was gazing outside when she was startled to see Shi Hao lounging below. He then appeared before her. What a remarkable coincidence.
Qing Yi used the pretense of stepping outside to drop a hairpin,
a silent warning for him not to reveal his identity.
Shi Hao moved to the adjacent room, where Qing Yi overheard the conversation, and learned that the immortal palace was hunting him. Di Chong is currently in seclusion to refine his immortal energy, and has placed a heavy bounty on Huang, intending to defeat him.
At this moment, Shi Hao stepped forward, claiming he had information on Huang, on the condition that they provide him with 100 sacred herbs and 10 semi-divine herbs. One could say he is acting as brazenly as a highwayman. Qing Yi sat to the side, a faint smile playing on her lips. She was eager to watch the drama unfold.
The two war gods of the immortal palace,
fearing they might jeopardize Di Chong's plans, had no choice but to agree. Yet they whispered amongst themselves. Once the task was complete, they would undoubtedly execute Shi Hao. However, they had not yet gathered enough of the required items. As Shi Hao turned to leave, a general from the underworld intercepted him, agreeing to cooperate with the immortal palace to provide the divine herbs to Shi Hao.
What a stroke of luck. Just like that, Shi Hao secured several treasures, yet he refused to disclose any information to them, insisting on speaking only with Di Chong. Secretly, he commanded the divine stone to track the movements of the immortal palace's subordinates.
Di Chong, your time is drawing near. When the subordinate returned and demanded that Shi Hao accompany him, Shi Hao's demeanor shifted, and he decided to slaughter them instead.
The two men from the immortal palace were
incensed and launched an attack. But Shi Hao toyed with them as if they were mere playthings. As one attempted to flee, Shi Hao struck him down. The sole survivor was left in a state of psychological trauma. Who on earth are you?
Qing Yi emerged to stand by Shi Hao's side, leaving the man stunned. For daring to insult Qing Yi, he was met with a brutal barrage from Shi Hao.
At that moment, the underworld general, who had been lying in wait to ambush Shi Hao, revealed himself. But how could he escape the keen eyes of Qing Yi?
She launched an offensive, but the general retaliated with a ferocity that suggested he intended to drag them down with him in a suicide attack. This ultimate technique emanated a sense of profound danger, leaving Qing Yi unsettled.
As expected, her defenses were swiftly shattered. Yet, Shi Hao appeared just in time. You dare to bully my woman? Die!
The divine stone returned, and Shi Hao followed it to locate Di Chong's position.
The divine stone led them to an array platform, where high-level experts guarded each pass. At the first pass, Shi Hao struck preemptively to ensure the guard could not send a transmission. He had hoped to extract more information, but the man knew nothing. He was merely responsible for the first pass and communicated solely through bone scripts. The divine stone had no choice but to calculate the coordinates for the second pass itself, constructing a teleportation portal to cross over.
Seizing a moment when Shi Hao was distracted, the man attempted to destroy the altar to alert Di Chong, but Qing Yi intervened just in time.
This man was not originally of the immortal palace, but had been consumed by the evil green copper. Without Di Chong's spell to sustain him, he would surely perish. This Di Chong truly is a despicable wretch.
The divine stone activated the formation, transporting Shi Hao and Qing Yi to the second pass. As Shi Hao scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, and the divine stone worked to dismantle the formation, a hand suddenly lashed out to attack it. Fortunately, the creature was agile enough to dodge.
It was a dragon-blooded ancestral crocodile, an incredibly rare beast.
It surged forward to strike at Shi Hao with its loathsome claws, but with a Shi Hao unleashed the Kunpeng technique and lightning arts in rapid succession, quickly sending the dragon-blood ancestral crocodile to its grave, though it still managed to relay a warning to Di Chong.
That subordinate was certainly loyal to the end.
Shi Hao continued on his journey. The next destination appeared similar to the altar they had just left. It was merely a transit point, rather than the place where Di Chong was in seclusion.
Nevertheless, the area was filled with numerous treasures. He decided to collect them all without hesitation.
Shi Hao casually picked up a stone, but the divine stone could not detect any divine properties within it.
Only Qing Yi realized it was a divine material, containing a precious nectar capable of purifying the eyes and opening the heavenly eye.
Shi Hao wished for Qing Yi to absorb it, but she refused, insisting it should be reserved for him.
As the nectar began to assimilate, Shi Hao sensed its miraculous effects. He could peer through all things, perceiving their essence, and the illusions that veiled reality. The precious nectar had allowed him to cultivate the martial Tao heavenly eye. When he cast his gaze toward Qingyi, he inadvertently peered right through her garments. Both of them were overcome with embarrassment. It was an incredibly awkward encounter.
Composing himself, Shi Hao continued to scout the area, and discovered a multitude of formations.
The divine stone arranged a teleportation array, and this time, he was certain it would lead them to Dinchong's hiding place.
They emerged in a mysterious ancient land teeming with venomous insects,
most of which had ignited their divine flames. There was even the fear of a dreaded insect emperor lurking nearby.
If Dinchong chose this place for seclusion, his intentions were truly sinister. With so many venomous creatures present, anyone attempting to find him would struggle to survive. Shi Hao and Qingyi intended to suppress their aura and slip through the insect valley. But unexpectedly, a spider set its sights on the divine stone. Shi Hao had no choice but to take action, yet he inadvertently alerted the other venomous insects.
The two were surrounded and hunted. If they did not find a way out, they would surely face their doom.
Shi Hao hurriedly utilized his heavenly eye to scout, quickly discovering the myriad poison divine tree, where no venomous insects were nesting. Shi Hao gathered everything into his alchemy furnace and charged through the barrier into the inner sanctum.
The entity drawing the insects was clearly this tree, rather than an insect emperor. The myriad poison divine tree contained toxins that would prove fatal to ordinary divine-level beings. But to the venomous insects, it was a supreme treasure.
Upon it grew the myriad divine fruits.
After consuming one, if one could withstand the toxicity without perishing, they could instantly ascend to the heavenly god realm. Yet that prospect sounded dauntingly difficult. The risk of losing one's life was extremely high. At that moment, the divine stone discovered a hidden formation on the tree trunk, through which Shi Hao and his companion teleported to a forest of purple bamboo. Indeed, Dinchong was in seclusion at the heart of the formation.
It appeared he had entered a deep meditative state, sealing his five senses and remaining oblivious to the outside world. Qingyi warned Shi Hao to be cautious, as there were undoubtedly defensive formations placed around the vicinity. The stone Dinchong was utilizing bore a striking resemblance to the Enlightenment Stone of the Immortal Palace, a truly rare prize.
The surrounding bone manuals were also exceptionally rare, and beside them lay the blood of an immortal. Dinchong had absorbed more than half of the Immortal Palace's reserves. He was truly playing a high-stakes game.
Shi Hao suddenly conceived a plan to frighten Dinchong into suffering a cultivation deviation, a proposal with which Qingyi readily agreed. The two set their trap, manifesting dragons and phoenixes to strike, causing Dinchong to vomit blood. Next, they orchestrated a grand formation, launching a flawless ambush upon him. Heavily wounded, Dinchong had no choice but to flee.
He was even forced to abandon a treasure as precious as the Enlightenment Stone.
The wretched state of Dinchong was visible to all those watching from the outside. The Immortal Palace was gripped by fury, demanding the execution of Huang.
However, they were thwarted by the undying being. Shi Hao is his brother. If anyone dares to bully him, do not blame him when he arrives outside the no man's land to annihilate your entire sect. Dinchong sought out Yu Chen. She did not blame him, as sustaining a grave injury during an ambush while in seclusion is a common misfortune. At this moment, Shi Hao would likely utilize the Enlightenment Stone to take that final step and cultivate his immortal energy. We shall hoist them with their own petard. Yue Chen assisted in protecting Dinchong, even providing medicinal elixirs to accelerate his recovery.
Dinchong handed his command token to Yue Chen, authorizing her to mobilize the forces of the Immortal Palace for reinforcements.
Nearby, the Divine Stone looked at the Enlightenment Stone with eyes sparkling like stars. It greedily took a massive bite, never expecting that Dinchong had left behind a lethal trap. Fortunately, Shi Hao reacted with great speed.
Shi Hao had initially intended to relocate the Enlightenment Stone, but its immense weight forced the young man to choose to seek enlightenment right where it lay.
Dinchong's subordinates had already set an ambush. As soon as Shi Hao began his meditation, they would strike immediately.
Shi Hao refused to let this opportunity slip away, and despite knowing Dinchong could return at any moment, he remained determined to comprehend the Tao.
Qingyi stood guard to protect him.
The forces of the Immortal Palace attacked swiftly.
Qingyi resisted them single-handedly. But the sheer numbers of the Immortal Palace left her struggling to hold the line. At that very moment, Shi Hao opened his eyes. His grasp of the Tao was truly profound.
He stepped in front of Qingyi, shattering the Immortal Palace's magical artifacts with a single finger, scattering their forces into disarray.
Although Shi Hao had only meditated for a fleeting moment, he had gained significant insights.
He further discovered a hidden formation beneath the surface,
which was the reason the Enlightenment Stone could not be moved.
Shi Hao attempted to use his pill furnace to store the Enlightenment Stone. Given that this furnace could even absorb the aura of the Immortal Tao, surely it could contain this stone. In you go! Having recovered, Din Yuchang immediately sought out Shi Hao for revenge, priding himself on his own cleverness, only to fall into a trap set by our protagonist upon arrival. Shi Hao had left behind an afterimage to lure Din Yuchang into attacking, forcing him to absorb the full brunt of a counterstrike.
Some fools are simply beyond salvation. I am waiting for you at the 8 treasure pavilion in the Qingling realm. If you desire revenge, come and find Shi Hao.
At this moment, he was leisurely savoring delicacies made from the golden-winged rock, when the sky darkened, and a storm began to brew. Di Chong had arrived to issue his challenge.
Qing Yi accompanied Shi Hao to meet him. Di Chong grasped the void war halberd, gazing down from the heights with arrogant disdain.
The two youths surged forward,
burning with the intent to do battle.
Di Chong harbored intense hatred towards Shi Hao for his previous, underhanded sneak attack. He swore that he would execute Shi Hao today. Otherwise he would be unworthy of the title of successor to the Immortal Palace.
It seems his legacy is in for a grave disappointment today.
Di Chong transformed into his true form, the immortal 9-headed bird. Shi Hao showed no hint of fear. He had lured Di Chong here precisely to eliminate him in public and sever the lineage of the Immortal Palace.
This was the gift he intended to bestow upon the Immortal Palace. Retribution for the past. When they launched a sneak attack, while the Supreme Being Dao Palace was in peril. For this is how one proves themselves worthy of the title of Senior Brother of the Supreme Being, Dao Palace.
The young man donned the Lightning Emperor's battle armor,
his presence awe-inspiring and majestic. A single strike infused with the lightning art pierced directly through Di Chong's true form.
Qing Yi watched in astonishment. Shi Hao had grown so powerful that he remained at no disadvantage even when clashing head-on with Di Chong.
Di Chong possessed the 9 deaths immortal demon 9 lives technique, granting him 9 chances at survival.
Though struck by Shi Hao, he was still able to resurrect.
As Qing Yi analyzed the situation, Yu Chen exploited the link between them to warn Di Chong. If Qing Yi remained calm, it was highly likely Shi Hao still held a trump card. Yue Chan warned Di Chong to be cautious.
Shi Hao launched an offensive, feeling that Di Chong somehow seemed to anticipate his movements. Di Chong drew forth the human immortal seal, the supreme technique of the Immortal Palace, which contained the laws of the immortal path. Sensing Qing Yi's sudden agitation, Yu Chan realized the opportunity had arrived and signaled Di Chong, "Use the 9 peaks of the Heavenly King to pull Shi Hao inside."
Only then did Qing Yi realize something was wrong.
Di Chong had brandished the human immortal seal merely to misdirect her and Shi Hao.
The 9 peaks of the Heavenly King was the true killing blow. She composed herself, her thoughts turning immediately to Yu Chan.
Shi Hao had reached the same conclusion. He had not expected the despicable Di Chong to stoop so low. Calling this a fair duel was a farce.
Di Chong smiled cunningly, secretly manifesting the immortal mist.
Qing Yi and Shi Hao played along with the ruse. She feigned anxiety, leading Yue Chan and Di Chong to believe he had exhausted his techniques. Pressing his advantage, Di Chong was jubilant,
immediately unleashing the immortal mist, only to fall directly into Shi Hao's trap.
He took the full force of a peerless samsara treasure technique.
The young man continued his assault. Retribution has come for the Immortal Palace. How dare you send Di Chong to the lower realm to oppress all living beings?
Yu Chan knew the situation well. Qing Yi had seen through the schemes of both her and Di Chong. For now, Di Chong had no choice but to rely solely on his own strength. He resurrected once more, unleashing the demon-suppressing palace to draw Shi Hao within. The demon-suppressing palace would suppress Shi Hao's cultivation, while Di Chong's power would only continue to grow. Furthermore, massive boulders rained down from above, draining Shi Hao's spiritual energy and transferring it directly to Di Chong. Di Chong was determined to incinerate his immortal blood. He would exhaust every drop, if that was what it took to slay Shi Hao. Seeing Shi Hao falter, Di Chong laughed wildly, convinced of his victory. It was not in vain that I burned my own essence.
However, he was sorely mistaken.
The immortal mist from Di Chong, upon invading Shi Hao's body, inadvertently triggered the recovery of his supreme being blood. The young man did not weaken. Instead, his strength grew manifold. Only then did Di Chong realize in horror just how foolish he had been. Shi Hao unleashed the full extent of the Kunpeng profound technique, dealing a grievous blow to Di Chong.
A colossal manifestation appeared behind him, using the hand of the heavens to imprison Di Chong. Even if you had 9 lives, I would shatter them all to nothingness today.
Shi Hao brandished his sword, raining down blow after blow. Having exhausted his trump cards, Di Chong was left with only the bronze flower. This was the very same artifact that had once claimed Shi Hao's life in the lower realm. But now that he had reached the divine flame realm, do you truly think I am as naive as I once was?
Shi Hao effortlessly caught the blade with his bare hand.
Shattering Di Chong's attack, he declared, "If this is the extent of your capability, it is time for you to face reincarnation. Experience the power of the bronze flower yourself." Di Chong let out a piercing cry of agony.
The successor of the Immortal Palace was thus eradicated. Outside the petal of the Great Tao, the members of the Immortal Palace were consumed with rage, vowing to slaughter Shi Hao.
In another development, Di-kun of the heavenly god realm sensed that Di-chung had perished.
Having lingered in the immortal ancients for so long, it was time for him to emerge and exact vengeance for Di-chung.
Di-kun walked forth in a possessed vessel, his cultivation stabilized at the divine flame realm. Shi Hao returned to the stone path.
The little rabbit and Cao Yusheng, hearing news of his intense battle with Di-chung, arrived to meet him. This time, he intended to seclude himself to refine immortal energy. The process would be exceedingly perilous, and he could no longer concern himself with worldly treasures. The young man entrusted them to Qing Yi and the others for safekeeping.
Shi Hao sat upon the enlightenment stone as flames engulfed his surroundings. Had his supreme being blood not partially recovered, he surely would have been burned to ash by now. The scent of burning flesh began to fill the air, leaving Qing Yi and the others filled with dread.
5 days passed, and an ancient lamp suddenly manifested.
The onlookers rushed to reinforce the defensive formation, but they could not impede the light emitted by the lamp. Qing Yi and the others sought to assist Shi Hao, but the young man stopped them. This trial was for him alone to face.
A figure emerged from the ancient lamp and lunged at him.
Surprisingly, the entity's cultivation realm and combat techniques were identical to Shi Hao's. It was as if he were battling a reflection of himself.
Before he could even finish one battle, another opponent appeared. The little rabbit grew anxious and moved to assist, but Shi Hao quickly told her to stop, fearing that her intervention would only introduce further instability. It was infuriating. The cultivation realm was identical, the physical strength was equal, and now even the precious techniques were indistinguishable. Could it be that this trial was designed for him to transcend his own limits? Yet his own limits were surely the same as theirs, unless he could achieve a breakthrough beyond his current state. He pondered how to harmonize his precious techniques. With the resonance of his supreme being blood, he successfully overcame both opponents. Qing Yi and the others approached, bewildered. What kind of creatures were those?
They possessed an aura of unimaginable antiquity.
As the two entities were defeated, the ancient lamp vanished.
It remained unclear where they originated. Could they truly have been nothing more than corpses from the immortal ancient era? Shaking off his doubts, Shi Hao felt a faint sense of an impending breakthrough following this battle.
The distance to that final step no longer seemed insurmountable. However, Qing Yi expressed her concern. Those who cultivate immortal qi manifest it as a shroud around their bodies.
Yet, Shi Hao's immortal qi remains incredibly faint.
This suggests that the path ahead is fraught with impossible difficulty. Even for those who strive to cross it, the outcome is almost always total annihilation.
Shi Hao's gaze remained resolute.
What if it leads to annihilation? If I do not condense this immortal qi, how can I hope to reach the pinnacle?
Shi Hao resumed the process of tempering his body with fire, this time with even greater intensity than before.
A month had passed, yet he had not succeeded. Refusing to yield, his entire body ignited with flames, and finally, a single strand of immortal qi manifested. The onlookers were filled with excitement. Now, dealing with those orthodox sects will be far easier. We must plunder them thoroughly and seize all of their divine materials. The ancient lamp from before appeared once more. This time, it was not merely two entities, but a veritable legion of them. Each one possessed strength equal to Shi Hao's, and he was already wounded from his previous efforts.
Who could possibly triumph against an army of themselves? Just as Shi Hao prepared himself for a desperate struggle, the strand of immortal qi suddenly merged into his blood.
The ancient lamp and the entities vanished, perhaps concluding that Shi Hao had met his demise. Although the wisp of immortal qi did not manifest externally, the immortal energy likely began to induce changes deep within Shi Hao's body.
Shi Hao continued to nurse his wounds while observing the subtle transformations occurring within his constitution.
Another half-month passed, yet the immortal qi refused to dissipate.
Shi Hao inadvertently discovered that the mysterious flame runes from the place where the 9 dragons pulled the coffin had actually been hidden within his body. Shi Hao also possessed the ancient scripture he had glimpsed while lifting the flying immortal stone. It appeared to be the Samsara precious technique, a third type of divine script, existing alongside the hand of the heavens. Comprehending this technique was akin to witnessing the very origin of the path of cultivation. Perhaps one day, he would forge an entirely new method of cultivation,
one that resembled neither the immortal ancient era nor the present age, a path wholly unique that would lead all sentient beings to complete transcendence. Having ignited the 3,000 Dao fires, he had finally achieved a breakthrough. The ancient lamp reappeared, followed by the manifestation of 4 entities, one bearing the wings of the Kunpeng upon its back, one carrying the precious technique of the Thunder Emperor, one wielding the tribulation light of the heavens, and finally, one manifesting the Samsara precious technique.
These were the 4 most formidable precious techniques in Shi Hao's arsenal. These entities were vastly different from those of the past. Could it be that they possessed true consciousness? Were they genuine living beings? Or merely these 4 secret arts evolved to their absolute peak? Exactly what kind of divine consciousness had attached itself to them? Could the so-called anomalies be nothing more than illusions, born from the extreme refinement of the secret arts he had comprehended? Yet, if they were merely illusions,
Qing Yi and the others should not have been able to perceive them.
Shi Hao attempted to utilize the third precious technique he had recently mastered.
This was a technique he had yet to reveal before anyone.
Surely, those entities would not be able to replicate a technique he had never showcased.
One by one, the entities were struck down in defeat. Yet the dark clouds had not dissipated. He feared that further trials were still to come.
Shi Hao suddenly sensed that both the Thunder Emperor's secret method and the Hand of the Heavens had grown more potent than before. It appeared that the function of this third precious technique was to amplify the power of all his other techniques manifold. A new entity emerged. Had it truly grasped his third precious technique so quickly? It seemed these were no mere phantoms. No matter the technique, they were capable of copying it the instant it was revealed. But even if they possessed the identical, if he were to unleash all these treasures simultaneously, one wonders how that creature could possibly respond. 3,000 flames. Burn him to ashes for me. Though he had already secured the victory, Shi Hao pursued relentlessly to eradicate that lantern at its source.
Did you really think you could escape, after merely arriving to record the secret techniques of every genius?
As Shi Hao pursued the ancient lantern, a sudden transformation gripped his body. Mysterious flames erupted, accompanied by a tear in space. It is highly probable that within lies the secret behind this sinister invasion. The opportunity lay right before him. He would never forgive himself if he did not investigate. Disregarding the peril, Shi Hao plunged into the rift, shouting to Qing Yi and the others, "Wait for me!" Shi Hao caught sight of an ancient, pitch-black vessel. Despite knowing the danger, he had no choice but to brave the unknown and see for himself. The young man discovered a pool of blood that had endured for ages, yet still contained pulsating runes. What kind of creature could have left this behind? A mere glance was enough for Shi Hao to suffer a violent backlash. He wished to collect a portion to study, but it proved impossible. Suddenly, the sparks within Shi Hao surged outward. The surrounding space seemed to freeze, reenacting a scene from an ancient, cataclysmic battle. Shi Hao continued forward and discovered a massive bell, its surface etched with flowing runes. Could it be harboring the divine water of creation? The young man probed with his divine sense, only to find the interior filled entirely with blood. These droplets of blood possessed such immense power that they could easily annihilate a deity. Could this truly be the blood of an immortal? This vessel appeared to bridge two shores, but in a place such as this, where could the other side possibly lead? Shi Hao traveled for a long time without finding the edge of the ancient ship. But he did discover a passageway, which seemed to be the origin of the black mist. Shi Hao ventured further inside, only to behold a massive dragon horn. Were this to be refined into a weapon, it would undoubtedly become a peerless divine artifact. Just as he prepared to claim it, a dragon scale lunged toward him. Before the youth could react, the sparks within him intervened to neutralize the scale. As it fell into his hands, he felt its immense weight. It was, indeed, a treasure born of the heavens. At that moment, a tower suddenly manifested, its stones forming a staircase for Shi Hao to ascend. His head throbbed with agony as sounds of slaughter filled the air. Better to die than retreat. Shi Hao raced forward and found himself before a lake of blood. As the blood splashed upon him, the vision of a great battle gradually materialized. Voices resonated from the void. Why did you break the oath? An oath? Could it be the primordial oath? While he remained bewildered, another passageway began to emerge. Shi Hao stepped forward, and the vision of the ancient ship sailing into the void from ages past resurfaced. The 7 kings were clearly the ancestors of the sinful bloodline. What, in the end, was their connection to the oath and this black vessel? Shi Hao continued his investigation, and the image of one of the 7 kings at the borderlands appeared, using his own lifeless body to seal the abyss. Shi Hao bowed respectfully to the ancestor of the sinful bloodline. Even in death you still guarded the borderlands. Yet such merit was branded as a sinful bloodline. He shouted. If he could escape this place today, he would certainly venture to the borderlands in the future to uncover the truth. His sin mark resonated with the king, as if guiding his path of cultivation. Shi Hao's strength began to surge. Suddenly, the seal showed signs of instability, and the grotesque creatures born from the leaking power began to rise one after another. Like mindless corpses, they lunged forward to attack. Shi Hao observed their attire. They were all people of this era. They must have been supreme young geniuses who met an unfortunate fate, their remains brought to this place. The ones in the distance possessed even stronger auras. Even though Shi Hao had cultivated immortal energy, it would be difficult to contend with them. Shi Hao battled the horde of corpses, but he was eventually wounded by a sword embryo. This sword was no simple object. Could it have been forged from peerless immortal metal? The young man immediately hatched a plan. Seize that sword, and with it in hand, see who could stand in his way. But the enemies were too numerous. It seemed he would have to stake his life on this. Just then, the king intervened once more to aid Shi Hao, clearing a path for his escape with only one request. Keep your promise, and guard the realm. Qing Yi and the others had been waiting for a long time. Finally, they saw Shi Hao emerge, his body covered in wounds. Qing Yi looked at the sword by his side.
She had once seen records in an ancient scroll. This was the great Luo immortal sword of the five-crowned king. That king had suddenly vanished within the immortal ancient remains, and the sword's whereabouts had been unknown ever since. Once this sword is activated, one can witness visions of immortality.
Shi Hao recounted what he had encountered, including the promise to guard the borderlands.
Cao Yusheng had also heard his master speak of this. The future would be unimaginably brutal.
A person who belongs neither to the past nor the present would arrive to seek out a great glutton.
Seeking aid? Is this great glutton not Shi Hao himself? Why does this sound so cryptic to me?
Shi Hao had successfully cultivated his first strand of immortal energy.
Together, they journeyed to the burial world, a place where countless experts had perished, with many immortal tier treasures scattered about.
Fresh blood had permeated the hardened earth, making it impossible for spiritual sense to probe within.
Shi Hao felt a strange resonance. It seemed something here shared a destiny with him. A large mirror flew out from his body, reflecting an image of an immortal level battle beneath the stone hall. Surely there was a secret hidden here.
Shi Hao used the sword embryo to carve a path down into the stone chamber.
Before them all lay the corpse of an immortal. It is a pity that the immortal Dao inscriptions upon it have been eroded by time. The immortal aura that radiated moments ago will soon attract other powerhouses to this location.
Shi Hao intended to swiftly claim the corpse, but the god-striking stone warned him. It sensed that a grand formation had been set up in the vicinity.
At this very moment, Shu Ji, the second-ranked predator of the Heaven Kingdom, appeared, intent on stealing the prize from Shi Hao. Beside him stood the golden-patterned white tiger. The master of this beast is the ancient saint-child of the Divine Temple, a genius currently on the verge of cultivating immortal energy.
Shu Ji continued to flaunt his influence to intimidate Shi Hao, but our protagonist merely showed disdain. Does a mere pet dare to posture before me?
Unexpectedly, Shi Hao changed his mind and offered the immortal body to Xueji, signaling his companions to retreat. Cao Yusheng was left puzzled. Why is our usually fierce brother acting so generous? How could he endure such provocation? The golden-patterned white tiger grew suspicious. To yield such a precious treasure with such ease, there must be a lethal formation hidden here.
Shi Hao observed from above for a moment, and once he perceived that the formation had been dealt with, he called for his group to descend. As it turned out, his act of yielding was merely a ploy to force those fools to handle the formation in his stead. Shi Hao unsheathed his sword embryo, intending to send Xueji and the white tiger to their final reincarnation, but he was unexpectedly met with a counterattack. Yet, what did that matter to him? With only a few moves, Shi Hao forced Xueji to be pinned against the cliff face by his own magical artifact.
Our protagonist, possessing the martial Dao Heavenly Eye, had long realized the two were feigning their vulnerability.
Sensing that the situation had turned sour, the white tiger activated the formation and sent a telepathic message to the ancient saint child. Shi Hao led Qing Yi and the others to retreat, yet they were pursued relentlessly by a surge of dark green energy.
He hurriedly spoke. God-striking stone, find a solution. I cannot hold out for much longer.
This formation was a complex fusion of an earth formation, an illusion formation, and a killing formation. Furthermore, it was established by an immortal, making it exceptionally difficult to break.
Even the God-striking stone was at its wit's end.
At the height of the crisis, a willow branch from within Shi Hao suddenly lashed out, neutralizing the threat for the entire group.
It seemed that the object, sealed within the porcelain vase, which the true immortal had been guarding, was connected to Liu Shen.
No wonder Shi Hao felt a resonance earlier.
It was all because of Liu Shen. Enough. Collect this immortal body, and let us depart from this place with haste.
Qing Yi also reminded him to remain cautious, as the ancient saint child had surely received word by now.
The entire group made their way toward the burial city. It is said that the 10-crowned king obtained an ancient jade scroll in this very city, and based on it, he discovered the small immortal tree. Cao Yusheng hoped to try his luck there. Upon entering the city, they all felt several gazes fixed upon them. Suddenly, a blood-colored blade struck at Shi Hao. Was this not the weapon of the Heaven Kingdom's top assassin?
He had likely been lying in wait for a long time before striking, but Shi Hao had already cultivated immortal energy, and his divine senses were incredibly keen.
At this instant the space was torn asunder, and the young man Long Yu stepped forth, showering.
This individual was dispatched by Jun Dao and Diao Shenzi to negotiate for a share of the immortal body, for only then could he take that final step forward.
Long Yu informed Shi Hao that news of his possession of the immortal body had already spread far and wide.
Ning Chuan is currently gathering his forces, while many of his enemies are also forming secret alliances. If only Shi Hao would agree to share the immortal body, Jun Dao and Diao Shenzi would stand by his side.
After such an elaborate speech, it turns out their true intention was merely to covet the immortal body.
Shi Hao neither agreed nor refused, simply replying calmly, "If both lords wish to witness the immortal body, I am ready to welcome you at any time."
Long Yu, overjoyed, returned to report the news.
Qing Yi could not fathom what the man was plotting, Only Shi Hao understood that this Diao Shenzi held a deep-seated grudge against his sect. Years ago, when numerous sects besieged the Supreme Tao Academy, his two senior brothers fought with incomparable valor, but in the end they were defeated by Diao Shenzi, who trampled them beneath his feet. Shi Hao continued on his journey in search of opportunities. This time, he arrived at the territory of the immortal ancient relics, the eight-armed soul tribe. There lay a black abyss, filled with countless treasures, yet fraught with immense danger. Several youths who had rushed down before Shi Hao had already met their demise. Suddenly, a disturbance flickered within Shi Hao's divine sense. Something from beneath the black abyss was calling out to him. The young man resolved to descend and investigate, instructing Qing Yi and the others to wait for him above. Having descended only a few hundred zhang, Shi Hao was immediately attacked. He witnessed visions of the Lightning Emperor having fought here, along with the Kunpeng. The Kunpeng had also fought in this place? Even the true phoenix? What exactly is this black abyss? Why are there so many traces of combat from the 10 great vicious beasts here? Shi Hao continued to descend, reaching a depth of 100,000 zhang. Shi Hao reached out to touch a stone wall and sensed Liu Shen. A vision of Liu Shen. Even Liu Shen had once fought in this location, and her power at that time was immeasurably greater than when she faced the sect masters in the lower realm. But who exactly was this opponent? Was the call he sensed just moments ago truly from Liu Shen? Shi Hao retrieved the willow branch from the skeleton. A stream of blood flowed forth, a supreme divine essence containing immense killing intent. A single drop could fell a sect master. Could this truly be the blood of an ancient immortal being? While Shi Hao was still reeling from the scale of this battle, a blood-drenched figure suddenly lunged to attack him. Liu Shen intervened once more, neutralizing the threat and shielding him. Shi Hao repeatedly heard a voice calling out to him, "Huang, join me in that battle." Huang? Why would they call him that? What did all of these events have to do with him? Liu Shen, the Thunder Emperor, the Kunpeng, the True Phoenix, and the 9 dragons dragging the coffin. Shi Hao wished to press forward to investigate, but an aura radiated outward that filled him with apprehension. He sensed that taking even a single step further would lead to unfathomable danger. Shi Hao observed numerous spatial rifts. The images reflected within them revealed garments unlike those of this era. Could these spatial rifts be gateways to different timelines? Everything was becoming chaotic. Could this be the result of the power exerted by that cauldron? The more he pondered, the more confused he became. So Shi Hao decided to depart for now. There will come a day when he will surely reach the pinnacle of the divine path, set foot upon that land, and uncover the cause and effect behind all these mysteries. Qing Yi and the others had been waiting for a long time, and were growing increasingly restless. The little rabbit urged Cao Yusheng to descend and search for Shi Hao, but the boy dared not. While he was hesitating and trying to explain, a ferocious beast pounced, sending Cao Yusheng tumbling into the black abyss. "Mother, save me!" He was overjoyed to run into Shi Hao, who was flying upward just at that moment. At this point, the elder of the 8-armed soul clan approached, sensing a supreme treasure on Shi Hao's person related to his own race. The elder proposed a trade. Shi Hao was not in need of artifacts, only sacred medicinal herbs. The elder directed Shi Hao toward an important auction, where there would surely be rare treasures dating back to the ancient immortal era. If Shi Hao was satisfied, he and the elder would discuss matters